Gu Tian was violently struck by a heavy-duty truck and sent flying 888 meters, tragically meeting his demise. However, he unexpectedly transcended into the world of armored warriors. Initially, he believed he would awaken the Emperor armor and wreak havoc across this realm. To his dismay, he found himself unable to even awaken the weakest recharge hero armor. Fortunately, a stunningly beautiful woman remained steadfastly by his side, boldly proclaiming her intent to marry him. As Gu Tian prepared to consummate their union, the system suddenly activated. Ding! Congratulations, host! After battling the summoner of the flying shadow armor for 3,000 rounds, you have been rewarded with the celestial armor summoner. Chapter 1. Awakening the celestial armor. In Longhua, Haicheng, on the second floor of a clinic, wife, as the ancients often say, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Let us begin. In the festive bridal chamber, Gu Tian sat on a chair, licking his dry lips, cradling a woman of exquisite beauty in his arms. Her alluring figure was barely concealed by her voluminous wedding gown, which could not hide her devilish curves. She was as captivating as a beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall, and Changru blushed slightly, emitting a barely audible sound of affirmation. Gu Tian's lips curled into a radiant smile as he gently lifted the enchanting beauty onto the bed. Husband, I have a request that may be a bit excessive. I hope you won't mind. And Changru asked, her large eyes sparkling with shyness and nervousness, her hands intertwined on her abdomen. Please, my dear wife, speak your mind, and I would like to be on top. Is that all right? Gu Tian, overwhelmed with joy, thought to himself, how could I refuse such a delightful request? Of course, I shall fulfill all of my wife's desires before his words could fully register. Gu Tian had already leaned in to kiss and Shangru's luscious lips. The red curtains beside the bed gradually descended. Moments later, a red wedding gown was carelessly discarded onto the floor. 5 hours later, deep into the night, Gu Tian lay in bed, gazing at his wife nestled against him like a little kitten, feeling a surge of happiness. He never expected to find someone so devoted amidst a world driven by material desires. Gu Tian was not of this world he had traversed here. In his original world, he had suffered an absurdly unfortunate fate, being struck and propelled 888 meters by a truck laden with 36 bundles of steel rolls. Upon arriving in this new realm, he merged with the original owner's memories, discovering a modern society where various armors coexisted, filled with armored warriors combating evil and monstrous creatures wreaking havoc. Excited at first, Gu Tian believed that as a transmigrator, he would awaken the powerful Emperor armor and become a revered hero, marrying a wealthy beauty and ascending to the pinnacle of life. Yet, reality delivered a harsh slap despite countless attempts. He could not even awaken the weakest Earth Tiger armor. Alas, they say gold will shine, yet here he was, merely a piece of iron. After numerous attempts, Gu Tian finally gave up hope. In his original world, he was merely a medical student working a 7-day week, and he had opened a small clinic to make ends meet, earning a meager salary each month. He did not desire much, he simply wished to avoid encounters with the supernatural beasts that could easily spell his doom. Suddenly, Gu Tian felt a warm, moist sensation on his arm. Turning, he discovered his wife resting her head on his arm, a few drops of crystalline liquid trickling from the corner of her mouth. How adorable, Gu Tian thought, affectionately stroking in Shangru's head with a mischievous smile. 3 hours later, Gu Tian embraced the beauty in his arms, kissing her rosy cheeks. His 3 years of transmigration had brought him the greatest joy of marrying this woman. Their journey began 3 years ago when she fainted from low blood sugar at the clinic's entrance. Gu Tian treated her, expecting her to leave, yet she insisted on staying, claiming she had no way to repay him but to work off her debt. Gu Tian, bemused, found himself with a devoted companion. To his surprise, and Changru pursued him relentlessly until he succumbed to her charm. Their love blossomed, culminating in their wedding night. Gu Tian gasped, quickly slipping out of bed and rushing to the bathroom, feeling an urgent pressure in his bladder. Minutes later, he emerged from the bathroom, feeling relieved, and raised a teacup from the table to drink deeply. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations, host. You have activated the system on your wedding night. The system is now bound and operational. Gu Tian was momentarily stunned by the voice echoing in his mind, then tears of joy filled his eyes. Finally, you've arrived, he thought, overwhelmed with emotion. Ding! Congratulations, host! After battling the summoner of the flying shadow armor, and Changru, for 3,000 rounds, you have been rewarded with the celestial armor summoner. As the system's announcement concluded, a peculiar light enveloped him. When the brilliance faded, Gu Tian found a red summoning device in his hand, the celestial armor summoner, along with a yellow contract for the armor. Quickly, he mimicked a scene from television and punched his own nose with force, feeling the need to act swiftly and stylishly, lest the system retract its offering. In an instant, blood gushed from his nose, dripping onto the armor contract. As the blood vanished from the contract, Gu Tian felt an inexplicable connection to the celestial armor forming. System? What are you doing? Are you a masochist? Gu Tian wiped his blood and pointed at the contract. Didn't they say on TV that you need blood to acknowledge the master? The system responded, actually, a handprint would suffice. There was no need for that. Why didn't you say so? You didn't ask. Gu Tian, 666. Chapter 2. The Novice. Gu Tian gazed at the summoner and contract in his hands, gently rubbing his nose, marveling at the rapid turn of events. One moment, he was an ordinary person, the next, he had become the summoner of the celestial armor. Moreover, his wife could not possibly be the summoner of the flying shadow armor. It was inconceivable, absolutely impossible. His wife was sensible, adept, capable of charm and cuteness. She understood everything he did not. How could she possibly be associated with those illustrious armored warriors? The social status of an armored summoner was extraordinarily high, often directly involved in national affairs. Yet, very few knew their true identities. In Longhua, the identities of all armored summoners were kept strictly confidential, for their adversaries were far from foolish. They possessed both strength and cunning. Revealing their identities could endanger their families. Nonetheless, the officials frequently showcased footage of armored warriors defeating various monsters to maintain public morale, with the flying shadow armor featured prominently. Gu Tian vividly remembered the ferocity of the flying shadow armor, blasting the nether demon with its left fist, delivering a barrage of blows to the oxes, and kicking the supernatural beast at IT was awe-inspiring and utterly dominant, making various monsters flee in terror. It was clear as day that the summoner of the flying shadow armor must be a man, a robust and formidable one at that. However, now you tell me, she is a woman, a delicate little wife, who easily shies away and is prone to tears. Her wife, while slaughtering a chicken yesterday, was pecked by it. Pitifully, she rushed into his embrace, weeping for a long while. Her expression, one that pleaded for a hug and comfort, remains vividly imprinted in his memory. The system, seemingly sensing Gu Tian's skepticism, coldly stated, "The system does not air your wife is indeed the summoner of the flying shadow armor." Gu Tian's mind was in chaos, uncertain of what to do. Suddenly, a familiar floral fragrance wafted into his nostrils, followed closely by a warm, soft body pressing against him from behind. "Husband, what are you doing? Why aren't you sleeping at this late hour? Are you displeased with me?" And Changru wrapped her tender arms around Gu Tian's neck, pouting. Gu Tian's body stiffened. Oh no, he had been away from bed for too long, drawing his wife's attention. Gu Tian hastily concealed the celestial armor summoning device in his pants and turned to gaze at his wife's enchanting face. She was draped in a sheer garment, half revealing, exuding an alluring scent. "Wife, why are you out of bed? Quickly, get back and you might catch a chill." Gu Tian encircled and Shangru's knees and back, effortlessly lifting her into his arms. And Changru let out a soft huff, playfully punching Gu Tian's chest with her little fist. "It's all your fault. Who told you to get out of bed so late and not return for ages?" Gu Tian smiled gently. "It is indeed my fault. I went to get some water, which caused a delay." He gently placed Changru back onto the bed, with a mischievous smile, and Changru then pinned Gu Tian beneath her. She relished in taking the initiative. Taking advantage of Shangru's distraction, Gu Tian secretly retrieved the celestial armor summoning device from his pants and swiftly tossed it into the system space. It was better to keep his identity as the celestial armor summoner hidden for now. After all, he knew too little about the armor warriors in this world. 3 hours later. "Congratulations, host. You have once again engaged in a battle with the summoner of the flying shadow armor for 3,000 rounds, unfortunately suffering a dismal defeat. Seeing your plight, the reward is energy level 2. The next day, the sun slowly rose, its rays warming Gu Tian's backside. Goodness! Gu Tian awoke from his slumber. Glancing to his side, and Changru had already left, leaving only a crimson mark on the white sheets. Where did little one go so early? Gu Tian rose from the bed, rubbing his waist. He couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. This won't do, he vowed, to begin exercising diligently to strengthen his body. Last night was utterly humiliating. After dressing, he now believed that his wife was indeed the summoner of the flying shadow armor. Her physique was simply extraordinary. Even a man of his stature found it hard to withstand. Moreover, Gu Tian sensed that his wife had not used her full strength last night. He stepped off the bed, dressed, and stretched lazily. Having a wife who was the summoner of the flying shadow armor was rather advantageous. At least he could enjoy the comforts of life. In this day and age, living off one's partner was quite pleasant. Gu Tian sat at the edge of the bed, retrieving the celestial armor summoning device from the system space. Examining it closely in his hand, its appearance resembled that of a camera quite closely. System, what does the energy level 2 from last night mean? The system replied, the combat strength of the celestial armor, flying shadow armor, and diamond armor primarily depends on 3 aspects. The first aspect is the strength of the energy level. The stronger the energy, the greater the power, and the longer the battle endurance, enhancing all various data levels of the armor. The second aspect pertains to combat skills, the ability to effectively utilize armor techniques in diverse battle environments. The third aspect is physical constitution. Summoning armor is bound to yield different results between an 80-year-old man and a young person in their 20s. Even among individuals of the same age, a person with weak vitality and one with robust health will summon armor with differing capabilities. Gu Tian remarked, your explanation is truly straightforward and easy to understand. As the system finished speaking, a character panel automatically appeared before Gu Tian. Name, Gu Tian. Age, 25. Armor, celestial armor. Wife, Enchangru, summoner of the flying shadow armor. Energy level, 20 max, level 100. Combat skills, none. Physique, 50. Max level 100. Bloodline, ordinary. Overall evaluation, novice, semi-disabled. Gu Tian gazed at his pitiful energy value, nearly choking on his own breath. This is far too low, still 80 away from max. And his physique is so lacking. He believed his physique should be quite decent. He seriously suspected that with his current energy level, even summoning the celestial armor would render him merely a mediocre fighter. Ding! Host, do not despair. As long as you complete the task size sign, your energy and physique will grow rapidly. If you perform exceptionally well, you may even acquire the 5 elements bloodline and the Shura armor summoning device. Gu Tian admitted he was intrigued. Once he collected the 5 elements bloodline, he could summon the Emperor armor. Summoning the Emperor armor had been his dream since childhood. Imagining himself clad in the Emperor armor, standing boldly against the fierce winds, he would be the undisputed hero. Cackling sounds echoed. With a click, the door on the second floor swung open. Husband, come, it's time for porridge. And Changru, clad in a Chong Sam, cautiously entered with a bowl of white porridge. The Chong Sam, slightly snug, accentuated her alluring figure flawlessly. Husband, come, taste my cooking. I spent a long time making it. And Changru beamed a sweet smile, her expression pleading for praise. Gu Tian felt warmth in his heart as he noticed the sheen of perspiration on her forehead, clear evidence of her effort after just waking up. My dear wife, you've worked hard. Chapter 3. The malevolent wolf beast. And Changru scooped a spoonful of porridge with her left hand, gently blowing on it a few times with her delicate lips before cautiously bringing it to Gu Tian's mouth. Darling, drink up. I just brushed my teeth. This response left Gu Tian both amused and exasperated. Who was he, after all? How could he possibly harbor any disdain for his wife, especially when she was so enchanting? Gu Tian opened his mouth wide and swallowed the porridge she offered. He held a profound appreciation for his wife's culinary skills during her time as his personal chef. She had delighted him with a variety of delectable dishes, satisfying his palate immensely. Gu Tian savored every bite, nodding in approval. It was soft, sticky, fragrant, sweet, and melted in his mouth, bursting with flavor. Such delightful fare deserved to be shared with his beloved. He pulled Changru onto his lap, took a hearty sip of porridge, and pressed his lips against hers. MMM. Seizing the moment, Gu Tian decided to have the system analyze his wife's various attributes, primarily to ascertain the extent of their differences. Name, Changru age, 25 armor, Shadow Phantom armor ability level, 75, max 100, combat skills, Shadow Phantom kick, lightning slash, skyward strike, phantom lightning leg, and the ultimate Shadow Phantom technique physique, 90, max 100, bloodline, ordinary overall evaluation, exceptionally strong. 1 in a million. Gu Tian stared at Changru's statistics, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. Indeed, comparisons could be quite startling. No wonder the official broadcasts of the armored warriors slaying monsters predominantly featured the Shadow Phantom armor. It was clearly due to its formidable strength. Gu Tian silently gave his wife a thumbs up. In truth, this was quite advantageous. The stronger his wife was, the more gratifying his life became. However, Gu Tian suddenly noticed something perplexing. Within Changru's impressive physique, how could she have fainted from low blood sugar 3 years ago? And even more astonishingly, how could she have collapsed right in front of his clinic? Was it a mere coincidence? Looking at his stunningly beautiful wife, he felt an odd sense of reassurance. After 3 years together, Gu Tian was absolutely confident that his wife would never harm him. Soon, the porridge bowl was nearly empty, and Changru wore a look of lingering desire. She fastened the buttons of her fluttering qipao, her face radiating a breathtaking smile. Just as she was about to head to the kitchen for another bowl, a faint tremor resonated from her left calf. The Shadow Phantom armor's summoning device, strapped to her leg, detected unusual energy fluctuations nearby. Clearly, there were either mutant beasts, oxers, or spectral demons in hiding. Still wearing a cheerful expression, Changru retrieved a handkerchief and gently wiped the corner of Gu Tian's mouth. Darling, we are running low on groceries. I'll go buy some. You can continue to rest. You worked hard last night. Gu Tian cleared his throat. Wife, go ahead, but please be careful on the way. Changru nodded, planted a kiss on his cheek, and turned to leave the clinic. Once outside, her lovely face turned icy as she pondered who dared to disturb her time with her husband. Did they have a death wish? She would send them to meet the king of hell. Changru unstrapped the Shadow Phantom armor's summoning device from her left calf. It was cumbersome to carry elsewhere, and she preferred not to let Gu Tian discover her secret just yet. The current state of the armor alliance was indeed complicated. On the central highway of Haicheng, cries for help echoed through the air. Run! Run! There's a wolf-headed beast behind us. Save us! Where are the armored warriors? They should be here by now. The monster has been around for 15 seconds. Behind them, the malevolent wolf beast surged forward, towering at 2 meters, with blood-red eyes and menacing fangs. Its body was cloaked in black scales, and its limbs were thick and powerful, with claws like scythes. Each step it took covered more than 10 meters. With its crimson gaze scanning the panicked crowd, the beast soon spotted a portly man with an earth element bloodline, lagging at the back of the fleeing throng. The man, desperately running, jiggled with each step, utterly flabbergasted that he had been selling barbecued meat just moments before the monster appeared, nearly scaring him to the point of losing control. He turned instinctively to see if he had managed to shake off the beast, only to be horrified as he realized it was right behind him. So close he could count the hairs in its nostrils. Oh dear, he gasped, feeling his legs weaken as though his bones had vanished, collapsing to the ground in terror. Please don't come closer. I haven't brushed my teeth in a month. Just as the malevolent wolf beast prepared to sink its fangs into him, a flying kick struck its chest, sending it hurtling back several hundred meters to crash heavily to the ground. Are you all right? A voice, ambiguous in gender, called out. Changru, clad in blue-black Shadow Phantom armor, cautiously helped the man to his feet. He quickly checked himself for injuries and, relieved to find no major harm, sighed. Next time, remember to come sooner. You almost scared me to death. With that, he dashed away. Changru raised an eyebrow, unfazed. Such incidents were hardly new to her. The malevolent wolf beast, enraged by the disruption of its plan, let out a furious roar and vanished from sight. Changru chuckled. She was no weakling like that Wind Eagle armor and would not be outpaced. Just a low-tier mutant beast summoned by an inferior entity. The malevolent wolf beast moved swiftly, leaving behind a trail of afterimages in the air, but in the eyes of the Shadow Phantom, it was still too slow. Changru slightly sidestepped, evading the beast's claws. Swift as the wind, gentle as the forest, fierce as fire, inscrutable as the shadow, she murmured to herself, channeling her energy into her left leg before delivering a powerful kick to the beast's chest. The malevolent wolf beast staggered back over 10 meters, and before it could regain its composure, she struck it again across the right side of its face. "How dare you?" it seemed to say, baring its teeth in pain. And Changru, infuriated by the beast's audacity, unleashed a flurry of slaps on its face. How dare this creature disturb her on her first day of marriage? Did it not understand the effort she had put forth to become Gu Tian's wife? At that moment, she should have been cuddled up with her husband. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, intensifying her strikes. "This isn't enough? I'll crush you." Chapter 4. The Fearsome Wife in the Clinic. Gu Tian activated the Xing Tian armor summoning device. A bright red dot flickered on the screen, indicating unusual energy fluctuations nearby. A monster had appeared. Gu Tian recalled in Shangru's anxious departure and surmised she was already addressing the situation. Ding. The first mission is issued. Please observe the battle between the Shadow Phantom Armor and the Malevolent Wolf Beast. Completing the task grants 4 units of intent energy, 4 units of physical prowess, and a single experience card. Note, the experience card allows the user to attain 20-fold combat power for 1 hour. Alright. I guarantee the task will be fulfilled. Gu Tian imitated the style of a character from a television drama, grasping the summoner in his left hand, angling it towards himself as he pressed the button. The summoner emitted a crimson light, precisely targeting Gu Tian's eyes, swiftly identifying his iris. Beep. Successful identification of the Xingtian armor summoner, with the clear prompt. A uniquely designed belt materialized at Gu Tian's waist, and a particularly exquisite summoning card box on the right side caught his eye. It felt tight, constricting his abdomen. Gu Tian loosened the belt, and with a swift motion of his right hand, a summoning card sprang forth from the box. Quick as a flash, Gu Tian caught it with the summoner, allowing the card to seamlessly enter the device. Finally, with a solemn expression, Gu Tian placed the summoner into the belt slot, waving his arms as he shouted, "Xingtian armor, unite!" Surrounding Gu Tian, a circle of interwoven white and red armor phantoms appeared, spinning rapidly before all attaching to him. A blinding red light erupted. When it faded, a commanding and majestic set of armor emerged. Adorned with red and white stripes, its eyes shimmered with blue light. The chest plate was robust, the shoulder pads sharp, and the limbs were sculpted with strength. What immense power! Gu Tian clenched his fists, feeling the vibrant energy coursing through him, and couldn't help but exclaim. The Xingtian armor truly lived up to its name. Undoubtedly the most formidable among the 3 sets of armor, it allowed a novice like him to experience unparalleled strength. He couldn't help but recall the moment in his previous life when he was sent flying by the 100-ton king. I wonder if the Xingtian armor could match him in a test of strength? It should be possible. Gu Tian threw a punch forward, only to be suddenly overwhelmed by dizziness, nearly losing his balance. Beep. The Xingtian armor is the general armor of the Flame Star, a composite armor focused on both offense and defense, demanding a high level of proficiency from its summoner. Please take time to familiarize yourself with it. Note, the host must establish a connection of intent with the armor. Insufficient intent or mental collapse will result in the armor being released. Taking a deep breath, Gu Tian nodded, stabilizing the armor as he sought to comprehend its various intricate aspects. He aimed not merely to control the armor, but to achieve a state of unity between himself and it. Those who come after benefit from the wisdom of those who came before. Strategies lead to triumph in countless battles. Gu Tian recited the incantation, and the armor's blue eyes ignited with intense red light. Shifting forms, Gu Tian's body vanished completely, departing from the clinic, leaving behind only a lingering shadow. On the central highway of Haiqing, the once smooth road lay in ruins, vehicles that had been parked along it now destroyed. Billowing black smoke obscuring the sky and permeating the area with a noxious odor of charred remnants. Various horrifying craters marred the ground, the shallowest measuring dozens of meters. The flying shadow armor stood at the center, surrounded by 10 ferocious wolf beasts. These beasts shared a peculiar trait. Their faces were grotesquely swollen, transforming from wolf heads into pig heads. A doppelganger, or merely an illusion? This creature was intriguing, and Changru murmured to herself, ordinarily she would not mind engaging with such a beast, but not now. She had to return home to prepare a meal for her husband. Concentrating her formidable intent energy into her legs, they radiated a brilliant blue light. She charged towards the nearest wolf beast, extending her long leg to strike at its abdomen. Flying shadow lightning kick. The wolf beast attempted to defend, but the disparity in power was insurmountable. With a single kick, it was obliterated, not the real body. And Chandru pressed on, leveraging her speed advantage to swiftly dispatch the remaining beasts before they could react. Flee, wolf beasts. Do not allow them to seal you. Within a mysterious rocky cave, a man clad in a black robe, appearing to be in his 40s, watched the battle between the flying shadow armor and the wolf beast with growing fury. He was the tyrant of the Shadow Realm, Shadow Tyrant. Slamming his hand on the armrest of his seat, he incessantly issued commands to the wolf beasts. They were among his trump cards. Nothing could go awry now, as he had few options left. All of this was the fault of that wretched armor warrior. Hearing the Shadow Tyrant's order to retreat, the wolf beasts prepared to emit black smoke and flee, but unexpectedly, the surrounding space trembled violently, and a peculiar world began to unfold around the flying shadow. The air crackled with rich blue electricity, and the ground revealed massive, glowing armor emblem patterns. The sky was painted a deep indigo, thick as ink, punctuated by dazzling blue lightning strikes. This was the flying shadow armor's ultimate move, the flying shadow killing technique of wind, forest, fire, and mountain. Thinking of escaping? Today, if I let you run, I will no longer bear the name in. And Chandru charged towards the wolf beasts, accumulating a vast amount of energy in her foot. And as they remained unprepared, she stomped down forcefully. With a resounding boom, the wolf beast's body exploded, reverting to its original form as a magic seal. And Chandru released the flying shadow killing technique, absorbing the magic seal into the summoner for storage. While ideally, the 5 elements armor would handle the storage of the magic seal, the flying shadow armor, being advanced technology from the Ares planet, was also capable of doing so. Among the armors, only those produced by modern technology, the 4 elements armor and the true armor, were incapable of storing magic seals. Just as Chandru finished off the wolf beast and was about to leave the battlefield, she suddenly sensed a ripple in the water pool. Who is it? If you don't show yourself, don't blame me for being unkind. And Chandru summoned the shadow blade, pointing its tip towards the pool. Oh dear sister, it's me, Xiaobai. Please don't attack. A soft female voice called out. A warrior clad in blue and black armor emerged from the pool. The helmet of this armor was unique. The shoulder pads reminiscent of a Western swordsman, and the arms and legs adorned with water element engravings, exuding a cool and powerful aesthetic. Xiaoji Xiainami, what brings you here? And Chandru exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes as she hurriedly sheathed the shadow blade and inquired. I was dispatched by headquarters. They detected unusual energy fluctuations in this area and sent me to resolve the situation. Xiaoji Xiainami, the summoner of the flying shadow, explained as she gracefully landed beside Chandru. By the way, sister, I wanted to say a few more things, but Chandru interrupted. Let's find somewhere else to talk. We shouldn't linger here. And Chandru grasped Xiaobai's hand, and with a flicker of her form, they vanished from the scene. Upon a towering building, Gu Tian, donned in the Xingtian armor, observed the departure of the two. Another armor has suddenly appeared. Things are becoming increasingly intriguing. Unfortunately, the distance was too great for Gu Tian to hear their conversation. It was not that Gu Tian was unwilling to approach. Rather, he felt daunted. Among the 4 sets of armor, the heaven, earth, human, and Azura armors, one possessed a rather peculiar skill, known as the shape-shifting technique, not to be confused with the shadow-shifting technique. The shape-shifting technique is a universal skill for high-level intent energy wielders, allowing them to transport themselves and desired objects to any location. The stronger the intent, the farther the distance they can traverse, and the more locations they can reach. In simpler terms, those with weaker intent can only follow those with stronger intent. Meanwhile, the shadow-shifting technique merely accelerates the user's speed, shortening the time required to reach a destination. The shadow-shifting technique is immensely practical in combat, enabling surprise attacks on foes through sheer speed. And Shangru's intent energy stands at 75. Gu Tian was uncertain if she could employ the shape-shifting technique. Thus he maintained a safe distance. Congratulations, host, for witnessing the battle between the flying shadow armor and the wolf beasts. You are rewarded with 4 units of intent energy, 4 units of physical prowess, and an experience card. Though the increase in intent energy was minimal, Gu Tian could distinctly feel his mastery over the armor had significantly improved. As for the experience card, it is something to be cherished. It has the power to elevate one's combat strength by 20-fold. However, I am uncertain how I would fare against my wife after utilizing this card. Speaking of Chandru, Gu Tian couldn't help but recall the fierce battle his wife had with the savage wolf beast, which left him feeling apprehensive. She was truly formidable. Gu Tian counted and realized that his wife had delivered at least several thousand resounding slaps to the beast. Each strike ignited sparks. She rendered the savage wolf beast from its peak state to a weakened one, and, still unsatisfied, she resorted to kicking it with all her might. With each kick, a deep crater of several meters formed in the ground. Fortunately, the anomalous beast did not bleed. Otherwise, it would have likely bled dozens of pounds. She was nothing short of a living demon. Yet, in front of me, she remains quite docile, appearing like an easy target. Chapter 5. What? You found me a brother-in-law. The two of them removed their armor and casually opened a private room. Xiaobai is an adorable young girl, just of age, with 2 playful pigtails, a lively and charming face, and a well-endowed figure, complemented by a layer of black stockings on her legs. Xiaobai looked up at her sister with admiration, cheerfully stating, "Sister, you truly deserve to be the best in our armor alliance. You eliminated the savage wolf beast so swiftly, unlike that Shandong, who summoned the wind eagle armor, renowned for its speed, only to be dismantled by that savage wolf beast in just a few moves. If it weren't for the intervention of the flame dragon and black rhino armors, we might have been dining at his expense." Xiaobai disparaged. For the type of person she despised the most was one lacking strength and unwilling to train diligently. This affirms the adage, there are no worthless armors, only worthless individuals. And Shangru gently tapped her sister's little head, mildly chiding, "Such remarks are fine when shared between us, but do refrain from spreading them elsewhere. Our armor alliance values unity. We must not allow such words to disrupt our camaraderie." Xiaobai pouted in discontent, giving a soft grunt through her nose, evidently dismissive of her sister's admonition. And Shangru shook her head helplessly, knowing her sister was prideful, embodying a fearless spirit. "And you shouldn't criticize others. You must also master your armor. When you were piloting the water-controlling Zao Jinami, hidden beneath the water, I still discovered you." And Shangru said, half teasingly, half seriously, "That's because you were too formidable. After years of rigorous training, I have achieved a 70 compatibility with my armor, which is quite impressive." Xiaobai retorted. In the realm of armors, the 5 elements armors primarily rely on bloodlines, while the heaven and earth armors depend on willpower. The 4 elements armors and the true armors hinge on the compatibility with the summoner. By the way, sister, what have you been up to these past 3 years? Why do you always claim to have matters to attend to when the Armor Alliance calls you for meetings? What could possibly be so important that it makes you miss meeting after meeting? Xiaobai asked, tilting her head with curiosity. And Shangru's expression grew conflicted. After a moment of hesitation, she gently took Xiaobai's hand, glancing around cautiously before whispering, "I will tell you this, but you must not share it with anyone else, especially that old codger." Upon seeing her sister's serious demeanor, Xiaobai firmly patted her own chest, declaring earnestly, "Rest assured, sister, do you not trust your own sister?" And Shangru still felt uneasy and pressed. "Promise you won't speak of it?" This left Xiaobai slightly exasperated. "Sister, what is this matter that has you so vigilant?" And Shangru bit her lip, her cheeks flushing with a hint of shyness. This left Xiaobai in a state of astonishment. Her sister, the infamous demon slaughterer and the fierce combatant against anomalous beasts, had suddenly adopted the demeanor of a bashful young girl. Was she possessed? And Shangru pulled Xiaobai closer, whispering in her ear, "Your sister has found a handsome man." Xiaobai stared at her sister in disbelief, her mouth agape enough to fit an egg. "Sister, you found me a brother-in-law? I'm becoming an aunt so quickly?" Xiaobai's face lit up with intrigue as she grasped in Shangru's clothing, bombarding her with questions. "How did you meet him? Why do you want to marry him? How handsome is he? Can he captivate me?" And Shangru playfully pinched her sister's nose. "Why are you asking so much? These are adult matters. Children should refrain from meddling." Xiaobai immediately raised her hand in protest. "Don't call me a child. I'm already 18. And Shangru chuckled silently, reminiscing about her childhood when she encountered a boy, and although they parted ways, fate had smiled upon her, allowing their paths to cross once more. And Shangru glanced up at the clock on the wall and suddenly jolted her head. "Oh no, this is all your fault for making me waste so much time. It's almost noon, and I haven't returned yet. My husband must be worried about me. I cannot let him fret." And Shangru dashed down the stairs, taking them 3 at a time, reaching the ground floor in mere seconds. "Oh, I still need to buy groceries. Xiaobai, hurry up and keep pace with me. We must go shopping." "Xiaobai, what did I do wrong? And why do I have to go grocery shopping?" And Chanru, noticing her sister's leisurely descent, grew anxious and directly seized her twin ponytails. "Ah, sister, Be gentle. I'll go, okay? Chapter 6. Sister, what do you need my black stockings for? Sister, wait for me. Don't run so fast. Xiaobai shouted. Her long legs clad in black stockings moving swiftly as she desperately chased after her sister, who was also sprinting ahead. I'm so exhausted. Xiaobai felt as if her lungs might burst, gasping for breath. Her hands were laden with 3 bags overflowing with ingredients, the handles digging into her slender fingers until they turned white. Upon hearing her sister's call, Enchangru slowed her pace slightly, turning to face Xiaobai, exasperatedly saying, Hurry up. If my husband goes hungry, it will be your fault. Xiaobai, why is this my fault again? I didn't do anything wrong. Her older sister had changed. She was unrecognizable. Oh no, how could I forget this? Enchangru lamented, slapping her forehead, and dashed to the vendor. Auntie, I need 10 pounds of goji berries, 20 pounds of oysters, 30 pounds of bullwhips, 40 pounds of tiger whips, 50 pounds of soft-shelled turtles, and 60 pounds of venison. Make sure the quality is top-notch. And be quick about it. My sister will pay you. She aimed to pamper her husband with a hearty meal, adhering to a sustainable development strategy. Xiaobai, standing beside her, widened her eyes in shock. Why do I have to pay? This trip was a significant loss for her, costing her several thousand. She initially planned to mooch off her sister's hospitality, but now it seems she was the one being taken advantage of. Sister truly has forgotten her sister after getting a husband. At the clinic, Enchangru pushed open the door and stepped inside. Her little eyes anxiously scanned the room, searching for her husband. Would he be upset after her prolonged absence? Where was he? Enchangru surveyed the clinic's lobby but saw no sign of Gu Tian. Suddenly, she felt herself enveloped in a strong embrace, someone wrapping their arms around her waist. Wife, did you not expect to find me behind the door? Gu Tian greeted her with a beaming smile. Enchangru turned around, playfully punching his chest with her tiny fists, pouting her lips in a mock grievance. I knew you would bully me. I must punish you. As Enchangru spoke, she rose on her tiptoes and pressed her lips against Gu Tian's. Gu Tian felt invigorated. This punishment was delightful, the more the better. He was utterly enamored. At that moment, Xiaobai, who was wiping away sweat and preparing to enter the house for a drink, nearly had her titanium alloy eyes blinded by the sight. She couldn't have seen it wrong. They had truly kissed. The world seemed to crumble around her as she rubbed her eyes in disbelief, convinced this was all an illusion. She was the commander of the Armor Alliance, a figure of authority, yet here she was, nestled in someone else's embrace, kissing like a fragile girl. If this word got out, how many fervent admirers would have their life belief shattered, left in despair? Especially that relentless suitor of her sister, Li Tianyu, the Iron Armor Summoner. Xiaobai quietly withdrew her small foot that was about to enter the house, choosing instead to sit beneath a tree in the clinic's courtyard. It was best not to disturb them at this moment. This world had indeed transformed into something unrecognizable. At the dining table, steaming dishes exuded tantalizing aromas. Darling, come. This is the nourishing soup I personally brewed, made entirely from restorative ingredients. Enchangru said with a radiant smile, presenting a bowl of pale gray soup to Gu Tian. Gu Tian gazed at the soup she offered, pursing his lips. His wife had begun to doubt him on the very first day, sensing his thoughts. Enchangru's fair cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she hurriedly explained, Darling, that's not what I meant. Gu Tian cleared his throat twice, wishing to steer the conversation away. The topic was becoming awkward. He noticed a ponytailed girl nearby, frantically devouring rice, and inquired, Wife, who is she? Enchangru promptly introduced, Darling, this is my younger sister. And Xiaobai, I ran into her while shopping for groceries today. Oh, so it's my sister-in-law. Gu Tian smiled and stood up, extending his left hand politely. However, Enchangru, seeing Xiaobai engrossed in her meal, was filled with irritation when Xiaobai failed to acknowledge Gu Tian's greeting. In a fit of frustration, she pinched the tender flesh on Xiaobai's left leg. Ouch! Xiaobai gasped, nearly crying out in pain. Upon seeing Gu Tian's extended hand, she stood up and offered her own delicate hand to shake with him. Humph, bad sister, can't even eat in peace. They resumed their seats, and Xiaobai's beautiful eyes scrutinized her brother-in-law. Not bad. He looked quite presentable. A perfect score for appearances. However, he emitted no aura of strength. Resembling more of a scholar, a pretty boy, Xiaobai was fundamentally opposed to her sister being with him. Her sister was the flying shadow armor summoner, with immense potential and ambition, while he was merely an ordinary man struggling with daily life. The disparity was simply too vast. Had it not been for her sister's repeated admonitions to keep her identity concealed, she would have long since urged him to maintain his distance. Simultaneously, Gu Tian sipped the nourishing soup while observing his sister-in-law. Indeed, she was quite beautiful and innocent, albeit a tad childish. Suddenly, Gu Tian remembered standing alongside his wife earlier that morning at the Tsina armor. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be that his sister-in-law was the summoner of the Tsina armor? And Chanru, sitting next to Gu Tian, noticed his unwavering gaze on Xiaobai and felt a twinge of discomfort. Can he look at his own wife? Yet soon, she realized she couldn't solely blame her husband and began to introspect. Comparing herself to Xiaobai, she noted that their figures were similar, and regarding looks, they seemed evenly matched. Was that the issue? And Shangru's gaze fixated on the black stockings adorning Xiaobai's legs, and a thought sparked in her mind. After lunch, Xiaobai planned to return to the Armor Alliance, as she had many tasks pending, but her sister pulled her aside. Xiaobai's expression was one of helplessness as she looked at her sister and asked, "Sister, what do you want now?" And Chanru bit her lip shyly and asked, "Sister, do you have any black stockings left?" "What?" Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. "Black stockings," and Chanru repeated, her voice unconsciously rising an octave. "What do you need black stockings for? Don't ask so many questions. You'll understand when you grow up." Xiaobai shook her head. "I only have the pair I'm wearing." "Well then, please take them off later. I'll need them tonight." And Shangru's eyes lit up, her tone leaving no room for refusal. Xiaobai, shocked, gazed at her sister. "Sister, you can have them. No need to return them to me." Blushing, Xiaobai removed her stockings and handed them to her sister. Chapter 7. The Annihilation of the Flying Shadow Plan in the Shadow Realm, within a cave shrouded in black mist. Damn it. Damn it. These armor warriors are utterly despicable. The Shadow Overlord sat in a chair, watching the footage of the evil wolf beast being slain by the flying shadow armor, nearly bursting with rage. It should be noted that the Realm King had only given him 15 magic seals, and after years of battles, he had depleted 13, leaving only the magic bull beast and the grasshopper beast. If he failed to complete the task assigned by the Realm King, his demise would be imminent. "Overlord, I have a brilliant plan that might eliminate one of the armors." A masked figure respectfully responded from below. Fool, speak quickly. If you can't deliver, I'll feed you to the mutant beasts." The figure hurriedly bowed, trembling as he replied, "Overlord, the flying shadow armor appeared far too swiftly this time. It arrived in just over 20 seconds. Based on previous experiences, such speed was impossible. Therefore, I boldly speculate that the flying shadow armor is in Haiching. We can summon several mutant beasts to swarm it before the other armors arrive for support and swiftly take it down." "You fool. I thought you had something worthwhile to say, but this is it." The Shadow Overlord scolded angrily, not pleased at all. Instead, he berated the figure mercilessly. "I only have 2 magic seals left. How could I possibly eliminate the flying shadow armor in such a short time? Use your brain for once." Hearing the Overlord's harsh insults, the figure's masked face hardened, but he still smiled and said, "Overlord, our strength is indeed insufficient, but in Longwa, we are not the only ones aiming to destroy the armor warriors. There are also Oksar and the Nether demons." Upon hearing this, the Shadow Overlord hesitated. Can this really work? Although our goals align, we are all operating independently and have never communicated. After all, the 3 factions look down on each other. The figure raised an eyebrow and continued, "As long as the offered benefits are substantial enough, I believe they will take action." The Overlord pondered for a long time, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Finally, he clapped his hands decisively. "All right, fool, I'll assign this task to you. Go contact the Nether demons and the forces behind Oksar. If you succeed, there will be a great reward for you." "Yes, Overlord." The figure responded respectfully before leaving the cave. Once the figure departed, the Shadow Overlord sighed deeply. Rising from his chair, he slowly raised his hands. In an instant, the electricity of the city surged, wildly pouring into the cave, even causing the lights in the distant Armor Alliance to flicker ominously. The current surged like a torrential flood, continuously converging into the Overlord's hands, emitting a sizzling sound. At last, he spread his hands, transforming the electricity into 2 shimmering magic seals. The Shadow Tyrant arrived at the breeding chamber, inserting the magical tokens of the Demon Bull and the Grasshopper Beast into the apparatus. The breeding chamber serves as the origin of the ability beasts fabricated by the Shadow Realm, enveloped in a nauseating stench of blood. He gazed at the 2 monsters materializing within, raising his arm in exultation. "Come forth, my little treasures." In High City, darkness had fallen. Despite the earlier turmoil caused by the vicious wolf beast, it did little to dampen the people's enthusiasm for their late-night snacks. On a towering building, the ugly general observed the lowly humans below, a cruel smile etched upon his face. Behind him, the demon bull and grasshopper beast emitted deep, resonant growls. The ugly general awaited his comrades. He had forged an alliance with the nether demon to seize the shadow armor summoning device that night. As for Oxar, he attempted to establish contact, but they were haughty beyond measure, refusing him entry and dismissing him outright. This incited a swell of hatred within the ugly general, who vowed that Oxar would pay dearly for his arrogance. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through. "What use do you have for these beasts?" A voice laced with mockery rang out. Baloo, brandishing the ominous bloodthirsty blade, swaggered to the side of the ugly general. He regarded the demon bull and grasshopper beast with disdain. Merely two lowly creatures transformed from Earth's inferior beasts. Compared to beings from Ares, they are as insignificant as fireflies beside the moon. The ugly general discerned the sarcasm in Baloo's words and replied sternly, "What do you mean? Don't forget, we are in a partnership now." Upon hearing this, Baloo threw back his head and laughed heartily. If it weren't for our recent revival and lack of strength, how could General Rufus possibly agree to collaborate with you lot of wastrels? He then pointed the bloodthirsty blade at the ugly general, threateningly declaring, "I advise you to be wise. Once we defeat the shadow armor, the summoning device will be mine. If you dare to snatch it, I won't hesitate to annihilate you." The ugly general suppressed his rising anger, forcing a smile. "Of course, it would be of no use to us anyway." Baloo sneered. "Let us hope so. Once the shadow armor is in my possession, you can simply watch with your two beasts." The ugly general's expression darkened further. "The original plan was for the three of us to strike together. Are you certain you can shatter the shadow armor alone before the other armors can assist? This is the crux of the entire plan." "Ha ha ha. I warned you not to compare me with your two beasts," Baloo retorted, exhaling a fireball towards the skyscrapers of High City. The moment Baloo unleashed his attack, the energy was detected by a satellite thousands of kilometers away from Earth. Simultaneously, alarms blared throughout the Armor Alliance. This satellite, a culmination of Dragon Kingdom's advanced technologies, swiftly detected various supernatural forces and relayed them back to the Armor Alliance. In the command room, Jinmei quickly magnified the images transmitted from the satellite manifold times, clearly revealing the nether demon rampaging through the city. Suddenly, she recalled that the shadow armor was in High City and hastily issued a command. "And Chanru, can you hear me? The nether demon has appeared in High City. Hurry and stop him. I will send Miaobei to assist you shortly." Then, Jinmei sent a support directive to the summoner of the Black Rhino armor, Miaobei. Miaobei, racing down the national road, glanced at the information displayed on the summoning device, his expression icy. A rotten orange is still a rotten orange. Even to deal with a single nether demon, they need my support. He already harbored considerable resentment towards Enchandru for usurping his position as captain. Furthermore, her absence from any Armor Alliance meetings over the past 3 years only deepened his discontent. Miaobei continued to speed, ignoring Jinmei's directive. Chapter 8. Disruption of Intimacy. Nighttime had always been an opportune moment. "Darling, do I look beautiful?" In the marital chamber, Enchandru stood beside Gu Tian. Adorned in a red qipao, black silk tightly embracing her snow-white thighs. Under the dim light, she appeared irresistibly alluring. Gu Tian wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, nodding fervently. Enchandru shyly smiled and leapt into his embrace. "Darling, as per our usual arrangement, you go down, I go up." Feeling the softness in his arms, Gu Tian kissed her lips, his hand trailing down to Enchandru's delicate leg, gradually tearing the black silk. "I shall heed my wife's wishes. By the way, dear, where did you acquire this black silk? I recall you didn't buy any." Enchandru entwined her jade arm around Gu Tian's neck, her red lips parting as she softly breathed. "Darling, don't mind the details." Gu Tian sensed something amiss but couldn't quite put his finger on it. "Never mind," he decided. "As my wife said, don't dwell on the details." Gu Tian bent down, lifting Enchandru in a princess carry and gently placing her on the bed. Wife, here comes your husband. Let us indulge in some intimacy." Gu Tian excitedly removed his shirt, preparing to initiate the next phase of their rendezvous. Suddenly, a blaze streaked past the window, illuminating the night sky, followed by a seismic tremor. The entire clinic shook violently, nearly toppling Gu Tian and Enchandru from the bed. This unexpected crisis interrupted their activities. A single word flashed through their minds: "Damn." How could such a thing happen? Gu Tian and Chandru exchanged glances filled with murderous intent, wondering who dared to spoil their moment. Furious, Gu Tian stormed to the window, flinging it open to witness the panicked crowd below. My goodness, it's the nether demon. Run, call the police. Are you out of your mind? Calling the police only leads to death. We need to summon the armor warriors. Baloo stood at the rear of the crowd, continuously hurling fireballs towards the densely packed masses, the heavy sounds echoing in succession. He watched as humans were charred, his mouth curling into a wicked grin. Lowly earthlings, where do you think you can escape to? Shadow armor, why don't you reveal yourself? Gu Tian recognized this nether demon. He had seen it in the original story, brash in the beginning, only to be crushed by the Shura armor later. Observing the horrific scene unfolding on the street, he grasped Shangru's jade hand and rushed downstairs. Wife, we must leave. The clinic is too close to the nether demon. It's dangerous. And Shangru followed closely behind Gu Tian, her expression apologetic as she struck the back of his neck with her jade hand. Gu Tian immediately felt the world spin, darkness enveloping him, and with a startled exclamation, he toppled backward. And Shangru swiftly caught him. Forgive me, darling, she whispered softly. I am the summoner of the shadow armor. Defeating the nether demon is my mission. I must trouble you for now. Once this is over, you can do whatever you wish with me. And Shangru produced the shadow summoner, glancing at the command from Jinmei, and sighed gently. With a brilliant flash of light, and Shangru completed her transformation. Her form became agile, swiftly transporting Gu Tian to safety before turning to head towards the direction of the nether demon. A few seconds after Shangru departed, Gu Tian rubbed his neck, opening his eyes. Luckily, he had strengthened his physique beforehand. Otherwise, he might have truly been knocked out. In truth, Gu Tian had intentionally placed himself at the forefront. If he hadn't, his wife would have been unable to transform. However, what did that last sentence from her mean? A mischievous smile crept onto Gu Tian's face, pondering if it was as he imagined. If that is the case, he would take out his long-preserved attire. Gu Tian summoned the Xingtian armor transformation device, completing his metamorphosis, and hastened towards the direction of the Yume demon. Just to be cautious, he felt the need to investigate. With a whoosh, the sound of slicing through the air echoed. And Shangru, leveraging the incredible speed of the Feying armor, raised her fist as large as a sandbag and struck Baloo squarely in the face. Baloo, in the midst of breathing fire, was entirely unprepared and was sent reeling, crashing into a nearby abandoned building. He rose to his feet, letting out a furious roar. Damn it, lowly earth insect. How dare you resort to a sneak attack, lacking any sense of martial ethics. However, upon seeing the figure clad in Feying armor, his excitement surged. Feying armor, you have finally appeared. Will you willingly hand over the armor summoning device, or shall I shatter you? Baloo boasted arrogantly, and Shangru's gaze was icy, filled with murderous intent. Had such an incident not occurred, she would have been discussing life with her husband, but now, everything was ruined. And Shangru deftly drew a card from her waist summoning card box, revealing a card radiating a ghostly blue light. She skillfully inserted the card into the summoning device. In an instant, a brilliant blue light erupted from the device. Swift Shadow Blade, a crisp voice announced, and a long blade, alternating in blue and white, materialized in Shangru's hand. The blade was elongated, boasting sleek lines, its sharp tip gleaming ominously under the moonlight. Summoning the Swift Shadow Blade is futile. You lowly earth insects can never unleash the true power of the armor. Baloo raised his bloodthirsty blade high and swung it violently towards Shangru. She sidestepped, and the bloodthirsty blade struck the concrete ground, cleaving a fissure over a kilometer long. It seemed as though it could split the entire city in two. Seizing the moment, and Shangru aimed the Swift Shadow Blade at Baloo's neck. Baloo immediately pivoted the direction of the bloodthirsty blade. A loud clang resonated. The bloodthirsty blade collided with the Swift Shadow Blade, sending a powerful shockwave rippling outward, the sound of their clash echoing long after. And Shangru concentrated the armor's power into her left leg, delivering a fierce kick to Baloo's abdomen. He felt an overwhelming force strike him, causing his muscles to convulse violently. Ugh! Baloo was propelled backward, landing several meters away, barely able to stop himself, kneeling on the ground while rubbing his aching chest. Again, I was careless that time and didn't evade. This time, Baloo no longer underestimated the Feying armor, channeling all his strength. You are nothing but a paper tiger. And Shangru taunted, let me demonstrate what true Feying armor is. She leapt into the air, landing behind Baloo. Lightning shadow flying kick. and Changru charged her legs with energy and leaped into the air, delivering a powerful double kick to Balu's chest. Sensing imminent danger, Balu quickly turned and raised the bloodthirsty blade to shield his chest. A hissing sound erupted. A multitude of sparks flew as the feying armor's furious energy surged into his body, and Balu let out a wail. He was forced to the ground by Shangru's onslaught, the bloodthirsty blade lost from his grasp. Gasping for breath, Balu looked incredulously at the feying armor. How could this be? A mere earthling can unleash such power from the feying armor, even compared to the peak strength of the 3 captains of the Yume squad. It is hardly lacking, and Changru firmly pinned the Yume demon beneath her foot, utterly indifferent to its pain groans. In your next life, remember to be cautious, and Changru coldly stated, exuding an aura of lethal intent as she concentrated her power in her left leg, preparing to crush Balu. With her current strength, barring exceptional circumstances, she need not resort to using the Feying's ultimate move. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From atop a skyscraper, the bull demon let out a low roar and hurled a sharp axe with tremendous force. Thud. The axe struck in Shangru's back with precision, the immense impact causing her to let out a muffled grunt, racked with pain. And Shangru's body began to tilt, her strength faltering. Sensing an opportunity, Balu seized the moment, exerting all his might to break free from Shangru's grasp, channeling power into his right fist and delivering a powerful blow to her chest. And Changru, caught off guard, was struck squarely, and in an instant, sparks erupted from the front of the feying armor. Her body crashed heavily against a nearby car, utterly demolishing it. Chapter 9. My wife can only be hit by me, Balu. Is this all the strength you possess? You frequently insult others as beasts, but it appears you are hardly formidable yourself. The ugly general swaggered onto the road, accompanied by the bull demon and the grasshopper beast, casually placing his hands in his pockets while launching personal attacks at Balu. Beneath the mask, the ugly general's smile seemed to stretch almost to his ears. After this battle, he had discerned Balu's true strength, which was only slightly superior to that of the previous wolf beast, diminishing his fear significantly. Upon hearing the ugly general's derision, Balu was filled with murderous intent. Had it not been for his incomplete recovery of true strength, how could he have been defeated by the feying armor? 1,000 years ago, he had single-handedly seized hundreds of energy crystals from planets across the galaxy. His power was unparalleled, his combat skills exceptional. Balu forced himself to calm down. Now was not the time for quarrels, as he had yet to complete the task assigned by General Lu to seize the feying armor summoning device. And Changru, using the swift shadow blade for support, rose once more from the rubble. Beneath the armor, her pale face was evident, revealing signs of weakness. She was clearly gravely injured. Gu Tian, hidden in the shadows, witnessed this scene and erupted in furious curses. Damn it, shamelessly attacking from behind. Ding. The host woman has been struck. As a man, can you endure this? Please annihilate the enemy in the most brutal manner possible. Complete the task, and the host will receive 2 experience cards as a reward, with spirit and physique both at 10. If the host flees the battlefield, they will permanently lose the qualification to summon the Xingtian armor, and their member will shrink by 10 centimeters. Gu Tian snorted coldly. Even without the system's reminder, he was determined to obliterate the 4 ruffians before him. His wife could only be harmed by him. Anyone else would face his wrath. Gu Tian crushed the experience card he had obtained 2 days prior, and in an instant, an unprecedented power surged within him. His mastery of the armor reached an unparalleled level. Various armor skills flashed through his mind, and though he had never used them, they felt entirely familiar. Was this the power of 20 times his usual strength? In the Armor Alliance, Jinmei watched anxiously as the feying armor was struck and injured. Sister Jinmei, didn't you say Miaobei was on his way to provide support? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Xiaobai paced back and forth, filled with urgency. Jinmei took out her phone, intending to inquire how long it would take for Miaobei to reach Haiqing. Hello, Miaobei, where are you now? Miaobei, one hand gripping the steering wheel and the other answering the call, glanced at the empty national highway before replying. Sorry, I haven't set off yet. There's a traffic jam here, and I can't get out. Xiaobai, hearing this, erupted in fury, snatching the phone from Jinmei's hand and shouting, Miaobei. What do you mean by that? Just because there's a traffic jam, you can't go to provide support? Are you seeking revenge because my sister took your position as the captain of the armor team? Miaobei chuckled lightly. Xiaobai, although you are young, you are a university student. Do not stoop to petty thoughts against someone of noble character. Furthermore, what if I transform on the national highway and others see me? If my identity were to be exposed, I would undoubtedly find myself in peril. Xiaobai wished to retort, but was met only with the incessant beeping of the phone. Frustrated, she slammed the device onto the ground, her chest heaving with anger. A glimmer of cold resolve flashed in her eyes. If anything were to happen to her sister, she would not spare Miao Bei. Furthermore, he had better truly be stuck in traffic. Zhen Mei rose from her chair, gently patting Xiao Bai's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Miao Bei is just that kind of person. Try not to take it to heart. I've already informed Duan Muyin to head to Haiqing. He possesses a multitude of summoning devices, so he should arrive swiftly. In her anger, Xiao Bai kicked the nearby table, lamenting that if it weren't for the satellite transmission issues with the Armor Alliance, she would have already been there. Zhen Mei returned to her seat, her gaze fixed on the images transmitted from the satellite. Suddenly, a start of surprise coursed through her, prompting her to exclaim, Xiao Bai, something's happening. The final set of armor from the three armors of heaven, earth, and man has appeared. Zhen Mei's mouth fell agape in disbelief. The armor they had searched for so long had revealed itself so effortlessly. Among the three armors, the Xingtian armor was renowned for its strength, a most fortuitous development for the Armor Alliance, greatly enhancing their power. Xiao Bai was equally astonished. This was her first glimpse of the Xingtian armor, and it was indeed as described in the ancient texts, impressive and formidable. Is it aligned with justice or with evil? Xiao Bai furrowed her brow, her concern palpable. If it leaned towards evil, her sister would be in dire straits, likely unable to endure until Duan Muyin arrived. It must be on the side of justice, Zhen Mei asserted. The summoning of the three armors requires a contract to be signed by the summoner, and those bound by such a contract would surely not ally with malevolence. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the Xingtian armor, the resentment that had been building within Balu dissipated instantly. In his view, while the Feiying armor was formidable, its strength had waned considerably. As for the Xingtian armor, he believed its power could not be too great. Not every earthling could be so extraordinarily capable. The appearance of a summoner as powerful as the one wielding the Feiying armor had already exceeded everyone's expectations. It seemed that today was Balu's lucky day. Having acquired 2 sets of armor in an instant, who knows, perhaps General Liu Fa would reward him with a set out of sheer delight. Gripping the bloodthirsty blade with one hand, Balu envisioned himself in the glorious moment of summoning the armor. And Changro approached Gu Tian, stating, I will take the offensive while you defend. I possess over 99% certainty that I can eliminate them. And Changro was grateful for the arrival of the Xingtian armor, but did not believe it to be inherently stronger than herself. After all, she had been chosen by the Feiying armor at the tender age of 10 to cultivate the formidable willpower required to summon armor. She had diligently adhered to the training regimen prescribed by the Armor Alliance, enhancing herself in every aspect to minimize any weaknesses. Now, after 15 years, she was confident that no armor could best her in a fair duel. However, the next moment, the Xingtian armor's response took her by surprise. Rest easy and recuperate. I will handle these 3 insects. I will eliminate them in less than 10 minutes. Gu Tian's voice, processed to sound deeper, echoed with confidence. Upon hearing this, and Changro's regard for the Xingtian armor diminished significantly. Such arrogance was unwarranted. Even at her peak, she would never have claimed to dispatch them in 10 minutes. Gu Tian sensed the shift in Changro's demeanor, but refrained from commenting further. He was determined to showcase the true might of his 20-fold battle power. Stepping forward, he pointed at the beasts with a look of disdain and asked, which of you dares to come first? This time, Balu learned from experience, opting not to charge in recklessly. Instead, he turned to the grotesque general and remarked, I'll let you take the first shot. Have your 2 lackeys go. The grotesque general did not respond outright, but rather inquired with a smirk, since it's my turn to strike first. The summoning device for the Xingtian armor must belong to me. Balu felt the general was becoming overly presumptuous, yet the thought of seizing it later eased his mind. I agree. The summoning device for the Xingtian armor is yours, while the one for the Feiying armor belongs to me. The grotesque general's lips curled into a slight smile as he waved his hand, commanding the Mo beast and the grasshopper beast, go. Retrieve the summoning device for the Xingtian armor. The Mo beast and the grasshopper beast exchanged glances, each brandishing an axe and a large sword as they charged at Gu Tian. Unfazed, Gu Tian raised his left arm, using his white forearm guard to block the Mo beast's axe. As for the grasshopper beast, he was uninterested in defending. He wanted to see for himself if the attack would inflict any pain. The grasshopper beast's sword struck Gu Tian's chest, causing sparks to fly. Is that all you've got? Gu Tian abandoned his defense against the Mo beast, whose axe struck his shoulder, also generating a shower of sparks. Yet, it failed to breach Gu Tian's defenses. However, this spectacle delighted the grotesque general. Damn it, I thought you had some strength, but you're just a weakling who can't even utilize defensive capabilities. Baloo, on the other hand, was dismayed, regretting not stepping in himself, realizing that opportunities for grandstanding were few. It seems your strength is rather lacking. Now, it is my turn. Gu Tian extended his right hand and delivered a powerful punch to the left side grasshopper beast. The blow shattered its bones, its shell fracturing and releasing a dark liquid. The grasshopper beast let out a mournful cry, and with a swift kick, it spun through the air before collapsing to the ground like a lifeless dog. Moments later, the grasshopper beast exploded, reverting to its original form as a magic mark. With 2 strikes, Gu Tian had dispatched a beast of significant importance to Ingba. As for the Mo Nyo beast, Gu Tian was not inclined to allow it a swift demise. After all, it had harmed his wife, and he felt compelled to exact a fitting revenge. Gripping the axe, Gu Tian exerted force, shattering it into countless pieces. Following that, he delivered a powerful kick to the Mo Nyo beast's jaw, propelling it into the air. Gu Tian soared after it, landing a devastating punch to the Mo Nyo beast's abdomen. Boom! The Mo Nyo beast crashed down to the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. You struck my wife, and this is your retribution, Gu Tian proclaimed, unleashing his full strength as he stomped repeatedly on the Mo Nyo beast's chest. The Mo Nyo beast emitted agonized bellowing sounds, and in an instant, Gu Tian had crushed nearly half of its head beneath his foot. Who gave you permission to scream? Do you possess no sense of courtesy? Chapter 10. When did these insects gain the audacity to interject? Ceiling? Do not even think about it. Having injured his wife, there was no way he would allow the Mo Nyo beast to escape such a fate. He intended to beat it to death, just as the Mo Nyo beast had done to the crocodile beast in the television series. Gu Tian seized the 2 horns atop the Mo Nyo beast's head, his muscles tensing as he unleashed an astonishing force, hurling the beast against a nearby pillar. A tremendous crash reverberated, shaking the very air around them. As the Mo Nyo beast's spine shattered upon impact, its massive form collapsing like a puddle of mud, struggling in agony. Yet Gu Tian did not relent. He hoisted the Mo Nyo beast high and slammed it into the ground. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 4 strikes, each impact carved deep craters into the earth. And the Mo Nyo beast's body gradually broke apart, its dark blood splattering in all directions, creating a scene both gruesome and awe-inspiring. Ultimately, Gu Tian summoned all his strength, tearing the barely alive Mo Nyo beast in 2. Mo Nyo beast, grasshopper beast. The grotesque warrior cried out in distress, perplexed by the sudden turn of events. Just moments ago, he held the advantage in a 2-on-1 confrontation, yet in the blink of an eye, the tables had turned against him. One of the 2 extraordinary beasts he had summoned lay shattered, reverting to its magical form, while the other met a far grimmer fate, its body torn asunder, oozing black blood from the gaping wound. Was this truly the valiant armored warrior, or had a living demon emerged from the depths of some forsaken ravine? Gu Tian discarded the carcass of the demon bull beast aside, twisting his neck with a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing his face. Was it so fragile? He had scarcely completed his warm-up and had yet to indulge in the thrill of combat. Turning his gaze upon the grotesque warrior and Baloo, he noted the latter's discomfort as the imposing figure of Xingtian armor fixed its stare upon him, causing a chill to surge through his spine. Alarmed, the grotesque warrior hastily released a cloud of black smoke, and as it dissipated, his silhouette vanished without a trace. Damn it, weren't we allies? Why did you flee alone? Baloo cursed vehemently. How treacherous. If anyone should escape, it ought to be me. He crouched low, preparing to utilize his earth-shifting technique to make his escape. However, Gu Tian swiftly employed a technique to switch places, appearing directly in front of Baloo, delivering a powerful blow. Do you think you can flee? Gu Tian had allowed the grotesque warrior to seize the opportunity to escape due to his momentary distraction. A resounding crack echoed as an overwhelming force struck Baloo's head, leaving him dizzy and on the brink of unconsciousness. This force surpassed even the peak strength of the 3 captains of the Nether Army. Baloo was sent hurtling backward. His head caved in, crashing through one towering building after another like a cannonball, before finally plummeting to the ground. He landed heavily, clutching his bleeding head, gasping for breath, bewildered by the state of the world around him. After a millennium of slumber, how had so many monsters emerged? First, a flying shadow armor, and now, an even more formidable Xingtian armor. Attempting to move, he was met with excruciating pain, a sensation that even a seasoned warrior like him could barely endure. Gu Tian approached Baloo, stepping down with force, eliciting cries of agony from him. In this life-or-death moment, Baloo spat out a venomous threat, gritting his teeth. Do not revel too long in your triumph. Once General Lu Fa is resurrected, he will exact vengeance upon you, shattering your armor and tormenting you piece by piece. Even if you kill me now, my genetic code will remain. General Lu Fa will surely revive me again. You cannot kill me. Gu Tian replied in a tone devoid of emotion. I await the arrival of that old scoundrel Lu Fa. He added mockingly. And since when did insects dare to interject? With that, he concentrated the power of the Xingtian armor into his foot and stomped down hard. Baloo barely had time to scream before he was reduced to a fragment of genetic code, shimmering with a blue glow, floating in the air, reminiscent of a magical cube. Gu Tian grasped the genetic code, twisting it in his hand. When it resisted, he exerted his strength, crushing it like a candy and letting the remnants fall to the ground like refuse. Revive? I've crushed your genetic code, even if Lu Fa himself arrives. It will be futile. Behind Gu Tian, and Shangri's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed his swift dispatching of the three beasts. Astonished by his prowess, she marveled at how such an extraordinary individual could exist in Longwa, achieving victory through sheer brute strength without even utilizing the techniques of the armor. Moments ago, she had underestimated him, considering him an arrogant braggart. It turned out, the fool was none other than herself. Gazing at the remains of the demon bull beast and the scattered fragments of genetic code, she felt a newfound clarity. It was evident that defeating extraordinary beasts need not adhere to traditional methods, and the genetic code of the nether demons could indeed be crushed. How had he conceived such ideas? It was utterly ludicrous. And Chandra retracted her flying shadow blade and approached Gu Tian, bowing deeply. Senior, I must apologize for my earlier disrespect. Please forgive my ignorance. Gu Tian, taken aback, thought it amusing that summoning a single armor and vanquishing a few creatures had elevated him to the status of senior. It was rather premature. However, the prospect of impressing his wife was undeniably thrilling. Standing tall with his hands clasped behind his back, Gu Tian gazed at the moon and declared, There is no need for such formality. You were merely concerned for my safety. Hearing that Gu Tian bore no grudge for her earlier rudeness brought relief to Enchangru. Thankfully, this senior was not small-minded like that Miobi, who looked down on others. Noticing the floating grasshopper beast's magic seal, she reached out to collect it. But Gu Tian swiftly intervened, grasping the seal in his palm. With a slight exertion, he crushed it into a mass of shreds before discarding it into a nearby toilet. Crushing it suffices, there is no need to hoard it, wasting manpower and resources. By the way, Senior, I wish to invite you to join the Armor Alliance. What do you think? Enchangru proposed. Gu Tian felt tempted. Joining the Armor Alliance would grant him numerous benefits, a significant elevation in status and identity. Yet, after some thought, he quickly dismissed the idea, his intuition warning him that joining the alliance was unwise. He shook his head, stating, I am accustomed to freedom and detest the constraints of rules. Enchangru, somewhat anxious, urged, Senior, please reconsider. With your strength, you would undoubtedly be valued in the Armor Alliance, instantly gaining a vice captain position. If that isn't sufficient, I could even offer you the position of captain. The captaincy held immense power, with an annual salary exceeding $1 billion, and in extreme circumstances, the ability to mobilize 2/3 of the armors within the alliance. This was merely part of the privileges associated with the position. Gu Tian waved his hand, adhering to his intuition. No need to persuade me further. While the conditions are enticing, freedom is paramount. It is invaluable and cannot be purchased with any amount of money. With a sigh, Enchangru ceased her insistence. Like magic, she produced a card and handed it to Gu Tian. The card was simple, displaying only a string of numbers beginning with 000. Senior, should you reconsider, the Armor Alliance always welcomes your presence. Additionally, if you encounter any troublesome matters in life, feel free to contact me. Gu Tian accepted the card, recognizing that not joining the Armor Alliance did not preclude him from engaging with them. Furthermore, he was curious to see what other armor summoners existed in this world, especially the one who had been observing him intently. 100 meters away, Duan Muyin leaned against a tree, her gaze fixed on Gu Tian with intensity. Noting that Gu Tian had noticed her, she approached confidently. As the Teola duo armor drew closer, Gu Tian couldn't help but reveal a hint of intrigue in his eyes. With each step she took, he sensed the air around him accelerating, a sensation that would have felt like 1,000 cuts to an ordinary person. Indeed, Her mastery over the winds was unparalleled, and the aura of lethality surrounding her indicated she had surely faced many a beast in battle. Gu Tian halted 5 meters away from Gu Tian, casting a glance towards NCHU, and inquired, "Captain, are you unscathed? I was dispatched by the Alliance to assist you. Upon my arrival, I observed that Xing Tian's armor had gained the upper hand, hence I refrained from intervening. Why are you the one here? I recall the Alliance stating that I would come to my aid." NCHU retorted. "He is caught in traffic and cannot make it," Gu Tian succinctly replied. NCHU scoffed. Mi's excuse is truly lacking in sophistication. It seems she has been absent from the Armor Alliance for too long, allowing some to become rather arrogant. Shifting his gaze to Gu Tian, Gu Tian introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gu Tian, a dual summoner of the Tian Du and NW armor." He then licked his lips and approvingly stated, "You are formidable. Would you care to exchange a few moves with me?" Gu Tian had always been a battle enthusiast since he became a summoner. He had vanquished at least a dozen monsters, earning the second rank among the 12 sets of armor in the entire alliance. Upon hearing of Gu Tian's challenge, a subtle smile graced Gu Tian's lips. "You just witnessed my combat performance. Are you sure you wish to face me?" Gu Tian candidly admitted. "I acknowledge that I am not your equal at this moment, but I wish to gauge the extent of our disparity. Only by battling the strong can one grow more swiftly." "Very well, I accept your challenge, but let us keep it light," Gu Tian responded favorably, having a good impression of him. "Splendid," Gu Tian exclaimed, assuming a combat stance, enveloped in a vibrant aura of wind elemental energy. The gust swirled around him, distorting his words. "To have Captain N personally deliver a business card, I shall ascertain your true weight." NCHU did not impede them. Rather, she stepped back, granting them ample space to engage. She too was curious to see how long Gu Tian could endure against Gu Tian. Based on her understanding of Gu Tian, he should be able to hold his ground for at least 50 exchanges. Gu Tian also assumed a combat stance, refusing to underestimate Gu Tian despite his 20-fold combat strength. While he outclassed him in sheer power, he knew he could not rival his adeptness in utilizing armor. He had only acquired the Xing Tian summoner just 3 days prior, while Gu Tian had been summoning armor for at least 3 years. Some experiences simply cannot be compensated for with a trial card. Should he lose due to negligence, he would be left utterly humiliated. A glint of determination shone in Gu Tian's eyes, although he had just conceded that he could not match the Xing Tian armor in strength. He believed that other factors such as speed and endurance could also determine the outcome of their confrontation. The Tian Du, after all, was renowned for its superlative speed. As an ancient saying from the Dragon Kingdom goes, in all martial arts, speed is invincible. Without further ado, Gu Tian summoned the power of the wind element, enveloping himself in it. A flash of green light accompanied by a sharp sound signified his disappearance from sight. Unseen strike. Whirlwind kick. In an instant, Gu Tian appeared behind Gu Tian, leaping into the air and channeling the wind element into his leg, launching a swift kick at Gu Tian. "Well done." Gu Tian reacted swiftly, turning around and raising his left arm to intercept Gu Tian's kick. Seizing the momentum, Gu Tian spun his body, delivering a heavy punch to Gu Tian's chest before he could fully respond. Crack! Gu Tian staggered back a few steps, feeling a slight pain in his chest. "Damn it, isn't the Tian Du supposed to be a speed-based armor? Why does its strength feel so substantial?" He recalled that even the combined assault of the magic bull and grasshopper beasts had not caused him any discomfort. As he gently rubbed his chest, Gu Tian suddenly realized that even if he had not assisted NCHU with those 3 monsters, she would still have had the capability to defeat them alone. For Gu Tian's strength was not yet on par with NCHU, yet he had managed to push him back. Perhaps NCHU referred to him as senior solely due to his initial appearance and remarkable combat strength, coupled with his ability to shatter the magical seal and genetic code, leading to her momentary astonishment. Gu Tian landed gracefully, gazing at Gu Tian with a soft smile and remarked, "My strength is commendable, wouldn't you agree?" Gu Tian nodded, candidly admitting, "You are indeed strong. Despite my preemptive defenses, I still suffered some setbacks." Suddenly, Gu Tian's tone shifted. "However, the speed of the Xing Tian armor is no slouch." Shadow shift. A crimson light flickered in Gu Tian's eyes, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Gu Tian. Gu Tian unleashed a punch. Although Gu Tian attempted to evade with all his might, he was still struck on the shoulder. Du Nmyn was sent flying, crashing into several Audi cars, an explosion of flames erupting around him. He rose to his feet, feeling as though the bones in his shoulder were about to shatter. The speed of the Xing Tian armor is not inferior. Since that is the case, let me change my tactics. Flames of the NW. Du Nmyn removed the green energy key from his summoner and inserted the red energy key to transform. A flash of red light revealed a suit of fiery armor, its head resembling blazing flames, its eyes aglow with blue light, and its body adorned with sturdy lines. The chest plate flickering like a raging inferno. From a distance, Gu Tian could feel the rising temperature in the air, waves of heat crashing over him in relentless succession. Du Nmyn intended to compete in offensive power, hoping for a turnaround. It's so hot. Gu Tian couldn't help but exclaim, feeling as if he were immersed in molten magma buried deep within the earth. Upon hearing Gu Tian's comment, Du Nmyn's thoughts erupted with 1,000 expletives. How could something so clearly described as heat be misrepresented by you? Magma fist. Du Nmyn concentrated his strength and unleashed a punch. Here it comes. Xing Tian palm. Gu Tian charged forward, engaging Du Nmyn in combat, their fists colliding and sending golden sparks flying. After exchanging over 30 blows, Du Nmyn began to show signs of fatigue, his hands growing numb. Each collision sent a jarring shockwave through his body. He gritted his teeth and persevered. At last, during their exchange, Du Nmyn revealed a flaw. Gu Tian, keenly perceptive, seized the moment, grasping Du Nmyn's arm and executing a shoulder throw. Du Nmyn's body crashed against the ground, creating a spider web of cracks beneath him. As he stood, Gu Tian followed up with a kick, sending Du Nmyn crashing into a wall. Cough, cough, cough. Du Nmyn extricated himself from the wall, coughing several times. The impact had caused his summoner to detach from his waist, forcing him to relinquish his armor. Du Nmyn was dressed simply. A basic shirt paired with jeans and athletic shoes. He waved his hand, squatting on the ground, and conceded, I yield. I yield. Today has been a severe blow. I lack the speed, strength, and offensive power to compete. Yet he did not lose hope. Though there was a gap, he was determined to close it. Dusting himself off, he stood up. You are formidable, but do not rejoice too soon. One day, I shall defeat you. Gu Tian nodded, boldly proclaiming, I await that day. Sensing the imminent conclusion of his trial card's duration, Gu Tian launched himself into the air, soaring away from the towering buildings. Once Gu Tian departed, Du Nmyn approached NCHing and inquired, What do you think? What tier does his true strength reside in? NCHing slightly lifted her head, shattering a fallen leaf into fragments, and replied, If I were to engage him in a life-and-death duel at our peak states, it is highly probable that I would perish while he would be gravely wounded. Duanyin gently rubbed his temples, pondering the unexpected emergence of this individual, whose presence had previously gone unnoticed. Reflecting on the battle, a look of confusion crossed his face. Captain, during our confrontation, I realized he was unfamiliar with the armor, as if he had just acquired it. Yet, his strength is astonishingly formidable, rendering me powerless against him. This contradiction is perplexing, akin to a kindergarten student gaining admission to Tsinghua University. In summary, it feels as though he possesses some sort of cheat. And Changru, hearing Duanyin's concerns, nodded in agreement. I share your sentiment. Despite his unfamiliarity with the armor, his prowess is undeniable. Just as she was about to elaborate further, she recalled her husband was still on the hillside, enjoying the cool breeze, and her expression shifted dramatically. Oh no, he must not catch a cold. Duanyin, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. With that, and Changru hurriedly departed, leaving Duanyin bewildered. She's leaving just like that? I still have matters to report. Sighing deeply, Duanyin summoned the flames of Navarre once more, feeling quite displeased this evening. Half an hour later, in the neighboring Tianjin city, Navarre exclaimed, I will crush you, as his eyes blazed crimson. Curse you. Duanyin retaliated with a swift flying kick, sending Ox's crashing into the wall. He then seized one of Ox's legs, mercilessly slamming it down onto the ground. Chapter 13. Return to the Armor Alliance Sting. Congratulations, host, for exceeding the task requirements. Rewards have been issued. Please check your status. Gu Tian returned to the hillside, lying down as he opened his character panel. Age, 25 years armor. Xingtian armor wife, and Chanru, summoner of Feiying armor. Willpower, 34, max level 100. Combat skills, none physique, 65, max level 100. Bloodline. Ordinary overall evaluation. Exceptional Everything has increased. I am no longer partially disabled. With the rise of his physique and willpower, Gu Tian noticed remarkable changes within himself. His previously sluggish mind had become much clearer, and his stamina had significantly improved. He felt capable of running 1 or 2 kilometers without much trouble. Of course, this was not Gu Tian's primary concern. What truly occupied his thoughts was the more intimate aspect of being a man. Now that my physique has improved so much, if my wife were to feed me a nourishing tonic, I would certainly have to playfully scold her. A fragrant breeze wafted by as Enchangru appeared beside Gu Tian, observing him with his eyes closed and quietly releasing a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, my husband hasn't awakened. She extended her arms, lifting Gu Tian and directing him toward the clinic. Upon returning to the clinic, Enchangru laid Gu Tian gently on the bed, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. She extended her delicate hand, shedding her clothing, revealing her alluring figure to the air. Licking her luscious lips, she pressed her entire enticing body against Gu Tian's. She cupped his face and planted a passionate kiss on his lips. Darling, let us partake in some unfinished business. Enchangru, censored scene, darling. How did I end up here? Aren't there monsters? Shoo, you were dreaming. There are no monsters. Everything is fine. Enchangru's delicate face flushed as she breathed softly, her fair skin appearing enticing under the light. She pulled the blanket from the bedside and covered both of them. The battle continued, and the bed became increasingly disheveled. Darling, let us explore something different. What do you mean by that? Gu Tian inquired, and Enchangru's eyes sparkled with excitement as a playful expression emerged. Leaning close to Gu Tian's ear, she whispered in a soft, alluring voice, Darling, let us indulge in a dance beneath the moonlight. Upon hearing these words, Gu Tian felt an intense heat consume him, his lips parched. In just a few brief sentences, his imagination was set ablaze. Just to clarify, it wasn't me who initiated this. My wife brought it up first. With a nod, Gu Tian replied, Very well, I too wish to experience this. 2 days and nights later, Enchangru emerged from the bed, clad in a white garment with her hair styled into twin ponytails. Humming cheerfully as she bounced toward the kitchen, her face radiating satisfaction. Upon entering the kitchen, Enchangru began preparing a nourishing tonic for her husband. Cough, cough. Gu Tian, lying in bed, appeared pale and clutched his chest, coughing softly. He longed to rise, but felt utterly drained, as if his very essence had been siphoned away. Indeed, a newlywed woman can be as fierce as a tiger. He had presumed that with his physique reaching 65, he would be evenly matched with his wife. To his surprise, it was still a lopsided affair. 3 hours with my wife left me utterly spent. Minutes later, Enchangru entered with a bowl of grayish-white tonic, a radiant smile adorning her face. Darling, it's time for your medicine. Gu Tian inhaled deeply, sensing the potent ingredients were even more formidable than before. However, this time he complied, downing the tonic in one go. Enchangru sat beside him, gently caressing his face. This tender gesture startled Gu Tian, who quickly wrapped himself tightly in the blanket. Please, not again. Amused by her husband's adorable reaction, Enchangru toyed with her ponytails and said, Darling, I have some matters to attend to. I wish to visit my family. What do you think? What choice did Gu Tian have but to nod in agreement? If she lingered, his life would become unbearable. He needed time to recuperate. Seeing her husband acquiesce so quickly, Enchangru's face lit up with a charming smile. Do not worry, I shall return promptly with a surprise. She leaned down, placing a gentle kiss on Gu Tian's forehead, then donned her coat and departed the clinic. Once Enchangru had left, Gu Tian shakily rose from the bed. He dressed himself, trembling as he steadied his legs, yet his face betrayed his frailty. He strongly suspected that his wife had orchestrated this scenario to prevent him from straying during her absence. After Enchangru departed, her once vibrant and cheerful demeanor turned icy. A faint aura of menace cloaking her presence, chilling the air around her. She intended to return to the Armor Alliance to address some unruly individuals. It had been 3 years since her last visit, and she suspected some might have grown overly arrogant. She retrieved her summoning device and sent out a message. Simultaneously, every armor summoner received this notification, whether they were at a bar, dining, using the restroom, or enjoying a foot massage. They all mobilized towards the Armor Alliance. Chapter 14. The Demise of Shadow Overlord in the Shadow Realm. The Shadow Overlord reclined comfortably in his chair, crossing his legs and savoring a fine bottle of wine. Reveling in the moment, he felt elated, confident that his plan to deal with the feying armor was foolproof. Having deployed his last 2 trump cards, coupled with the assistance of the underworld demon, success was all but assured. Sometimes, success is that simple, the Shadow Overlord murmured. The mere thought of the grotesque figure presenting the feying armor summoning device before him elicited a wide grin that reached his ears. Although the contract stipulated that the summoning device would be taken by Baru as compensation, he thought, what does that matter? The contract can be torn asunder. With a dismissive scoff, he declared, I, the Shadow Overlord, am not bound by such agreements. Let Baru come to the Shadow Realm to confront me if he dares. Ingba raised his head and took a large swig of wine. At that moment, a sharp scream shattered the tranquil atmosphere. Chojiang hurriedly stumbled back into the Shadow Realm. And upon seeing Ingba, he didn't even take the time to speak properly before plopping down onto Ingba's lap, gripping Ingba's shoulders tightly while stammering, boss, boss, boss. Ingba, caught off guard, could not contain himself and erupted in a spray of wine from both his mouth and nose, leaving Chojiang's face smeared with a mixture of snot and alcohol. Get off me, Ingba roared, seizing Chojiang by the collar and, consumed with anger, tossed him off his lap. He slammed his hand on the armrest, his face darkening. This unwitting subordinate had ruined his perfectly good mood. Sooner or later, he would be fed to the anomalous beasts. Chojiang, have you completed the task I assigned you? Ingba forced down his rage and asked coldly. Chojiang fell to his knees, sobbing uncontrollably. My lord, it's all over. Everything is lost. Your two anomalous beasts are dead, not even a hair left. Upon hearing this, Ingba's face paled in shock. He rushed to Chojiang, gripping his collar and shouting, what do you mean, they're dead? How can both of my precious beasts be gone? Chojiang wiped his nose and, with a mournful expression, embellished the story. Boss, it was completely unexpected for all of us. We were clearly in the lead, but then the Xingtian armor appeared and turned the tide. It was brutal. The grasshopper beast was crushed underfoot, and the demon bull beast was roasted alive. It was horrific. Ingba's anger surged, nearly causing him to have a stroke. No, my two treasures are dead. What are you doing back here? Chojiang's cries grew more desperate, stammering, boss, I intended to perish with the Xingtian armor. But to relay its appearance back to you, I had to endure the pain of fleeing the battlefield. Watching my companions perish has torn my heart. Ingba sneered, extending his left hand and delivering a resounding slap to Chojiang's face, knocking him to the ground. You fool, don't think I don't know what you're really thinking. Just admit you're scared. Ingba kicked Chojiang viciously until he lay there convulsing, finally halting his assault. Taking a deep breath, he realized he needed to leave quickly. His worth had diminished, and the Realm King would not spare him. Without gathering his belongings, Ingba hastily made his way towards the cave entrance. As he reached the mouth of the cave, a chilling voice echoed, sending shivers down his spine. Boss, where do you think you're going? You're not trying to escape, are you? A man with graying hair, around 50 years old, stood blocking the entrance, accompanied by a massive, tentacled creature known as the demon silkworm beast. Ingba trembled in fear. How could he have arrived so quickly? Yet, he forced himself to maintain composure, stating, I just wanted to see the pear blossoms in my hometown. I wish to return for a look. The Realm King smirked cruelly. Very well, go take a look. He casually gestured with his mechanical arm, prompting the demon silkworm beast to charge towards Ingba. The beast opened its gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth and let out a triumphant roar as it lunged for Ingba's head. Terrified, Ingba stumbled back, realizing he was merely a mortal and could not withstand such monstrous foes. Unfortunately, retreat would not save him from a grim fate. Screams echoed within the cave, reverberating in waves. In the Imperial City, the Happy Hamburger restaurant was an unremarkable establishment on the street, yet secretly served as the headquarters for the Armor Alliance. And Changru, clad in a black coat, arrived at the entrance, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before pushing the door open. Since the restaurant was closed for the day, it was nearly deserted, and Changru hurried to the restroom, where a red light flashed on the door's sign, scanning her iris for identification. Identification successful. The restroom vanished, revealing a passageway glowing with blue light, and Changru strolled confidently inside, reaching the door at the end where she placed her right index finger on the scanner. Identification successful. The door opened to reveal a plethora of high-tech screens. This space had once been a research base dedicated to training for the 5-element armors. But as more armors were discovered, it was renamed the Armor Alliance to oversee all armor-related matters. Now, the facility had expanded significantly, bustling with researchers moving about in an orderly fashion. Hello, Commander. Have you eaten yet, Commander? Greetings flowed in as members of the Alliance acknowledged in Changru, who graciously returned their nods without any airs. She walked deeper into the Alliance headquarters until she finally paused at a door, opening it to find a dozen pairs of eyes fixed on her. Some were surprised, some delighted, and others envious. With an impassive expression, Chandru entered. Those present were the core members of the Armor Alliance. Tomorrow, I will release 2 chapters, not just one. Chapter 15. I suspect he has a system including Chandru. There were 11 individuals in the room. Wind Eagle Armor Summoner, Shandong. Earth Tiger Armor Summoner, Zhong Kuan. Black Rhino Armor Summoner, Miao Bei. Snow Mastiff Armor Summoner, Zhao Shi. Flying Shadow Armor Summoner, Chandru. Diamond Armor Summoner, Li Tianyu. Nava Armor and Dual Summoner, Duan Muyin. Howl of the Xena Nano Summoner, Stel Bai. Peak of Cool Thunder Summoner, Wang Gang. True Armor Summoner, Kuxing. And the Liaison for Armor Affairs, Jinmei. In the entire Armor Alliance, the commander was Chandru, with 2 vice commanders, Duan Muyin and Nan Xin. Ha ha ha, sister, you're back. And Xiaobai was the most exuberant among them. She leaped forward, her long legs encased in white stockings, resembling a lively octopus as she dove into Shangru's embrace. Why are you so excited? We only saw each other a few days ago, Shangru teased, tugging at Xiaobai's twin ponytails while discreetly glancing at her long legs and stockings. White stockings. They look good. My husband should like them. I'll borrow them sometime. Chandru extricated herself from Xiaobai's embrace and took a seat in the prominent chair within the room. Sipping from a cup of coffee on the table, she inquired, "Where is Nan Xin, the summoner of the Fire Dragon armor? Why isn't he here?" Jinmei was about to respond when Miao Bei interjected, playing with a nail clipper disdainfully. "Oh, him? Just like someone else, he is wasting his days away. Clearly the vice commander of the Armor Alliance. But he's busy playing his broken piano. He doesn't even show up for training. What a lack of organization and discipline." Li Tianyu, the Diamond Armor Summoner, immediately took offense, slamming his hand on the table and exclaiming, "Hey, Miao Bei, who are you talking about? Are you throwing shade at Commanderin? She has strength and doesn't he need to train like you, who can't even manage to be a vice commander. Miao Bei, you better watch your words." "Say that again and see what happens." Miao Bei's face turned ashen, his expression twisted in anger. He despised being reminded that he couldn't even attain the rank of vice commander, if it weren't for his poor performance years ago. Losing to Duan Muyin by a hair's breadth, he would be a vice commander now. Sooner or later, he would prove his strength to everyone. Fortunately, Duan Muyin couldn't hear Miao Bei's inner thoughts. Otherwise, she would have surely laughed out loud. The eloquent phrase "a move away from victory" merely conceals the reality of a decisive defeat. "I assert, what can you truly do to me?" Li Tianyu, unbothered by the unfolding drama, taunted casually. He is an ardent admirer of Chandru, a devoted fan and also a suitor. Stealing a glance at Chandru, his heart soared. The captain appeared even more enchanting than before, exuding an added aura of maturity that amplified her allure. His cheeks flushed, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Jinmei observed the tension between the two and gently rubbed her forehead, feeling a slight headache. Rising from her seat, she endeavored to mediate. Her heart ached, for she was tasked with notifying them of monster sightings while also managing the intricate relationships within the Alliance. Indeed, earning a salary of over $1 million a month was no simple feat, and Chandru finished her coffee, having returned with the intent to curtail Miao Bei's arrogance. However, she first needed to address pressing matters. "Let us not wait for Nanshin. We must discuss important matters. Jinmei, please activate the video." Jinmei nodded lightly and swiftly approached the large screen. Soon, a fierce battle scene unfolded before them, showcasing the Xingtian armor in combat against 3 formidable monsters. Inside the room, all eyes, save for Miao Bei's, were riveted on the screen. The armor exhibited astonishing defensive capabilities, withstanding assaults from 2 powerful alien beasts. In terms of defense, it could rival my Snow Mastiff armor. Zhao Shi gasped in awe. The Snow Mastiff armor is renowned for its superior defense, consistently ranking among the top 3. Its speed was equally remarkable, leaving ethereal afterimages in the air. This swiftness surpassed even that of the captain's flying shadow, and certainly, it eclipsed Shandong's Windhawk armor. Zhong Kuan intended to mention Chandru, but, considering her position as captain, opted for a more neutral comment. Shandong, arms crossed, shot a bemused glance at Zhong Kuan. "Are you not being polite?" he retorted. Zhong Kuan waved him off, his eyes conveying the sentiment. "Who asked you to be the weakest in the Armor Alliance?" Everyone knew of Shandong's defeat at the hands of the evil wolf beast. As the video continued, the crowd's composure shattered upon witnessing Duan Muyin being defeated twice in a row. Goodness, Xing Tian is so formidable that even Duan Muyin is no match for him. This Xing Tian armor is truly extraordinary, a testament to its extraterrestrial origins. It was known that Duan Muyin possessed 2 sets of armor, not only due to his esteemed father's reputation as a top-tier researcher, but also because of his remarkable strength and compatibility with each suit, exceeding 90. A popular saying circulated within the Armor Alliance regarding Duan Muyin: 1 against 1, absolute dominance; 1 against 2, guaranteed victory; 1 against 3, unperturbed; 1 against 4, complete triumph; 1 against 5, an advantage; 1 against 6, a tie. Yet, such a figure still fell short against the Xing Tian armor. What purpose does this video serve? Surely, it is not merely to admire the Xing Tian armor's prowess, Miaobei remarked with irritation, deeming it a waste of his time. And Shangru cast a glance at Miaobei and replied, "There are 2 purposes. First, I want you to be aware of this individual's existence, so that if you encounter him, you do not offend him. Secondly, I wish to discuss the battle between Xing Tian armor and Duan Muyin. I observed that he seemed unfamiliar with the armor's capabilities, yet demonstrated remarkable power. Have any of you experienced something similar when summoning your armor?" The group exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to believe her words. "Captain, are you certain you did not misjudge? It is universally accepted that the more adept one is with their armor, the more formidable their power. There cannot exist a person who is inexperienced with their armor, yet possesses great strength." Sitting to the left, Xiaobai tilted her head in contemplation, suddenly struck by inspiration. With a loud clap on the table, she startled everyone. "Sister, I believe I figured it out." Xiaobai, her pigtails bouncing, exuded confidence. "Do tell," and Shangru encouraged. "I think the wielder of the Xing Tian armor has awakened a system that assigns him tasks to combat monsters. His strength must be bolstered by this system." As Xiaobai spoke with increasing enthusiasm, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Oh, sister, why did you hit me?" She pouted, her fair hands shielding her head. A look of grievance etched on her face. And Shangru sighed, exasperated. "I've told you to read fewer time travel novels. You simply refuse to believe. Even dragging it into reality with your talk of systems. Are you going to claim he time traveled next?" Xiaobai's eyes widened with admiration. "Sister, you might be right. He could indeed be a time traveler, a soul crossing from a novel. I can't even," and Shangru exclaimed, exasperated by her sister's fanciful ideas. Miaobei watched the playful banter with a mocking smile. A system? Time travel? Even a dog wouldn't believe that. Internally, he harbored a bold notion. If he could defeat the Xing Tian armor and return with its summoner to the Armor Alliance, his status would undoubtedly soar. Perhaps, if he impressed the higher-ups, they might even appoint him as the chief commander. After all, in the Armor Alliance, promotions came easiest through merit. Miaobei's expression displayed eagerness. Unperturbed by Duan Muyin's defeat, he believed he had far surpassed his former rival. Noticing that he had escaped their attention, Miaobei discreetly departed from the Armor Alliance. He mounted his motorcycle and accelerated to 250 km/h, racing toward Haicheng. His instinct told him that the Xing Tian armor awaited him there. The vision of returning with the Xing Tian armor summoner to the Alliance brought an irrepressible smile to his face. Chapter 16. I want to marry the Xing Tian armor in Haicheng. Behind the city lay a dense forest. Xing Tian armor, merge. Gu Tian stood beneath a rushing waterfall, preparing to transform. With his wife absent, he seized the opportunity to familiarize himself with the armor. During his battle with Duan Muyin, Gu Tian realized his limited mastery over the armor, relying largely on its inherent capabilities to secure victory. Surrounded by wild beasts, he felt no concern of being discovered. As for any potential danger, it was unfounded. Even the mightiest creatures were merely carbon-based life forms, and Gu Tian had already ascended to a technological pinnacle. Veil of Heaven. Xing Tian Palm. Gu Tian moved swiftly, executing a powerful strike that sent waves soaring hundreds of meters high with each blow. Fire Execution Sword, he shouted, producing a card from his pouch and inserting it into the summoner. A sword materialized in his grasp, its elongated blade adorned with flame patterns, exuding a fierce and fiery aura. What a magnificent weapon! Gu Tian marveled at the intricate designs on the sword, feeling the potent energy contained within its form. It was indeed an extraordinary weapon befitting the Xing Tian armor's primary offensive capabilities. Gu Tian wielded his sword with great finesse. With each strike, he left a mark on the stone wall that extended 7 to 8 meters long. This was merely a demonstration of his restrained strength. If he unleashed his full potential, he could likely cleave a mountain in two. After familiarizing himself with the fire punishment sword, Gu Tian plunged it into the ground. Eager to attempt a technique that had only been utilized once by the Xingtian armor in the original storyline, he activated the 8-dimensional shift, channeling all his energy, causing a crimson glow to emanate from the surface of the armor. The principle behind the 8-dimensional shift involved first locking onto a target to strengthen one's will, then crossing his arms in front of his chest before extending them outward to guide his energy. The explosion of willpower distorted space, allowing him to instantaneously teleport from his current position to that of the target, facilitating swift evasions or assaults. At a distance of over 20 meters from Gu Tian, a duplicate of the Xingtian armor materialized, followed by a second and third. Upon reaching the fourth, Gu Tian was suddenly overwhelmed by a fierce wave of dizziness, his head feeling as heavy as if filled with lead. With a resounding crash, the 4 newly appeared sets of Xingtian armor dissipated entirely, and Gu Tian suffered a backlash, his head throbbing painfully, nearly causing him to tumble into the river. Furthermore, a profound sense of weakness enveloped him, rendering his legs trembling, his complexion pale, and dark circles forming around his eyes, a striking resemblance to symptoms of severe exhaustion. Enough practice for today. I'm calling it quits. Gu Tian gritted his teeth, supporting himself as he made his way back. His energy reserves were nearly depleted. The recent use of the 8-dimensional shift had nearly drained his willpower, making it a struggle to maintain the armor's form. Indeed, it was evident that such feats were not easily accomplished. "Ah, sister, take it easy. No more, or I'll be bruised." And Shangru eagerly pulled Xiao Bai into the nearest private chamber after the meeting, activating her ruthless mode. At that moment, Xiao Bai lay across Shangru's legs, enduring a series of sharp pains in her rear, unable to suppress her cries. Half an hour later, Xiao Bai, with her lips pursed, leaned against the wall, gently massaging her sore backside. She shot a look of both sorrow and dissatisfaction towards her sister, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she wore a woeful expression. Yet, she persisted, "Sister, I believe my theory holds merit. The summoner of the Xingtian armor is most likely a traveler from another world." And Chanru, seated in a chair, rubbed her forehead in exasperation. Her younger sister had completely lost her way. "Look, is that something a summoner of armor would say? Xiao Bai, how many times must I tell you to trust in science, not in the metaphysical?" Pouting, Xiao Bai retorted, "Isn't it often said that the end of science leads to the metaphysical? The Xingtian armor must have some sort of cheat. It's far too powerful otherwise." And Shangru massaged her temples, realizing her sister had been thoroughly brainwashed by time travel novels. She waved her hand dismissively, instructing Xiao Bai, "Return to your room and reflect on this. You are not permitted to leave without my command." "Humph, wicked sister." Xiao Bai shot back angrily, just as she intended to leave. And Shangru halted her with a command, "Leave the white stockings behind." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai felt even more aggrieved. First, her black stockings were taken, and now her white ones as well. "What's next? If I wear a maid outfit, will you want me to take that off too? You can flirt with brother-in-law, but you can't just keep teasing me." She was on the verge of breaking down. Xiao Bai reluctantly removed her white stockings and placed them on the table. She stormed out of the private chamber, clenching her fists, muttering to herself, "Sister, just wait. I will prove that the Xingtian armor belongs to a traveler. And when that happens, I will marry him, flaunting my prowess before you." As she turned a corner, she encountered Li Tianyu, who was holding a basket of steamed buns. He momentarily froze upon seeing Xiao Bai, but quickly recovered, greeting her with a broad smile. "Xiao Bai, would you like to have some buns?" Xiao Bai, still furious, regarded Li Tianyu with disdain. "Eat your big-headed ghost, you sycophant." Watching her retreating figure, Li Tianyu licked his lips, thinking, she truly is the sister of Enchangru. Her beauty is undeniable. But what was that she just said? Ghost? Never mind. I need to deliver these buns to my goddess, Enchangru. If she is pleased, perhaps she'll even compliment me or let me hold her hand. With this thought, his eyes gleamed with desire and ambition. He was determined to win Enchangru's affection. Disregarding Enchangru's instructions, Xiao Bai stealthily slipped out of the armor alliance, her long, fair legs striding confidently towards a pink motorcycle, setting off for Haiqing. She was determined to find the Xingtian armor and validate her beliefs. Charge forth, brave Xiao Bai. Fear not the challenges ahead. Xiao Bai, I request a day off tomorrow. Please forgive me. Also, thank you to my elder siblings for the gifts. I was so excited yesterday that I nearly took flight. Chapter 17. The appearance of Uxer, please. I beg you, give me my wages. My child urgently needs this money for survival. In a towering building in Haiqing, a man around 50 years old, dressed in tattered clothing with graying hair, knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded with a well-dressed overseer before him. The overseer, amused by Wang Yun's desperation, erupted in laughter, relishing the sight of these impoverished souls begging for alms. With a mocking glint in his eye, he said, "Bow your head. For each bow, I will return 1,000 yuan." Wang Yun cautiously raised his tear-streaked face to the overseer and asked, "You're not deceiving me, are you? Why ask so many questions? I've changed my mind. Now it's 500 per bow. Remember to bow hard." The overseer snapped impatiently. Fear gripped Wang Yun at this response. He quickly began to bow fervently, pleading, "I'll do it. I'll do it. Just please keep your promise." He rapidly pressed his forehead to the ground, the sound echoing in the silent room. The 50 bows were completed swiftly, and Wang Yun lifted his bloodied forehead, voice filled with hope. "My wages, ha. I was just fooling you. You fool. You believe everything I say. You truly are a dog." The overseer laughed heartily, mocking him. "You're not trustworthy." Wang Yun pointed accusingly at the overseer, trembling with rage. "Just a dog. What do you need wages for? I might as well give you dog food." The overseer lit a cigarette, crossing his legs, revealing his golden teeth with a disdainful sneer. "You bastard, give me my money." Wang Yun could no longer endure it. His eyes turned red, fist clenched, he lunged at the overseer. The bodyguards beside the overseer reacted swiftly, grabbing a wine bottle from the table and smashing it down on Wang Yun. With a loud crash, the bottle shattered, and Wang Yun was struck, blood gushing from his head as he collapsed, clutching his injury and groaning in agony. The overseer rose from his seat, delivering vicious kicks to Wang Yun's abdomen with his polished shoes. Wang Yun curled up, blood spilling from his mouth. "Daring to insult me? You must have a death wish. Even if I were to kill you today, what of it? I have money, I have power, and a multitude of friends. I could easily frame you for robbery, claiming self-defense." The overseer bellowed triumphantly. As Wang Yun absorbed the overseer's arrogant words, the last vestige of his sanity was consumed, and his eyes ignited with a bloodthirsty glimmer as he roared, "You forced my hand." Wang Yun unleashed a surge of unprecedented strength, sending the overseer flying. He rose from the ground, a strange black mist enveloping him. Wang Yun's body convulsed violently, contorting as his skin hardened at a visible pace, revealing dark blue-black patterns. His bones emitted a nauseating crunching sound while his body uncontrollably expanded and deformed, sharp fangs piercing his lips, and his nails transforming into razor-sharp claws. In mere seconds, Wang Yun morphed into a monstrous creature, adorned with spikes and enveloped in darkness. The overseer, gathering his wits, turned to Wang Yun with a gasp. Realizing the dreadful truth, he had become an Oxar. The Oxar, a mutation of a self-aware, extraterrestrial, aggressive virus, had the ability to merge with the biological entities of planets, creating new species. This virus spread through the air, possessed mutation capabilities, and favored individuals with strong violent genes or tendencies, often becoming their target for possession and transformation. "Get out of here. I'll hold him off." The bodyguard, fueled by an unknown courage, grabbed a red wine bottle from the table and charged at the Oxar. "Kill." The Oxar unleashed a piercing roar, striking the bodyguard with a fist, reducing him to a puddle of flesh. The bodyguard was dead beyond any recovery. The Oxar then turned towards the trembling overseer, advancing step by step. "Don't come any closer. I'll pay you. 1,000,000. No, 10,000,000. Please, don't kill me. I promise I won't delay your salary again." The overseer, in a state of terror, collapsed to the ground, a yellow liquid seeping from between his legs. At this moment, Wang Yun's rationality had been completely consumed by violence, rendering him impervious to the overseer's pleas. He extended his hand, pressing it against the overseer's head, and, amidst his agonizing screams, gradually crushed his skull. After slaying the overseer, the Oxar did not depart. Instead, it charged into the building, wreaking havoc among the staff inside. Its instincts informed it that those present were no good people. In a hidden corner of the high-rise, a man clad in a coat, wearing a black hat and sunglasses, leaned against the window. One hand grasped a bowl of braised beef noodles while the other held a gigantic lollipop, quietly observing the Oxar's rampage. In his pocket lay a gun designed to collect viruses. He was the cold-blooded biochemical man, tasked with locating the Oxar and gathering its viruses during its rage. Taking a bite of his noodles and licking the lollipop, he watched the Oxar kill mercilessly and shook his head, muttering, "Still not brutal enough." Meanwhile, Miao Bei arrived in Haicheng, racing at 250 km/h on his motorcycle. "What the hell? Why are you driving so fast? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" shouted the driver of a small car behind him, nearly colliding with him. Upon hearing the insult, Miao Bei turned, raised his middle finger in a gesture of international camaraderie, and accelerated away. He parked his motorcycle roadside, noting the red dot on his summoner indicating a monster's presence nearby. However, he did not rush to intervene. Instead, a smile crept across his face. Indeed, fortune favors me. A pillow arrives just as I begin to doze off. It would be difficult not to succeed. Miao Bei had been contemplating how to draw out the Tian armor, and now an opportunity had presented itself. With a monster on the loose, he was convinced the Tian armor would emerge. Although he knew this might result in the deaths of some innocents, it paled in comparison to the significance of summoning the Tian armor. He was merely protecting the majority. Chapter 18. Exploding the Oxar Beep. The system has detected the presence of an Oxar nearby. Host, please resolve the situation immediately. Rewards: 5 Spirit Essence, 5 Physical Prowess, Bloodline of Water Shadow Village, 100 Purity. In the early morning, as Gu Tian rose from bed, he heard the familiar and exhilarating notification from the system, prompting an uncontrollable grin. Wonderful. Another experience pack has arrived. And this time the rewards are quite substantial, including the 100 Pure Bloodline of Water Shadow Village. I have now completed 15 of the tasks to gather the 5 elemental bloodlines. Inside the clinic, a flash of red and white light appeared as Gu Tian summoned the Tian armor and proceeded in the direction indicated by the summoner. After a night's rest, Gu Tian felt invigorated. I'm ready to take on 10. Simultaneously, a gruesome scene unfolded not far away. The Oxar, wielding a massive iron hammer, hurled it with force, instantly turning a group of fleeing individuals into a gruesome mess. Hundreds within the building had already perished at his hands, but he was in a frenzy, unable to halt his rampage as he leaped from the 300-meter-tall building to continue the slaughter on the streets below. Meanwhile, Miao Bei remained calm, observing everything from over 300 meters away. He seemed accustomed to the gruesome spectacle, even pulling out an American cigar and leisurely enjoying a puff. Here it comes. The Tian armor has arrived. Miao Bei eagerly spotted a flash of red light in the sky, excitement coursing through him as his awaited target finally appeared. Fire execution palm. Gu Tian executed a stylish 180-degree turn, slamming his palm into the Oxar's abdomen. The Oxar was sent flying, barely regaining his balance when Gu Tian executed a shadow shift, appearing before him and delivering a powerful punch to his face. You scoundrel! The Oxar exclaimed, feeling dazed and disoriented as he was hurled several meters away, clutching his face. How pathetic! Gu Tian mocked, relying solely on his own strength without utilizing any experience cards. Feeling unsatisfied, he gestured at the Oxar with an obscene gesture. You bastard! I'm going to blow you apart. The Oxar, enraged by Gu Tian's gesture, let out a furious roar, his eyes turning a bright crimson. An overwhelming killing intent surging forth. Cold-blooded, hiding in the shadows, swiftly retrieved his virus-collecting gun and aimed it at the rampaging Oxar. Watching the successful collection notification appear, a satisfied smile crept across Cold-Blooded's face. Not bad. Another specimen collected, one step closer to successful experimentation. He returned the gun to his pocket, glancing at the Tian armor. Puzzled. Why does another suit of armor appear? I've never seen this one before. Could it be a newly emerged armor? Curiosity piqued, Cold-Blooded decided to remain, eager to witness the armor's capabilities. If its power proved inadequate, he would not hesitate to seize the armor summoner for himself. The Oxar raised the massive hammer above his head, aiming to crush Gu Tian. Gu Tian quickly lifted his left wrist guard, blocking the incoming hammer. A jarring shock resonated through his arm, but seizing the opportunity, the Oxar swiftly pivoted, delivering a powerful kick to Gu Tian's chest. Sparks flew as Gu Tian staggered back. Indeed, the Oxar's strength in its frenzied state is significantly greater. Gu Tian patted the sparks on his chest. Despite the pain, it ignited an unprecedented competitive spirit within him. The Oxar charged once more, attempting to repeat his earlier tactic with another hammer strike. Gu Tian smirked, evading the blow just as the hammer was about to connect. He raised his left arm, executing a swift counter with a concealed palm strike directly on the Oxar's chest. The Oxar was sent crashing to the ground, carving a deep trench in the earth. Fire execution gun. Gu Tian summoned the fire execution gun, leaping into the air, aiming at the Oxar, who had just regained his footing and appeared somewhat disheveled, preparing to fire. As the celestial light exploded, Gu Tian bellowed, pulling the trigger of the fire penalty gun. 3 unparalleled energy blasts shot forth from the barrel, aimed at delivering the final blow to Uxur. There was no need to resort to the ultimate technique of the celestial punishment against Uxur. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, flames soared skyward, and thick smoke billowed. When the haze cleared, a stooped, white-haired man emerged, enveloped in dark energy, his tongue protruding, and his visage contorted in agony, as if he were enduring immense suffering. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Rewards have been dispensed. Please check them at your convenience. Gu Tian nodded slightly, stepping closer to the man, whose appearance clearly resembled that of a typical laborer. One would expect such individuals to be simple and honest, making it hard to fathom how he could transform into the violent Uxur. Whatever, it's not my concern anymore. The police will handle this situation, Gu Tian thought, preparing to leave when he suddenly heard faint footsteps behind him. Turning around, he spotted a defiant young man standing beside a motorcycle. In the Armor Alliance, Jin Mei observed the images transmitted from the satellite, feeling overwhelmed. Long ago, she had discovered Uxur's presence in Haicheng, but she refrained from notifying the other armor users when she realized celestial punishment had intervened. Yet, her heart nearly leapt into her throat upon learning that Miaobei was also in Haicheng. Why is everyone making things difficult for me, the working class? Jinmei pondered. When did Miaobei get to Haicheng, and how did he encounter celestial punishment? This is disastrous. She twisted her hands nervously, sensing that something ominous was about to occur. Should I inform Chandru? No, perhaps not. Miaobei may just be trying to recruit celestial punishment. I mustn't overthink it. Taking a deep breath, she reassured herself. It's fine. It's fine. Miaobei wouldn't do anything reckless, right? Surely not. Gu Tian regarded the young man before him, shaking his head with disdain. He felt an aversion towards the individual, who exuded an air of arrogance. You must be an armor summoner as well. Otherwise, you would have fled long ago. Gu Tian broke the silence. Miaobei proudly lifted his chin and declared, I am Miaobei, the summoner of the water armor, Black Rhino. I rank second in strength within the Armor Alliance. Gu Tian raised an eyebrow, finding Miaobei's self-importance rather excessive. Even Duanmu Yin had not claimed to be second in the alliance. To think the fourth armor summoner he encountered would be like this. Well, I have no further business here. I'll take my leave, Gu Tian said, turning to depart, only to be blocked by Miaobei, who casually kicked a stone out of the way. I see your strength is commendable. Join the Armor Alliance and become my warrior. I promise you countless beauties and boundless power. This was not Miaobei's initial plan. He had originally intended to forcibly seize the armor summoning device without any fuss. However, witnessing how decisively celestial punishment dealt with Uxur shifted his perspective slightly. Cultivating him as a subordinate seemed advantageous, allowing him to display his discerning eye while gaining a formidable ally within the alliance, a win-win. Gu Tian nearly laughed aloud at Miaobei's proposition. Why on earth would I become your subordinate? Even the alliance's captain, Feiying Armor, personally sought me out, and I turned him down. What makes you think I would agree to you? He continued. Furthermore, if you claim to be the second strongest in the alliance, does that make you the vice captain? Upon hearing someone mention the vice captain again, veins bulged on Miaobei's forehead, and his face twisted in anger. Yet he suppressed his fury and replied, soon. I will be the vice captain. So, you're saying you're not one yet? Gu Tian retorted leisurely. At this, Miaobei's eyes narrowed with a chilling glare, feeling deeply insulted. He issued an ultimatum, pointing at celestial punishment. Will you join, or not? Spare me the suspense. Gu Tian coldly replied, not joining. Don't think that just because you're an ordinary team member, or even if you were the captain, I would accept your invitation. Fine. I thought you were clever, but you're just like those rotten oranges in the Armor Alliance. Miaobei stepped back, placing the Black Rhino summoning device on his wrist. The device sensed the energy fluctuations, extending a fixed strap that secured itself on his wrist. He then removed a circular chip from around his neck and inserted it into the summoning device. Black Rhino summoning device, summon. The summoner can harness the power of crystalline water energy, merging with the water Black Rhino armor to become the armored warrior, Black Rhino. Black Rhino armor, merge. Miaobei raised his right hand and extended his left, shouting towards the sky. As he uttered these words, a tremendous force of water energy was transmitted to his location from a satellite high above. In the blink of an eye, Miaobei completed the merging process. A sleek black armor resembling a rhinoceros materialized, adorned with a pair of horns on its head and asymmetrical shoulder guards, accented with hints of silver and blue. Waves of green light radiated from him, sending a powerful gust that caused nearby leaves to flutter down. Rotten orange. I'll give you one last chance. Will you join or not? Gu Tian was amused by Miao Bei's insistence on calling him a rotten orange. I want to join. So what will you do about it? Gu Tian replied defiantly, adopting an offensive stance. He was not one to shy away from confrontation. Then I'll have to seize your armor summoning device, Miao Bei said, shaking his shoulders, his voice low and menacing, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Hidden in the shadows, cold blood watched the scene unfold, nearly bursting with excitement. It appeared that a rift had formed among the armors, an opportunity for him. Once these two exhausted themselves in battle, he could effortlessly claim both armors. He couldn't believe such fortune had come his way. It was a significant opportunity. Sucking on a lollipop, cold blood grew impatient as he noticed them still posing. Hurry up and fight. Why aren't you fighting yet? If you don't start soon, it'll be dark. Thousands of miles away, Zhenmei witnessed the escalating tension and nearly choked on her own breath. It's over. It's truly over. They're about to clash. Just when I feared the worst, she lamented. Miao Bei, can't you just spare me some peace of mind? Zhenmei attempted to contact Miao Bei, urging him to cease hostilities, only to discover he had forcibly severed ties with the Armor Alliance. At this point, I can only inform Changru, the captain, and discuss how to resolve this situation. Inside a concealed chamber, Li Tianyu rubbed his hands together, a flattering smile on his face as he presented a steaming basket of buns to Changru. I ran quite a distance to acquire these. They are absolutely delicious, a feast for the senses. Changru's countenance darkened at his words. She glared at Li Tianyu, stating coldly, Li Tianyu, how many times must I remind you to address me by my title during work hours? Outside of work, you may call me Changru. But do not be so presumptuous. She continued, and take your buns away. I'm not hungry now. Please refrain from bringing them to me in the future. I no longer desire them. Li Tianyu felt a bit embarrassed by Changru's abrupt rejection, managing a sheepish smile. I apologize, Captain. I was just overly excited and momentarily forgot. Captain, why have you lost your appetite? Wasn't this your favorite dish when you were a child? I still remember how you used to beg me to buy it. Li Tianyu wished to continue his entreaty, hoping to sway Changru. Yet he was met only with her indifferent gaze, which silenced his words before they could escape his throat. Childhood is but a distant memory. I have matured. And my tastes have changed. Must I justify myself? Suddenly, Changru felt her communicator vibrating. She retrieved it from her pocket and answered the call. What? A fight is about to break out? All right, I'll be there immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Changru rose from her seat, hastily exiting the chamber without casting another glance at Li Tianyu. In mere moments, Li Tianyu stood alone in the dimly lit room, his heart aching as he recalled that she had left without uttering a single word to him. Tears welled in his eyes as he glanced at the bun in his hand, which he then hurled to the ground, trampling it beneath his feet in frustration. Moments later, panting heavily and leaning against a chair, Li Tianyu wore a grim expression. Changru, what shall we do? They are on the verge of fighting. Zhenmei anxiously tugged at her hair, continually questioning Changru. Without delay, Changru commanded Duanmu Yin to drive his vehicle to intervene. She watched the unfolding scene on the screen, her expression fraught with concern, not for Miao Bei, but for her husband, fearing he might be affected by the chaos. Oh no! Her husband was still in Haiqing. Would he be frightened by these events? What if this stress led to infertility? They had yet to have children. Please, my love. You cannot come to harm. How would your wife survive? Rotten orange, fists and feet are indiscriminate. Prepare to receive my blows. Miao Bei shouted defiantly as he leaped into the air, delivering a fierce elbow strike against the Xingtian armor. Gu Tian leaned back, expertly evading the attack, then swiftly turned, launching a barrage of strikes toward Miao Bei's chest, sparks flying in their wake. Feeling the pain in his chest, Miao Bei refused to yield, countering by slamming his sharp and massive rhinoceros horn into the Xingtian armor's chest. Both combatants staggered backwards, each step leaving deep impressions in the ground. They quickly regained their footing and charged at each other again. Gu Tian threw a punch, only to have it blocked by the shoulder of the black rhinoceros armor. Seizing the opportunity, Miao Bei grasped Gu Tian's arm, slamming him into the ground. Caught off guard, Gu Tian was driven into the earth. As Miao Bei prepared to press his advantage, Gu Tian kicked out with all his strength, sending Miao Bei crashing into several concrete pillars before he finally came to a halt. Gu Tian rose from the pit, exclaiming, "The black rhinoceros armor is indeed one of the strongest in terms of defense in the realm, particularly around the shoulders and chest. Striking him feels akin to hitting a tank." In terms of defense, only the snow mastiff armor and diamond armor could rival it. The Xingtian armor, while formidable, pales in comparison to these specialized defensive armors. Miao Bei stood, shaking off the dust and scoffed. Good to know. Now, relinquish the communicator. It is not too late to spare your life. Gu Tian regarded Miao Bei's flippant demeanor with a smirk, replying, though your defense is impressive, it is unevenly distributed. And your speed is woefully inadequate. Dealing with you is significantly easier than with Duanmuyan. Fire execution sword. Gu Tian shouted as he inserted a card into the communicator, summoning a long sword to his hand. Arrogant, insignificant youth, how dare you judge me? I can summon weapons too. Meteor spear. Miao Bei twisted the valve on his left belt, producing a long spear, primarily deep blue with sharp, silver-etched details. Armed with the meteor spear, he charged at Gu Tian like a fierce tiger descending from a mountain. Channeling the water power of the black rhinoceros armor into the spear, its tip glowing with intensified blue light. Take this. Gu Tian swung his Xingtian sword, and the two weapons clashed, erupting in a shower of sparks and the resonant sound of metal meeting metal. After a flurry of exchanges, Miao Bei grew anxious, realizing time was running short. If he delayed further, the Armor Alliance might send reinforcements to stop him. Determined to end the battle swiftly, he stepped back, twisting the valve on the left side of his Qianquan belt, causing a radiant green light to emerge from the communicator, emblazoned with a prominent character. Meteor Spear S. Torrent Ja. Shatter the demons and obliterate with the torrent, as smooth as a mirror-s surface. Torrent Ja. Prepare to perish. None can withstand this move. Miao Bei spun the meteor spear 360 degrees and lunged forward, unleashing a spiraling green light mixed with debris toward Gu Tian. Gu Tian remained composed, lightly shaking his Xingtian sword, shaking his head. I warned you. Your speed is too slow, yet you refuse to heed my advice. Shadow shift. Gu Tian vanished, evading the black rhinoceros armor's ultimate attack. Empty. How could this be? My ultimate move has missed. Miao Bei's eyes widened in disbelief. He had mastered the armor for 6 years and had just failed his ultimate technique. If he was not careful, he would become the second armor summoner, following Shandong, to miss their ultimate move. Seizing the moment, Gu Tian swiftly approached the black rhinoceros armor, delivering a devastating strike to his chest with his sword. Ra! Miao Bei, caught off guard, was sent flying, a cry escaping his lips as a white mark appeared on his armor. Strong defense? I'm afraid not. It's child's play against the Xingtian sword. Gu Tian continued his assault, employing his unique technique. Fire execution Shenkuan slash. Gu Tian plunged the fire execution sword into the ground, slicing through the air toward Miao Bei, who was still airborne. Damn it. Miao Bei cursed as he saw the red light hurtling toward him, attempting to evade but too late. The red light struck Miao Bei with the force of a magnitude 5 earthquake, toppling nearby structures and snapping sturdy trees in half, sending debris flying. Miao Bei lay on the ground in agony, his meteor spear dissipating, and his chest flickering with white light. It was evident that the black rhinoceros armor was on the verge of disintegration. With great effort, Miao Bei lifted his head, gazing at the approaching Xingtian armor with a look of defiance. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can you be so powerful? Powerful? Gu Tian shot Miao Bei a disdainful glance, surprised at how lackluster the summoner of the black rhinoceros armor was, easily bested even by someone who had possessed their armor for less than a week. Suddenly, a massive fireball hurtled toward Gu Tian. Reacting swiftly, Gu Tian propelled himself backward, evading the strike. Ha ha ha, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I never imagined that I, Cold Blood, would capture a warrior of the armor. Cold Blood has transformed into Oksar. He laughed heartily, swaggering over to the black rhinoceros armor, lifting the defeated Miao Bei, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. With a flash of his gleaming blade, he placed it against Miao Bei's throat. He had chosen the timing wisely. The black rhinoceros armor had been vanquished, its power reduced to a mere fraction, while although the judgment armor had triumphed, it was certainly not in its prime after such a prolonged battle. Let me go, you beast. If you have the guts, release me and face me in another 300 rounds. Miao Bei struggled, dragging his weary body in a futile attempt to escape. Cold Blood snorted disdainfully, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes as he raised his fist and struck Miao Bei fiercely in the abdomen. Ah! Miao Bei cried out in agony. Even with the armor protecting him, a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. Cold Blood turned his gaze towards the black rhinoceros armor, coldly declaring, if you dare to resist again, you will witness true cruelty. Miao Bei nodded, surrendering completely, no longer daring to shout defiantly. Cold Blood then turned to Gu Tian, confidently demanding, "Hand over your armor, summoner." Gu Tian, bewildered, replied, "What? Are you blind? Did you not see us fighting just now? Now you threaten me to relinquish my armor, summoner?" In a commanding tone, Cold Blood insisted, "You are both armors. I do not believe you would remain indifferent while he is threatened. Hand it over," he shouted forcefully, pressing the blade closer to Miao Bei's throat. Miao Bei, trembling in fear, looked at Gu Tian with pleading eyes. "Help me, please. From now on, I will no longer covet your armor." Gu Tian found it amusing, retorting, "What if I refuse to relinquish my armor? Then I will slay him." Cold Blood growled menacingly. "You dare?" Gu Tian shook his head, pointing at Cold Blood. "Are you jesting? You think this will work?" A sense of foreboding surged within Cold Blood, prompting him to step back in trepidation. "What do you mean?" Gu Tian casually replied, "What do I mean? Let me tell you. You have captured him. What gives you the right to compel me to relinquish my armor? Since you wish to play, then let us play. Let us see whether your blade is swifter than my sword." Gu Tian infused the power of the armor into the fire punishment sword, his eyes ablaze with a fierce red light as he shouted, "Fire punishment, heaven and earth split." Chapter 21, The Battle for Armor, transforming into Black Rhinoceros Night. Waves of crimson ripples emanated from the fire punishment sword, the lethal sword aura enveloping the surroundings, causing the air to vibrate ominously. Gu Tian was no saint. He had no close ties with Miao Bei, and whether he lived or died mattered little to him. Had Cold Blood captured his wife or sister-in-law, he might have hesitated. Seeing Gu Tian charging up for a formidable attack, Miao Bei's eyes filled with tears, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He turned slightly towards Cold Blood, shouting desperately, "Hurry, let me go? We stand a chance 2 against 1. He had experienced Gu Tian's devastating power firsthand and desperately wished to avoid it again. The pain was unbearable. Silence. Cold Blood struck Miao Bei's abdomen once more, causing him to grimace in pain, nearly losing consciousness. "Why is it always me who suffers?" Miao Bei lamented. Cold Blood firmly restrained him, convinced that the judgment armor would not harm another armor. He recalled a moment 3 years prior when he had been injured by the phantom armor, capturing a random ordinary person at the last moment, inadvertently causing the phantom armor to hesitate, allowing him to escape. If an ordinary person could have such an effect, how much more so an armor? "You all think you can deceive me? Not a chance. I, Cold Blood, am no fool." Gu Tian, overhearing Cold Blood's words, smirked, nodding in satisfaction. He relished dealing with those who overestimate themselves. With a swift stroke of the fire punishment sword, an incredibly potent beam of sword light surged forth, cleaving through the air and leaving ripples in its wake. "Are you serious?" Cold Blood's expression turned grave as he beheld the approaching sword light. Realizing it was too late to evade, opting instead to push the black rhinoceros armor forward as a shield. "Oksar, I curse you." Miao Bei felt humiliated, never imagining that his prideful defense would be used as a mere meat shield. The black rhinoceros armor met the fire punishment's devastating strike once more, resulting in a colossal explosion. Miao Bei was sent hurtling through the air, sparks flying, while the black rhinoceros armor, having endured 2 consecutive strikes, could no longer hold its form and began to disintegrate midair. Miao Bei crashed heavily to the ground, the summoner device falling beside him. He lay pale and trembling, clutching his chest as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, barely clinging to life. Cold Blood, witnessing the pitiful state of the summoner of the black rhinoceros armor, shuddered at the sight of the judgment armor. "Isn't this the armor warrior praised by the common folk for justice? Where's the justice in this? It is clearly an armor gang." He had thought himself ruthless, only to discover there were even greater experts, facing another armor, unleashing a powerful attack without even batting an eye. On a nearby tall building, the recently arrived Wanmu Yin observed the scene, admiration flickering in his eyes. The judgment armor had a commendable demeanor, aligning perfectly with his preferences. Such a person deserved to be his ally. In a moment, Wanmu Yin contemplated extending a team invitation. Cold Blood gasped in disbelief, regaining his composure as he raised his blade towards Gu Tian. "Even if you are more ruthless than I, what of it? You have fought for so long, unleashed your ultimate moves twice, and consumed considerable energy. I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you in your weakened state." Gu Tian sheathed the fire punishment sword. As Cold Blood had surmised, his energy was indeed substantially depleted, making the outcome of their confrontation uncertain. However, he possessed more than one armor. Was there still the black rhinoceros armor on the ground? Gu Tian strode towards Miao Bei, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Lying on the ground, Gravely injured, Miao Bei noticed Gu Tian's approach and hurriedly clutched the nearby armor summoner to his chest, protecting it fiercely. But this was of no consequence to Gu Tian. With the ease of lifting a chick, Gu Tian hoisted Miao Bei up, snatching the summoner from his grasp before throwing him back to the ground. "Return my summoner, quickly," Miao Bei raved, disregarding his pain as he lunged for Gu Tian's left foot, biting down with all his might. The summoner was his second life, the source of his glory, status, power, wealth, and dignity. He would never allow it to be taken from him. Miao Bei lost 2 teeth in the process but refused to relent. A glimmer of malice flashed in his eyes as he threatened, "If you do not return it, you will be my enemy in the Armor Alliance from this day forth. And you and your family will face retribution." Gu Tian frowned, filled with disgust, a wave of nausea washing over him. He loathed such sore losers, those who, after attempting to seize others' possessions, resorted to threats when they found themselves outmatched. How had such a person infiltrated the Armor Alliance? No wonder his wife, and Chandru, concealed her identity. With a swift kick, Gu Tian sent Miao Bei flying, who groaned in pain as he crashed into a pile of rubble. Gu Tian gripped the black rhinoceros armor summoner, feeling a profound sense of kinship emanating from it, resonating with his pure water bloodline. The strength of the 5 elements armor relies heavily on bloodlines. The purer the blood, the stronger the power. Gu Tian's blood began to boil, radiating an overwhelming battle intent. He was eager to demonstrate the might of the armor summoned from his 100 pure water bloodline. Black rhinoceros armor, unite. As Gu Tian's furious roar echoed, the once tranquil crystal stored within the Armor Alliance erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. Simultaneously, a torrent of formidable, almost frenzied power surged forth from the crystal, causing the entire alliance to tremble violently. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, the crystal shattered the storage chamber and departed the Armor Alliance. It transformed into a streak of luminous energy, tearing through space at an almost terrifying velocity, racing towards the distant high city. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Gu Tian, flashing brightly before swiftly merging with his body. Instantly, dozens of black patterns composed of pure water energy began to spread rapidly from his feet, enveloping his entire being. In an instant, the water armor, the black rhino armor, reappeared, emanating powerful shockwaves. The once clear sky over High City transformed into a tempest of dark clouds, with thunder and torrential rain pouring down. The heavy raindrops pelted Gu Tian, creating splashes of water that only served to illuminate his gaze further. Water would only make him stronger. How could it be? How could you also be a descendant of the Water Shadow Village? And why are you still so powerful? Miao Bei struggled to crawl out from the rubble, covered in dust. Yet, when he witnessed Gu Tian summoning the black rhino armor, all his physical pain paled in comparison to the shock and devastation he felt in his soul. How could this be allowed? He gazed at Gu Tian in disbelief, realizing that not only had Gu Tian seized his armor, but he had summoned an even stronger one. The sense of humiliation washed over him like a tidal wave, intertwining with anger, resentment, and despair. Blood surged uncontrollably from his mouth as he collapsed, his vision fading to white. Chapter 22. In the Shadow Realm. The Realm King sat quietly in his chair, flanked by the ugly general and the demon silkworm beast. As for the Shadow Overlord, he had long been devoured, leaving no trace behind. The Realm King closed his eyes, contemplating the strategic deployment of the Shadow Realm against the armor warriors. Suddenly, a torrent of powerful water energy surged into the Shadow Realm, causing the entire cavern to shake violently, with fragments of rock crashing down, producing a cacophony of sound. The Realm King abruptly opened his eyes, a piercing red light erupting from his mechanical eye. He slammed his hand on the armrest, stabilizing the precarious cavern. What is happening? Where did this immense power from the Bright Realm come from that it could influence the Shadow Realm? The Realm King frowned deeply. This power was formidable and rare in his lifetime. He swiftly placed his hand on a shimmering electric sphere, and in an instant, an image generated by electric currents was projected. The scene of Gu Tian summoning the black rhino armor, invoking a phenomenon that shook the heavens and the earth, became vividly clear. How could it be? The armor had only emerged for a mere decade. How could someone wield it to command such cosmic forces? The Realm King was taken aback. This was utterly illogical, based on past experiences. The Shadow Realm's invasions of Earth suggested that such a powerful figure could only arise 30 years after the armor's emergence. How has this era changed so drastically? Seeing this, the ugly general felt a surge of opportunity and hurriedly stepped forward, respectfully stating, "Realm King, I know this person. He is the summoner of the Xing Tian armor." It was he who previously annihilated the two trump cards in the hands of Baru and the Shadow Overlord. The Realm King forced himself to suppress his inner panic. According to your words, he possesses 2 sets of armor. Indeed, Realm King. The ugly general nodded eagerly. The Realm King placed his hands behind his back, pacing back and forth, his eyes flickering. Minutes later, he decisively declared, "No, this must be resolved immediately. The Dragon Kingdom cannot allow such a formidable individual to exist." He waved his mechanical arm, conjuring a magical seal. The Realm King approached the breeding chamber and inserted the demon goat beast inside. In an instant, electricity surged within the chamber, crackling ominously. 3 minutes later, an ominous creature with a human head and goat body emerged, exuding a dark aura. Demon Goat Beast. Demon Silkworm Beast, you two will cooperate with that Oak Sar to deal with the Black Rhino armor, the Realm King commanded. The 2 monsters roared in unison, their massive forms vanishing in an instant. In the upper echelons of the Ba King group, a powerful force emanated from somewhere. A muffled voice emerged from a filthy garment, followed by a swirling black mist that instantly enveloped Bado, the president of the Ba King group. Lufa unleashed his formidable sensing abilities, quickly grasping the events that had transpired. Earth monkeys still possess some capability. They have evolved significantly since 1,000 years ago. A pen appeared in Lufa's hand as he inscribed mysterious symbols in the air, chanting, "Safinta, arise." As soon as Lufa finished speaking, a swirl of purple-black mist coalesced before him. "Greetings, General Lufa." Upon appearing, Safinta immediately crossed his arms and knelt, pledging loyalty. "Safinta, go to High City and eliminate that armor clad in black, resembling a bull. Moreover, he is the summoner of the Xing Tian armor. Retrieve it for me." Safinta, somewhat bewildered, pointed to himself, "Me?" But, recently, he had heard that Baru had been killed by the Xing Tian armor, and considering his own strength, he wondered if it was not akin to delivering himself to the slaughter. He had only just revived and did not wish to meet his end so soon. "General, I have heard that Deputy Captain Baru met a grim fate at his hands. I have only just revived. I fear I am not his match," Safinta cautiously remarked. Mentioning Baru set Lufa ablaze with fury. "Do not speak of that useless Baru. He couldn't even defeat an earth monkey. He truly disgraces the Ares race." Lufa believed Baru's failure was due to carelessness. Overconfident soldiers are destined to fail. As a warrior of Ares, how could he not comprehend this? Had he not perished, I might have rewarded him for his efforts. "Safinta, you are a warrior of Ares, my trusted aide, the 3rd in command of the Hui Ming squad. With extraordinary combat prowess and keen agility, I believe you will accomplish the task I have entrusted to you. I await your good news. If you resolve this matter, you will replace Baru." Lufa shifted his tone, beginning to motivate Safinta. Upon hearing this, Safinta was nearly moved to tears. He had not anticipated that General Lufa would regard him so highly. He spoke excitedly. "Thank you for your trust, General. I, Safinta, shall fulfill my mission and pledge my loyalty to you." Safinta utilized his Earth Escape technique to depart the Ba King group. After completing his task with Safinta, Lufa intended to engage in further activities but found himself unable to move upon taking a step. Useless Earth monkeys. How can they not endure even for a brief moment? It seemed he needed to find Kula quickly to escape this wretched body. Lufa cursed angrily, transforming back into a swirling orb of black light, leaving Bado's body and returning to the garment. Chapter 23. You have angered me. Do not presume that because you have donned new armor, I fear you. I am cold-blooded and merciless. Evil Fist. Cold blood stomped into a puddle, fervently channeling dark energy into his fist, shouting with all his might as he struck towards Gu Tian's chest. A resounding crash accompanied by a chilling crack echoed through the air. "Ah!" Cold blood screamed. Staggering back several steps, gasping for breath, his left hand's fingers twisted and broken, sending waves of pain coursing through him. "I refuse to believe I cannot breach your defense." With a cold heart filled with unwillingness, he lifted the great sword with his right hand and relentlessly struck Gu Tian's shoulder and chest. However, all he received in return was a shower of dazzling sparks. Gu Tian's black rhinoceros armor was as solid as rock, leaving no trace from the blows. "How could this be? Your armor is unyielding." Cold blood felt beads of cold sweat form on his forehead, and the impact from the armor's defense caused his right hand to fracture at the grip. He began to question his own existence after years of being an orc. He had never encountered someone as impenetrable as this. "If your strength is truly this limited, then you shall not escape today." Gu Tian snorted coldly, extending his left hand as the power of water swiftly coiled around it, forming a water shield resembling the head of a rhinoceros, enveloping his hand. With the purity of his bloodline, his weapons materialized at his command. Gu Tian spun like a whirlwind, harnessing the force of the rotation, and thrust the tip of the water shield fiercely into Cold Blood's abdomen. In an instant, Cold Blood felt an unprecedented force collide with him, causing his internal organs to tremble violently. This power exceeded his capacity to endure. Before he could react, Gu Tian's head crashed into his chest with ferocity. Cold Blood's chest caved in significantly as he coughed up dark blood. Yet, it was not over. Gu Tian joined his legs together, leapt, and landed behind Cold Blood, delivering a punch that shattered his spine. Cold Blood convulsed violently, his body uncontrollably collapsing forward, painfully sprawled on the ground. Dark blood poured from his mouth and nose. His eyes rolled back, clearly having lost consciousness. Just as Gu Tian prepared to press his advantage and obliterate Cold Blood completely, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air. A spear, imbued with tremendous power, shot towards Gu Tian's back like a meteor. Taken by surprise, Gu Tian was struck by the sudden assault, propelling him several meters away. As he regained his footing, a pair of black and white hands erupted from the ground, clamping down on his feet like a vice, immobilizing him. Seizing the opportunity, the demon goat beast, wielding a spear, charged forward with a gleam of ferocity in its eyes, stabbing Gu Tian in the chest and igniting a dazzling display of sparks. Meanwhile, the demon silkworm beast swung its numerous robust arms, emitting a strange glow before unleashing 8 lasers aimed at Gu Tian's waist. The pain in his waist made Gu Tian stagger back a few steps, and at that moment, Shifinta, like a wraith, emerged from the ground, leaping high to deliver a series of kicks to Gu Tian's chest. Gu Tian was struck, sending forth a rain of sparks, and he was flung backward, rolling on the ground several times before coming to a halt. Shifinta, along with the 2 other beasts, pointed at Gu Tian arrogantly, saying, "Surrender quietly and remove your armor. Perhaps we will leave you with a complete corpse. After having ambushed us so many times, even if you survive, you will surely be left in tatters." Gu Tian remained silent, his eyes flashing with intense killing intent. He struck the ground with a mighty fist. Accompanied by a resounding thud, the ground cracked like a web, and debris flew. "You have thoroughly enraged me." Gu Tian's voice was icy, laced with an endless chill. Rising from the ground, he emanated a terrifying aura, and a magnificent spear appeared in his hand. Chapter 24. A triumphant victory over 3. Something was amiss. He was still able to stand and even summon weapons? Shifinta's face was filled with astonishment. Although he had been resurrected not long ago, he had encountered such elemental armors, and, under normal circumstances, it would show signs of disintegration by now. However, recalling General Rufus's words that Earthlings were weak, he felt reassured. He must be holding on. Those despicable Earthlings are truly cunning. Fortunately, I, Shifinta, am clever enough to see through his ruse. Shifinta nudged the demon goat beast and demon silkworm beast beside him, coaxing, "You go first. I will give both of you the summoning devices later. I want to take one for myself." Hearing this, the demon goat beast and demon silkworm beast nodded in agreement and charged at Gu Tian. The demon goat beast led the charge, letting out a roar, raising its spear high, and viciously slashing towards Gu Tian's abdomen. Gu Tian reacted instantly, raising his right foot and kicking the spear, the immense force sending the demon goat beast staggering backward. Next, Gu Tian infused the power of the black rhinoceros armor into the meteor spear, its tip glowing with a dark radiance. "I'll crush you like a bug," Gu Tian shouted, bringing the spear crashing down towards the demon goat beast's head. The demon goat beast gripped its spear tightly, roaring as it collided with Gu Tian's meteor spear. A deafening explosion ensued, the spear shattered into 2 pieces, and the meteor spear struck the top of the demon goat beast's skull. The sound of its cranium fracturing echoed, and this blow left the demon goat beast swaying unsteadily. Gu Tian swiftly redirected the meteor spear towards its chest, unleashing a barrage of sparks. The demon goat beast was struck, an ominous dark aura enveloping it, clearly entering a state of weakness. Gu Tian knocked the demon goat beast to the ground, stepping down hard to pin it down. The demon goat beast felt it could still be saved, struggling relentlessly, but it was in vain. A torrent of water energy surged into the demon goat beast's body, and within mere seconds, it exploded, leaving only a magical talisman floating in the air. Gu Tian glanced at the talisman, snapped his fingers, and the furious water energy obliterated it into dust. At his level, he no longer needed a torrential flood for sealing. Roar! The demon silkworm beast, witnessing its companion sealed, let out a furious roar, dark energy gathering in its mouth, forming a colossal energy sphere. Die, insect. Gu Tian's eyes burned with murderous intent. Among these three beasts, the demon silkworm beast was the one he despised most. Why strike from behind? Why aim for the waist? If my kidneys were damaged, how would I provide a happy life for my wife in the future? Just as the demon silkworm beast prepared to fire the energy sphere at the black rhinoceros armor, Gu Tian swiftly maneuvered in front of it, forcefully thrusting his water shield-encased left arm into the demon silkworm beast's mouth. Here, let me give you a test. Boom. The energy sphere detonated within the demon silkworm beast's mouth, a tremendous explosion erupting skyward, forming a small mushroom cloud as the shockwave rippled outward. The demon silkworm beast was hurled away, its fangs shattered, and half of its head blown off, black blood splattering like rain. Gu Tian stood unmoved, unaffected. Arg. The demon silkworm beast let out several wails, sensing immense danger, spewing out black smoke as it attempted to flee. But Gu Tian would not let it escape. He gently raised his left hand, opening his palm, and chains of water energy swiftly pierced through the black smoke, binding the demon silkworm beast tightly. As Gu Tian closed his palm into a fist, the chains wrapped around the demon silkworm beast began to constrict slowly. Amidst its anguished cries, it was gradually crushed into a pulp. So this is how the armor can be utilized. I have learned something new. Standing atop a high building, Du Yin nodded thoughtfully. Previously, everyone in the Armor Alliance believed the black rhinoceros armor was purely defensive and lacked ranged weaponry, yet now it clearly had offensive capabilities. It seems that some things are not absolute. It largely depends on how the summoner chooses to wield them. He mimicked Gu Tian's demeanor, manipulating the wind from the towering building. Soon, a flurry of windforged darts emerged, shimmering with a chilling brilliance. Shafinta is about to launch a surprise attack. I wonder if he can react in time, murmured Duan Yin. If the black rhino armor fails to respond, he advised against intervening. From Gu Tian's side, Shafinta's eyes gleamed with cunning. What a splendid opportunity. He drew back, summoning a red-black blade, the ghost howl, into his hand. Employing a technique of earth concealment, he vanished, only to leap from the ground moments later, aiming a lethal strike at Gu Tian's neck. Gu Tian had been partially focused on observing Shafinta, and upon seeing him finally make a move, a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. With a mere thought, a black chain lashed out, striking Shafinta with brutal force. He plummeted like a cannonball to the earth, a cloud of dust billowing around him. A gruesome wound appeared before him, extending from shoulder to calf, flesh torn and blood gushing forth like a fountain. General Liu Fa had misjudged. This man was formidable. Shafinta, pale and clutching his wound, knelt on the ground in agony. He had initially thought the two extraordinary beasts too weak to be dispatched so swiftly, but experiencing Gu Tian's terror firsthand was a revelation. Just as he contemplated fleeing, an invisible hand seized his neck, lifting him into the air. Shafinta struggled in vain, his efforts only intensifying the sensation of suffocation. His face flushed, legs thrashing, he stammered, what is happening? What else could it be? It's my doing. Do you not relish severing my neck? Gu Tian extended his right hand, fingers gently curling, grasping Shafinta's neck across the expanse. The more Gu Tian swung his arm, the more Shafinta writhed in pain. This technique he had learned from a young man named Xiang Yang in the first season of the Armor Warrior series, where he summoned the Emperor armor to toss the Shadow Guardian about like a rag doll. Initially, Gu Tian merely sought to experiment, but to his astonishment, it proved successful. Shafinta's eyes bulged, lips turning blue from the agony. Even if you kill me, the general will resurrect me. He will systematically dismantle you. Gu Tian, hearing this threat, merely scoffed inwardly. Did he truly appear so easily intimidated that anyone could threaten him? With that thought, he tightened his grip, crushing Shafinta into a mass of genetic code. Gu Tian swung the chain, shattering the glowing genetic remnants into countless ordinary fragments. After completing this, he retracted the chain and approached Cold Blood, crushing him beneath his foot. Flames erupted, revealing Cold Blood's contorted form, crackling with electricity. The following day, Gu Tian efficiently dispatched all adversaries, lightly dusting off his hands with a nonchalant grace. He glanced at Duan Yin from afar before turning to leave. Duan Yin silently watched Gu Tian depart, refraining from retrieving the black rhino armor summoner. A minor part of him believed Gu Tian would not return it, rendering his efforts futile. However, the larger part was simply aware that he could not match Gu Tian's strength. Using the black rhino armor was far superior to wielding the Xingtian armor. It was utterly remarkable. Duan Yin clicked his tongue, pondering how the Armor Alliance would address this matter. He leapt gracefully to the ground, observing the disheveled Miao Bei lying there. Seizing him by the collar and hoisting him up like a dog. Day after day, reckless as ever, provoking trouble, and now you've bitten off more than you can chew. You've lost the summoner. I wonder how you will navigate the Armor Alliance now. Transforming into a whirlwind, Duanmu Yin took Miao Bei back to the Armor Alliance. Half an hour after Duanmu Yan's departure, two figures stealthily appeared beside Cold Blood, Ma Qingshan and Xiao Lizzie. Xiao Lizzie, hands stuffed into his pockets, regarded the smoke-enshrouded Cold Blood with disdain, saying, "Useless. You boast of your ruthlessness, yet everyone surpasses you in cruelty. Pathetic." He punctuated his disdain with a few kicks to Cold Blood's face. Thankfully, Cold Blood was incapacitated. Otherwise, he would have retaliated fiercely against Xiao Lizzie. "Enough, Xiao Lizzie. Take him back and see if he can be repaired," Ma Qingshan commanded. "Understood, young master." Xiao Lizzie instantly donned a sycophantic expression, responding with exaggerated respect. He then bent down, dragging Cold Blood by a leg as they exited the scene. Ma Qingshan did not accompany Xiao Lizzie back to the Auxer research base, but instead headed straight to his bar. Upon arriving, he unexpectedly collided with his sister, Ma Lingling. She had donned light makeup, a brand new outfit, and a spritz of rose-scented perfume, her lips adorned with a captivating smile, making her appear stunningly beautiful. Ma Lingling was evidently startled by Ma Qingshan's sudden appearance, staring blankly for a moment before regaining her composure. "Brother, what are you doing sneaking around like a ghost?" she chided. Ma Qingshan remained silent, scrutinizing his sister with a discerning eye. Something was amiss. "Something is definitely off," Ma Qingshan remarked, his irritation evident. "Dressed so splendidly. You aren't planning to go on a date with Duanmu Yin, are you?" It was no secret in his eyes that his sister was involved with Duanmu Yin. Ma Lingling shot him a glare, her tone laced with reproach. "Do not jump to conclusions. We are merely enthusiasts of deduction, ordinary friends, nothing more. You do not understand me at all." Ma Qingshan felt a surge of frustration at her words, nearly exasperated to the point of disbelief. "Listen to yourself. How can such a cold statement come from your lips? Ordinary friends? I see it differently. Every time you mention him, your eyes sparkle. Don't think your brother is oblivious." Ma Lingling's cheeks flushed slightly, and she turned away in anger. "You are merely speculating. I am genuinely just discussing some deduction matters with him. Today is a gathering for deduction enthusiasts, and everyone will be there." "Everyone? It seems to me it's just you and him." Ma Lingling stomped her foot. "You always overcomplicate things. There is nothing between me and Duanmu Yin. You do not know him at all." With that, she hurriedly grabbed her bag and rushed towards the door. Ma Qingshan watched her retreating figure, thumping his chest in frustration, letting out a soft sigh. He approached the bar counter and prepared himself a cocktail. Raising the glass, he took a hearty swig, admitting to himself that he harbored no fondness for Duanmu Yin. According to the information he had gathered, Duanmu Yin was merely a drifter, riding his motorcycle aimlessly through the streets, a complete waste of space. The only slight advantage he possessed was being the son of the renowned deductive scholar, Duanmu Gushang. However, this was still insufficient in Ma Qingshan's eyes. He, after all, was the son of Ma Tian from the Tianyuanhou group, the rightful heir to a fortune worth billions. To him, his sister's actions mimicked that of a wealthy heiress falling for a vagabond from the slums. Leaning against the counter, Ma Qingshan gazed at the flickering chandelier overhead, contemplating whether to throw 10 million at Duanmu Yan's face to ensure he stayed away from his sister. On the other side, Ma Lingling had already arrived at the CAF, personally brewing 2 cups of coffee, awaiting the arrival of Duanmu Yin. As time gradually passed, an hour swiftly elapsed, yet Duanmu Yin still had not shown up. Even Ma Lingling's patience began to wane. What on earth is he doing? Why has tea arrived yet? Ma Lingling complained, pulling out his phone to call Duanmu Yin. At the Armored Alliance, Duanmu Yin answered the call, sounding somewhat anxious. "Lingling, I'm about to attend a meeting. Let us discuss this another time." With that, he hung up the phone. Listening to the beeping tone on the line, Ma Lingling rested his face on his hands and muttered in dissatisfaction. "What is he so busy with every day? He stood me up again." Chapter 26. Decision-making at the Armored Alliance in the treatment room of the Armored Alliance. A cacophony akin to the sounds of a festive slaughter echoed through the air. Outside the treatment room, apart from Xiaobai, all the summoned warriors had gathered. They were intently focused on the large screen, watching Gu Tian summon the black rhino armor in combat. "Where is Xiaobai?" And Changru furrowed her delicate brows, pondering where that little girl had wandered off to. "Never mind her. I'll look for her after the meeting concludes." Soon, everyone finished watching the video, their faces displaying a myriad of expressions. "No way. I must be seeing things." He actually summoned the crystal stone away. This is something a human could accomplish? If it weren't for the video evidence, I would think I was watching a science fiction film. Zhong Kuan's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly astounded. The most astonishing part is that he can alter the very fabric of reality. When did armor become so powerful? Is this even the 5 elements armor? I seriously suspect I possess a counterfeit while he wields the authentic one. Shandong rubbed his nose, feeling that this situation was utterly ludicrous. His combat style is just too dazzling, taking on 5 opponents and still not lighting up after receiving blows to the chest. It's utterly unscientific. Zhao Shi sighed deeply, estimating that in this state, the black rhino armor could dismantle him within 3 punches. In contrast, Nan Xian, the summoner of the flame dragon armor, remained remarkably composed. Analyzing the situation carefully, it must be that his water bloodline's concentration is exceedingly high, causing such an effect. For instance, my fire bloodline concentration is 90, allowing me to achieve similar feats. Though there are distance limitations, I cannot ignore space altogether. Therefore, we shouldn't feel disheartened. With diligent training, our bloodline concentrations will also improve. As per the new setting provided, through continuous training, the bloodline concentration of the 5 elements armor summoners can be enhanced. But there is a cap. It cannot reach 100%. Upon saying this, Nan Xian glanced at Shandong, adopting a critical tone. Moreover, there is no such thing as counterfeit armor. Only inept individuals exist, not ineffective armor. Feeling embarrassed, Shandong scratched his head, realizing Nan Xian was indirectly criticizing him. Just as they were passionately discussing, a staff member wheeled a chair out of the treatment room, upon which sat a person bound in bandages, revealing only their eyes. This individual was Miao Bei, brought back by Duanmu Yin. Goodness, the injuries are severe. Left leg fractured, right leg broken, 8 ribs shattered, left arm S ligaments torn, and internal organs partially damaged. The skin is also extensively abrasively injured. I feel sympathy just looking. Zhao Shi, the snow mastiff armor summoner, lamented while examining Miao Bei's injury report, yet the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth betrayed his true feelings. Miao Bei, noticing Zhao Shi's feigned concern, couldn't help but retort, "What are you pretending for? Try saying that again." Zhao Shi, unfazed, flicked his wrist and continued to bask in the cool breeze. "You can still talk. It seems the Xing Tian armor showed you some mercy and didn't leave you toothless. Say that again, rotten orange." Miao Bei seethed, his chest heaving as he coughed violently. The abrupt movements aggravated his injuries, causing him to gasp sharply, cold sweat trickling down his brow. "Oh." As the ancient saying in Longwa goes, one reaps what one sows. Zhao Shi reveled in Miao Bei's misfortune, feeling elated. Within the armored alliance, he was the one who most relished witnessing Miao Bei's injuries. Zhao Shi had initially been from the Shadow Realm, but was later swayed by Zhong Kuan from the Earth Tiger armor to join the Light. However, once he joined the armored alliance, Miao Bei had relentlessly targeted him, assigning him all the dirty work. Even when dealing with various monsters, Miao Bei would make him the vanguard, and if he faltered, Miao Bei would mock him mercilessly. If he succeeded, Miao Bei would seize the moment to unleash a powerful attack, claiming victory for himself. "Enough, you two should refrain from further remarks. We need unity, not division." Nan Xian approached, gently patting Zhao Shi's shoulder, signaling him to hold his tongue. Yet, to Miao Bei, it appeared as though Nan Xian and Zhao Shi were conspiring to ridicule him. "Nan Xian, you rotten orange. You never come around, and now that I'm injured, you show up, hoping to see my misfortune." Miao Bei's eyes burned crimson, first losing his summoning device, now facing ridicule from teammates he once looked down upon. His rage peaked. He recalled that it was Duanmu Yin who had brought him back, thus directing his ire towards him. "Duanmu Yin, do you even deserve to be a vice-captain? You were present when the Team's summoning devices were stolen, yet you didn't attempt to retrieve them." Duanmu Yin rolled his eyes, feeling he should not have attended this meeting. Had he known he would be treated poorly, he would have accepted Ma Lingling's invitation for coffee instead. However, he still responded to the accusation. "I can't defeat him if I provoke him. And he steals my Nawa summoning device and Tuana Duo summoning device. Wouldn't that result in an even greater loss?" "Nonsense, you're just scared," Miao Bei roared, feeling that everyone present was ganging up on him. He was losing his mind. Miao Bei was on the brink of madness. This thought echoed in the minds of everyone present. Clearly, losing the summoning device had a profound impact on him, severely affecting his rationality. Thank you for your support. Dear readers, Chapter 27, Punishment for Miao Bei's Staff, Administer a strong sedative to calm him down. And Shangru spoke coldly, expressing her strong disapproval of Miao Bei's reckless actions. Not only had he lost the summoning device, but he also risked provoking the Gu Tian armor against the Armored Alliance, undoubtedly posing a significant potential crisis for the Alliance. Indeed, the staff member swiftly retrieved a syringe from their lab coat pocket, disregarding Miao Bei's reaction, and proceeded to inject it directly into his neck. Once the potent sedative coursed through Miao Bei's system, he indeed calmed down significantly, the redness in his eyes diminishing considerably. Seeing Miao Bei regain his composure, and Chandra initiated the second item on the meeting agenda. What do you all think we should do about this situation? Zhao Shi was the first to step forward and speak. What else is there to consider? He has committed such a grave error by losing the armor summoning device. I believe he must be expelled to serve as a warning. Zhao Shi's reasoning was sound, as the summoner of the water armor. His volatile temperament disregarded commands and disrupted team harmony. Such a detrimental presence should indeed be expelled. Duan Muyan echoed in agreement with Zhao Shi and Duan Muyan's statements. The other summoned warriors nodded in consensus, the room resonating with agreement. And Chanru, with a serious demeanor, declared, "Since everyone shares this sentiment, I announce the final decision. Miao Bei, you have lost faith and disrupted unity. From this moment forth, you are no longer a summoner of armor. You have forfeited your qualification to summon armor. However, you have made some efforts over the years. I will arrange for someone to drive you away and find a hospital to treat your injuries. And Chanru, you wretched orange. On what grounds do you expel me? You lack the authority to do so." Miao Bei was thoroughly flustered. How could the punishment be so severe? He had anticipated that the utmost consequence would merely be a few days of confinement or a monetary fine, but he never imagined outright expulsion. Once he departed from the Armor Alliance, all the incredible benefits would vanish, and his heart bled at the thought. Upon observing Miao Bei's emotional turmoil yet again, and Chandru signaled to the staff, who understood her cue and administered a tranquilizer into Miao Bei's neck. The staff wheeled him away, yet Miao Bei continued to curse them. As time elapsed, his voice diminished until it was inaudible. Xian approached Chandru, concern etched on her face. "The Black Rhino armor summoner has been stolen. How shall we resolve this? The absence of one of the 5 elements could provide our enemies with an opportunity." And Chandru sighed softly, resigned. "What can be done? If we attempt to reclaim it by force, we might lose at least half of the Armor Alliance's strength. Therefore, I believe we should negotiate to retrieve it. When the next Qingtian armor appears, I will personally seek it out." Xian expressed a hint of regret, saying, "I apologize for the burden you must bear in cleaning up this mess." And Chandru waved her hand dismissively. "This is my duty as the leader." After the meeting concluded, and Chandru returned to her room, gazing at the night sky, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. She planned to return to Haiqing. Having not seen her husband for 3 days, she found herself yearning for Gu Tian. Her purpose in the Armor Alliance was to address Miao Bei's situation. And although the process was flawed, it did indeed resolve his issue. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone jolted her from her reverie. She glanced at the familiar number, anxiety flickering across her delicate features. After a moment's hesitation, she gently swiped the screen to answer. "Director, are you calling regarding Miao Bei?" Silence lingered on the other end before a frail voice finally spoke. Ro, it is not work hours. You may call me Dad." And Chandru remained silent, rooted in place. The voice on the other end, unable to withstand the quiet, continued. "Very well. Come to the highest base of the Armor Alliance. We shall await your arrival." And Chandru hung up, feeling a wave of frustration. Why did he call at such a time? She had intended to return to Haiqing to spend time with her husband. Now, it would be at least another half-month before she could return. No. I cannot leave my husband unprotected. He is as helpless as a chick. What if he encounters danger? And Chandru paced back and forth, sensing that Haiqing had been plagued by misfortune lately, with various monsters appearing at every turn. She genuinely worried for her husband's safety. She picked up her phone and dialed a series of numbers. Chapter 28. Li Tianyu's eavesdropping. What is the matter with the Zanami summoner? Is it malfunctioning? Or has a screw come loose? On the roadside, Xiaobai sat astride her motorcycle, her long, fair legs casually crossed. In her hand, she held the Zanami summoner, tapping and prodding at it, her large eyes filled with confusion. Earlier that morning, the summoner had emitted a chilling glow, and to her astonishment, transformed into a streak of light. Had she not been quick enough to grasp it, it would have flown away. Now, the summoner in her grasp was still restlessly wriggling, as if it were being lured by distant delicacies. Not only that, it seemed to exude disdain for Xiaobai. as if expressing that she was unworthy of being its summoner. Little Z, what is wrong with you today? Why do you reject me, your stunning summoner? Have we not enjoyed pleasant company before? The Zanami remained silent, merely radiating its disdain. And Xiaobai, growing slightly irritated, concluded that the summoner must have taken some wrong medicine. She tied it to her thigh with a rope to prevent it from escaping. Just as she intended to continue towards Haiqing, her phone rang from her pocket. Huh. How did my sister realize I've slipped away so quickly? Upon answering the call, Enshangra's icy voice immediately pierced through. Where are you? A smile broke across Xiaobai's face as she playfully replied, I'm heading to Haiqing. I must prove to you that the Xingtian armor summoner is surely a time traveler. Enshangra nearly crushed her phone in a fit of rage, wishing she could reach across time and space to grasp Xiaobai by her twin ponytails and spank her. Another time traveler? There cannot be that many. And that wretched tomato, constantly publishing time travel novels, has almost brainwashed my sister. Taking a deep breath, Enshangra forced herself to suppress her anger. I must not lose my temper. It would age me prematurely, and I cannot risk being disliked by my husband. She endeavored to soften her tone. Xiaobai, I now command you to protect your brother-in-law. Xiaobai shook her head vigorously, pouting. No way. I am an armor warrior. I am destined for greatness and will not waste my time protecting that ordinary man. This is not a negotiation. It is an order. Will you go or not? Enshangra's lips parted slightly, emanating a chilling aura. If Xiaobai dared to refuse again, she would not hesitate to transform into an armor warrior and give her disobedient sister a taste of what sisterly love truly feels like. On the other end of the line, Xiaobai sensed a palpable threat, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Fine, I will go. I shall go, she replied. Her voice tinged with grievance. You mean big sister is bullying me again? Enshangra proceeded to detail several trivial matters, ensuring that Xiaobai understood before satisfactorily ending the call. What was that saying? A husband belongs to oneself, while a sister will eventually marry another. Xiaobai stared at the files Enshangra had sent, mouth agape, internally exclaiming, 666. She realized she would have to prepare nourishing soup for him 3 times daily, buy groceries every morning, cook lunch, entertain him when he was bored, clean the room in the afternoon, and check on him at midnight to ensure he was covered with a blanket. Sister is too cruel. This is not about protecting him. It is akin to being his maid. At this rate, would she also be expected to sleep with him? She began to doubt whether she was truly Enshangra's sister or merely a child picked from a trash bin. Xiaobai felt like crying, sniffing back tears as she revved her motorcycle and departed from the scene. In the Armor Alliance, Enshangra tidied up her belongings and exited her room, making her way to the highest level of the Alliance. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that Li Tianyu had summoned the diamond armor and was now suspended from the ceiling. A fierce glint of malice ignited in his eyes as he experienced a sudden jolt in his heart. Li Tianyu had originally come to deliver a gift to Enshangra, but happened upon her phone call with Xiaobai. Unfortunately, the soundproofing of the room was too effective, and he could not discern the conversation's content. Driven by curiosity, he summoned the diamond armor to eavesdrop. To his shock, he stumbled upon a secret. The thought of his perfect goddess marrying someone else, having shared a bed with another, ignited a furious blaze within him as he crushed the priceless jade pendant in his grasp. Li Tianyu dropped from the ceiling, intent on confronting Enshangra directly. But wait. He needed to remain calm. Perhaps the two sisters were merely jesting. He shouldn't take it too seriously. He began to pace, engaging in a self-reassurance exercise. Indeed, it is possible that Enshangra has already discovered my eavesdropping and is deliberately saying such things to dissuade me. This is merely an excuse she has concocted. It must be so. I truly find it amusing that I am frightening myself. His goddess remains pure and flawless. Li Tianyu patted his chest, feeling fortunate that he was clever enough. Otherwise, confronting his goddess would surely lead to her greater disdain. Nonetheless, despite these thoughts, a slight unease lingered in his heart. This discomfort was bothersome. Li Tianyu leaped from the heights of the Armored Alliance's skyscraper, intending to personally investigate Haiqing to ease his mind. Although the Xingtian armor might be in Haiqing, as long as he did not provoke it, he would be safe. To take a hypothetical step further, if Enshangra were to marry, it certainly could not be the summoner of the Xingtian armor. The odds of that happening are less likely than winning a 10 billion lottery. If it were true, then he would simply indulge himself to the fullest. Chapter 29. My sister sent me to supervise if you are sneaking around at the Oxar research base. Li Xiaoqiu busily worked around Coldblood's body. The electric saw buzzing as it sliced through him, occasionally switching to an axe to deliver heavy blows. Xiao Lizi stood beside Li Xiaoqiu, witnessing such brutal scenes. Trembling as he inquired, directorly, can he be repaired? Though asking, Xiao Lizi did not genuinely wish for cold blood to be restored, primarily due to their contentious relationship marked by daily mockery. Li Xiaoqiu stretched his body and confidently asserted, no problem. I have just developed the third-generation chip, and he can serve as a test subject. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lizi felt a surge of anxiety. Directorly, is that really feasible? Allowing him to deteriorate might not be so terrible. Li Xiaoqiu cast a glance at Xiao Lizi, fully aware of his thoughts. As soon as the lad lowered his pants, he would know what to expect. It was merely concerned that cold blood, equipped with the third-generation chip, might surpass him. Rest assured, the third-generation chip is merely an experimental model and is not yet as mature as the second-generation chip within you. Xiao Lizi's mouth fell open in relief. By the way, directorly, cold blood was defeated by someone called Black Rhino Armor. Should we consider taking action for revenge? Li Xiaoqiu smiled faintly at the suggestion. There's no need for such trouble. We should focus on collecting some explosive viruses for experimentation. As for those armors, we need not rush to confront them, as we still require their assistance to provoke the Oxar into a frenzied state. At this juncture, Li Xiaoqiu closed his eyes, delicately sensing the presence of the violent Zhaochong Emperor within him. This extraordinary entity from outer space was the source of his confidence, although still in its larval stage. It radiated unparalleled power. Once matured, he was convinced that all armors would appear as mere insects before it, crumbling within mere moves. At that time, he would unify the earth, becoming the true god of the violent Zhaochong. As for those anomalous beasts and the underworld demons, he would not mind sparing their lives if they were willing to serve him. Xiao Lizi, while cold blood is undergoing treatment, I entrust you and Ma Qingshan with the task of collecting viruses. Understood, directorly. Indeed, summoning the Black Rhino armor is formidable, yet it cannot be utilized for extended periods. Upon returning to the clinic, Gu Tian removed his armor, casually placing the crystal stone on the table. Rubbing his waist, he felt weak and sore, reminiscent of the aftermath of Enchanru's exertions on him. Clearly, Gu Tian's physique had not yet reached the required standard. He needed at least an 85 to operate the Black Rhino armor without side effects. Gu Tian seated himself in a chair to rest, while examining the crystal stone in his hand. The stone was diamond-shaped, emanating a brilliant white light that was strikingly radiant. Gu Tian could distinctly sense the immense energy contained within the crystal. If unleashed, it would likely rival the simultaneous detonation of dozens of atomic bombs, capable of effortlessly obliterating a nation like Japan. He casually tossed the crystal and the Black Rhino armor summoner into the system space. In comparison, he preferred the Xingtian armor. The overall performance of the Xingtian armor far surpassed that of the Black Rhino, and its weaponry and skills were incomparable. However, for the time being, the Black Rhino armor could serve as a backup. As for returning it to the Armored Alliance, Gu Tian had not even entertained the thought. What he reclaimed was rightfully his. Of course, if they offered a better armor in exchange, like the Shura armor, he might consider it. System, are you there? Gu Tian lazily leaned back in his chair, casually grabbing a can of cola from the table, popping the tab with a satisfying sound, and gulping it down. Yes, host. I recall that the 3 sets of armors can be upgraded, right? If I wish to upgrade the Xingtian armor, how much mental energy is required at a minimum? Beep. Detection complete. To upgrade the Xingtian armor, mental energy must reach at least 85. Gu Tian stroked his chin, deep in thought, as a personal panel materialized before him. Age, 25 armor, Xingtian armor, Black Rhino armor wife, Enchangru, Feiying armor summoner, mental energy, 39, maximum 100, physique, 70, maximum 100, bloodline, water bloodline, 100 purity, overall evaluation, exceptional gazing at his character panel. Gu Tian reflected on the battles of the past few days, estimating that his current strength had increased at least tenfold compared to the beginning. Yet, even so, the path to upgrading the Xingtian armor remained long and arduous. It seemed he had a significant journey ahead. Just as Gu Tian intended to rest, he heard the roar of motorcycles outside. As he stood, the clinic door was suddenly kicked open by a beautifully proportioned leg. At that moment, an angry yet adorable young girl strode in. Xiaobai. She wore a loose hoodie, yet it did little to conceal her impressive figure. 2 long ponytails cascaded down from her shoulders, swaying gently with her movements. Upon recognizing her, Gu Tian was momentarily taken aback. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Xiaobai did not respond, placing her hands on her hips and marching into the clinic. Without further ado, she kicked off her shoes, revealing her delicate feet. She then slipped into a pair of pink slippers from the clinic, swaggering over to the sofa, plopping down and taking a large sip from the cola on the table. Before turning serious, my sister sent me to supervise whether you've been sneaking around. Additionally, I have yet to acknowledge you as my brother-in-law. Do not call me sister-in-law. Refer to me as Bye-Bye the Great, or Bye-Bye Sister. Gu Tian could only stare in disbelief. This was indeed a miniature version of the male treaty. Seeing Gu Tian's reluctance, Xiao Bai, in a sweet voice, remarked, "You better appreciate my presence. Do you know who I am? I am indeed the most beautiful flower of the Imperial Capital University. And those who wish to spend money on me can line up from the Imperial Capital all the way to Haicheng." Gu Tian shook his head. Having already deduced the underlying circumstances, it was likely his wife who, concerned for his safety, had sent her to protect him. However, it appeared that this young lady aspired to be the queen bee of this place. Although she was already 18, she showed no signs of maturity and still behaved like a child. No wonder his wife was so worried about her. As a guardian, Gu Tian felt it was his duty to discipline her properly. Without hesitation, he strode over to Xiao Bai, flipped her over, and made her lie on the sofa. Then delivered a sharp slap to her backside. "Ouch! You dare hit me, you scoundrel Gu Tian!" Xiao Bai exclaimed. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she covered her rear and glared at him, her teeth gritting audibly. How dare she scold him? Clearly, she had grown too bold. It seemed he had not punished her sufficiently. Slap, slap, slap. No, that's incorrect. No, it's not wrong. Slap, slap, slap. Now there's no error. I was wrong. Please stop hitting me. I truly understand my mistake. Xiao Bai cried. Indeed, the saying a child raised under discipline becomes filial was not without merit. Gu Tian sat back on the sofa, legs crossed, with a smug expression. He desired a sip of cola, only to discover it had already been drained by Xiao Bai. She stood before him, pouting in a pitiful manner, tenderly rubbing her backside as if she had suffered a great injustice. Clearing his throat gently, Gu Tian asked, "What should you call me now?" "Brother-in-law." Xiao Bai replied, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Gu Tian smiled in satisfaction and gestured towards a room on the second floor, saying, "That used to be your sister's room. You can stay there, but do not touch anything inside." Xiao Bai shot him a furtive glare before darting up the stairs like a miffed little rabbit, bursting into Shangru's room. With a resounding slam, she closed the door and flung herself onto the soft, inviting bed. How infuriating. I, Xiao Bai, am a summoner of tsunami. When did I ever say I would endure such humiliation? I shall seek revenge and show him my true strength. Grabbing a cute dog-shaped pillow nearby, she began to pummel it fiercely. The poor pillow was left battered and deformed. "Humph, you realize my power now, don't you? If he dares to strike me again, I will unleash my fury on this pillow. No, I shall stomp it. Seeking a few free gifts, it's the end of the month, and the author is quite impoverished." Chapter 30. May you all perish, alas. Life is hard. Making money at the clinic has become increasingly challenging. Gu Tian led Xiao Bai into a bank to withdraw cash. Noticing the bank card in his hand, Xiao Bai curiously inquired, "How much money do you have in that card?" 50,000. It's my savings over the past 3 years. Upon hearing that Gu Tian only possessed 50,000 yuan, Xiao Bai made a face of disdain. Only 50,000? That is hardly enough to marry a wife. Only someone as foolish as your sister would consider you. Her daily wage was already 50,000. She was, by all definitions, a little rich woman. Humph. She glared sideways at Gu Tian. "If you hadn't hit me at noon today, I might have shared half my wealth with you. I hold a grudge, so when your card dwindles to 10,000, I might consider it." Just as they pushed open the bank doors, a commotion erupted. "My money. Where is my money? Why has the 200,000 I deposited a year ago dwindled to only 2,000? A middle-aged man shouted through the glass, his emotions running high. After decades of hard work, he had finally saved over 200,000. How could it have vanished to merely 2,000 in a year? "Stop your barking. I have no idea. Ask someone else." A woman's sharp voice retorted. As a bank employee, she was all too aware of where the money had gone. "Damn it. I deposit my money in your bank, and now it's missing. You expect me to ask someone else? Is there no law?" The man trembled with rage, struggling to understand such ludicrous logic. The woman, applying lipstick, replied with utter disdain, "You poor wretch. Why are you complaining about 20,000? It's just 2,000. Take it or leave it. Sometimes when money disappears, reflect on your own actions. Perhaps you've done something to deserve divine retribution." The middle-aged man's face turned crimson with anger as he shouted, "Just wait. I'm going to report this. My money must have been swallowed by one of your scoundrels." At this, the woman panicked. This small bank had plenty of shady dealings and could not withstand scrutiny. She quickly grabbed a walkie-talkie and shouted, "Security! Security! Come quickly! Someone is trying to rob us." No sooner had she spoken than several security guards burst forth from the back, brandishing clubs. The leader, fierce and imposing, swung his weapon directly at the man's head. "You dare to rob us?" A resounding thud echoed as the middle-aged man collapsed, blood spraying from his head. The other guards quickly subdued him, pinning him down. The onlookers in the bank, eager for drama, believed the man was indeed an attempted robber and pointed fingers at him. Who would have guessed that he, with his innocent demeanor, would be labeled a criminal? He got what he deserved for trying to rob. This exemplifies the truth that one cannot judge a book by its cover. Is it not better to earn money through honest means than to resort to nefarious paths? Some onlookers even took pictures, posing with the security guards and posting them online, captioning it as security triumphs. However, this spectacle incensed Xiaobai, who could hardly contain her outrage. Were they deaf? Did they not hear that it was the bank that had taken his money? He merely intended to report it. How did it turn into an accusation of robbery? This was outrageous. They were bullying an honest man. And Xiaobai crossed her arms, feeling indignant. Gu Tian patted her shoulder, signaling her to calm down. After reporting the incident, he intended to step forward to speak on behalf of the man and seek justice. As he took a few steps forward, his expression suddenly changed, and he swiftly turned back. He noticed black smoke emanating from the middle-aged man, a clear sign that he was about to transform into oxes. Gu Tian couldn't help but feel that his luck was abysmally poor. Even a simple trip to the bank could lead to encountering oxes. If Duamu Yin had this kind of fortune, perhaps his life wouldn't be so aimless. At that moment, and Xiaobai also witnessed the smoke rising from the man. The middle-aged man, pinned to the ground, twitched uncontrollably. Despite his efforts to maintain control, the violent tendencies within him surged forth. "You all shall die." The middle-aged man lost all composure, a hoarse growl escaping his throat. In an instant, a bloodthirsty glow erupted from his once clear eyes. A powerful force blasted the 8 security guards off him. The middle-aged man convulsed violently until he transformed into a creature with a human body and a wolf's head, oxes. Gu Tian and Xiaobai exchanged startled glances, both astonished. "Brother-in-law, let us run. You go first, and I'll follow." "All right, great minds think alike." Dear esteemed readers, I have a query regarding my current writing, and I earnestly seek your evaluations. Additionally, I extend my gratitude to the generous soul who bestowed gifts upon me. Some readers have inquired about the meager earnings from my daily updates, which amount to a mere few yuan. Yesterday, including gifts, I totaled 4 yuan. Revealing the plight of a struggling author. Chapter 31. Must it be Auxer to elicit your excitement? Gu Tian grasped Xiaobai's hand and dashed out of the bank, fleeing into the distance. A howl of rage erupted from Auxer as he witnessed the escape of 2 individuals. Consumed by fury, he let out a piercing cry filled with boundless resentment and frenzy. Seizing a large box, he hurled it towards the entrance, sealing the escape route and trapping the others within. Despair washed over the onlookers. How could this impoverished wretch be Auxer? Today was indeed cursed. A woman scrambled to her feet and rushed towards the bank's back entrance. But Auxer was swifter, with a powerful leap. He closed the distance and sank his teeth into her neck. With a sickening crunch, her neck snapped, and her head rolled away, blood gushing forth like a fountain. This gruesome spectacle sent waves of terror cascading through the bank, as cries and pleas for mercy intermingled in a chaotic uproar. "Let me go. My son is the vice mayor of Haicheng. If you harm me, I will have him send troops to crush you," cried an elderly lady clad in silk. Fear etched upon her face as she retreated. Alas, her pleas were in vain. Auxer tore her asunder, discarding her lifeless body carelessly on the ground. For Auxer, conventional weaponry posed little threat. Only nuclear or hydrogen weaponry might suffice. Inside the bank, screams echoed relentlessly. Eventually, only the security captain remained, trembling and paralyzed. He surveyed the carnage around him, limbs and remnants scattered everywhere. Falling to his knees, he bowed repeatedly, pleading, "Auxer, I was blind to your might. I beg you, spare my life. I have a 3-year-old mother, an 80-year-old child, and a 40-year-old lover. Their survival depends on me. If you grant me this one chance, I shall offer daily prayers to the heavens on your behalf, ensuring you remain undetected by the armored warriors." Auxer, indifferent to the man's entreaties, roared and lunged towards him, intent on inflicting a slow demise. Just as his claws were about to strike, a thick black mist enveloped the security captain, causing his body to convulse violently. Then, a blinding black light flashed, accompanied by an eerie sound, and a bird-headed Auxer materialized. With a sharp kick, the bird-headed Auxer sent the wolf-headed Auxer sprawling out of the bank and crashing onto the street. In the central square of Haicheng, the two Auxers clashed fiercely, their malevolent energy causing passers-by to flee in terror. The bird-headed Auxer pecked ruthlessly at the wolf-headed Auxer, creating a deep wound from which blood flowed freely. The wolf-headed Auxer retaliated with its sharp fangs, tearing into the bird-headed Auxer's arm, but their wounds healed almost instantaneously. With a howl, the wolf-headed Auxer kneed the bird-headed Auxer away and summoned a massive hammer, striking the latter's chest with tremendous force. The bird-headed Auxer staggered back, letting out a wild cry as a silver spear appeared in his grasp. With a swift motion, he slashed open the wolf-headed Auxer's abdomen and spun around to pierce its side. On a nearby high-rise, two figures observed the spectacle. Young master, the two Auxers are engaged in a deadly battle. Should we intervene? Asked Little Li, leaning against the railing, watching the clash unfold. Let them be. If they wish to fight, then let them fight. We have no shortage of Auxers. As long as violence exists, Auxers will continue to emerge. We merely need to wait until they are at their wits' end to collect the virus, replied Ma Qingshan indifferently, meticulously polishing his wine glass, a pastime of leisure. Suddenly, the violent virus within Ma Qingshan stirred restlessly, shifting from a dormant state to a frenzied one, as if sensing an enemy's presence. He lifted his gaze, scanning the surroundings until it settled upon a birch tree. Following Ma Qingshan's gaze, Little Li spotted a set of blue and white armor standing quietly beneath the tree. According to our research, that should be the four-element armor developed by Ku Bolong within the Armor Alliance. Ma Qingshan squinted, examining it closely. Indeed, young master. This armor is the Xiaoji Sina Nano Armor. The other three sets are the Yanji Nawa, Ju Feng Tuonado, and Xiaoji Ku Leifu, corresponding to the elements of tsunami, flame, hurricane, and sheer cliffs, respectively. He has not made a move, likely waiting for the Auxers to mutually annihilate each other before sweeping in to claim the aftermath, Little Li analyzed. Ma Qingshan paused in his motions. Captivated by the Xiaoji Sina, his curiosity piqued. He had yet to summon armor himself and wondered what it would feel like to wear it. Little Li, I recall that the four-element armor does not impose strict requirements on the summoner. It merely needs to meet the compatibility threshold, correct? Little Li nodded eagerly, a fawning smile spreading across his face. You are absolutely right, young master. I understand what must be done. Little Li swiftly descended from the high-rise and landed before Xiaobai. Who are you, and what brings you here? Xiaobai questioned, her blue eyes filled with vigilance. Those who appeared here were certainly not ordinary civilians. Little Li, exuding calmness, casually placed his hands in his pockets, attempting a suave demeanor as he jested. Does it matter who I am? As an armored warrior, must it be Auxer to excite you? I wish to experience it too. Watch closely. For I am no ordinary Auxer. With a flash of dazzling black light, infused with an aura of malevolence, the clown Auxer emerged, burly, with an elongated face, crimson eyes, and sharp claws that radiated a sinister presence. You dare to provoke me, Auxer? You shall not tread the path of heaven, and hell's gates shall not open for you. Xiaobai, unable to tolerate the affront, launched a kick at Little Li, only for him to deftly evade. Chapter 32. The Xiaoji Sina is not meant to be used this way. Let me witness the true power of the four-element armor crafted by Ku Bolong. Can it withstand me? Little Li surged forward, delivering a kick aimed at Xiaobai's waist. Vortex defense. Xiaobai extended her arms, conjuring a semicircular blue shield of water. Little Li's kick met the barrier with tremendous force, sending Xiaobai several meters backward, leaving shallow marks upon the ground. What immense power! Xiaobai focused intently. Her will sharpened. Vortex sword. Energy from the sea surged forth, coalescing in her hands, manifesting as a weapon resembling a western sword. The whirlwind sword, adorned in a harmonious blend of blue and white hues, boasts a slender and delicate blade that glimmers with an icy blue radiance, while its hilt is elegantly embellished with water-like patterns. The weapon I too possess. The sawed stick materialized in Xiao Lizzie's hand as he spoke. Its lower end slender and the top crowned with a formidable circular saw, surrounded by sharply aligned teeth. Xiaobai thrust her whirlwind sword forward, only to have it intercepted by Xiao Lizzie's sawed stick. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Lizzie extended his left leg and delivered a powerful kick to Xiaobai's shoulder, following up with a swift downward strike, sending sparks flying as Xiaobai staggered back several paces. Dark Destruction Sphere. Xiao Lizzie raised his left hand, a massive surge of dark energy coalescing in his palm, aimed at Tsunami. The sphere struck in Xiaobai with a thunderous explosion, propelling her over 10 meters away, her body spinning and crashing through several large trees. Xiao Lizzie, with a triumphant demeanor, rested the sawed stick on his shoulder and remarked to the subdued Tsunami. Your strength may suffice against an ordinary Auxer, but it pales in comparison to mine. I am no ordinary Auxer. Surrender your armor, summoner, and perhaps you may have the chance to indulge in a few more years of growth. Gu Tian summoned the Xing Tian armor, observing the clash between Xiaobai and Xiao Lizzie from a short distance. Ding. Danger detected nearby. New mission issued. Rescue the sister-in-law, defeat Xiao Lizzie, and vanquish Ma Qingshan. Difficulty level: high. Reward: 15 vitality points. Gu Tian exclaimed, pleased by the generous reward. He rubbed the back of his head, still feeling the lingering ache from the earlier encounter with his sister-in-law, who had delivered a swift kick to him shortly after they left the bank. What strength? Does she think I am Japanese? I must be paying for the punishment I dealt her earlier today, he mused, shaking his head at the struggling in Xiaobai. Her mastery of the armor could only be described as mediocre. She had yet to grasp the true essence of Tsunami. The tsunami should embody a deceptive calmness, concealing tumultuous and unpredictable waves, unlike her brute force approach that lacked the finesse of yielding to overcome rigidity. If only she could master the water attribute armor, its potential would be limitless. I shall intervene shortly. Let her endure a bit longer to enhance her connection with the armor during battle. On the battlefield. And Xiaobai rose again. Despite her injuries, she was resolute in her determination not to fall. Hearing the Auxer before her mock her, she shouted, come again. Channeling her strength into her legs, she leaped upward, utilizing the ferocity of the tsunami to deliver a powerful kick to Xiao Lizzie's shoulder. Following this, she soared through the air, unleashing her ultimate move, the whirlwind charge palm. And Xiaobai gathered the elements of the whirlwind, forming a blue sphere, and struck it towards her opponent. The sphere collided with Xiao Lizzie, unleashing a torrent of energy that sent him staggering back several steps, half kneeling on the ground. A perfect opportunity. And Xiaobai quickly closed the distance, raising her whirlwind sword for a final strike. Unbeknownst to her, this was a deliberate trap set by Xiao Lizzie. As Tsunami charged toward him, Xiao Lizzie swung the sawed stick, slicing upward toward Xiaobai's waist, targeting her summoner with a flurry of blows. Sparks erupted as Xiaobai was launched into the air, her summoner unable to withstand the onslaught, falling away. Just as Xiaobai was about to plummet from the sky, a strong embrace caught her. Gu Tian held her tightly with one arm while catching the falling Tsunami summoner with the other, and Xiaobai opened her beautiful eyes, relieved to find someone had caught her, letting out a long breath. The height of her fall was at least 10 meters. Had she landed, she might have sustained severe injuries. Thank you. And Xiaobai managed to utter, only to be struck by the stunning appearance of the Xing Tian armor. This was her first close encounter with it. What an impressive armor. It is even more magnificent than what satellites capture, she thought, admiring its fluid lines and imposing chest plate. Are you injured? Gu Tian asked in a deep, magnetic voice. His voice was soothing, instilling a sense of security. And Xiaobai touched her slightly flushed cheeks, her heart racing uncontrollably. He must be quite young. I am not injured. It is just a bit tight in my chest. And Xiaobai stammered nervously. Gu Tian raised an eyebrow. This girl, usually so carefree, was now stumbling over her words. Hey, what are you two doing there? Hand over the Tsunami summoner, and I may just let you go. Xiao Lizzie waved his sawed stick threateningly at Gu Tian. Do not think that defeating cold blood makes you invincible. There are many who can surpass you among the Auxers. Gu Tian released in Xiaobai, speaking to her in a calm tone. I will teach you only once. Learn well. He stepped forward, placing the Tsunami summoner at his waist, where a belt materialized. And Xiaobai gasped at his actions. Could he be summoning the Howling Tsunami? But it is not that simple. One must have a high level of compatibility with the armor. Gu Tian calmly inserted the energy key into the summoner, opening his arms and shouting, Howling Tsunami, embody the might of the overwhelming tsunami. Unite. A vast oceanic energy surged from the sea, shooting towards Gu Tian at an unprecedented speed. In merely 0.0001 seconds, the Howling Tsunami was summoned. A pale blue wave of light radiated outward from Gu Tian, with Xiao Lizzie at the forefront, knocked back by the force, stumbling to maintain his balance. As for the two battling Auxers, they were sent flying, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Unbelievable, he truly transformed. How incredible! And Xiaobai marveled at the scene. Her mouth agape. He was the summoner of the Xing Tian armor, the black rhinoceros armor, and now could summon the Howling Tsunami, 3 sets of armor summoners. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? She seriously suspected he had some hidden advantage. Chapter 33. Who is the real villain? Is this the Howling Tsunami? The power it contains seems to rival that of the black rhinoceros armor. Moreover, both are water attribute armors, exhibiting remarkable similarities in application. Gu Tian closed his eyes, savoring the surging power within him like an ocean, letting out an appreciative sigh. Xiao Lizzie's expression turned serious as he fixated on the Howling Tsunami. Sensing that the armor summoned by the man before him far surpassed that which the young girl had summoned. They were not even in the same league. One was celestial, the other terrestrial. Under normal circumstances, he would have already begun plotting his escape route, but with the young master at his back, he felt emboldened. If he could not prevail, the young master would surely intervene. The wolf-head Auxer and the bird-beak Auxer sensed an immense threat. Exchanging glances before setting aside their animosity and joining Xiao Lizzie, intent on confronting the Howling Tsunami together. Howls and screeches erupted as they charged at Gu Tian. The wolf-head Auxer launched itself into the air with powerful hind legs, aiming its massive hammer at Gu Tian's head, intent on crushing it. Meanwhile, the bird-beak Auxer twirled its spear, targeting Gu Tian's waist and the summoner, eager for a swift resolution. Gu Tian's azure eyes sparkled momentarily as the vortex defense instinctively materialized. A half-blue barrier effortlessly warding off Auxer's onslaught, not even stirring a ripple. "You two are utterly feeble," Gu Tian declared, channeling the armor's power into his left hand. Striking down upon Auxer's wolfish head with what appeared to be a casual gesture. Though seemingly gentle, that palm bore the force of a tsunami, crashing down relentlessly upon Auxer's entire form. Auxer suffered grievous injuries, his bones cracking audibly, his fangs shattering. Blood mingling with the remnants as it gushed from the corners of his mouth. Boom, boom, boom. Auxer could no longer sustain himself, collapsing to the ground. The sound of an explosion heralding his transformation back into a middle-aged man, his breath faint. This spectacle left the nearby bird-beak Auxer aghast, his eyes nearly bulging out. His beak agape in sheer disbelief. Is this truly armor? How brutally powerful! In that moment, he could not discern who the true antagonist was. Just as bird-beak Auxer contemplated fleeing, Gu Tian seized his mouth, and in a moment of horror, yanked the beak from his face. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Bird-beak Auxer, clutching his mouth, emitted a pained avian cry. Once more employing the same technique, Gu Tian struck him, obliterating bird-beak Auxer entirely, revealing a greasy man clad in a security uniform, now motionless on the ground, clearly having lost consciousness. At Gu Tian's caliber, dealing with ordinary Auxers required no grand moves. His sheer strength was sufficient to shatter them. He flicked his finger at Little Li, disdainfully stating, "Come, let me see just how formidable you, an extraordinary Auxer, truly are." In a flash, Gu Tian appeared before Little Li, delivering a powerful punch. Little Li, forced to absorb the blow, felt several ribs break, nearly expelling the handheld pancake he had consumed days prior. Little Li was left dazed, astonished by the speed of the attack. Just as he regained his senses, he saw Gu Tian's foot coming at him. Damn it, not again. Little Li cursed inwardly, hastily raising a serrated club to protect himself. Yet in the face of overwhelming might, any defense was futile. The club shattered as if made of paper, disintegrating into countless fragments in less than a second. With a resounding thud, Gu Tian's flying kick struck Little Li squarely, sparks erupting from his body as he was propelled like a cannonball, tumbling through the air before crashing heavily into the ground, creating a large crater. Gu Tian clapped his hands, coolly remarking, "Is that all? Your strength barely surpasses that of cold blood." "Wow, he is incredible, truly my idol," exclaimed Xiao Bai, bouncing with joy nearby, her small mouth bursting with cheerful sounds. She witnessed Gu Tian effortlessly defeating an Auxer, stars sparkling in her beautiful eyes, her heart racing faster. This was a true man, powerful and audacious. Who had just saved her? Xiao Bai touched her flushed cheeks, allowing her imagination to run wild, envisioning the armored figure as a dashing, charismatic hero, capable of leading nations yet approachable and kind. In the crater, Little Li lay bewildered by the force of the blow. How is this possible? A man-made armor. How could it be so potent? Does Kubalong possess some alien black technology? Little Li's body lay immobilized, even breathing eliciting severe pain. Gasping deeply, he turned toward the towering buildings, desperately shouting, "Young master, save me, save me, save me." "Stop shouting, I can hear you," came the response. Machi Shan, donning a black mask and holding a box, appeared beside Little Li. He surveyed the fallen figure with disdain. What a waste. To be knocked down by Jinami in just 2 moves. Li Xiaoqiu's second-generation chip has gone to waste. Yet, with a little more time, when he engaged Jinami, he would give Little Li a thumbs up for enduring 2 strikes. Opening the box, Ma Qingshan extracted a syringe, administering it to Little Li. As the serum flowed into him, Little Li's injuries swiftly healed, and he rose once more, retreating behind Ma Qingshan. Gu Tian, utilizing the armor's analytical function, clearly observed the syringe filled with an evolved zombie virus. Ma Qingshan glared at Gu Tian, declaring, "You have quite the audacity. Not only slaying 2 Oksars, but also injuring my subordinate. We must settle this score. And what do you intend to do?" Gu Tian replied, unfazed. "Quite simple. Surrender the summoner of Jinami, or you shall not leave here today." Though Ma Qingshan coveted both Gu Tian's Xingtian armor and Black Rhino armor, he could not summon them, making their retention meaningless. Gu Tian, having watched the armor series, was somewhat familiar with Ma Qingshan, the future brother-in-law of Duan Muyin. However, this was of no concern to him. He had no familial ties to him, and should he provoke him, he would face the consequences regardless. Enough of your chatter. If you want it, come and take it by force, but let me warn you, I will shatter you, Gu Tian responded playfully. Upon hearing this, a confident smile spread across Ma Qingshan's face. Shatter me? What an international joke. Within him resided not only the zombie virus but also a cosmic virus injected by Li Xiaoqiu. He was certain that within the armor, few could rival him. Years of experience had taught him how to wield these viruses effectively. Since you are unwilling to hand it over willingly, I shall simply take it. Ma Qingshan activated the viruses within him, a sinister black mist emanating from his body. As the bloodthirsty red light flickered in his eyes, a hulking, muscular demon bull Oksar materialized. A powerful malevolence radiated, with flora and fauna wilting and dying in its wake. Chapter 34. Do you not know how to write the character for death? Gu Tian observed Ma Qingshan's transformation into an Oksar, a serious glint appearing in his eyes. What a terrifying aura of malevolence, capable of corrupting the essence of life itself. Quite an impressive presence. However, your misfortune lies in encountering Jinami, capable of purifying all evil. Gu Tian initiated the assault, gathering blue energy within his arm and launching a punch. Come forth. I shall defeat you within 3 strikes. Ma Qingshan roared, channeling the dark energy within him to meet the challenge. The black-blue light shattered the shackles of space, spreading like a tidal wave. Nearly 3 seconds passed before a figure was hurled into the air, crashing violently against a wall, which instantly cracked, dust swirling around. Damn it. Ma Qingshan struggled to extricate himself from the wall, coughing up dust while grimacing against the pain as he forcibly reset his dislocated arm. Gu Tian's strike had sent his blood surging, had it not been for his extensive combat experience allowing him to mitigate the force. His arm would have been broken on the spot. Is that all? Gu Tian chuckled softly, having assessed Ma Qingshan's strength to be on par with Duan Muyin. Now, piloting Jinami, his power had far surpassed that of Duan Muyin, even when pitted against his wife, and Chanru. Gu Tian felt he had over 70% certainty of victory. In a flash, Gu Tian vanished, reappearing before Ma Qingshan, ready to unleash the vortex palm. A crisp sound resonated as Gu Tian struck Ma Qingshan's chest with a powerful palm, causing a shower of sparks to erupt. Ma Qingshan staggered back several steps, infuriated by the unexpected strength of his opponent. Summoning a black sword, he seized the opportunity to slash at Gu Tian's shoulder. However, a tremendous recoil surged through him as Gu Tian remained unyielding, while Ma Qingshan retreated 7 steps, each step leaving a deep imprint in the ground. Blood trickled from his hand, dripping down the blade. How could this be possible? Ma Qingshan gritted his teeth, struggling to accept the reality before him. It turned out that Xiao Lizi's strength was indeed formidable, capable of withstanding 2 of his attacks. After enduring those blows, Ma Qingshan felt a numbing sensation creeping through half his body, his internal energy beginning to stagnate. He feared that if the onslaught continued, even his ooze's state would falter. Whirlwind Sword. Gu Tian decided to end the confrontation swiftly, summoning his weapon, gripping it with one hand as he leaped into the air, bringing it down with force. I will block it. Ma Qingshan angled his sword to intercept Gu Tian's attack. Yet, the moment he made contact, a force akin to a meteor strike overwhelmed him, causing him to cough up blood. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Ma Qingshan began to falter, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as his knees buckled, his body swaying dangerously close to collapse. It was over. The young master was about to be defeated. Xiao Lizzie panicked, recalling how Ma Qingshan had just called him worthless. How could he now be on the verge of kneeling? In truth, Xiao Lizzie cared little for Ma Qingshan's fate. His main concern was that if Ma Qingshan perished, Ma Dong would flay him alive. Desperation etched across his face. He suddenly noticed Xiaobai cheering for Gu Tian nearby. Just as Gu Tian prepared to unleash his full power to finish Ma Qingshan, a furious voice rang out. Xiao Lizzie, let go of the young master. If my strength exceeds the limit, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Gu Tian turned to see Xiao Lizzie had seized Xiaobai, holding her shoulder to prevent her from moving. Gu Tian narrowed his eyes and kicked Ma Qingshan aside, a murderous intent flickering in his gaze. How dare he threaten him by capturing his sister-in-law? Did he wish for his own demise, or was he simply ignorant of the consequences? Coughing and gasping, Ma Qingshan, wounded and supported by his sword, shakily approached Xiao Lizzie. Seeing him holding a hostage filled him with discontent. In his view, such tactics were beneath him. Yet, recognizing this was his only chance to turn the tide, he reluctantly accepted the situation. Sensing Gu Tian's hesitation, Xiao Lizzie grew bolder, brazenly demanding, quickly hand over all 3 of your summoning devices, or I will strangle her. And Xiaobai, feeling the tension, was filled with guilt. Xing Tian armor, act swiftly. Defeat these scoundrels. Don't worry about me. If you surrender your summoning device, they will kill you. Xiao Lizzie's eyes gleamed with malice as he tightened his grip on Xiaobai's neck, lifting her off the ground. Her face turned pale, struggling for breath, unable to utter a complete sentence. If you dare speak out again, I'll crush you. He threatened fiercely, increasing his grip, causing her legs to thrash helplessly. Gu Tian's murderous intent solidified, and he removed the Jinami summoning device, summoning a masked figure. Here is your summoning device. Release that girl. Xiao Lizzie's face lit up with a triumphant smile as he eagerly accepted the Jinami armor, reveling in the ease of the situation. Now, give me the Xing Tian summoning device and the Black Rhino summoning device. Gu Tian smirked coldly. I've changed my mind. What if I choose not to surrender them? Xiao Lizzie grasped Xiaobai's left arm, threatening to pull her limb from her body to show Gu Tian the consequences of his defiance. At that moment, Gu Tian unleashed the power of the water bloodline within him. A torrent of water energy surged forth, and the Black Rhino armor fused with him instinctively, without even requiring the summoning device. Calm seal. A peculiar ripple spread rapidly, freezing everything within a 100-mile radius. In Xiao Lizzie's terrified gaze, the Black Rhino armor materialized before him, their proximity so close that he could see the intent to tear him apart in Gu Tian's eyes. An overwhelming sense of despair enveloped Xiao Lizzie. My life is forfeit. As Gu Tian seized Xiao Lizzie's left arm, which still held Xiaobai captive, he exerted brute force, spinning him around 360 degrees. With a sickening crack, he yanked the arm violently from its socket. Xiao Lizzie's agonized screams echoed as dark blood gushed from the wound. Gu Tian gathered Xiaobai in his arms, discovering she had fainted, igniting his fury further. Damn you. He released a surge of armor energy to check on her condition, relieved to find she had merely succumbed to oxygen deprivation. With her cradled in his right arm, he summoned a water shield, aimed it at Xiao Lizzie's chest, and struck with all his might. The violent water energy erupted within Xiao Lizzie, an indescribable agony coursing through him, nearly rendering him unconscious. Even more terrifying was the fact that he could not utter a sound under such force. With a thunderous crash, his chest burst open, flesh and blood scattering. The Jinami summoning device clattering to the ground. Ma Qingshan, witnessing the gruesome scene, felt a chill run through him, wiping sweat from his brow. This killing machine was far more brutal than even Yan Jinawa. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief that it was not his hostage being tormented. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences. Just then, the calm seal's effect wore off, and Ma Qingshan swiftly snatched the Jinami summoning device from the ground, turning on his heel to flee. As he ran, he called out, Xiao Lizzie, hold on. I'll return with reinforcements. Xiao Lizzie lay broken on the ground, soaked in black blood, regretting his earlier decisions. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would never have threatened the summoner of the Xing Tian armor. Watching Ma Qingshan retreat without looking back filled him with rage. If it weren't for saving you, I would never have found myself in this predicament. Young master, don't leave me. Help me. He called weakly, but Ma Qingshan only quickened his pace, smoke rising from his feet. Gu Tian approached, looking down at Xiao Lizzie with disdain, lifting his foot to grind it against his face. Did you truly think he could escape my calm seal? I allowed him to flee deliberately. Gu Tian forcefully stomped down, instantly crushing his opponent's skull. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Intent energy has reached 15. As the system rewards were bestowed, Gu Tian felt his mind becoming increasingly clear, elevating his comprehension of armor to a new level. With the execution of various techniques becoming more adept. Excellent. Now at 54 intent energy. Gu Tian glanced in the direction of Ma Qingshan's escape, but chose not to pursue immediately. He had summoned the Zioa GCI Nano, establishing a profound connection with the summoner, enabling him to sense its location at any moment. He awaited Ma Qingshan's arrival at the lair of Akis, ready to annihilate him. Even if he ultimately faltered, he still possessed the Xingtian armor, allowing for a swift retreat with a mere shift of form. This was his principle in life. Should anyone dare to harm his family, he would repay them 100-fold. Gu Tian looked at Xiaobai in his arms and vanished with a gentle leap. A minute later, at the First People's Hospital of Haiqing, Gu Tian materialized at the center of the hospital lobby, leaving all present in awe. Under the hospital lights, the powerful contours of the black rhinoceros armor were vividly apparent. And with the dark hues enhancing its presence, it appeared even more imposing. The sounds of cameras clicking erupted, accompanied by gasps of astonishment. Wow, it's the armored warrior. So handsome. Goodness, it's my first time seeing a living armored warrior. I've only seen them on television. Sisters, why is he holding a girl? I'm crying. What should I do about my jealousy? Put away your romantic fantasies. It's clear he's here to save someone. Some even took out their phones to search for ways to win over the armored warrior. Quickly move aside. Don't block me. The patient needs me. The hospital director, accompanied by a dozen doctors clad in white coats, sprinted towards Gu Tian at breakneck speed. Greetings, armored comrade. Please entrust the patient to us. We will do our utmost to save her. Gu Tian nodded and handed Xiaobai to a female nurse. The hospital acted swiftly, and soon Xiaobai was admitted to a premium ward for complimentary treatment. The doctors sprang into action, employing their finest skills. They dared not be careless. A successful recovery would bring joy to all, while failure could result in dire consequences. However, this sparked discontent among some who grumbled. Why does the patient brought by the armored warrior get priority? I've been waiting in line. Exactly. I've been waiting for 2 hours just to register. With so many ahead of me, why should he get preferential treatment just because he protects our lives? If it weren't for him, you might not even be standing here in line. Perhaps your parents would be devoured by monsters. Gu Tian paid no mind to these remarks. Every situation has two sides, akin to whether soldiers should receive priority in ticketing. Although he intended to leave, he suddenly noticed an alarming issue. Concealing his form as if invisible, he roamed the hospital. So many zombie viruses. Gu Tian furrowed his brow, as through the armor, he could clearly see the floating zombie viruses, particularly concentrated in the inpatient department. He estimated that at least 110 individuals in this hospital were infected with the virus. Should they inadvertently be provoked or lose control, they might transform into Akis. In this era, hostility was rampant, making it a veritable breeding ground for zombie viruses. Gu Tian lamented, then summoned the power of the black rhinoceros armor, purifying the entire hospital of the zombie viruses. Before long, the hospital was completely cleansed. However, this was merely a temporary fix. It wouldn't be long before the zombie viruses would reclaim their hold. It seemed that only by entirely eliminating the source of the zombie virus could they ensure people wouldn't transform into Akis. Gu Tian sensed that Ma Qingshan had fled quite far, likely back to the Akis base. With a flash, he pursued. This time, he sought not only vengeance but also an opportunity to eradicate the source of the zombie virus. Chapter 36. The God of Death is pursuing the Akis research base. Heavily funded by Ma Tian, had consumed no less than 1 trillion Dragon Kingdom currency. Countless zombie viruses were released daily within its confines. Gu Tian, piloting the black rhinoceros armor, soon arrived at a laboratory on the outskirts of the imperial capital. What audacity to establish a lair at the foot of the emperor. Such boldness. Indeed, the summoner was inside, and the connection was growing stronger. Just as Gu Tian prepared to enter, a flying knife suddenly hurtled toward him. Without even blinking, he stood his ground, allowing the knife to collide with his iron-like chest, which sent it spiraling away, shattering in midair. Who are you, and why are you here? 8 distinctly shaped Akis appeared before Gu Tian, forming a row to block his path. Gu Tian regarded the 8 Akis with disdain. They were merely guard dogs. Hey, I'm the one asking questions. Are you deaf, or do you lack reason? Let me tell you, don't be too arrogant. The doghead Akis stepped forward, claw pointing at Gu Tian. With a dismissive snort, Gu Tian replied, I have no interest in reasoning with you. You are unworthy of listening. Water armor shield. Meteor gun. Inside the laboratory, Li Xiaoqiu gazed at a stunning woman in her 30s lying on the experimental table, nodding in satisfaction. She was one of the subjects. The owner of the third-generation chip, Nina. As he exited the lab, he spotted Cold Blood training nearby. He slightly raised his chin and inquired, Cold Blood, how is it? Can the third-generation chip adapt to combat? Cold Blood reverted to his human form and respectfully replied, Rest assured, Mr. Li, I have adapted to the chip. I am even more powerful than before. I shall become more ruthless. Li Xiaoqiu downed a glass of red wine in one gulp, nodding in approval. By the way, go check on what Ma Qingshan and Xiao Li are up to. They have been absent for quite a while. Cold Blood acknowledged and was about to leave when a black figure rushed in a panic. Cold Blood was startled, ready to take action, but soon realized it was his young master. Young master, what's wrong? You look so pale. Cold Blood was taken aback and quickly supported Ma Qingshan to prevent him from collapsing. Nina, who had just exited the laboratory, was equally shocked by Ma Qingshan's state and hurriedly fetched a chair for him to sit. Ma Qingshan, having reverted from his Aki state, slumped into the chair, placing the Ji Nano Summoner onto the table with a clatter. Li Xiaoqiu picked up the Ji Nano Summoner, examining it with curiosity. You retrieved the summoner? But how are you so severely injured? Where's Xiao Li? Ma Qingshan gasped for breath, fear evident on his face. I encountered the summoner of the Tian armor. He is a god of death. He killed 2 ordinary Akis with a single move, and Xiao Li was instantly eradicated. I was heavily injured in 3 moves and nearly couldn't return. Li Xiaoqiu slammed the Ji Nano Summoner onto the table, his gaze turning dangerously sharp as he looked at Ma Qingshan. That's impossible. Xiao Li possesses my second-generation chip. How could he be killed so easily? And you, Ma Qingshan? You are an Akis with both the zombie virus and cosmic virus, possessing extraordinary strength. How could you be gravely injured in just 3 moves? Ma Qingshan, with a mournful expression, lamented, Truly, this is indeed the case. Even I struggle to believe it. It feels as if I am under some sort of enchantment. In that moment of defeat, I questioned the very essence of life, my eyes devoid of spirit. It was utterly grotesque. Li Xiaoqiu's gaze turned exceedingly serious as he paced back and forth. It has been nearly a month since the summoner of the Tian armor made their appearance. Who could it possibly be to unleash such formidable power? It defies all logic. Li Xiaoqiu was about to inquire further when suddenly a resounding crash erupted as a dog-headed orc smashed through the glass, having been propelled inside by an unseen force, crashing heavily into the laboratory and shattering the reception area into ruins. The unexpected spectacle startled Li Xiaoqiu and his companions, compelling them to retreat in haste. The dog-headed orc, curling its body, stammered towards Li Xiaoqiu, outside, there is a black armored figure resembling a bull. Before the creature could finish, its body erupted, transforming into a man cloaked in dark smoke. Yes, it is the Tian armor. He is pursuing us in the black rhino armor. How on earth did he trace us here? Ma Qingshan's legs weakened, nearly causing him to tumble from his chair, his psyche shattered by Gu Tian's previous assault. Qingshan, do not panic. Where has your former composure vanished to? Li Xiaoqiu scolded him. Li, what should we do now? I fear we may not stand a chance against him. Cold Blood tugged at Li Xiaoqiu's sleeve, his own heart racing with trepidation. He too had been left questioning his existence after the encounter with the Tian armor, having barely revived. He did not wish to face annihilation again. He could be ruthless to anyone but not to the Tian armor, which he deemed far more merciless. He felt unworthy of the name Cold Blood. The Tian armor was more deserving of such a title. Nina, Li Xiaoqiu called out. Here. Nina straightened her posture, standing at attention. You must intercept the black rhino armor. Me? Nina blinked, her confusion evident as she pointed at herself. What have I done to deserve this? Even if I have transgressed, such punishment seems excessive. The Tian armor had obliterated Cold Blood, incapacitated Xiao Li, and severely injured the young master. Now, to send a novice like her to confront him, was that truly appropriate? Please, not like this. I wish to survive, she protested, having just become an orc. She had barely donned her armor. Li Xiaoqiu cleared his throat, realizing the inappropriateness of the situation, and attempted to reassure her. Do not worry, as a novice. You are entitled to a period of protection. Nina covered her face, falling silent. Li, do you truly believe that is a reasonable statement? Have you been reading too many novels? She contemplated whether to kneel before the black rhino armor in hopes of evoking some mercy. If all else failed, perhaps becoming his maid would be a worthy endeavor. Surely, Having a beautiful orc maid would be a point of pride. Li Xiaoqiu pondered for a moment. His own brutal insect emperor was not yet mature enough for battle. As for Ma Qingshan, he was in no condition to fight. If he pressed on, he would surely be obliterated. After deliberation, Li Xiaoqiu resolved to hand the Zanami summoner to Coldblood. Coldblood, you and Nina go together. You need not defeat him. Just hold out for 10 minutes while I gather reinforcements and reposition. Understood. They stepped outside, each harboring their own ulterior motives. Chapter 37. Retrieving the Zanami Summoner Kill. 2 orcs roared, one wielding a scythe and the other swinging a metal rod, both launching fierce strikes towards Gu Tian's chest. The resounding clash of metal reverberated through the air, the scythe breaking in two, and the rod splintering on impact. Gu Tian wielded his meteor gun, aiming at one orc's chest, delivering a devastating blow that sent the creature staggering backward, only for an explosion to ensue moments later. Gu Tian then spun, driving the water armor shield on his left arm forcefully into another orc's body. The ensuing explosion obliterated the orc, scattering it into fragments. A horse-headed orc leapt into the air, attempting a surprise attack from behind. Gu Tian reacted swiftly, grabbing the blade with his left hand, crushing it effortlessly into countless shards. Fool, you dare to play tricks on me? In the bewildered gaze of the horse-headed orc, Gu Tian first drove a fist into its chest, then shattered its skull with another blow. Another orc, witnessing the carnage, sought to flee, but Gu Tian unleashed a powerful palm strike from a distance, instantly reducing it to a mere pulp, leaving no trace behind. In a mere span of 20 seconds, including the dog-headed orc, he had achieved 5 kills. Who else dares to challenge me? Gu Tian bellowed, stepping forward, his armor radiating an overwhelming aura that sent the remaining 3 orcs retreating in fear, exchanging glances. Too intimidated to advance. If you do not come, I shall advance. Gu Tian extended his left hand, a torrent of water energy surged forth. And the remaining orcs felt an invisible force constricting their throats, lifting them uncontrollably into the air. They struggled in vain, their situation growing increasingly dire as their breaths became labored. Explode. With a decisive utterance from Gu Tian, the violent water energy compressed around them, causing the orcs to emit agonized cries. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosive detonations echoed as the orcs' forms were utterly annihilated, their silhouettes crashing to the ground. In under a minute, 8 orcs had been effortlessly dispatched by Gu Tian. Indeed, there is a certain satisfaction in displaying one's prowess. The power of the black rhino armor is formidable. Had Gu Tian donned the Xingtian armor to confront these 8 orcs, the outcome would not have been nearly as effortless. Gu Tian believed that his current strength, clad in the black rhino armor, had reached a level capable of sealing the ancient 4 great supernatural beasts. This spectacle left Coldblood and Nina, who had just exited the laboratory, utterly astonished. Coldblood, having weathered many storms, quickly regained his composure. However, Nina, still reeling from her recent transformation from an ordinary human to an orc, took a while to recover. Perceiving 2 individuals approaching, Gu Tian turned to Coldblood, coldly remarking, "You seem to have remarkable recovery, back on your feet already. I recall obliterating you just days ago. Who would have thought you'd bounce back so soon?" Upon hearing Gu Tian's menacing words, Coldblood instinctively retreated a couple of steps. Yet, as he grasped the roaring Zanami, he felt a surge of confidence. Taking a deep breath, he reassured himself that the summoned roaring Zanami armor would not be inferior to the black rhino armor. Even if, by some chance, he still proved to be no match for Gu Tian, escaping should still be feasible. After all, his legs were his own. However, fate often takes unexpected turns, and Coldblood would soon discover that escape was not an option. He secured the Zanami summoner to his waist and inserted the energy key. Roaring Zanami, engulfing the power of the mighty roar, merge. In an instant, a soft blue radiance illuminated the surroundings as Coldblood successfully summoned the roaring Zanami. Such immense power, he exclaimed. Feeling the surge of energy within him, his confidence soaring, this power eclipsed even that of his previous orc form. Whirlpool Blade. Coldblood intuitively summoned the weapon of the roaring Zanami based on the armor's inherent capabilities. Gu Tian, witnessing this unfold, was not overly surprised. After all, Coldblood possessed considerable strength, and in a one-on-one confrontation, few within the Armor Alliance could surpass him. Coldblood's apparent weakness in Gu Tian's presence was not due to his own frailty, but rather the overwhelming strength of Gu Tian's summoned black rhino armor, which had reached a pinnacle of power. Stab. Coldblood lunged towards Gu Tian, The blue light trailing behind him left a faint white streak in the air, just as the whirlwind sword was an inch away from Gu Tian's neck. He reached out and firmly grasped it, rendering Cold Blood's immense strength futile as the sword remained immobile. With a powerful kick to Cold Blood's chest, Gu Tian sent him flying. The force penetrated the armor, nearly causing it to disintegrate, leaving Cold Blood reeling in disbelief. How could he have grown stronger yet still be so outmatched? Frustration coursed through him, helplessness gnawing at his resolve. He turned to Nina, who remained indifferent, and exclaimed in anger, "Why aren't you joining in? Li ordered us to hold him off for 10 minutes. Sighing softly, Nina reluctantly resolved to act. She had no choice now. If it came to it, she would fight, or perhaps flee. With determination, she waved her jade arm, enveloping herself in a veil of black mist, within which a crimson python flickered in and out of sight. As the mist dissipated, Nina transformed into Medusa Bic, her dark hair twisting into serpents, her red eyes exuding a fierce, killing intent, and her face adorned with strange markings. The voice of the serpent demon staff echoed as she conjured a magical staff entwined by a serpent, emanating an eerie aura. "Let us take him down together." Cold Blood leaped forward, launching an attack at Gu Tian, with Nina closely following, her staff in hand and incantations on her lips. The serpent detached from the staff, morphing into a red shadow that lunged at Gu Tian, aiming to ensnare him. "I don't have time to play with you. I have important matters to attend to." Gu Tian was aware of their intention to stall him and decided to resolve the conflict swiftly. His meteor gun surged like a dragon from the sea, striking against Cold Blood's whirlwind sword. A thunderous clang resonated, echoing like a great bell, sending Cold Blood reeling, his entire body vibrating from the impact, causing him to relinquish his grip on the sword. Almost simultaneously, the red serpent shadow reached Gu Tian, but without a glance, he swiftly extended his left hand, seizing the serpent by its midpoint. The serpent writhed desperately, attempting to escape his grasp, but to no avail. With a sharp crack, it was crushed, dissipating into a cloud of red smoke. Nina gasped in horror, instinctively preparing for defense, only for Gu Tian to appear before her in an instant, delivering a punch that struck her abdomen. The force shattered her internal organs, leaving her incapacitated on the ground, experiencing her first severe injury. He is too powerful. No wonder he could incapacitate the young master. Struggling to lift her head, Nina felt as if a mountain pressed down upon her, suffocating her. Taking advantage of the moment, Cold Blood had secretly charged a formidable attack, launching a blue water sphere towards Gu Tian. "Whirlwind charge palm," he shouted, unfazed. Gu Tian infused his strength into the meteor gun and charged forward, shattering the blue water sphere under Cold Blood's frantic gaze. As the meteor gun approached, Cold Blood realized escape was futile. He shut his eyes, overwhelmed by despair and the tragic nature of his life. It's going to explode. This was the second time he had been blown apart in such a manner. Sometimes, I do wish I could call for help. Boom, boom, boom. Gu Tian's strike not only dismantled Cold Blood's armor, but also obliterated his Auxer state. Cold Blood reverted to his human form and plummeted from the sky, enveloped once more in black smoke, crackling as electric currents coursed through him. Gu Tian caught the falling Howling Thorn nano-summoner and stowed it away in the system space. Chapter 38. Confrontation with the god of Auxer. Witnessing Cold Blood's defeat, Nina panicked and attempted to rise and flee. But the slightest movement sent agonizing pain radiating from her abdomen, causing her body to convulse. Gu Tian approached her without a hint of mercy, placing a foot on her chest. The immense force forced her upper body back to the ground. "I see you're a woman. You can choose your demise, crushed beneath my foot, beaten to death, or thrown to your end, or you can simply perish." Gu Tian's voice was cold and unyielding. Nina was taken aback by his cruelty, utterly lacking in gentleness towards a woman. "Right? I am in my Auxer state. It's quite unappealing, so I understand your ruthlessness. I must change forms." Nina reverted from her Auxer state, revealing a captivating face and an alluring figure. "Please, dear armor, don't kill me. I don't wish to be an Auxer. They forced me into this," she pleaded with a pitiful expression. "If you spare my life, I can be your lover or maid." As she attempted to embrace Gu Tian's foot, he sent her flying 10 meters away, causing her to cough up blood. Disgusted, Gu Tian reflected on how he would only truly care for two women in his life, his wife, and Shangru, and his sister-in-law, and Xiaobai. Perhaps if he had a daughter, it would be a different story. Dazed from the kick, Nina struggled to comprehend her situation. Why was he not adhering to the expected norms? How could he be so merciless to such a stunning woman? Gu Tian approached her, gripping her neck and lifting her off the ground, curtly stating, "Hurry, reveal your true form, so I can obliterate you." Nina was taken aback. Is he really this straightforward? She wiped the blood from her lips and defiantly replied, "No." Gu Tian had no patience for her defiance, believing such women were unworthy of dialogue. He struck her abdomen once more, leaving her questioning her very existence, nearly causing her menstrual cycle to commence. "Reveal your true form now. I don't have the luxury of time to wait for you to commit further misdeeds before I obliterate you. Show your true self, quickly. Don't think I want to strike just because you're a woman." With a combination of physical and psychological pressure, Nina could no longer endure. Her eyes turned crimson as she roared, "I'll fight you to the end." Transforming back into her Auxer form, she unleashed a punch upon Gu Tian's chest, then followed up with a kick, managing to push him back a step. Gu Tian felt a sense of relief. After nearly a minute of struggle, she finally revealed her true form. Do you know how torturous that minute was? It was unbearable. Gu Tian delivered a flying kick to her chest, launching her into the air. Following suit, he leaped up and struck down upon her. Boom! The explosion echoed. Shortly thereafter, a woman enveloped in smoke emerged from the wreckage. Gu Tian, armed with the meteor gun, strode purposefully towards the interior of the Auxer base, never looking back. A true man never glances back at an explosion. Meanwhile, inside the Auxer base, Li Xiaoqiu and Ma Qingshan were directing staff to hastily load containers of green gas onto vehicles. "Hurry up, faster. Haven't you eaten lunch?" Li Xiaoqiu urged anxiously. Suddenly, a mocking male voice called out, "What is the rush to depart for the afterlife? Be sure to say hello to the Buddha for me." Gu Tian, piloting the black rhino armor, stood before Ma Qingshan and Li Xiaoqiu. Through the analysis of the black rhino armor, he realized that the containers were filled with the savage virus. Just a whiff would be immensely beneficial. Gu Tian's gaze shifted past Ma Qingshan, focusing directly on Li Xiaoqiu. Gu Tian could distinctly perceive the warning emanating from the black rhino armor, a phenomenon that arises only when confronted by formidable foes. However, rather than feeling fear, Gu Tian was invigorated by a surge of excitement. Engaging with powerful adversaries was the only path to uncovering his own shortcomings. The opponents he had faced in recent days had been too weak. He had achieved victory with nothing more than the most basic of fighting techniques. Li Xiaoqiu's countenance darkened as the arrival of the black rhino armor signified the failure of his two subordinates. Useless, they were all utterly incompetent. They had failed to withstand the black rhino armor for even 10 minutes collectively, wasting the chips he had painstakingly developed. Were it not for the presence of these two inept individuals, Li Xiaoqiu would have certainly dealt with them severely. He strove to suppress his emotions and smiled at Gu Tian, saying, "Dear friend, I am Li Xiaoqiu. We are all navigating the underworld together. I implore you to show mercy today for a better encounter tomorrow. I offer 10 billion Dragon Kingdom coins. Might you consider sparing me? After all, matters that can be resolved with money are trivial in the Dragon Kingdom." Li Xiaoqiu. Gu Tian finally comprehended the source of the warning from the black rhino armor. In the original narrative, Li Xiaoqiu was the vessel of the violent Zerg Emperor, a force not to be underestimated. However, by the timeline's reckonings, this violent Zerg Emperor had yet to mature. Since he had already made an enemy of Li Xiaoqiu, eliminating him now might prevent a multitude of future troubles. Gu Tian shook his head and, with a hint of arrogance, declared, "I have come here today with a singular purpose, to obliterate you all." Li Xiaoqiu understood that a peaceful resolution was unattainable today. Shadows flickered in his eyes. He solemnly warned, "Young man, do not presume that possessing a few suits of armor grants you the right to dismiss all caution. Sometimes, one must exercise restraint. If you withdraw now, I will pretend this never happened. Do not provoke my ire." Gu Tian chuckled lightly, finding the interplay amusing. However, he was not swayed by such tactics. Not wishing to prolong the conversation with someone of Li Xiaoqiu's ilk, he swiftly darted to the side of the truck, intent on eradicating the virus. Ma Qingshan transformed into an Auxer, blocking Gu Tian's path, but was sent flying by a single strike from Gu Tian. "How dare you?" Li Xiaoqiu trembled with fury at Gu Tian's audacity. The truck contained his life's work, and its destruction would drive him to madness. He forcibly activated the violent Zerg Emperor within him, unleashing a dense black mist. Soon, a towering, grotesque figure emerged, its gray-black skin adorned with spikes. Crowned with scorpion-like pincers and a curved, venomous tail, eyes glowing with a crimson hue. With an enraged roar, Li Xiaoqiu traversed space to stand beside the truck, delivering a powerful punch to Gu Tian's chest. Caught off guard by Li Xiaoqiu's speed, Gu Tian was propelled out of the laboratory, crashing through several mountains before finally halting. Damn it, he muttered, infuriated by the destruction of his virus. Li, you two are an Oksar. Ma Qishan exclaimed in disbelief, clutching his chest. He had thought Li Xiaoqiu was merely an enthusiastic researcher of the Oksar, only to discover that he himself was one, and a formidable one at that. Do you have a problem with me being an Oksar? Li Xiaoqiu glared at Ma Qishan with bloodthirsty eyes. And no, Li. Very well. I command you to take the virus and leave here. I shall deal with the armor. With that, Li Xiaoqiu leaped from the laboratory, pursuing the direction in which Gu Tian had been thrown. Chapter 39. Clash of Powers. What tremendous power. No wonder he is known as the god of Oksar. His strike nearly breached the black rhino armor's defenses. Gu Tian straightened his chest, feeling an unfamiliar pain from Li Xiaoqiu's blow. Kid, I had no intention of making you my enemy, but you have brought this upon yourself. Li Xiaoqiu caught up with Gu Tian, launching a direct assault. The violent Zerg Emperor within him was still immature and could not endure prolonged combat. A massive, purple-black claw extended from Li Xiaoqiu's hand, imbued with immense force. Aimed straight for Gu Tian. Reacting swiftly, Gu Tian maneuvered the black rhino armor to the side, narrowly avoiding the claw that scraped against the armor with a sharp, ear-piercing sound. Harnessing the momentum, he struck Li Xiaoqiu's face with the water armor shield on his left arm, following up with a knee to his abdomen. The impact resonated heavily, delivering a powerful blow to Li Xiaoqiu. Yet, he did not retreat. Instead, he slightly retracted his arm, condensing a sphere of purple-black energy, which he unleashed at Gu Tian's face. Gu Tian, not daring to underestimate the attack, quickly raised his meteor spear to defend. The energy sphere collided with the spear, erupting in a blinding flash and shockwave that flattened the surrounding landscape for hundreds of miles. Even Gu Tian was forced back several meters, his hands aching and breath unsteady. Li Xiaoqiu was also affected, blood trickling from his orifices, his abdomen ablaze with pain. In this exchange, both had exerted their full strength, neither gaining the upper hand. Truly, as the principal antagonist of the armor saga, even with the violent Zerg Emperor still in its infancy, he was nearly equal to the black rhino armor. He must be dealt with swiftly. Ordinary techniques would not suffice. It was time to unleash a grand move. Gu Tian brandished his meteor spear, channeling the pure essence of water from his summoner, creating a green shadowy visage before him, emblazoned with the character Jia. Furious torrent Jia. Gu Tian lightly tapped the spearhead against the shadow, and a tempestuous energy surged into the meteor spear. With his motion, the winds howled, and the earth cracked, forming gaping chasms. Come at me, Li Xiaoqiu bellowed, raising his spiked hand above his head. The brutal energy converged in his hand, and with a piercing scream, a black orb radiating malevolent energy materialized in his palm. With a fierce roar, Li Xiaoqiu hurled the black orb toward Gu Tian. Simultaneously, Gu Tian unleashed the formidable green spiraling energy. The two forces clashed, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion, akin to a miniature sun erupting, illuminating the previously darkened expanse as if it were midday. A terrifying shockwave, imbued with cataclysmic force, shattered the void, sweeping outward in all directions. Ancient trees along the outskirts of the capital were reduced to dust, and mountains and rivers were obliterated in an instant. The residual wave surged forth, racing toward the heart of the capital. In the capital, within the highest echelons of the Armor Alliance, a meeting room housed 4 figures, besides in Changru. There was Ku Bolong, the creator of the 4-element armors, Dr. Geru, Jinmei's brother, and finally, Tian, the director of the Armor Alliance, seated calmly. And Changru toyed with the Flight Shadow Armor Summoner in her hands, her expression indifferent as she stated, "If you are here regarding Miao Bei, I have nothing to disclose. I am acting according to the rules of the Armor Alliance. He must face the consequences for his disregard of protocol. And my offer to arrange a hospital for his injuries is the extent of my leniency." Wearing a white lab coat, Ku Bolong chuckled upon hearing Shangru's words. "That is not the matter at hand. We are already aware of the events surrounding Miao Bei and fully support your decision. Then why have you summoned me?" Dr. Geru, sitting aside, adjusted his glasses and spoke with a serious demeanor. "Because I have discovered a secret regarding the ultimate armor, specifically the Emperor armor, in the ancient texts." An unexpected revelation startled Changru, causing her to set down the summoner and quicken her heartbeat. "What secret is this?" she inquired. For the Emperor's armor was the ultimate weapon of the Bright Realm, a legendary suit of armor. Any news regarding it would create a significant uproar within the Armor Alliance. Dr. Gallo opened an ancient tome with a serious demeanor, declaring, "We previously believed there was only one set of Emperor's armor, but this was an error. There are indeed 2 sets, the The Bright Emperor's armor and the Dark Emperor's armor. How was that possible? And Chandru felt incredulous. This was undoubtedly explosive information. And Tian, seated at the head of the table, spoke up with a hint of concern. The most critical issue is that we do not even know how to summon the Dark Emperor's armor or its powers. If the enemy summons it first, the consequences could be dire. And Chandru pondered seriously, running her fingers through her hair, and after a moment of contemplation, she replied, "This information is indeed crucial, but there is no need for panic. The summoning of the Bright Emperor's armor is highly challenging. So it stands to reason that the Dark Emperor's armor is no less arduous to summon. I believe that alongside combating various monsters, the Armor Alliance should also send personnel to seek out individuals with the 5 Elements bloodline, to avoid being discovered by dark forces." The other 3 members expressed their agreement, raising their hands in support of Nshangru's notion. Just as they intended to conclude the meeting, a powerful shockwave accompanied by howling wind struck, causing the entire Armor Alliance to sway perilously, sending numerous staff members tumbling to the ground. Before they could catch their breath, the floor trembled violently, akin to an earthquake of magnitude 8, as wide cracks appeared in the once-strong walls of the Armor Alliance. Disaster. The Armor Alliance may collapse. Everyone, act quickly, shouted Nan Xian, the vice captain. Understood, came the unified response. Flame Dragon armor, merge. Wind Eagle armor, merge. Snow Mastiff armor, merge. Earth Tiger armor, merge. Flame of Lava, merge. Peak of Thunder, merge. True armor, merge. The armors swiftly mobilized, using their formidable strength to stabilize the precarious structure of the Armor Alliance. The armors exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by this sudden turn of events. What is happening? Such immense power. I thought we were under attack, said Shandong, rubbing his nose with his thumb. Did you feel that? This shockwave is infused with the power of the Black Rhino armor and an incredibly potent malevolent force. Nan Xian analyzed, speaking up. It originates from the northeast of the imperial capital, and Chandra declared, instantly transforming into the Shadow Flight armor and leaping from the high building. True armor and Peak of Thunder remain at headquarters. The rest follow me to investigate. Yes, Captain. Chapter 40. The misfortune of the Wind Eagle armor on the outskirts of the imperial capital. What was once a picturesque landscape had transformed into a desolate wasteland, destined to remain barren for a decade. Damn it. I unleashed my ultimate move and still couldn't kill him. Is his hide that thick? Gu Tian, propped up by a meteor gun, trembled as he struggled to rise from the ground. At the heart of the battlefield, the energy released by 2 ultimate moves had nearly caused the Black Rhino armor to disintegrate. Li Xiaoqiu knelt on the ground, equally disheveled, spitting out several mouthfuls of black blood. Numerous wounds dotted his body, having been struck by the energy of the ultimate move, leaving him weakened and drained. Damn it! What a disastrous start! He roared, slamming his fist into the ground in frustration, his eyes turning crimson with anger. Summoning his spirit, he desperately drew upon the power of the bursting Insect King, dark malevolence enveloping him once more. No matter what, he would eliminate the Black Rhino armor. He was the god of Oksur, a deity, and failure was not an option. Seeing Li Xiaoqiu's state, Gu Tian did not shy away from confrontation, but instead produced a reward card from the system. He was determined to see if 20 times the battle power could indeed vanquish the god of Oksur. Just as he prepared to crush the card, 6 brilliant beams of light streaked from the distant horizon, cleaving the sky. The Wind Eagle armor, being of wind attribute, was faster than the others and arrived first at the battlefield. Shandong gasped at the devastation before him, recognizing the sheer destructive power responsible for such a shockwave. However, upon noticing the bloodied god of Oksur, a glimmer of excitement crossed his eyes. Excellent. This is a prime opportunity. The Oksur seems gravely injured by the Black Rhino armor. If I seal him now, who in the Armor Alliance will dare to mock me again? Shandong thought, exhilarated, as he summoned the Wind Eagle sword and charged toward the god of Oksur. Ever since the Wind Eagle armor had been defeated by the evil wolf beast, Shandong had endured ridicule from other summoners. Now, he was determined to prove his strength. Wind Eagle armor, return. Do not act recklessly. Enchanru arrived at the battlefield, witnessing the Wind Eagle armor rushing forward alone, and shouted urgently. As the strongest member of the team, she could clearly assess that this Oksur was no ordinary foe. But Shandong, deaf to her warning, was consumed by his desire for victory. Piercing wind strike. He bellowed, blue light radiating from the Wind Eagle sword as countless sword phantoms converged around it, propelled by a fierce sword intent toward the god of Oksur. Li Xiaoqiu observed this scene with a mocking smile. How foolish. A nameless little figure dares to attack me. Indeed, he was injured and in a state of low health. But he was no mere creature to be trifled with. In an instant, Li Xiaoqiu vanished, effortlessly evading the Wind Eagle armor's ultimate attack. How is this possible? How could this happen? Shan Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. His ultimate move had missed yet again. He had lost count of how many times he had failed to land his attack. Why? Why does my ultimate move always miss? More critically, the god of Oxur's speed was astonishing. He could only perceive fleeting shadows. Before he could regain his composure, an overwhelming sense of danger surged from behind him. As he turned, an immensely powerful tail struck him squarely in the chest. With a thunderous crash, sparks erupted like fireworks, cascading to the ground. Shan Dong was sent flying, crashing heavily to the earth with a pained grunt. The Wind Eagle armor, not designed for defense, crumpled under the blow and disassembled. Wasn't he injured? How could he still possess such strength? One strike reduced me to this state. Shan Dong curled up on the ground, utterly bewildered by the situation. From a distance, Gu Tian shook his head at the Wind Eagle armor's performance, finding it utterly disgraceful. This was a significant miscalculation. How could such a poor summoner exist? According to design, the Wind Eagle armor was supposed to be the fastest in the Bright Realm, with unparalleled agility, yet now it was easily outpaced by the god of Oxur. Without further ado, Gu Tian retracted the experience card, his ultimate trump card, saved for dire circumstances. He then pondered for a moment before turning to Enchandru. Shadow Flight armor, it is good to see you. Enchandru gazed at Gu Tian's black rhinoceros armor for a moment before speaking. I never expected you to wield the black rhinoceros armor with such prowess. The fluctuations of battle stretch for thousands of miles. Your strength has progressed remarkably. Gu Tian chuckled softly, thinking it unwise to disclose to his wife that he had been using an advantage. He pointed to Li Xiaoqiu and said, This orc is still an immature version. Even at my full capacity, I can only match him, unable to vanquish him. You must have noticed that despite his severe injuries, his combat power remains formidable. What do you propose we do? Enchandru countered. Gu Tian smiled slightly. Thus, we require a righteous siege. Enchandru's eyes brightened, agreeing. Excellent idea. Li Xiaoqiu approached Sang Dong, intent on eliminating the insect that had dared to offend him. Sang Dong, fear not. I am here to rescue you. The flame dragon armor swiftly intervened, standing before the orc god and unleashing a series of magnificent slashes against his chest. A plethora of sparks ignited, emanating a scorching aura. Li Xiaoqiu was sent flying several meters back, clutching his chest, his face a mask of distress. He felt a pure, searing energy surge through his wounds, wreaking havoc on his body. No, I must retreat. The situation is exceedingly unfavorable for me. I shall return another day to obliterate the black rhinoceros armor. He glanced toward Gu Tian to leave a few harsh words, only to find he had vanished. A sense of foreboding welled within him. Where is the black rhinoceros armor? Behind you. Gu Tian's voice echoed. Li Xiaoqiu spun around, confronted with a dire predicament. While he was engaged with the flame dragon armor, the other 5 sets of armor had encircled him, completely obstructing his escape route. What are you all planning? He stammered. What do you think? It's quite evident. We're delivering you a dose of righteous siege. Gu Tian brandished the meteor spear. In that moment, Li Xiaoqiu felt a chill run down his spine. If he were at full health, he would welcome a brawl, but now he was severely weakened. He frantically scanned his surroundings, panicking. Aren't you all supposed to be heroes? Why are 6 of you ganging up on one? If you have the guts, let's settle this one-on-one. Duan Muyin grinned, brandishing her molten-scaled blade, and replied, Heroes? Apologies. We only care about the outcome. Li Xiaoqiu retorted, Indeed, 1 down counts as 1, 2 down counts as a pair. Zhao Shi cracked his neck, fiddling with his thunderstaff. Surrender now and meekly accept the sealing of the Earth Tiger armor. Zhong Kuan arrogantly declared, pointing at his universe belt. Let us engage swiftly to avoid prolonged troubles. Enchandru summoned the Shadow Blade and struck downwards. Chapter 41. The righteous siege prevails with a resounding slash. The Shadow Blade struck Li Xiaoqiu's chest, causing him to stagger backward, sparks flying as several ribs shattered. The Snow Mastiff armor, sensing Li Xiaoqiu retreating towards him, felt a surge of excitement and swung the thunder staff fiercely at Li Xiaoqiu's back. Each strike produced a terrifying sonic boom. You scoundrel, attacking from behind without honor. Li Xiaoqiu roared, retaliating with a punch that sent the Snow Mastiff armor reeling. The power of the Snow Mastiff armor was formidable, nearly giving Li Xiaoqiu a herniated disc. I'll take over. The Earth Tiger armor bellowed, summoning the earth-splitting claw. With a powerful leap, he soared 3 meters high, raking his sharp claws toward Li Xiaoqiu's head. Li Xiaoqiu was infuriated. These armors were like bothersome insects. He launched a kick that sent the Earth Tiger armor flying. And as he landed, he was confronted by Duanmu Yin. The searing heat from the flame Naja enveloped him, causing his skin to burn, coupled with Duanmu Yin's unsettling laughter. Li Xiaoqiu felt a tightening in his gut, sensing danger. He attempted to retreat, but Duanmu Yin was faster. Molten flame cleave, she exclaimed, leaping into the air. The molten scaled blade glowing fiercely, projecting an unparalleled blade silhouette that illuminated the sky. Li Xiaoqiu, with no avenue for escape, let out a piercing scream. Channeling the power of the explosive Bug Emperor into his hands, conjuring a black defensive shield that clashed with the molten-scaled blade. A thunderous explosion reverberated, sending debris flying. The black shield shattered, exacerbating Li Xiaoqiu's injuries, and his body began to sway violently. Gu Tian observed as Li Xiaoqiu teetered on the brink of collapse, preparing to unleash the torrential surge to finish him off. Torrential surge. The violent power of water coalesced once more around the meteor spear, radiating a breathtaking force. Everyone, summon your ultimate moves together. We must obliterate him completely. And Changru commanded, instructing the other armor-bearers as the black rhinoceros armor prepared its ultimate attack. All right. The summons of the Earth Tiger, Snow Mastiff, and Flame Dragon armor-bearers echoed as they drew their ultimate weapons, rotating the universe belt to conjure the Shadow's fatal strike. Duanmu Yin transformed her molten-scaled blade into the Qilin melting axe, and Changru retrieved a card from her box, inserting it into the summoner, causing the shadow gun to appear instantly in her grasp. Earth-splitting slash, thunderstrike, demon sealing slash, flying shadow arrow, Qilin flame slash. Even the incapacitated Sang Dong managed to rise, gritting his teeth, and summoned the Wind Eagle armor to unleash its ultimate move, Wind-piercing strike. 7 distinct energies permeated the heavens and the earth, their impending release heralding monumental power and a tempestuous upheaval. Li Xiaoqiu's expression darkened. He wished to evade the onslaught but realized with terror that his energy had been locked, rendering his legs immobile, leaving him helplessly watching as they unleashed their ultimate attacks. I am the god of orcs. I cannot be defeated. Absolutely not. He screamed in despair, mustering all his strength to form another black defensive shield. Alas, it proved futile as 7 beams of light converged from all directions, shattering the black shield in an instant. The beams struck Li Xiaoqiu's core with unstoppable force. Oh! He screamed in agony. The energy from the armors ravaged his body, eradicating the explosive Bug Emperor within him bit by bit. Subsequently, Li Xiaoqiu erupted in a violent explosion, flames soaring into the sky, the earth trembling beneath him. This spectacle delighted the Wind Eagle armor, for at last, they had achieved their ultimate strike. 1 minute later, as the explosive energy dissipated, a massive crater remained at the center. Within it, Li Xiaoqiu had reverted to his human form, resembling a lifeless dog. Convulsing and emitting black smoke, Gu Tian approached the crater's edge, witnessing Li Xiaoqiu's state, and sighed in relief. Finally, he has been vanquished. Such an ultimate being must be eradicated while he is still weak. To be honest, had it not been for that reckless Li Xiaoqiu injuring his sister-in-law, Gu Tian would not have gone to such lengths to invade the lair of the orc god. Gu Tian withdrew the meteor spear into the summoner and vanished into thin air. The black rhinoceros armor had been summoned for too long, and its wielder was beginning to falter. With the orc god dealt with, Gu Tian had no reason to linger. Moreover, he could faintly sense that certain individuals within the armored alliance were not particularly welcoming towards him, though Gu Tian remained indifferent to this. As anticipated, upon seeing the retreating figure of the black rhino armor, Zhao Shi's eyes flickered with urgency as he turned to Changru and said, Captain. He currently possesses both the black rhino armor and the Xingtian armor. Now, while the crowd is ample, we should. The remainder of Zhao Shi's statement remained unarticulated. Yet he gestured with a slicing motion across his throat, hinting at a certain ferocity. Those present were astute, and with Zhao Shi's utterance, the previously amiable atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. All gazes instinctively gravitated towards Changru, and the mood grew increasingly delicate. Clearly, some individuals found merit in this suggestion and began to contemplate it. The black rhino armor had recently endured a fierce battle and was undoubtedly not at its peak strength. Thus, attacking him now was, both emotionally and logically, the most opportune moment. Though Zhao Shi's words were somewhat radical, his intentions were sincere. Having 2 sets of armor, only one could be utilized against an adversary, rendering the other superfluous. Shandong, arms crossed, expressed his agreement with Zhao Shi. However, his endorsement was tinged with personal grievances. During his confrontation with the god of Oxer, the Black Rhino armor had the capability to assist him but chose instead to observe passively, watching as he was brutally defeated. Shandong acknowledged his own impulsiveness in engaging the enemy without fully grasping their strength. Yet as a fellow armored warrior, how could the Black Rhino armor remain so callous? One might argue that he bore no fault. After all, he had not been warned of the enemy's formidable prowess. And perhaps the Black Rhino armor had deliberately wished to see him humiliated. Reflecting further, Shandong added, "Please do not misunderstand. I do not envy his possession of 2 sets of armor. I am merely advocating for our team's interests. If both sets of armor were under our control, our strength would undoubtedly surge." "Indeed, Captain," another chimed in, "the elemental forces must be united. We must reclaim the Black Rhino armor, even if it requires less than honorable means. Moreover, having 2 sets of armor resting upon a single individual is excessive." Zhong Kuan interjected, expressing his dissatisfaction with the Black Rhino armor's solitary approach. As the wielder of 2 sets of armor, he displayed no sense of camaraderie. Listening to their discourse, Duan Mu Yin silently deactivated his summoning device, abandoning the Flame Nawa form. He cast a cold glance at Shandong, Zhao Shi, and Kuan Zhong, remarking, "So, you all resort to moral coercion? Hu Wen Ti. If you were so intent on seizing the summoning device, then go ahead. Why hesitate? If you possess the capability, it matters not if it involves 2 sets of armor. Even if you donned 100, I would not be envious. If you lack that capability, then silence yourselves and spare Captain and the embarrassment." "How petty," Duan Mu Yin concluded, summoning the Tua Ma Duo armor and departing. Intent on seeking out a few Oxer to hone his skills and bridge the gap between himself and the Black Rhino armor. The 3 were left chastened by Duan Mu Yan's unrelenting rebuke, their expressions shifting from green to pale. Yet, they dared not protest, for even as a trio, they were no match for Duan Mu Yan. The title of Oxer's killing machine was well earned. Nan Xin, the summoner of the Flame Dragon armor, also voiced his dissent against the notion of stealing another summoning device, cautioning that failure would not only yield no benefits, but also create an additional enemy, a counterproductive endeavor. With 2 vice captains weighing in, the matter was effectively settled. Let us return to the Armored Alliance. Furthermore, my recommendation is to refrain from attempting to seize the summoning device. We should prioritize persuasion instead." And Chandra declared, transforming into a streak of light as she sped towards the Armored Alliance. She harbored no concerns regarding the 3 pursuing the Black Rhino armor, for they were self-aware, unlike Miao Bei, who acted without forethought. There were matters she needed to address. And once settled, she longed to return to Haiqing and her husband. It had been far too long since she had been away from his side, and she felt a growing thirst for his presence. Half an hour after all the armors had departed, Li Xiaoqiu's battered form began to stir. Tendrils of dark energy re-emerged around him, and suddenly, Li Xiaoqiu's eyes snapped open. Coughing violently, he managed to rise to his feet. "That was close. I nearly met my end," he exclaimed, patting his chest in relief. The exploding Zhua insect emperor within him could regenerate indefinitely as long as even 1% remained. And coincidentally, it was just that minuscule fraction which had survived the onslaught from the armored warriors. Li Xiaoqiu stealthily exited the battlefield, seeking a place to lay low. "Black Rhino armor, just you wait. Once my exploding Zhua insect emperor fully matures, you will be my first target." Gu Tian quietly returned to the hospital, relieved to find that no one had attempted to confront him along the way. He let out a soft sigh. After all, who would refuse free takeout? Ah, it seems those individuals are quite astute, unlike Miao Bei, who acts rashly. He retrieved the Xena Mi summoning device and made his way to Xiaobai's hospital room. Gu Tian would never dream of stealing from his own sister-in-law. He had not sunk to such depths of shamelessness. Moreover, summoning devices were akin to a second life for every summoner, and Gu Tian would not resort to thievery unless absolutely necessary. The Xena Mi summoning device sensed his intent to gift it, erupting in a brilliant blue light as a form of protest. Gu Tian gently tapped the device twice, and it quickly settled down. Is Kubo Long truly this formidable? The Xena Mi summoning device behaves just like my sister-in-law, so mischievous and full of childlike spirit. At the pinnacle of the hospital, within a premium ward, and Xiaobai lay alone upon the bed, her pillow concealing her rosy cheeks. She had just overheard the nurse mention that it was the Black Rhino armor that had brought her to the hospital. cradled in a princess carry amidst the gaze of the crowd. Naturally, and Xiaobai's bashfulness deepened, her cheeks reddening further. "This is the second time he has saved me," she murmured, delicately counting on her slender fingers. The first time was when he rescued her from Shaoli, and the second was once again from his hands. What a dilemma. They say one cannot repay a life-saving grace. How should I express my gratitude now? I wonder how he feels about me. And Xiaobai pondered shyly. Her delicate feet tightly crossed, her heart racing uncontrollably. "Awake? Is there any discomfort in your body?" A deep yet melodious male voice echoed within the spacious ward. In the next moment, Gu Tian appeared before Xiaobai, clad in the black rhino armor. "Why you're here, brother?" Xiaobai stammered, her sudden nervousness rendering her unable to articulate a complete sentence. Her face flushed as if it would bleed. "What's going on? Why isn't the nurse turning on the air conditioning on such a hot day?" Gu Tian gazed at his sister-in-law's flustered demeanor, his expression filled with confusion. Is it truly that warm? Perhaps, as the books say, girls are more sensitive than boys. Controlling the black rhino armor, Gu Tian infused a stream of water energy into Xiaobai's body. Soon, the redness on her face significantly diminished. "Here, take your Zenami summoning device. Next time, be careful not to let the bad guys take it away." Gu Tian spoke softly, handing the summoner to Xiaobai's delicate hand. This gesture almost brought tears to Xiaobai's eyes, and her admiration for the Xingtian armor soared to an all-time high. The Xingtian armor had truly bestowed upon her a profound kindness. "Thank you, big brother." And Xiaobai's cheeks flushed once more as she lowered her head and murmured shyly. Chapter 43, Forgetting the Brother-in-Law. Gu Tian mused, intrigued by this newfound politeness from the girl who typically exhibited a more brash demeanor at home. Often calling out Gu Tian's name with a hands-on-hips attitude, showing little respect for her brother-in-law. "Well, since you're fine now and have your summoner back, I shall take my leave." Upon hearing this, Xiaobai panicked, swiftly throwing off the covers and leaping from the bed to grasp Gu Tian's hand. "Big brother, please don't go just yet. There is something important I wish to ask you." Gu Tian turned back to face Xiaobai, pondering what question she might have, only to be met with a sight that left him momentarily speechless. Xiaobai was dressed scantily in a cool, fitted tank dress that accentuated her perfect curves exquisitely. Her figure was stunning, rivaling even that of his own wife. One could not help but admire the remarkable genes of his family, each woman a true beauty. However, Gu Tian was a man of integrity, devoted solely to his wife, and especially mindful of the fact that this girl was his sister-in-law. He quickly averted his gaze after a fleeting glance. "Speak your mind. I shall answer you honestly," Gu Tian declared with a serious expression. "What do you feel about me?" Xiaobai asked, biting her lip nervously, her fingers entwined, her demeanor shy. I feel quite well," Gu Tian replied succinctly. What feelings could he possibly have? He harbored no other thoughts toward his sister-in-law, nor dared to entertain any. Though his response was brief, it ignited a spark of excitement in Xiaobai's eyes. "Really? If that is the case, it must mean I hold a certain place in Big Brother's heart." Seeing her excitement, Gu Tian was puzzled by her question but gently reached out to pat her head. "Yes, in my eyes, you're just a clever and adorable little girl." Upon hearing this, Xiaobai's heart blossomed with joy, relishing the gentle touch on her head. Wow, is this what it feels like to be patted? She couldn't help but close her eyes in bliss. The pressure is just right. His hand must possess some kind of magic. This feels so good. After a few minutes, Gu Tian ceased his affectionate gesture, lightly tapping her forehead. "You ought to train well to enhance your compatibility with the armor. I hope by the next time I see you, you'll be able to stand on your own." With that, Gu Tian leaped from the hospital's high building, departing from the scene. Once Gu Tian had left, Xiaobai reluctantly returned to bed, burying her head into her pillow. She gently twirled her hair, still sensing her brother's presence lingering. As she hummed a tune, playing with her delicate feet, a frown creased her brow. She felt as though she had forgotten something important. Suddenly, a spark of realization struck her, nearly causing her to leap from the bed. Oh no, she remembered everything. In her effort to deal with the keys, she had knocked Gu Tian unconscious and left him on a hillside to cool off. How could she have forgotten such a thing? Had he awakened by now? If her sister found out, her little bottom would surely pay the price. Xiaobai hastily left the hospital, summoning her Xiaojiqi Nano, and dashed toward the hillside. In the imperial capital, a bar buzzed with lively chatter. In a corner, Miao Bei sat in a wheelchair, dejectedly sipping red wine. Ever since being expelled from the Armor Alliance, he often came here to drink alone. Nearby, several young men were enthusiastically praising the Armor Warriors. "I heard the Armor Alliance recently slayed a powerful Akis, the one that caused the earthquake in the capital. It's simply exhilarating. The armor warriors are the heroes of our time, invincible. However, to Miao Bei's ears, their praises felt like bitter mockery. He harbored resentment toward the armor, believing their actions led to his current plight. With the alcohol numbing his senses, his previously calmed emotions flared up again. He slammed a bottle on the table, shattering it and spilling wine everywhere. Shut up. All of you, shut up. What is there to discuss about those rotten oranges? They're all worthless. His outburst silenced the bar, drawing countless scrutinizing glances toward him. You dare say that again? A young man, unable to contain himself, leapt forward, seizing Miao Bei by the collar. Miao Bei, his neck flushed, retorted, I said they're all rotten oranges, the very worst kind. Well, you certainly have guts. Amidst the crowd's uproar, the young man cursed before delivering a sharp slap to Miao Bei's left cheek, followed by a kick to his chest. The force sent Miao Bei, along with his wheelchair, crashing out of the bar, where he spat out a mouthful of blood. The pain from his old and new wounds was unbearable. The young man stepped outside, hurling a loogie onto Miao Bei's face, seething. Lucky for you, it's a civilized society. Otherwise, you wouldn't make it out alive today. He then re-entered the bar, slamming the door shut behind him. Lying on the ground, Miao Bei groaned in agony, clutching his chest for what felt like an eternity before managing to sit back in his wheelchair. He wiped the blood from his lips. His hatred for the armor warriors deepened. Had he still been part of the armor alliance, who would dare to provoke him? Just as Miao Bei contemplated heading to another bar for a drink, he heard a distinct sound of footsteps approaching. A figure emerged from the shadows, flanked by two masked individuals. How pitiful it is for the once formidable Black Rhino armor summoner to end up like this. A sense of foreboding washed over Miao Bei, his instincts warning him that these individuals were far from benign. How did you know I was the Black Rhino armor summoner? He asked, panic rising in his voice. The figure remained silent, gesturing to the two behind him. Understanding the cue, they swiftly pushed Miao Bei's wheelchair away, ignoring his cries for help. Chapter 44. The malevolent gold possession. Miao Bei gazed as the surroundings swiftly faded away, struggling desperately, only to be rendered unconscious by a fierce blow from the grotesque general. In the Shadow Realm, within a cave, Miao Bei remained oblivious to the passage of time until he finally regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes, he discovered himself lying in the center of a cave, shrouded in darkness and dampness, exuding a decaying odor. The area was cluttered with various fragments of stone, with only a few beams of light filtering through the cave's ceiling, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Instinctively, Miao Bei rose to his feet, realizing his wounds had been tended to and his body was now brimming with strength. Where am I? Is anyone here? He shouted, his voice echoing against the rocky walls. Ha ha ha, indeed, you are the famed summoner of the Black Rhino armor, Miao Bei. I, the malevolent gold, have long admired your reputation. A coarse, deep voice resonated from behind him. Miao Bei turned around to find 5 peculiar beast-like entities standing in a row behind him, radiating an aura of malevolence. So, it is you fiends who have abducted me. Prepare to face my seal, he declared, stepping forward to summon the Black Rhino armor, only to suddenly remember that his summoning device had been taken by the Xingtian armor. A wave of powerlessness and frustration washed over him. My dear friend, there is no need for such alarm. We harbor no ill intentions. Malevolent gold appeared before him in the blink of an eye, patting his shoulder and continuing. If we truly wish to kill you, why would we bring you here, right, summoner of the Black Rhino armor? Miao Bei shrugged off the hand of malevolent gold. Confusion etched on his face. How do you know I was once the summoner of the Black Rhino armor? The Armor Alliance has kept that information under wraps. Because, within the armors, we have our own. Malevolent Gold's casual remark sent tumultuous waves through Miao Bei's heart, leaving him breathless. Among the 13 sets of armor, there were indeed individuals from the Shadow Realm. This was absurd. Merely contemplating it was terrifying. Henceforth, the Armor Alliance's every move would be known to the Shadow Realm in advance. Could it be him? Miao Bei's mind raced, and he had nearly pinpointed the traitor. What have you brought me here for? The Black Rhino armor is no longer with me, he said warily, harboring no fondness for the beast-like entities. Malevolent Gold's guardian let out a low, eerie laugh, as if echoing from the depths of a hellish abyss. Miao Bei, I know you have been cast out by the Armor Alliance, and thus I sympathize with you. Do you desire unparalleled power? Do you wish to make those who look down upon you tremble in fear? His words were laden with a seductive power, stirring profound turmoil within Miao Bei. No, I shall not succumb to that. I have my principles. The guardian of malevolent water approached Miao Bei, smiling as she said, principles can also be altered. With that, She gathered dark energy in her hands and unleashed it towards the horizon. A thunderous explosion erupted. The distant sky was cleaved asunder, as if the apocalypse had arrived. How many in the Armor Alliance could withstand this strike? Miao Bei's heart raced. He swallowed hard. This blow was even mightier than when he summoned the Black Rhino armor at its peak. If he possessed such power, he could effortlessly obliterate all armors, especially that of Gu Tian. Feigning calmness, Miao Bei asked, "What is the cost?" The eyes of Malevolent Gold's guardian gleamed with a wicked light as he replied, "The cost is merely that I shall temporarily borrow your body. Together, we shall shatter the armors. What is that to us? Very well, I accept." Miao Bei gritted his teeth, recalling the torment he had recently endured. Ha 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 ha. Malevolent Gold erupted into frenzied laughter upon hearing Miao Bei's acquiescence. He waved his hands, and a black mist swiftly coiled around Miao Bei. Miao Bei felt a bone-chilling cold seep into his body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, his consciousness beginning to wane. "I retract my consent. Release me, let go of my body," he cried out in anguish. You've already consented. Do you think it's that easy to back out?" Malevolent Gold sneered, accelerating the possession. The black mist enveloped Miao Bei tightly, merging with his body. His form began to twist and contort, bones cracking, muscles expanding. Moments later, Miao Bei's body was entirely occupied by the guardian of Malevolent Gold, becoming a puppet under its control. "Congratulations, brother. You have taken the final step. Now, we 5 guardians have found suitable hosts." The other 4 guardians rejoiced. With their hosts secured, they could act boldly in the mortal realm without fear of detection by the Armor Alliance. Malevolent Gold assessed Miao Bei's physical condition, nodding in satisfaction. "Indeed, as a summoner, your physique is remarkably robust." Transforming back into Miao Bei's likeness, he shrugged his shoulders and said, "I will need some time to synchronize with him to unleash peak power. During this period, I shall rely on you all to seek out the bearers of the 5 elements bloodline." "Understood, brother, leave it to us." The 4 guardians responded, each transforming into their respective hosts. Among them, the guardian of water was the most extraordinary, transforming into a beautiful woman clad in a long coat, bearing a striking resemblance to Enchandru. Chapter 45. The Goddess Becomes a Wife, Yet My Love Remains. Dear esteemed readers, regarding the previous chapter on the Malevolent Gold's possession of Miao Bei, I believe there should be no issues. I have researched online, and there are no restrictions on bloodlines or attributes when the Shadow Guardians possess a host. The main text begins, "At the Civil Affairs Bureau of Haicheng, impossible. This cannot be happening. How could this be?" Li Tianyu stared in disbelief at the marriage registration form bearing Shangru's name and photograph. Feeling as though struck by lightning, his body stumbling backward, nearly collapsing to the ground. His perfect goddess, whom he had idolized, was married, and to an ordinary man no less. Each word on the marriage registration form felt like a dagger, piercing deeply into his heart. Upon arriving in Haicheng, Li Tianyu had immediately gone to the Civil Affairs Bureau, utilizing certain special privileges to obtain the marriage registration form. Initially, he had intended to return to the Armor Alliance if Shangru's name did not appear on the form. However, within mere seconds, he found himself looking at the photograph of his goddess, adorned with a radiant smile, a smile she had never bestowed upon him. In a shock, Li Tianyu let out an incredulous gasp. He staggered back, the years of faith and perseverance he had clung to collapsing like a fragile bubble. Overwhelmed by fury, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The goddess he had pursued tirelessly for years had, in such a short time, become a wife, and to make matters worse, she had surrendered her first blood to another man. Li Tianyu felt as though he was on the brink of collapse, realizing that the true fool was he himself. Previously, whenever Enchandru had rejected him, he would concoct various rationalizations to console himself, convincing himself to keep trying. There was always a chance. No matter the circumstances, persistence would yield rewards. But now, everything was in ruins. The mere thought of another man sharing the bed of his goddess sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through his entire being, especially regarding the goddess's first time. Was it not excruciating? As Li Tianyu contemplated the suffering endured by his goddess, he felt an overwhelming urge to annihilate the earth. His heart ached. Oh, how it ached. "Mother, what is wrong with that man?" A little boy, oblivious to the chaos, pointed at Li Tianyu. "Perhaps he is a sycophant," the woman replied uncertainly. Upon hearing this, the dark side of Li Tianyu's heart erupted, and resentment surged uncontrollably. "Get lost. All of you, get the hell away from me. You are the sycophant. Your entire family are sycophants," Li Tianyu bellowed, seizing a fruit platter and hurling it towards the child. The woman, panicked, swiftly scooped up the child, narrowly avoiding the blow, and cursed Li Tianyu as a madman before hastily fleeing the Civil Affairs Bureau. Li Tianyu's fingers cracked ominously, his eyes bloodshot. And had it not been for the crowd and surveillance, he would have summoned his armored form and crushed those two beneath his wrath. Ah! In a fit of desperation, Li Tianyu screamed, smashing items around the Civil Affairs Bureau, turning the place into utter chaos. After wreaking havoc, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. A tempest of emotion swirling within him. What if she marries? What if she becomes a wife? Even if they have children, so what? As long as Enchandru divorces, she will still be the perfect goddess in his heart, and he could pursue her once more. Perhaps such a woman would be even more mature, possessing a charm refined through experience. Li Tianyu rose from the floor, a sinister smile creeping upon his face as he gazed at the spouse section next to Enchandru's name. Gu Tian, is it? I shall see what merits you possess to be worthy of Enchandru. He retrieved his phone, dialing the number listed on the marriage registration form. In his imagination, if Gu Tian were wise, he might propose a divorce to Enchandru, perhaps allowing Li Tianyu to spare his life. If he did not, well, he should not blame Li Tianyu for his lack of courtesy. He was merely an ordinary man, and it would be a simple matter to make him vanish without a trace. Within a clinic, two figures were leisurely resting. Instelbai held a colossal cup of milk tea snugly against her chest, her rosy lips slurping contentedly, her delicate feet resting atop Gu Tian's left leg, while her hands cradled her phone, engrossed in a melodramatic Korean drama. Meanwhile, Gu Tian sat quietly on the sofa, watching television. The previous night, upon returning to the hillside and finding Gu Tian still asleep, and Xiaobai had sighed in relief and brought him back to the clinic, concocting a flimsy excuse riddled with holes. Gu Tian, understanding the importance of discretion, chose not to expose her ruse. Brother-in-law, could you please massage my foot? It's gone numb and feels uncomfortable. And Xiaobai sweetly placed her fair, rosy foot into Gu Tian's hands. Gu Tian, glancing at the exquisitely delicate foot, helplessly asked, "Can't you do it yourself?" "Oh, my dear brother-in-law, I beg you. Your adorable sister-in-law is engrossed in a Korean drama and has no time." And Xiaobai pouted, blinking her eyes innocently. Gu Tian sighed lightly, realizing the challenges of being a brother-in-law. Each day seemed to bring new troubles. He placed his left hand upon Xiaobai's foot and began to massage gently. "Yes, right there. Oh, that feels wonderful." And Xiaobai exclaimed, her face lighting up with delight at Gu Tian's skilled touch. As he massaged, Gu Tian found himself missing his wife. It had been over a week since she had been away. Suddenly, a sharp ring interrupted his thoughts. Frowning slightly at the unfamiliar number, he rose from the sofa and stepped onto the balcony. As soon as he answered, a brash voice echoed through the line. "Gu Tian, I believe we need to have a conversation. How about meeting at the abandoned factory in the outskirts?" Gu Tian raised an eyebrow and replied, "Who are you? Do we know each other? Why should I heed your request?" Li Tianyu, on the other end, revealed a sinister smile. "I grew up alongside your wife, Enchandru. Though our relationship is not particularly close, we are, in essence, childhood acquaintances. If you choose not to come, you will bear the consequences. You are a clever man. I trust you understand." Recalling how Enchandru had sentenced Xiaobai to protect Gu Tian days prior, Li Tianyu added, "Remember, come alone. If you bring anyone else, do not blame me for my lack of civility." With that, Li Tianyu hung up, confident that his words would compel Gu Tian to comply. Gu Tian, staring at the disconnected call, felt a flicker of murderous intent. It was evident that the invitation to the abandoned factory was a trap, designed for his elimination. The person on the line must be affiliated with the Armor Alliance, considering his mention of a childhood bond with his wife. Gu Tian tucked his phone into his pocket. Stretching his limbs, he had to go, curious to see what tricks his adversary would employ. The Armor Alliance? He had faced them before. "Xiaobai, I'm stepping out for a bit. Don't bother preparing my lunch." Gu Tian swiftly descended the stairs, exited the building, and hopped onto Xiaobai's pink motorcycle, heading towards the outskirts. Chapter 46, Forcing Me to Divorce? The Bar Wong group Lufa gathered his energy once more, temporarily seizing control of Badu's body. "Damn it. I've lost another subordinate." Lufa's chest heaved with anger as he slammed his palm onto the table. His expression was grim. After sending Shafinta to deal with the Black Rhino armor, he had exhausted his power and fallen into slumber. Upon awakening days later, he sensed that Shafinta's genetic code had shattered beyond repair, obliterating any hope of resurrection. One must understand that genetic codes are exceedingly resilient. Even a captain-level strength from the Nether Army could not shatter them. Damn it. Has evolution among Earth's monkeys progressed so swiftly? They can shatter genetic codes now. This individual must be dealt with swiftly. Otherwise, the plan to siphon Earth's energy will be irrevocably thwarted. A pen materialized in Lufa's hand, and he began inscribing bizarre characters in the void. Shaman, Shatre, Banalas, grant me resurrection. In the next moment, 3 immense orbs of dark energy appeared around Lufa, rapidly coalescing into 3 nether demons. We pay our respects to General Lufa. The trio knelt, proclaiming, "Long live General Lufa." Enough, Banalas, relax your body. I will take control of you shortly. Yes, General Lufa. Banalas responded with absolute loyalty, extending his arms and closing his eyes, fully relinquishing control. Lufa chanted a mysterious incantation, and a cloud of black mist detached from Badu's body, entering Banalas's form. In the next instant, Banalas opened his eyes, an unparalleled aura suffocating Shaman and Shatre. Lufa, sensing Banalas's power, nodded in satisfaction. Although this body was not exceptionally strong, it could unleash half of his former might. With this strength, Lufa believed no one on Earth could thwart him. While the cost of this action was considerable, it was worth it. As he contemplated, a displeased expression crossed Lufa's face. Had he possessed the ability to inhabit one of the 3 captains, he could unleash at least 70% of his power, and the costs would have been significantly lower. Unfortunately, since the revival of the 3 captains, they had been evading him. Forget it, this time. I shall personally obliterate the black rhino armor and seize the Gu armor summoning. Shaman, Shatre, come with me. Yes, they replied in unison. Outside the desolate factory in Haicheng, Gu Tian parked his pink motorcycle and ascended to the uppermost floor with an air of determination. The place was shrouded in dust, littered with various decayed tools, clearly untouched for a significant duration. Fear? How could Gu Tian possibly feel fear? He was a dual summoner of the Black Rhino armor and the Gu armor. Not only could he face the members of the Armor Alliance without trepidation, but he could also brave the terrors of Silent Hill alone if need be. At the top floor stood a young man clad in overalls, the cold wind rustling through his attire. Are you the one who called me here? Gu Tian inquired, scrutinizing the stranger before him. Though he had never seen this individual before, the aura exuded suggested he too was an armor summoner. Though it remained unclear which set he commanded, Li Tianyu regarded Gu Tian with growing dissatisfaction. Aside from being more handsome than himself, what other merits did this individual possess? His attire seemed to be nothing more than tattered goods from a discount site, barely amounting to 3,000 yuan. In contrast, Li Tianyu was draped in a luxury suit, his tie alone worth over 10,000. He could hardly fathom how his goddess could be enamored with such a destitute fellow, especially when she had bestowed upon him her precious first time. This thought stung his heart anew. Yet, recalling that all their past encounters belonged to him, Li Tianyu managed to regain a semblance of calm. He had no intention of engaging in trivial banter. Instead, he produced a divorce certificate from his pocket, tossing it in front of Gu Tian with a flourish. Crossing his arms, he declared with arrogance, "I have prepared the divorce certificate for you. Sign it promptly, and I shall compensate you with 1 million. After that, keep your distance from me. I don't want to see you again. Why should I sign this? And Chandru is my wife. Does she know about this?" Gu Tian replied, his demeanor unruffled, upon hearing his goddess referred to as someone else's wife. Li Tianyu's fury ignited uncontrollably, his eyes filled with resentment, jealousy, and unwillingness. His clenched jaw ground ominously as veins throbbed on his forehead. "How dare you? If you utter another word about Enchangru being your wife, I will tear your mouth apart and make you kneel to lick my shoes. She is a pure goddess in my heart, more immaculate than jade, a celestial being descended from the heavens. It's all your fault, you homewrecker. Why should you steal my goddess, my wife? I was so close to succeeding." Li Tianyu's agitation crescendoed, culminating in a wild, anguished roar. Gu Tian observed the man's deranged demeanor and pieced together the situation. The crux was simple. He had married Enchangru, and her devoted admirer was now restless, attempting to coerce him into a divorce. This individual was likely no ordinary admirer, but rather one deeply ensnared in obsession. If this were the Dolua continent, he would be a devoted worshipper. In the realm of cultivation, he would be a figure of the highest devotion. Gu Tian felt a headache coming on. How had such a person managed to join the Armor Alliance? Beyond Enchangru and Duanmu Yin, he perceived no semblance of normalcy within the organization. With a swift kick, he sent the divorce certificate flying and, with an expression devoid of emotion, stated, "If I refuse to sign, what will you do? You dare not sign? Do you know who I am?" Li Tianyu recalled his own status, allowing his anger to subside and his confidence to resurface. Once his identity was proclaimed, countless tycoons and politicians would flock to him, some willing to go to great lengths for a single night of passion. With a hand resting on his back, he tilted his head slightly, exuding arrogance as he declared, "Behold my name, and be astonished. I am Li Tianyu, the summoner of the diamond armor of the Armor Alliance." With that, he grinned broadly, nostrils flaring, his eyes filled with disdain. In his mind, Gu Tian would surely be trembling in fear, soon to kneel before him, begging for mercy and striking his own face in desperation. Chapter 47. Li Tianyu, how can you possibly be the summoner of the Xing Tian armor? With this thought, Li Tianyu fixed a mocking gaze upon Gu Tian. However, to his dismay, Gu Tian remained utterly unfazed, one hand casually shoved into his pants pocket, his expression nonchalant, as if Li Tianyu's words had stirred not a ripple of concern. Li Tianyu was perplexed. Why was this man not afraid? Did he not understand the gravity of the situation? According to the logic of a normal person, offending an armor warrior would surely render them pale and trembling. Barely able to stand, with a fierce glare, Li Tianyu demanded, "Why are you not afraid of me?" Brushing off the dust from his shoulder, Gu Tian replied with disinterest, "You must be a fool. Why should I fear you? You are merely a coward hiding behind the might of others." "Very well." Li Tianyu laughed in rage, repeating the phrase thrice as he advanced menacingly. "If you sign the document obediently, I may show you mercy. However, your disrespectful demeanor has irked me. So do not blame me for my harshness. Heaven has a path, yet you refuse to tread it. Hell has no gates, yet you come willingly." Seeing his scheme falter, Li Tianyu resolved to take drastic action, intending to swiftly eliminate Gu Tian, thus plunging Chandru into sorrow. In her grief, he would console her, heal her wounded spirit, and eventually secure her heart, leading to a blissful union. A satisfied smile crept onto Li Tianyu's face as he reveled in this brilliant plan, one only a mind as astute as his could conceive. With a sinister chuckle, he retrieved the summoning device for the diamond armor from his pocket. Fastening it at his waist, a radiant belt materialized, shimmering with golden light. Assuming a victorious pose, he bellowed, "Diamond armor, unite." Countless ethereal forms of golden and white hue swirled around him, coalescing in an instant. A shockwave burst forth from the diamond armor's center, shaking the abandoned factory violently, causing various equipment to topple. Gu Tian, witnessing the summoning of the diamond armor, remained unperturbed and instead urged, "I shall grant you one last chance. If you withdraw now and keep our encounter a secret, I will overlook this incident." Li Tianyu erupted in laughter at Gu Tian's absurd proposition. "So you have been frightened into madness? I thought you were formidable. Die." In an instant, he closed the distance, his intent to deliver a crushing blow. As Li Tianyu's fist hurtled toward him, Gu Tian's lips curled into a cold smile. Sensing imminent danger, the water bloodline within him awakened instinctively, enveloping him in the formidable black rhino armor in a mere fraction of a second. The black rhino armor shielded Gu Tian, completing its transformation in the blink of an eye. Boom! Fiery sparks scattered like rain. Li Tianyu's punch struck the shoulder of the black rhino armor, rebounding him forcefully against the wall, shattering a thick pillar in the process. Gu Tian, however, stood motionless, the impact akin to a mere tickle. Ding! The system detects an overwhelming intent to kill. Can this be tolerated? Please eliminate the summoner of the diamond armor to receive rewards. 6 energy points, 6 physique points. In Purewood Bloodline, 100 purity. As the system's voice resonated, a fierce glint ignited in Gu Tian's eyes. "Thank you, system. You consistently assign me straightforward tasks that allow for daily upgrades, with rewards growing ever more generous. Gu Tian, system, fear not, let us both strive together to grow stronger and achieve greatness anew." Gu Tian was overjoyed. Even his gaze upon the golden armor softened. How could this be an attempt on his life? Clearly, it was a long-distance delivery of experience points. Indeed, truly splendid. He must reward him handsomely later. On the other side, Li Tianyu, clutching his numb arm, gazed at Gu Tian in terror. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Gu Tian summon the black rhinoceros armor. He hadn't even moved. The sheer defensive power had forced him back. How could this be possible? Beads of sweat appeared on Li Tianyu's forehead. His steps faltered, chills ran down his spine, and darkness clouded his vision, nearly causing him to collapse. He swallowed hard, gripped by profound fear. The husband of Enchangru was, in fact, the summoner of the formidable and mysterious Xingtian armor. Had he truly encountered such misfortune? No, It must be 9 lifetimes of bad luck. Li Tianyu could never have anticipated that a casual remark he had made would manifest into reality. How had he stumbled upon such a powerhouse? Just moments ago, he had pressured him for a divorce and even contemplated murder. He marveled at his own audacity. Tears of regret welled in Li Tianyu's eyes. Had he known earlier that Shangru's husband was the summoner of the Xingtian armor, he wouldn't have dared to step foot in Haicheng. He now wished he could travel back in time and slap himself twice. In this moment, he felt his love for Shangru was not as profound as he had believed. Chapter 48. The Descent of Lu Fa. I have warned you. I was willing to grant you a path to survival, yet you stubbornly refused. Whom can you blame? Gu Tian remarked, approaching Li Tianyu, his formidable presence causing the golden armor to retreat repeatedly. Li Tianyu, observing the encroaching black rhinoceros armor, was filled with dread, cursing under his breath. How was he to know that the summoner of the black rhinoceros armor was not a fortune-teller? What kind of summoner operated a dilapidated clinic? Exuding an air of poverty? Shouldn't true armor warriors be elevated, looking down upon all beings? Li Tianyu was thoroughly aware that fleeing was futile. Gu Tian possessed not only the black rhinoceros armor but also the Xingtian armor. No matter how swiftly he ran, the opponent could simply teleport before him. If once was insufficient, they could repeat the feat multiple times. How insidious! How could there be such dark skills within the armors? Cursed be the day. Why did my golden armor lack the skill of teleportation? Now, even escape seemed impossible. Li Tianyu cursed internally. Suppressing his fear, Li Tianyu trembled as he spoke. You have won. If you spare me, I vow not to contest in Shangru with you any longer. She is yours. Gu Tian halted, nearly laughing at his words. Brother, do you even realize what you are saying? She has always been my wife. I may do as I please without your interference. Spare you? That is out of the question. You are my source of experience points. How could I release you and forfeit my rewards? Gu Tian, disinterested in further conversation, suddenly dashed toward Li Tianyu, leaving a trail of black shadows in his wake. Li Tianyu, caught off guard, gasped in disbelief. How could this be? Isn't the black rhinoceros armor a defensive type? Your speed surpasses even that of the Windhawk armor. This defies logic. Summoning the armor, he dared to discuss logic? Was he out of his mind? Gu Tian appeared before Li Tianyu, coldly sneering as he rammed his sharp crown into the chest of the golden armor. The speed was so swift that Li Tianyu was utterly unprepared. The sound of metal colliding echoed throughout the abandoned factory as Li Tianyu was sent flying, shattering a large wall, with debris raining down. Shaking, Li Tianyu struggled to rise from the rubble, still reeling from Gu Tian's blow, which had nearly displaced his internal organs. Observing Gu Tian's relentless demeanor, he realized escape was impossible. He was likely to perish here. Clenching his fist, he struck the ground fiercely, gritting his teeth. You forced my hand. Even if I die today, I will ensure you suffer grave injuries. I want to let you have it easy. Li Tianyu swiftly swiped through his card holder, retrieving a golden card and slamming it into the summoning device. Thunder Drill, he held. As a weapon equipped with 2 drill heads materialized in his hands. As he infused the armor's power into the thunder drill, the 2 drill heads spun rapidly, emitting a thunderous roar that distorted the very space around them. Hearing the piercing sound of the drill, Gu Tian's expression shifted slightly, recognizing the threat. Oh, not bad. He could withstand 4/10 of my power, and the thunder drill indeed exudes an intimidating presence. But alas, it remains merely a paper tiger. Yet what of it? A paper tiger is still a tiger. Do not underestimate it. Li Tianyu roared, charging at Gu Tian, unleashing his most powerful strike. With each step of the golden armor, deep footprints marred the ground. Brother, you still lack the prowess. Too bad you will never have another chance to train. Gu Tian calmly extended his powerful left hand, fingers curling into a claw, and with lightning speed, he grasped one of the thunder drill's spinning heads firmly. Sparks erupted as the drill head collided with Gu Tian's palm, but what of it? With a surge of strength, he halted the frantically spinning drill head. Then, gathering the armor's power in his right knee, he struck the chest of the golden armor. This blow utterly shattered its defenses. Li Tianyu felt as though the golden armor had become mere parchment, while a heavy hammer struck him fiercely, sending him crashing to the ground, bones likely broken beyond count. Desperately, Li Tianyu attempted to rise, only to find himself utterly spent. He glanced at his thunder drill, noticing the drill head was riddled with cracks. It was only at this moment that he comprehended why Miao Bei had suffered such a crushing defeat. The person before him was overwhelmingly powerful, a veritable monster. Alas, why must you provoke me? If you had not done so, how could there have been such calamity? Gu Tian waved dismissively, approaching Li Tianyu, intent on seizing the golden armor summoning device. No, you cannot take it, Li Tianyu pleaded, clutching the summoning device tightly to his waist. Gu Tian snorted coldly, stepping down to shatter both of Li Tianyu's hands. Li Tianyu shrieked in agony, his hands falling limply to the ground. Gu Tian was no saint. He would not show mercy to one intent on his demise. Had Li Tianyu not been a summoner, he would have been reduced to mere rubble by now. Though he could not summon the golden armor, as it required a contract, Gu Tian was a man of the system. Perhaps one day he would succeed. Just as Gu Tian prepared to seize the summoning device, an unprecedented sense of danger enveloped him, igniting a primal fury within his bloodline. Without hesitation, Gu Tian abandoned his attempt to claim the golden armor summoning device, leaping back with great agility. The next moment, a massive blade, radiating a terrifying aura, appeared where Gu Tian had just stood, striking the ground with a fierce force. That was close. Gu Tian felt a lingering sense of trepidation, fortunately. He had managed to evade the attack in advance. Had he hesitated even for a moment longer, he might have been struck, and the consequences would undoubtedly have been dire. His eyes narrowed slightly, for the owner of that blade was undoubtedly a formidable character, even more fearsome than the god of Oxar. How intriguing. He had not anticipated such a high level of vigilance. Now it became clear why Baru and Shafinta had failed. Lu Fa's voice echoed through the abandoned factory. And in the next instant, a powerful specter of the underworld emerged, radiating an overwhelming aura, enveloped in dark energy. Each step it took caused the very space around it to tremble violently, darkening the previously clear sky. Behind it, Shalman and Chatre wore expressions of arrogance. Their lips curled in triumph. To fight alongside General Lu Fa was their highest honor. Simultaneously, the satellite of the Armor Alliance swiftly captured these events and transmitted them back to the Alliance. A terrifying alarm, unheard of before, abruptly resonated within the Alliance, with red lights flashing frantically, signaling the emergence of an extraordinary energy anomaly. What is happening, Jinmei? What is going on? The summoners of the Alliance rushed into the laboratory, anxiously scrutinizing the images sent by the satellite. The intensity of the energy fluctuations was unprecedented since the Alliance's establishment. However, they were astonished to find the transmitted images exceedingly blurred, a stark contrast to the previously crystal-clear visuals. Within the hazy image, only two figures could be discerned, one clad in black rhino armor and the other, the fallen golden armor. How could the black rhino armor and golden armor be present there? And why was Li Tianyu still lying on the ground? Was he incapacitated? No. It seemed he had sustained severe injuries. Shandong's gaze was fixed on the screen, his tone filled with confusion. There must be a powerful energy interfering with the satellite transmission, resulting in the blurriness. A formidable enemy may be present. Duan Muyin mused, her head bowed in contemplation. Nen Xian tapped the table, noting that Enchanru had gone to the armor base to assign tasks and was not present. Since Duan Muyin was not inclined to take charge, the decision-making responsibility naturally fell to him. With a serious expression, Nan Xian decisively declared, Duan Muyin, Zhong Kuan, Shi Zhao, Shandong, Ku Sheng, prepare yourselves. We shall investigate together. Wang Gang, you will remain here to ensure the safety of the Armor Alliance. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. In the abandoned factory on the outskirts of Haicheng, Gu Tian disregarded Shalman and Chatre, two specters of the underworld. To him, eliminating them was merely a trivial task. One slap would suffice to dispatch a specter. If he possessed the Emperor armor, it would be even simpler. A mere breath could obliterate them. His true concern lay with the specter before him, whose head resembled a shell. Gu Tian recalled that this specter was named Benalas, an ordinary entity within the Underworld Legion. Logically, it should not exude such an oppressive aura. Had it been possessed by someone? Lu Fa commanded Benalas to approach Li Tianyu, disregarding his struggles, and forcefully wrenched the golden armor summoner from him. As Lu Fa weighed the summoner in his hands, a wave of joy surged within him. After several millennia, the golden armor summoner had returned to his grasp. This moment brought back memories of when he led the armor team under Ares, dominating all in their path. It was a time of unparalleled glory. Lu Fa gazed at the fallen Li Tianyu, his eyes filled with scorn at the stark contrast of his current state. Pathetic. You cannot even unleash the power of the golden armor 110. You are unworthy of existence. With that, Lu Fa placed his foot upon Li Tianyu's chest, and amidst his pleas for mercy, he crushed his upper body into a pulp. Li Tianyu coughed up a mouthful of blood and perished in an instant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for indirectly killing the Golden Armor Summoner. Rewards have been issued. Please check. Gu Tian raised an eyebrow, initially thinking that Lu Fa's act would prevent him from receiving rewards, but to his surprise, the system was rather accommodating today. Lu Fa stowed the summoner away, hoisting the great blade onto his shoulder, and turned his gaze toward the black rhino armor. He recognized its formidable aura and felt a sense of admiration in Lu Fa's eyes. The wielder of the black rhino armor was a figure surpassing the three major commanders. You possess remarkable strength, capable of wielding armor to such an extent, even among Ares. Your combat prowess would rank among the elite. What do you say about joining us? I can forego your current armor, but you must surrender the Gu Tian armor summoner to me. Intrigued, Gu Tian smiled and replied, I recall having slain 2 of your subordinates. Yet you still extend an invitation for me to join you. To put it bluntly, what advantage would I gain from joining your ranks? Surely you don't expect me to work for you. Lu Fa believed he had swayed the individual before him and continued, as a seasoned warrior of Ares. Dying at the hands of the enemy is an honor, and that is beyond dispute. After a moment's thought, Lu Fa adopted an approach reminiscent of Earthlings who embellish their promises. You are but an ordinary person, to someone like us who can effortlessly live for millennia. You are no different from a fleeting mayfly. Join us, and I assure you a lifespan extending into the thousands of years. I could even appoint you as the vice commander of the Underworld Legion, a rank above the 3 major commanders, second only to myself. And perhaps even take you back to Ares to succeed my position. After listening to Lu Fa's words, Gu Tian responded calmly, what is the purpose of living for so long? To be sealed away for thousands of years, able only to howl impotently like you? Furthermore, your Underworld Legion consists of barely 20 individuals. What is there to boast about? In my eyes, you are all the same. One punch would suffice. Lu Fa detected the ridicule in Gu Tian's words, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, his fists cracking ominously. Had it not been for their earlier oversight that led to their sealing by Ares Xingtian's squad, Earth would have long been reduced to ashes. How could this individual dare to mock him? Lu Fa roared, do you know who I am? I am General Lu Fa of the Underworld Legion. I am but a crystal away from ruling the entire galaxy. As the current general, I will one day be the king of Ares, the emperor of the galaxy. Do not be foolish. Let me ask you one last time. Will you join us or not? Gu Tian shook his head, exasperated. You talk too much. Are you not aware that villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter? Since fleeing from Ares, Lu Fa had become less than human, his words utterly untrustworthy. Agreeing now would leave Gu Tian vulnerable should he later decide to dispose of him. Moreover, Lu Fa had a history of such betrayals, having summoned Xingtian armor to eliminate 3 of his own subordinates who had fought alongside him. Very well, the choice is yours. Do not blame me for what comes next. Now, let me see if you possess the courage to refuse me. I shall obliterate you. Lu Fa bellowed, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged forth, levitating his body a meter above the ground, exuding an aura of overwhelming dominance. He then launched himself toward Gu Tian like an arrow released from a bow. Die. Lu Fa's voice thundered, shaking the entire abandoned factory as it began to crumble. Gu Tian's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he snapped his fingers with his left hand. In an instant, the dazzling water armor shield and meteor gun automatically adorned his figure. With a powerful push of his legs, he surged forward, though the possessed Baroness, under the control of Lu Fa, was likely stronger than the god of Oxar. Gu Tian too was making strides in his abilities. The two moved at an extraordinary pace, creating a series of terrifying sonic booms. In the blink of an eye, they stood face to face, their fierce gazes clashing. With swift and decisive strikes, Gu Tian and Lu Fa launched their attacks simultaneously, pouring all their strength into the confrontation. For individuals of their caliber, directly pitting raw power against each other was the quickest way to determine a victor. The clash of blades echoed with a thunderous explosion, the terrifying sound rippling through the air, causing even the dim sky to blaze with brightness. Shah Erman and Shah Te-Rue fell to the ground, clutching their ears in agony as the horrific sonic booms nearly shattered their eardrums, leaving them with splitting headaches and blood oozing from their orifices. They began to seriously doubt whether General Lu Fa had summoned them for a fight or merely to suffer. 3 minutes later, the cacophony subsided as both combatants retreated, leaving deep gouges in the ground. Gu Tian noticed the cracks forming on the meteor gun, and his expression shifted slightly with a gentle twist. The weapon returned to its original state. Meanwhile, Lu Fa's blade exhibited the same distressing signs, stirring turmoil within him. It was unfathomable that someone on Earth could withstand half of his strength. This individual must perish, regardless of the cost. Lu Fei's bloodlust surged. Even if it meant Baroness's body would be destroyed and revert to genetic code, he was determined to eliminate the Black Rhino armor. Though he was reluctant, it was a necessary sacrifice. As a competent warrior, Lu Fei believed that Baroness would willingly accept this fate, restoring his sword to its original form. Lu Fei leaped into the air, unleashing a torrent of fireballs upon Gu Tian in a relentless assault. Gu Tian grasped the meteor gun tightly, employing his sharpshooting skills to explode each fireball while simultaneously remaining vigilant against Lu Fei's sudden onslaught. Observing the Black Rhino armor's preparedness, Lu Fei discreetly signaled to Sha Ermin and Sha Te-Rui. Understanding the cue, they exchanged resolute glances, their expressions reflecting a willingness to embrace death. They brandished their weapons and launched a fierce attack on Gu Tian from both sides. Sha Ermin's moon cleaver struck at Gu Tian's abdomen, while Sha Te-Rui's thorn demon staff crashed into his back. The two forces collided, momentarily causing Gu Tian to hesitate, narrowly avoiding the fireball's impact. Where did these pests come from? How bothersome. Gu Tian frowned and swiftly turned to deliver a crushing blow to Sha Te-Rui's chest. The immense impact bent Sha Te-Rui's body like a bow, black liquid spewing from his mouth as an expression of excruciating pain crossed his face. In the next instant, an explosion echoed as he reverted to genetic code. As for Sha Ermin, Gu Tian seized his head and forcefully pressed it down, then drove his unyielding knee upward. Sha Ermin's skull shattered, blood and bone fragments splattering everywhere as a scream escaped his lips, soon transforming back into genetic code. Suddenly, Lu Fei appeared before Gu Tian like a specter, channeling all his might as he swung his great sword down upon Gu Tian, the blade slicing from shoulder to abdomen. In that moment, the Black Rhino armor erupted with sparks, which rained down like meteors, creating multiple craters in the ground. Without delay, Lu Fei teleported behind Gu Tian and delivered a powerful punch. Gu Tian attempted to turn and defend himself, but was just a moment too slow, sent hurtling forward and crashing through several mountain peaks. Quickly, Gu Tian plunged the meteor gun into the ground to mitigate the impact. Coughing violently, he felt excruciating pain in his back and chest, trembling with the intensity of it. This was the most severe injury he had sustained since becoming an armored warrior. Even the Black Rhino armor's chest began to shimmer ominously. In terms of attack potency and speed, Lu Fei was truly incomparable to the god of Oxar. He possessed genuine strength. Lu Fei, standing 10 meters away, hovered in midair, arrogantly raising his head and placing a hand on his back, embodying the very image of a victor. The body of Baroness had begun to dissolve. It was evident he could scarcely endure Lu Fei's might. Yet Lu Fei paid little mind to this, for upon witnessing the Black Rhino armor's chest emitting a flickering light, he laughed triumphantly, declaring, "A mere monkey who has lived for a few decades cannot possibly rival a seasoned warrior like me, who has weathered countless battles. When I aided King Pierre in seizing the energy crystal, your ancestors were likely still fish, or perhaps not even that." Gu Tian scoffed, positioning the meteor gun at his side, and retorted mockingly, "The technique you speak of must be the sacrifice of your two subordinates. How ruthless you are, exploiting their loyalty merely to find an opportunity to ambush me. Do you not realize they forsook wealth and glory to join you in rebelling against Ares?" Upon hearing Gu Tian's words, Lu Fei indignantly countered, "As a warrior, obeying orders is my duty. When I reclaim my position in Ares and retrieve all that is mine, I will etch their names into the Ares monument for all to revere. As for you, prepare to pay for their betrayal." With that, Lu Fei charged forward, intent on delivering a decisive strike to dismantle the Black Rhino armor. Gu Tian, seeing the colossal blade approaching, swiftly summoned the power of the crystal within him. Soon, his wounds began to heal significantly, and the flickering light on his chest ceased. This was the advantage of possessing a pure 100 water bloodline, allowing him to access the crystal's power for self-restoration. Holding the meteor gun, Gu Tian was ready to continue the battle. Suddenly, a red and white patterned boomerang whirred through the air, racing towards Lu Fei with astonishing speed. Lu Fei quickly raised his fist to knock the boomerang aside, retreating rapidly to evade the Black Rhino armor's sudden attack. The boomerang spun a few times before returning to the hand of the Flame Dragon armor. Nan Xian executed a stylish turn, reattaching the boomerang to his chest armor. The Wind Eagle armor, appearing beside Lu Fei unbeknownst to him, unleashed its ultimate attack, channeling fierce sword energy into the Wind Eagle sword. Shandong's eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. He was convinced that with the Flame Dragon armor drawing the attention of the Netherworld demon and the proximity of the target, he would not miss this time. "Go!" Shandong shouted, his eyes filled with hope for his ultimate move. Yet reality often proves cruel. The more one desires success, the more elusive it becomes. Lu Fa sensed the wind brushing past, instinctively twirling his body to effortlessly evade the Wind Eagle armor's ultimate attack. How is this possible? Another miss, Shandong exclaimed. His face contorted in shock, nearly popping his eyes from their sockets. It was utterly illogical. Why did he keep failing? This was bordering on legendary. Lu Fa quickly regained his composure, feeling a surge of humiliation at the audacity of the Wind Eagle armor attempting to ambush him. Did this group of armors truly underestimate him? They dared not even send a formidable opponent for a sneak attack, even if he did not evade. The force of the attack would only cost him a few hairs. You will pay for this, Lu Fa roared, delivering a punch aimed at the Wind Eagle armor. Shandong, terrified, paled dramatically and immediately maximized the speed of the Wind Eagle armor, vanishing in an instant. Yet he was still caught by Lu Fa, who seized his ankle and slammed him down onto the ground with tremendous force. A deep pit with a diameter of several meters suddenly appeared, and Shandong clutched his chest, collapsing to the ground, nearly retching up the Lanshow noodles he had consumed the previous night. Chapter 51. The useless Zhongkuan Wind Eagle armor. I shall assist you. Hold on. The specter of the Nether Demon proclaimed. Allow me to demonstrate the might of the Earth Tiger armor. With a furious roar, Zhongkuan leapt into the air, his legs together, akin to a fierce tiger descending a mountain. In a graceful backflip, the Earth Tiger armor swiftly positioned itself before Lu Fa, summoning the earth-shattering claws. He executed a 360-degree spin, aiming directly for Lu Fa's head, the fierce momentum of the claws radiating through the air. Humph, what a mere jumping cat. Daring to call itself a tiger. How laughable. Lu Fa scoffed disdainfully, unhurriedly raising his left arm, with pure physical strength absorbing the Earth Tiger armor's ferocious strike. Aside from a shower of sparks, Lu Fa sustained no injury, not even retreating an inch. This cannot be. Zhongkuan's pupils dilated in disbelief. His full-force attack was effortlessly blocked by the individual before him. What is happening? This technique had previously troubled the god of Oksar. What else could it be? Clearly, you are too weak. Lu Fa derisively taunted, raising his great sword to cleave at the waist of the Earth Tiger armor. Should this strike land, the Earth Tiger armor would likely disintegrate, and its summoner would be gravely injured. Zhongkuan realized escape was futile and could only watch helplessly as the great sword loomed larger in his vision. At this critical moment, Nan Xian exhibited remarkable reflexes as the vice-captain of the Armor Alliance. Sensing his teammate's peril, he swiftly adjusted the wheel on the Qinkuan belt, causing a fiery red light to materialize from its center. The flame dragon armor extended its right hand into the glowing emblem, producing a weapon reminiscent of a bow. Flame bow. Nan Xian straightened, firmly gripping the center of the bow, as a surge of fiery energy coalesced upon its string. Fire, he bellowed, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy capable of incinerating all in its path. Simultaneously, Duanmu Yin leapt into the air, transforming the melting scale blade in her grasp into the Qilin melting axe, joining forces with the flame dragon armor to unleash a formidable attack. Qilin fiery slash. With a furious roar, a colossal golden axe shadow emerged, radiating a fiery glow across the sky, descending upon Lu Fa with unstoppable momentum. And I shall join. Kusheng summoned the true armor to the battlefield, its form etched with striking black, white, and blue lines, exuding a captivating technological aura. True gun. The true armor extended its left hand, and a dazzling firearm materialized effortlessly within its grasp. Light explosion. The true armor raised its arms forward, gripping the true gun tightly. As azure light rapidly gathered at the gun's dark muzzle, pulsating with overwhelming energy. With a low, resonant hum of energy, a blue projectile, imbued with the force of thunder, shot forth from the barrel, hurtling towards Lu Fa. Sensing the impending danger, Lu Fa swiftly raised his left leg, shattering the incoming light explosion with a kick, yet was simultaneously struck by the flame dragon armor and the fiery assault of the melting scale. Scorching flames erupted, and an enormous roar reverberated through the surroundings. Banala's form, already beginning to disintegrate, was further assaulted by the combined might of the flame dragon armor and the melting scale armor, resulting in a cacophony of sizzling and crackling as his body succumbed to the searing energy. Lu Fa felt a jolt of pain, involuntarily emitting a muffled groan. The trajectory of his great sword veered, narrowly grazing the chest of the Earth Tiger armor. Yet, Even so, the powerful gust of air surged through the armor, slamming into Zhong Kuan, causing him to nearly spew blood, the armor teetering on the brink of collapse. Struggling to endure the discomfort, Zhong Kuan propelled himself backward, finally escaping Lu Fei's attack range. He staggered to the side of the flame dragon armor, painfully kneeling and gasping for breath, utterly astonished by the overwhelming strength of the nether demon before him. It surpassed his comprehension. How could his armor be so feeble? Seizing the opportunity, the snow mastiff armor swiftly helped the wind eagle armor to its feet, leading it away from the pit to regroup with the flame dragon armor. Gu Tian refrained from engaging, using this time to optimize the various capabilities of the black rhino armor with the crystal stone, fully recovering from the injuries inflicted by Lu Fei's ambush. Despite the relentless assaults from two vice-captains of the Armor Alliance, Lu Fei appeared exceedingly disheveled. Yet Gu Tian observed keenly that Lu Fei's injuries would be fully healed in a matter of minutes. To truly defeat Lu Fei would prove perilous. Contemplating this, Gu Tian cast a disdainful glance at Zhong Kuan, the summoner of the Earth Tiger armor, who could not even wield his armor properly, utterly useless. He leaped around aimlessly, accomplishing nothing but posturing. In Gu Tian's view, if the Earth Tiger armor were utilized correctly, its combat prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of the Five Elements armors, potentially securing a place among the ranks of the vice-captains of the Armor Alliance. The Earth Tiger armor, being of the Earth element, would not only receive various damage bonuses while standing upon the ground but could also regenerate health continuously, effortlessly unleashing its ultimate attack multiple times in succession. Gu Tian mused that when the system rewarded him with a pure bloodline of 100 Earth affinity, he would surely transform before Zhong Kuan's eyes. He longed to showcase the true power of the Earth Tiger armor, finally liberating it from the moniker of a mere show-off. Meanwhile, Lu Fei extinguished the sparks clinging to his body, revealing an ominous glint in his eyes. He dismissed the technologically advanced armor as inconsequential, easily obliterated with just a few strikes. What he truly regarded with seriousness were the flame dragon armor and the melting scale, whose current strength equaled that of the three captains of the Nether Legion. Moreover, Lu Fei sensed the immense potential residing within these two armors. Should he allow them to continue growing, the consequences would be dire. It would not be long before they reached the level of the black rhino armor. Surveying the 6 armors present, he coldly remarked, "Do not think your numbers intimidate me. You all must perish. I, Lu Fei, possess the strength to face 6 at once." With a fierce step forward, Lu Fei unleashed the full extent of his power, disregarding whether Banalaz's form could withstand the strain. Suddenly, a malevolent and terrifying force erupted from within Banalaz, his body radiating dark energy, his eyes flashing with a sinister blood-red light. As he became the epicenter, the surrounding space trembled violently, and the ground quaked, fissures extending far into the distance. At that moment, Lu Fei appeared as a dark demonic god, exuding an aura of despair. A powerful shockwave surged towards the armors, forcing all but Gu Tian to stagger backward. Lu Fei wore a cruel smile, confident that his enhanced strength could unleash 60% of his full power. Although Banalaz's form was rapidly disintegrating, Lu Fei was assured that he could obliterate all the armors before it was entirely ruined. If possible, he intended to collect the 5 elements armors here and recreate a new set upon returning to Ares. Chapter 52. The Skills of the Underworld, Such Terrifying Power. Shandong, Zhong Kuan, Zhao Shi, and Ku Sheng were left pale and trembling, feeling as though a colossal stone pressed against their chests, suffocating them. The disparity was insurmountable, even extinguishing their will to fight. Lu Fei's body levitated above the ground, soaring into the air, surveying the armored figures below with the disdainful posture of a superior, looking down upon them as if they were mere ants. "Do not presume that you are the only one who can soar." Gu Tian grasped the meteor spear tightly, channeling the power of water from his black rhino armor. In the next moment, a pair of metallic, glimmering black mechanical wings sprouted from his back. Shining brilliantly under the light, the wings began to flap, providing Gu Tian with formidable lift. "Come on." Gu Tian swiftly acclimated to maneuvering the wings, leaping into the air, charging towards Lu Fei with unwavering resolve. Soon, the two engaged in an aerial battle, each unleashing their signature techniques, their every clash a testament to their combined prowess. They transformed into streaks of light, colliding at a speed sufficient to create sonic booms, with shockwaves radiating outward from their epicenter. Each strike left long fissures in the sky, crackling with black lightning. The terrifying shockwaves spread rapidly in all directions, reducing everything within 100 miles to mere ash. The earth trembled. Gu Tian's fist collided with Lu Fei's, erupting in a tremendous roar. After a brief stalemate, Gu Tian's expression shifted. He sensed a powerful energy converging within Lu Fei, transmitted through the impact of their fists. In the next instant, Gu Tian was sent hurtling away, crashing into a towering mountain, sending countless fragments tumbling down, leveling the peak to the ground. Gu Tian rose once more, rubbing his numb arm, which bore signs of fracture. It was evident that Lu Fei, employing 60% of his strength, was not an adversary Gu Tian could defeat at this moment. Ha ha ha, boy, surrender? I am a warrior who has fought for over 10,000 years, rising from a mere soldier to a general that commands respect across the cosmos. Capable of contending with the Lord of Ares, Lu Fei proclaimed from his lofty position, his voice reverberating throughout the universe, filled with disdain for Gu Tian. Gu Tian summoned the power of the crystal stone, swiftly mending his injuries. Enough of your prattle. You, an ancient creature who has lived for who knows how long, dare to compare yourself to a lad in his 20s? You truly have the audacity, Gu Tian retorted, dismissing further conversation, as he seized the meteor spear and charged once more. So what if his combat prowess surpassed mine? If I wish to flee, you cannot stop me. I possess the crystal stone within me. I need not fear injury, for I can outlast you. Soon, the air was filled with explosive sounds, as the battle escalated to a fever pitch. Below, the Yanlong armor and Flame Nawa observed the clash above, nodding in contemplation. The emergence of wings from the Black Rhino armor had left them utterly astonished. So, the armor could be utilized in such a manner? They mimicked Gu Tian's actions, channeling the power of their armors. After 2 failed attempts, on the third try, Duan Muyin and Nan Xian sprouted crimson metallic wings, soaring into the sky to join forces with Gu Tian against Lu Fei. Soon, only San Dong, Zhao Shi, Zhang Kuan, and Kuxing remained on the ground, staring at each other in astonishment. Cough, cough, cough. That Wind Eagle armor. I recall you could fly without wings. Why aren't you going up? San Dong squinted at Zhang Kuan, suspecting him of harboring ulterior motives. Could a novice like him possibly partake in such a high-level battle? He couldn't even comprehend his own ultimate move, let alone take part. Watching the clash of titans was more than enough for a novice. If he were to join, he would surely embarrass himself. Why don't you go up? San Dong shot back. Zhang Kuan rubbed his back, feeling somewhat helpless. I have yet to master the technique of sprouting wings like they did. How did Duan Muyin and Nan Xian learn so quickly? Indeed. Why was there such a disparity among those who summoned armors? Zhao Shi patted his chest, feeling frustrated. He had also attempted it, only to sprout 2 diminutive chicken wings that could flutter but not lift him off the ground. As for Kushang's summoned true armor, it was even more pitiful, truly incapable of flight, unless future creators performed extensive modifications to grant it the ability to sprout wings. With the addition of the Yanlong armor and Flame Nawa, Gu Tian's burden lightened considerably. Demon Sealing Slash. Nan Xian unleashed his ultimate move, lightly touching the flame blade against the demon sealing tablet, causing the blade to radiate a brilliant crimson light as a crescent arc of blade energy surged towards Lu Fei. Lu Fei extended his hand, shattering it with a single punch, seizing the opportunity to leap through space, appearing before the Yanlong armor, wielding his great sword with the intent to utterly incapacitate him. What did it matter if they were all captains? Once in close proximity, before him, a general, it would be but a single strike. Gu Tian witnessed this scene, realizing it was too late to intervene, and thus invoked one of the most sinister skills within the armor series. He clasped his hands together and shouted with solemnity, Zen Seal. A ripple emanated from Gu Tian's center, swiftly expanding outward. In an instant, everything within 1,000 miles was frozen in place, time itself ceasing to flow. Even the earthworms in the soil halted their movements. Even Lu Fei, hailing from Ares' star, could not entirely evade this skill. He too was forcibly immobilized in midair, the blade of his great sword just an inch from the Yanlong armor's head. Nan Xian gazed at the glimmering blade before him, his heart racing. One Zen Seal was insufficient, far from enough. Nan Xian retreated 2 steps, clasping his hands together, releasing his own Zen Seal. We too, the Snow Mastiff armor, Wind Eagle armor, and Earth Tiger armor on the ground finally saw an opportunity to demonstrate their worth, brimming with excitement. Who said novices were useless? They hurriedly joined in, clasping their hands together, unleashing their skills. Zen Seal, Zen Seal, Zen Seal. Soon, an enhanced version of the Zen Seal emerged. Chapter 53. The Misfortune of Lu Fa. To clarify, in my novel, the Zen Seal can immobilize the body but not the mind. Physical sensations of pain can still be felt. In the sky, there was a profound silence. Lu Fa was firmly ensnared by the Zen Seal, unable to move. His posture for delivering a fatal blow perfectly captured. What is happening? Why can't I move? Lu Fa felt as though he were encased in eternal ice, utterly immobilized, unable to even twitch a finger, with the flow of his energy stifled. If someone were to launch a sneak attack now, he could only rely on his physical strength to resist. A surge of crisis gripped Lu Fa, immediately causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Damn it. These armors are so shameless. Fighting is one thing, but resorting to such underhanded tactics? Can't they play fair? Where did this sinister skill come from? After traversing the galaxy for countless millennia, I have seen thousands of skills, yet I have never encountered something so repugnant. Little did Lu Fa know. This was the true power of the Zen Seal, a super time-based skill, a mid-tier technique among the 5 elements armors. As long as the enemy lacks immunity to time stoppage, they would be utterly immobilized. The stronger the user, the longer the enemy remains ensnared. Of course, such powerful skills come with notable drawbacks, as they consume tremendous energy from the armor. Under normal circumstances, a suit of armor cannot be used continuously for extended periods. Employing it once is already a strain. Now's our chance, finish him off. The Yanlong armor fully understood this principle and unleashed his ultimate move once more. The phantom of the demon materializing in the air. The Yanlong armor swung the flame blade, its blazing edge ruthlessly cleaving toward the immobilized Lu Fa. Damn earthlings. So despicable. As the formidable attack loomed closer, Lu Fa cursed inwardly, immobilized and helpless, forced to witness the sealing magic strike him directly. The immense force sent him hurtling through the air, akin to a kite severed from its string, while Banala's body succumbed further to devastation. Blood and flesh erupting into a blackened spray. Oh, it's coming towards me, Duan Yin exclaimed. A grin stretching from ear to ear as he beheld Lu Fa hurtling in his direction. Without hesitation, he drew the energy key of the flame Nawa and reinserted it into the summoning device. Summoning the whirlwind, a green vortex flashed as Duan Yin called forth Torna. He harnessed the wind's energy and, like a gale, surged forward, aiming a fierce kick at Lu Fa's spine. The sound of a crack resonated in the stillness. Duan Yin's kick shattered Lu Fa's vertebrae. The echo traveled far, causing the 4 armored warriors on the ground to break into a cold sweat, their backs tingling with dread. It was evident that such a blow would be excruciating. They all raised their thumbs in admiration, acknowledging General Duanmu's prowess. He was unyielding and direct, striking his foes with relentless ferocity. Lu Fa was momentarily stunned by the sudden assault, his mind blank as pain coursed through his body, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Struggling to suppress his urge to curse, he attempted to retaliate, only to find that the damned meditation seal still held him captive, rendering him immobile. Duan Yin waved his hand, summoning the green and white boomerang, the signature weapon of Torna. The cyclone boomerang. Infusing it with the power of the wind, it glimmered with a vibrant green light. Duan Yin leaped forward, continuing his relentless assault on Lu Fa. Each strike swift as lightning, the sharp sound of breaking bones echoing around them. Lu Fa could only endure passively, tossed about like a football. Embrace my judgment, you spirit of darkness, Duan Yin bellowed, unleashing his ultimate move, releasing the full energy of the Torna armor. In an instant, a radiant green light shot into the sky, and a massive cyclone kite appeared, its wings spreading wide, obscuring the sun and releasing a thunderous cry. Almost simultaneously, the cyclone kite morphed into a streak of light, merging with the cyclone boomerang in Duan Yin's hand, resulting in a powerful gale kite bow. With steady hands, Duan Yin drew the bow back, his body leaning slightly, forming a crescent. As he did so, the air surged with tempestuous energy, coalescing into a verdant arrow of wind upon the bowstring. Behold, he exclaimed, releasing the bowstring. The green arrow shot toward Lu Fa with the force of a tempest, slicing through the air with a piercing wail. Upon impact, a blinding explosion of light erupted, the overwhelming energy radiating outward from the point of collision. Lu Fa's chest was violently torn apart, blood and flesh exploding, the sight of shattered bones visible. His great sword cleaved in twain. My turn. Gu Tian stepped forward, the space rippling as he crossed several hundred meters to hover above Lu Fa. Gripping the meteor spear tightly, he channeled all the power of his armor into the spear and, descending like a mountain, struck Lu Fa's head with immense force. With a resounding crack, Lu Fa's skull shattered, his body plummeting like a falling star, igniting sparks as he violently scraped against the air. He crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater, dust and debris flying everywhere. What an opportunity! Zheng Kun, Shandong, Zhao Shi, and Ku Sheng's eyes lit up with joy as they beheld the crater, unable to suppress their grins. Finally, it was their chance to strike. Earth-splitting blade, wind eagle sword, thunder axe, bounty claw. They summoned their weapons and, taking advantage of the ongoing meditation seal, leaped into the crater to unleash a righteous onslaught upon Lu Fa. Golden sparks flashed incessantly within the pit as the four surrounded the fallen Lu Fa, delivering relentless blows. Oh, weren't you quite arrogant earlier? Still daring to evade my ultimate move? Get up and face me, they taunted, reveling in their moment. You worthless creature, unable to even avoid a meditation seal. You dark spirits have lived for thousands of years, and yet lack the ability to evade the laws of time. How pathetic. Today, I shall crush you. Just as they were caught up in their triumph, an overwhelming, malevolent force erupted from Lu Fa, sending them sprawling, disoriented. You are all doomed. I will obliterate this planet and take you down with me. Lu Fa roared, his eyes ablazing crimson, his murderous intent palpable. Having escaped the meditation seal, he floated from the crater, blood streaming from his body, a third of Banala's reduced to a gruesome state, clear shoe prints visible on his face. As the humiliation burned within him, he felt an inferno of rage capable of incinerating the entire galaxy. Lu Fa never anticipated that. Despite his extensive battle experience and fearsome reputation, he would be reduced to this pitiful state by a handful of insignificant earthlings. Even during his confrontation with the Flame Emperor, he had never been so thoroughly bested. Though this was not his true form, he still possessed 60% of his full power. Fixated on the 4 sets of armor before him, he charged with a wrath that could devastate worlds. The 3 armors above could be disregarded. But he was determined to annihilate these 4 insects who not only assaulted him but also insulted his dignity. Especially that damned cat. How dare it tread upon his handsome visage? As a general, such an affront was utterly intolerable. Just as he was about to seize the Earth Tiger armor by the throat, 3 fateful words echoed once more, leaving a lifelong shadow in his heart. Meditation seal. Gu Tian hovered in the air, once again unleashing the sinister technique. Please, no. Don't bind me. Lu Fa cried out in panic, bewildered that this cursed skill could still be used. He truly felt lost. Was there not supposed to be a cooldown for skill usage? Could this be what they referred to as cheating on Earth? Desperate to escape the reach of the meditation seal, Lu Fa abandoned his pursuit of the Earth Tiger armor and fled, wishing to evade its grasp once more. He could not bear the sensation of being immobilized again. It was simply unbearable, as if his body were no longer his own. Unfortunately, fate had other plans, and mere meters from safety, he was ensnared once again. Lu Fa, damn it! The sight of his futile escape was a bizarre tableau. Gu Tian descended to the ground, casting a disdainful glance at the now quaking Earth Tiger armor. What kind of entity had the Armor Alliance recruited? This was hardly worthy of being the summoner for the Earth Tiger armor. Aside from a slightly elevated concentration of Earth bloodlines, it possessed no other advantages. Surely, it could not be due to his being freshly 18. Gu Tian, weary of overthinking, disregarded the Earth Tiger armor and unleashed a formidable attack. He discerned that Banala's body was on the verge of collapse. Once he obliterated it entirely, Lu Fa would no longer pose a threat. Cataclysmic Torrent. Gu Tian wielded the meteor spear and directed a spiral of green energy towards the immobilized Lu Fa. I shall lend you a hand. Duanmu Yin descended from the skies, first drawing back the fierce kite bow, channeling energy to shoot a green light arrow at Lu Fa. Subsequently, he transformed back into the Flame Nawa, wielding the Qilin Molten Axe to unleash the Qilin Inferno Slash. I shall unleash the ultimate abilities of 2 sets of armor simultaneously. Let us see how this underworld demon withstands it. The forces of wind and lava intertwined, crashing fiercely towards Lu Fa. Observing the 3 potent energies closing in, Lu Fa's heart brimmed with resentment. He glared intently at the black rhino armor, his overwhelming hatred nearly spilling over. Just wait, I, Lu Fa, shall return, and when I do, I will shatter all armors. A conflagration erupted as Banala's already decayed body exploded, transforming into a glimmering genetic code. With Banala's demise, the diamond armor summoner fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Simultaneously, a cloud of black mist emerged, quickly vanishing into the void. Gu Tian attempted to intercept, but he was ultimately too late. He retrieved the meteor spear back into the summoner with a cold snort. What does it matter if you flee? Sooner or later, I shall extinguish you completely. The next time you appear, I shall not be clad in the black rhino armor. Alas, another teammate has perished. The flame dragon armor sighed, looking at the summoner on the ground with resignation. The diamond armor summoner had fallen from the underworld demon, and the fate of Li Tianyu was all too clear. Who had slain him was no longer significant. If it were the underworld demon, vengeance had already been exacted. If it were the black rhino armor, it could only be deemed for the greater good. Perhaps he might search for Li Tianyu's remains to return to the Armor Alliance for a proper burial. However, the likelihood of finding him was slim. His body was likely reduced to ashes by the aftermath of the battle. Meanwhile, the Wind Eagle armor caught sight of the summoner on the ground, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He vanished in an instant, aiming to seize the summoner with incredible speed. Just as his hand grazed the summoner, 6 crisp slaps resounded. Slap, slap, slap. The Wind Eagle armor was sent sprawling, crashing against a mountain and disintegrating. Shandong collapsed, clutching his chest, casting a defiant glance at the black rhino armor before succumbing to darkness. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Tian had appeared next to the diamond armor summoner, picking it up and casting a disdainful glance at the Wind Eagle armor that had been struck away. What audacity! How dare you attempt to seize my summoner? Have I not shown you enough kindness? The snow mastiff armor. Witnessing the black rhino armor not only send Shandong flying but also seized the diamond armor summoner, rolled his eyes and utilized the communication function between armors to send a voice message to the flame dragon armor. Captain, will you not come and assert your presence? We shall set aside how Li Tianyu met his end for now, but the fact that he managed to injure the Wind Eagle armor is a crime most heinous. Moreover, the theft of the diamond armor summoner is tantamount to declaring war on the Armor Alliance. Are you truly indifferent? This may be hard to justify. Nan Xin pondered over Zhao Shi's words, lowering his head in contemplation. After a moment, he strode towards the black rhino armor. Gu Tian stood still, calmly observing as the flame dragon armor approached him. He had heard the voice message from the snow mastiff armor and was curious to see how Nan Xin would handle the situation. Should it come to pass, he would not mind acquiring an additional set of fire armor. Nan Xin reached Gu Tian, gesturing towards the diamond armor summoner. This summoner belongs to the Armor Alliance. You should not claim it as your own. Gu Tian tossed the diamond armor summoner playfully in his hands, responding with a hint of mischief. By what right do you declare the summoner as yours? I retrieved it from the ground. Does it bear the name of your Armor Alliance? Furthermore, when you call it, will it respond to you? Nan Xin, taken aback, retorted, Are you even listening to what you are saying? It's all in Chinese characters. Why does it sound so incomprehensible when combined? No matter how loudly I call, the diamond armor summoner will not heed my call. Admitting his frustration, Nan Xin felt his composure slipping. How utterly shameless. How can there exist a person so brazen in this world? He believed he had a commendable temperament, but the audacity of Gu Tian nearly shattered his patience. If one wished to seize the diamond armor summoner, they ought to state it plainly rather than engage in such convoluted rhetoric. Nan Xin turned his gaze toward Duanmu Yin, seeking assistance, hoping he might join in persuading the black rhino armor to relinquish the diamond armor summoner. Yet, Duanmu Yin merely shook his head, showing no intention of intervening. To him, the difference between having one more or one less set of armor was negligible. After all, the true power lay with the elite fighters. At present, he believed he could single-handedly match 5 sets of armor, and more would follow. You remain a waste today, and you shall forever remain one. Seeing Duanmu Yan's lack of support, Nan Xin felt cornered but persisted. You already possess 2 sets of armor. What need have you for the diamond armor? You cannot summon it. Return it to us. The diamond armor can only realize its greatest value within the Armor Alliance. Moreover, we were the ones who discovered the diamond armor summoner first. After all this time, it has become the private property of the Armor Alliance. Gu Tian tilted his neck, playfully retorting, Armor is meant for the capable. There is no notion of priority. Furthermore, how do you know I possess only 2 sets of armor? At times, one must not be deceived by the surface appearances of things. Suddenly, Gu Tian lunged forward, grasping the arm of the flame dragon armor. In an instant, his burgeoning wood bloodline surged forth. In a heartbeat, a powerful and rich wood energy radiated from Gu Tian. Nan Xion's eyes widened in astonishment, gazing at Gu Tian as if he were a monster. You possess such a high concentration of wood bloodline. It must be at least 96 purity. Stammering in shock, Nan Xian found the actions of the Black Rhino armor utterly mind-boggling. Not only did he possess the water bloodline, but also the wood bloodline, both in absurdly high concentrations, surpassing even his own. It was utterly preposterous. Instinctively glancing at the unconscious Shandong, he felt a pang of concern for him. Wind Eagle armor, perilous times ahead. Shandong's ability to summon the Wind Eagle armor was no longer within his control. It depended entirely on others' whims. If someone was in good spirits, Shandong could summon it. If not, he would simply be an ordinary person. Even more terrifying was the fact that the Armor Alliance had yet to devise a solution for such situations. Even if the Alliance forcibly severed the connection between the individual and the wood crystal, given the abilities displayed, with a mere gesture, the wood crystal would likely raise to him just as the crystal stone had before. There would be no stopping it. Unless one day, the concentration of the wood bloodline within the body of Shandong surpasses that of the opponent, the initiative can only be reclaimed then. However, Gu Tian's next words plunged Nan Xian's heart into despair. How can you be certain that I possess only 2 bloodlines? What if I have others? Upon hearing this, Nan Xian instinctively retreated several steps, a wave of suffocating dread washing over him. Is this truly a human? Gu Tian, observing Nan Xian's disoriented state, chuckled lightly. Little brother, if I merely hint at a fraction of my prowess, wouldn't you explode with shock? He stepped forward and gently patted the shoulder of the flame dragon armor, smiling as he said, so, it's best not to provoke me. Otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear. After uttering these words, Gu Tian strode into the void, vanishing from the sight of the armored figures in the blink of an eye. The Snow Mastiff armor, witnessing the departure of the Black Rhino armor, anxiously exclaimed, Captain, why did you let him go? He hasn't even apologized to the Wind Eagle armor, nor has he returned the Diamond Armor Summoner. Zhao Shi understood that the Flame Dragon armor was no match for the Black Rhino armor, yet he secretly hoped for a confrontation between them, as it would heighten the animosity of the Armor Alliance towards the Black Rhino armor and facilitate the completion of the task assigned by the Realm King. Enough talk. Let us return to the Armor Alliance. This matter is best left to the commander to handle. Nan Xian sighed as he gazed at the sky, reflecting on the words of the Black Rhino armor, suddenly feeling quite inadequate. As the summoner of the fire armor, he couldn't even match the concentration of bloodlines within him to that of the opponent. Wasn't the flame dragon armor supposed to be formidable according to ancient texts? Why had it changed in his case? Could it be that the books were misleading? Resolutely, Nan Xian decided that upon returning, he would practice the piano less and dedicate himself to rigorous training under the old man of the Divine Mountain. In the Ba Wang group, a swirl of black mist rapidly entered Ba Dou's body, causing his frame to tremble violently. In an instant, his gaze turned sinister and frigid. Infuriating. Utterly despicable. Lu Fa seethed, violently overturning the wooden table before him. He grabbed a baseball bat from the ground and smashed the entire secret chamber into disarray. This operation had ended in complete failure. Not only had they failed to retrieve the armor summoner, but they also lost 3 of his major generals. And more importantly, he had suffered a severe loss of face. Lu Fa clenched his 5 fingers tightly together, producing a series of cracking sounds, his chest heaving with fury. This failure was entirely due to that Zen seal capable of manipulating the laws of time. Without the Zen seal, Lu Fa had over a 90% certainty of obliterating all the armors. No, I must devise a way to counter that technique. Otherwise, when my true form emerges, I will be restricted. Suppressing his rage, Lu Fa sat down once more, contemplating a solution. Could it be that only those 2 artifacts are the answer? He muttered to himself, recalling the 2 great treasures he had brought from Ares, the Shura armor, which inherently possessed spatio-temporal attributes, and the Gung Vajra pestle, capable of restraining all things. The Shura armor should be uncontrollable. The Gung Vajra pestle should also suffice. Yet, both treasures had been lost after their sealing 1,000 years ago, and Lu Fa had no idea of their whereabouts. Sighing, he felt a headache coming on, massaging his temples. Ever since leaving Ares, he had never encountered such troublesome circumstances. Earth was merely an ordinary planet within the Milky Way, as inconspicuous as a grain of sand in a desert, lacking any sense of presence. Yet, unexpectedly, it had surpassed many powerful star systems in terms of strength. Among the armors Lu Fa had encountered, 2 individuals of captain-level prowess had already appeared, along with 1 armor comparable to his 5-level strength. The task of locating the Shura armor and Gung Evidra pestle must be entrusted to powerful nether demons. He could not rely on ordinary ones. I need to summon back the 3 major captains. A glint of determination flashed in Lu Fa's eyes as he produced a pen. Resurrecting the warriors of the Nether Legion once more. 3 nether demons soon appeared, kneeling before Lu Fa. We pay our respects to General Lu Fa. Lu Fa appraised his newly resurrected subordinates, waving his hand. 3 dark energies merged into their bodies. I have restored your powers to their peak. I now command you to bring back the 3 major captains. Chapter 56. The anxiety of Ma Qingshan is cured. Sabin, you shall seek the captain of the Greed Division. Xiao Shifei. Kulesk, you will search for the captain of the Anger Division. Ku Fensi. Segura, you shall find the captain of the Obsession Division, and Michio. The 3 captains should not have recovered their powers yet, and you are at your peak. With a little caution, you should be able to defeat them. Yes. The 3 nether demons replied in unison, transforming into a streak of black light and vanishing instantly. Cough, cough, cough. Just as Lu Fa completed this task, an overwhelming wave of weakness surged through him, causing his legs to tremble and fitful coughs to escape his lips. This time, it was not Ba Do's frailty, but rather Lu Fa nearing his limit. The energy expended from possessing Benalis had already taken its toll, and now, having restored the 3 major nether demons to their peak state, he felt his body beginning to deplete. This time, he had suffered a significant loss in dealing with the armors. Lu Fa muttered intermittently as he departed from Ba Do's body, returning to his clothing and slipping into a brief slumber to regain his energy. By the time Sabin and the others brought back the 3 major captains, Lu Fa would need to allocate energy to restore them to their peak as well. However, it was not only Lu Fa who felt depleted. Li Xiaoqiu, who had been besieged by the armors a few days prior, was also affected. At the Auxer research-based division, it hurts so much. Li Xiaoqiu stood in the dimly lit laboratory, injecting 1 vial after another of green liquid into his body with a 1-centimeter syringe. Yelping in agony as the veins on his forehead throbbed. There was no alternative. To accelerate the recovery of the violent Zwut insect emperor, he had to endure this. After a grueling 12 injections, Li Xiaoqiu finally paused his actions, a hint of color returning to his pallid complexion. At last, I've restored the violent Zwut emperor to 10%. It shouldn't be long before full recovery. He sighed with relief, collapsing into a chair. Though he had been battered severely this time, nearly losing his life, he had also found a silver lining. Li Xiaoqiu could distinctly sense that the violent Zwut emperor within him had matured further due to the continuous assaults from the armored warriors. Once the violent Zwut emperor fully recovered, it would undoubtedly be even more formidable than before. The thought of being treated like a dog by the black rhino armor filled him with resentment. Just you wait. The next time we meet, regardless of the armor I summon, I will obliterate you with a single punch. I will prove that the violent Zwut emperor is the true king, the true sovereign. Li, I'm back. Ma Qingshan pushed open the door to the laboratory, leading 6 staff members who were carrying 3 bodies. You all may leave now. Ma Qingshan waved his hand, indicating for the 6 staff members to exit the laboratory. They nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly left, gently closing the door behind them. Li Xiaoqiu gazed at the cold bodies of Long Shui, Shaoli, and Nina before him, not scolding them as he usually would for being useless. Instead, he felt inclined to give them a thumbs up. You've truly proven yourselves as my capable subordinates. I shall raise your salaries in the future. Especially Nina and Long Shui, their combined efforts had managed to hold off the black rhino armor for 3 minutes, which was quite commendable. Having faced the black rhino armor firsthand, Li Xiaoqiu was acutely aware of just how terrifying its strength was. An ordinary Auxer would scarcely withstand even a single strike from that monster. Li, can they be repaired? Ma Qingshan inquired, a hint of pride swelling within him. Since Li Xiaoqiu returned yesterday, clad in tattered garments, leaning on his waist with a frail visage and supported by a cane, Ma Qingshan discerned that he too had suffered a crushing defeat. This revelation utterly alleviated Ma Qingshan's anxiety. Just look. Individuals far more formidable than him had been vanquished by the black rhino armor. Yet he, a mere Karamimi, not only had an encounter with it but also managed to escape its clutches twice. Is this not a testament to his prowess? Pray tell, in the realm of Uxer, who possesses such a record? Answer me. Now, Ma Qingshan felt as though he walked with the winds. Li Xiaoqiu cast a sidelong glance at him. He was not foolish and could easily detect the pride in Ma Qingshan's tone. However, he found little reason to fuss over it. One day, he would prove his worth. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiaoqiu assured. Rest assured, they are my beloved subordinates. I shall see to their restoration, no matter what. As his words echoed, he retrieved a third-generation chip from his pocket. Fortunately, during the manufacturing process, he had whimsically crafted a few extra. Little did he know how invaluable they would become at this moment. Li Xiaoqiu carried his 3 cherished companions into the laboratory, wielding a chainsaw to install the third-generation chips. In Haiqing, Gu Tian had relinquished the summoning rights of the Black Rhino armor and returned to the clinic, carrying 2 bags of rice, scratching his head. Feeling something was amiss. As soon as he pushed open the door, he was greeted by the sight of his sister-in-law sprawled across the sofa in a most ungraceful manner. Her legs exposed in a rather indiscreet fashion. Gu Tian shook his head gently. How could a young lady sleep in such an uncivilized manner? If she remained unmarried, she must not come to him in tears. He approached, placing the rice on the floor, and picked up a blanket to drape over and stow by. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a troubling issue. The sofa was drenched. How was this young lady drooling so profusely? Chapter 57. Returning to her husband's side. In the imperial capital, and Changru, clad in a coat, returned to the Armor Alliance from the training base. As she pushed open the office door, she heard the anguished voice of Shandong resonating within. Ouch, be gentle. Inside the office, the armor summoners had gathered, accompanied by a female doctor in a white coat, who was carefully applying an unknown liquid to Shandong's face. And Changru gazed in astonishment, noting that both sides of Shandong's cheeks had turned a deep crimson, each marked with 3 distinct handprints. His face was remarkably swollen and symmetric. What had transpired? Who had inflicted such injuries upon him? Zhao Shi pounded his chest, lamenting intensely as he addressed in Changru. It was that despicable Black Rhino armor. The Wind Eagle armor merely sought to reclaim the diamond armor summoning device, yet was met with 6 consecutive slaps. Look at him. He has been reduced from the handsome Wind Eagle armor to a pig-headed mockery. When the Flame Dragon armor confronted him, he dismissed them with disdain, claiming the summoning device was merely something he had picked up from the ground. Is there no justice? No law? Shandong nodded fervently, resonating with Zhao Shi's words. He felt profoundly wronged. He had only sought to retrieve the diamond armor summoning device. Was that truly a transgression? He recalled how, upon merely touching the summoning device, the Black Rhino armor had appeared before him like a specter, seizing him by the throat as if he were a mere chick, and within a fraction of a second, had delivered 6 resounding slaps, leaving him dazed with stars dancing before his eyes. Thankfully, he wore the Wind Eagle armor. Had he not, he would have likely been rendered a fool on the spot. Though Shandong wished to accuse the Black Rhino armor of its crimes, his severely swollen face could only emit comical whimpers. The diamond armor? Wasn't the summoner of the diamond armor Li Tianyu? What had happened to him? What are you speaking of? And Chandru was somewhat bewildered, after all. She had only been away from the Armor Alliance for 2 days, yet it felt as though a century had passed. Nan Xian approached in Changru, meticulously recounting the recent events without embellishment. Wang Gang, having not participated in this battle, slammed his palm on the table upon hearing the news. A look of indignation etched across his face as he exclaimed, "How can this be tolerated? What could a Black Rhino armor summoner possibly need the diamond armor for? And to have reduced my beloved teammate to such a state. It is utterly outrageous, showing utter disdain for the Armor Alliance. My temper, I can no longer contain it. I once was a figure who stood confidently, unperturbed by my opponents." Duan Muyin glanced at Wang Gang, applauding him encouragingly. "You speak most wisely. Therefore, go reclaim the summoning device and avenge Shandong. I shall not hinder you." Wang Gang hesitated. "Well, Captain Duan Muyin, at this moment, shouldn't you advise me against acting impulsively and to think things through? If I truly decide to go, you ought to restrain me." The other armor summoners suddenly realized that Wang Gang also had a humorous side, and Changru gently fiddled with her bracelet upon hearing the news of Li Tianyu's demise. A twinge of sorrow flickered within her. After all, they had once been comrades, sharing many moments together. To claim she felt nothing would be a lie. This also underscored that even armor is not infallible. Should one be vanquished by an enemy, they must accept their fate. As a competent armor summoner, one must possess such resolve. Very well, I shall resolve the matter of the diamond armor. Everyone else, please attend to your own affairs. Within Shangru's conclusion of the meeting, the others departed. She felt quite confident in retrieving the diamond armor summoning device. The Black Rhino armor could be summoned by her. Exhibiting formidable strength, it would indeed be a challenge to reclaim. As for the diamond armor, she could not summon it. It would merely serve as a trinket. Yet with sufficient incentives, she believed it could be relinquished. Nanexian, why do you linger? And Changru inquired with curiosity. Nanexian, stroking the pristine flame dragon armor summoning device, sighed with a hint of melancholy. Shandong's future may be challenging. The Black Rhino armor summoner possesses not only the bloodline of water, but also that of wood, and their concentration is leagues ahead of Shandong. What? Such a thing exists? It seems the matter is growing increasingly intriguing. Is Shandong aware of this? Nanexian shook his head. Only Ui and Duamuyin are privy to this information. Though they were present, their weakness rendered them incapable of sensing the Black Rhino armor summoner's release of wood energy. They mistook it for water energy. My reluctance to spread this news stems from a fear that Shandong's resolve may shatter. Upon hearing Nanexian's words, and Changru gently rubbed her palms, a glimmer of excitement igniting in her gaze. She was genuinely curious about the identity of the Black Rhino armor summoner. Emerging a month ago, they had quickly risen to prominence, repeatedly fending off formidable foes, and with each engagement, their prowess only seemed to amplify. Contemplating this, and Chanru felt a surge of battle spirit. During this period, her own abilities had advanced rapidly, nearing the enigmatic realm of the flying shadow armor. Just a step away from breaking through that elusive barrier. However, that was a matter for another time. Currently, her focus lay elsewhere. She gently brushed aside the stray locks from her forehead, a joyful expression gracing her face. It was time to return to her husband. What had initially been a week-long absence had inexplicably stretched to nearly 2 weeks. My wife has truly been remiss, leaving her husband to endure solitude. Upon my return, I shall make amends in earnest. After all this time, my husband must be nearly famished. And Chandru clenched her tiny fist, determination illuminating her delicate features. Chapter 58. The wife returns. Click, click, click. Gu Tian, wielding the latest Xiaomi smartphone, captured the gluttonous visage of Xiaobai with fervor, a smug expression gracing his face. Presently, Gu Tian held a certain leverage over his sister-in-law. Should Xiaobai continue to address him with such disrespect, he would not hesitate to share these photographs with Chandru. Dealing with such a mischievous young lady requires not only discipline but a sprinkle of cunning. After stowing his phone, Gu Tian gently draped a blanket over his sister-in-law. Indeed, his wife and Xiaobai were akin to sisters, sharing the endearing yet troublesome habit of drooling in their slumber. However, the sofa now bore the marks of this mischief and would soon need to be discarded. Gu Tian retrieved a chilled bottle of cola from the refrigerator and casually settled into a chair. The comfort was exquisite. With a hearty gulp of cola, he felt invigorated, his face alight with satisfaction. "System, are you there?" Gu Tian inquired softly. "Host, I am here. Always present." "Very well, open my data panel." As his words fell, a clear display of his attributes materialized before him. Age, 25 armor, Xingtian armor, Black Rhino armor, Wind Eagle armor wife, and Changru, summoner of the Flying Shadow armor. Ability, 60, maximum 100, combat techniques, Zen Seal, Torrent Peak, Torrent Stab, Wind Piercing Stab, Wind Eagle Leg, Fire Punishment Palm, Fire Punishment Heaven and Earth Slash, Firelight Sword Technique, Xingtian Light Blast, Electric Cannon, Shadow Shift, the Ultimate Xingtian Killing Technique, Celestial Palm. Eightfold Shadow Shift. Note: Eightfold Shadow Shift consumes immense energy. Physique, 76, maximum 100, Bloodline, Water Bloodline, Purity 100. Wood Bloodline, Purity 100, comprehensive evaluation. A prodigious talent. Gu Tian nodded in satisfaction. His abilities had seen tremendous enhancement, no longer the novice with a mere ability of 20. Once his ability reaches 85, he would ascend to the status of the war god Xingtian, a thought that thrilled him. At that juncture, he intended to utilize the Xingtian armor as his primary gear. While the Black Rhino armor was commendable and powerful, it was ultimately a defensive type with inherent drawbacks. The Xingtian armor, however, offered a remarkable balance in all aspects, and with sufficient ability, he could summon the legendary weapon, the war goddess Flame Sword, the very blade that had slain the armored Lu Fa in the finale of Kair. Lost in joyous contemplation, Gu Tian's attention was drawn to Xiaobai, who stirred softly on the sofa. Ah, that nap was blissful. Xiaobai languidly rose from the couch, stretching her arms and emitting a loud yawn. Upon blinking her sleepy eyes open, she caught Gu Tian gazing intently at her. "What's with the staring, Gu Tian? Have you never seen a stunning beauty before?" she retorted, crossing her arms and raising her chin in a haughty manner. Hearing her call him stinky, Gu Tian ignited a playful spirit within him. With a swift motion, He exhaled into his palm and clapped twice in the air, an eager expression appearing on his face. This little girl seemed to be asking for trouble. Upon witnessing his playful gesture, memories of Gu Tian's mischievous antics flooded in Xiaobai's mind, causing her to instinctively retreat and plop down onto the sofa, only to find herself seated in the very spot where she had drooled. "Hey, stinky brother-in-law, did you splash water on the sofa while I was asleep? You've soaked such a large area. Are you trying to give your sister-in-law a cold?" she exclaimed, flustered as she hurriedly shifted to a dry spot, casting a resentful glance at Gu Tian. Gu Tian, taken aback, thought, "Really? This girl is old enough to know better than to drool in her sleep." Too lazy to explain, he tossed his phone to Xiaobai. Confused, she picked it up, and upon seeing her drooling visage, she felt as though lightning had struck her. She had indeed drooled. The indignity of it all. And Xiaobai's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly attempted to delete the photo, only for Gu Tian to snatch the phone back. "Oh no, you won't delete it. I've worked hard to capture this moment. If you erase it, I'll lose out. You're going to drive your sister-in-law mad. Give it back," she exclaimed, shaking her small fist and charging towards him. Unfazed, Gu Tian raised his arm and gently flicked her forehead, teasing her with a playful gesture. "Ouch, you're so mean. Always picking on me." And Xiaobai whined, stepping back to rub her forehead, her expression one of dissatisfaction. Gu Tian resumed his seat, crossing his legs and examining the photo. "Should you dare to call me by my name again, I shall send these pictures to your sister. Let her see what kind of sister she has. You're utterly despicable." And Xiaobai protested, pointing at Gu Tian, her cheeks puffed with indignation. Yet, she recognized the gravity of the situation should these images reach her sister. She would endure ridicule for a lifetime, her reputation tarnished. No, she must endure for now. Revenge would be hers. As a distinguished summoner of the Howling Thorn, she would not let Gu Tian off easily. Fuming, and Xiaobai stormed upstairs, kicking open the bedroom door and leaping onto her bed, mimicking a prior escapade. She seized a plush dog from the bed and stomped on it with her delicate feet, venting all her frustrations upon the innocent creature. "I stomp, I stomp, I stomp," she declared triumphantly. "Now you know my power. Next time we meet, be more discreet, or Emperor Bai shall punish you." Downstairs, Gu Tian watched Xiaobai ascend, a smirk playing on his lips. "What's the matter? I can certainly handle you." Just as he was about to prepare dinner, a bright and cheerful voice rang out. "Darling, I'm back." And Changru, sporting playful twin ponytails and dressed in a simple white sweatshirt, entered the clinic with a gleaming smile, a large suitcase in hand. The moment she spotted her husband, her heart raced with excitement, the longing of the past few weeks nearly overwhelming her. Gu Tian's face lit up with joy. His beloved wife had finally returned. Had she delayed any longer, he would have had to befriend toilet paper. He hurried to greet her, but Changru was quicker. She tossed her suitcase aside and leaped into Gu Tian's embrace, her arms wrapping around his neck as her soft, supple legs entwined around his waist, the intimacy palpable. "Darling, kiss me. Give me a welcome kiss." And Changru, with a fiery passion, sealed Gu Tian's lips with her rosy mouth, her nimble tongue playfully dancing, seemingly eager to release the pent-up emotions from their separation over the past several days. Gu Tian closed his eyes, savoring the moment, inhaling the sweet fragrance that wafted from his beloved wife. Chapter 59, Dinner Time. "Oh, is that my sister's voice?" she asked back, and Xiaobai, having just vented her frustration, perked up upon hearing her sister's voice from the first floor. Her previously sour mood transformed into excitement, and she bounced joyfully, her playful twin ponytails swaying in disarray. With a light-hearted step, she hummed a tune and dashed downstairs. "Sister, and Xiaobai began to call out, only to halt abruptly at the sight before her. She stood frozen, her expression blank, staring at the two engaged in a fervent kiss. 3 seconds later, her face flushed with heat, and she quickly covered her reddening cheeks, stealthily retreating to the second floor, her heart exclaiming the absurdity of the situation. "Wait, sister, how could you return and immediately kiss your husband without considering my feelings? I understand your eagerness, but must it be so urgent?" Back in her room, she leaned against the door, panting, patting her chest in an attempt to calm herself. Perhaps it would be best to wait a while longer. The timing was simply wrong, and who knows, the feng shui might not be favorable either. Meanwhile, on the first floor, the couple remained lost in the joy of their reunion, oblivious to Xiaobai's earlier presence. After what felt like an eternity, Gu Tian and Changru finally parted their lips, a delicate thread of saliva connecting them. "Honey, you've lost weight. Hasn't Xiaobai not taken good care of you?" and Changru stepped out of Gu Tian's embrace, gazing at him with deep affection, her tender fingers caressing his cheek with concern. Lost weight? Not at all. Gu Tian thought otherwise. During moments of boredom, he would engage in battles against various foes, finding immense satisfaction in his growth and the rewards from the system. How could he appear diminished in his wife's eyes when he felt stronger and healthier than ever? My dear wife, I assure you, I haven't lost weight. Feel for yourself. It's all muscle, Gu Tian replied. Is that so? Then I must take a closer look later. And Changru winked, placing her fingertip gently on her lips. Speaking softly, ha ha ha, sister, your little sister is here. Did you miss me? And Xiao Bai, hearing the absence of kissing sounds from downstairs, eagerly descended, her long legs carrying her swiftly, a bright smile illuminating her face as she rushed towards Changru with open arms like a little chick. And Xiao Bai had indeed missed her sister during these many days. Upon seeing her sister rush towards her, Changru swiftly raised her left hand to halt her advance, preventing her from getting any closer. Sister, why won't you let me give you a hug? And Xiao Bai asked in confusion, her small eyes reflecting disappointment. Ahem, little Bai, you've done an excellent job protecting your brother-in-law, so you can leave now. And Changru commanded, her words causing Xiao Bai's eyes to widen in disbelief. Sister, you just got back, and you want to send me away? I haven't even had dinner yet. And Xiao Bai protested, blinking her large eyes with a look of deep grievance. Don't worry, dinner can be had back in the capital. And Changru insisted, hastily pushing her sister out the door. She was eager to engage in a discussion about core values of sustainable development with her husband. Having her sister around would severely disrupt their plans. Before long, Xiao Bai found herself outside the clinic, bewildered and alone as Changru closed the door with a definitive thud behind her. This is too much. Truly, once one has a husband, they forget their sister. And Changru returned to the hall, not wishing to linger for even a moment. With one hand gripping her suitcase and the other holding Gu Tian's hand, she ascended the stairs. Gu Tian, discerning his wife's intentions, coughed lightly and said, Dear, there's no need to rush. It's still early. Let us have dinner first. Dinner? Absolutely. We should eat earlier so we can have more late-night snacks, and perhaps even indulge in some early morning tea. And Changru mused, nodding in agreement after a moment of contemplation. My beloved wife, are you serious about dinner? Gu Tian inquired, glancing curiously at the suitcase in her grasp. Upon hearing his question, a blush crept across Changru's lovely face. When I left, I promised to bring you back a surprise, and it's all right here. Don't worry, my dear husband. You will see it soon, and I assure you, it will not disappoint. Chapter 60, A Biological Crisis. Oh my wife. Are you planning to spoil me completely? Gu Tian exclaimed, his face flushed as he gazed into the suitcase filled with an array of items. Half of its contents were rare supplements, including a ginseng the size of a bowl, aged tiger whip, and goji berries the size of pigeon eggs. The moment he opened the suitcase, a potent medicinal aroma assaulted his senses, making him feel feverish and parched. And Changru had already removed her shoes, revealing her delicate, fair feet, and pressed her ample bosom against Gu Tian's back, shyly whispering, Darling, the quality of the supplements I bought at the market last time was poor. But this time, I brought back only the finest from the capital. They are among the best in the entire Dragon Kingdom, truly a treasure. Gu Tian swallowed hard, glancing at the other half of the suitcase, which contained an assortment of intriguing intimate garments, including black and white stockings, maid outfits, and even some whimsical toys he had only seen online. He felt a sense of impending excitement for the night ahead, realizing it would be a battle of epic proportions. Darling, let us begin. As per our usual routine, I'll be on top, and you'll be below. And Changru declared, resting her head on Gu Tian's shoulder, her breath fragrant against his ear. Her petite hands roamed over his body, slipping beneath his clothing to caress his sculpted abs. Ahem, dear, I'm a bit dirty. Perhaps we should shower first? Gu Tian suggested. Shower? Why would we wash? The scent adds to the allure. If we don't hurry, it will be dark soon. Be obedient. Let us enjoy ourselves first. Then we can shower. Without waiting for Gu Tian's response, Changru playfully pushed him onto the bed, swiftly following suit and straddling him. Darling, your wife is about to begin. And Changru smiled seductively, her lips glistening as she licked them. Her eyes filled with the reflection of Gu Tian. She then tore off her sweatshirt, revealing her flawless, creamy skin, which glowed under the light, exuding irresistible allure. As she leaned down, she cupped Gu Tian's face and pressed her lips against his. The bed curtains fell slowly, swaying gently with the intensity of their movements. On the bed, only two shadows continued to sway, intertwined with the heavy breaths of fervent passion. In the capital city, within a luxurious bar, Shandong leaned against the counter, swirling a bottle of red wine valued at hundreds of thousands. Despite the stage being filled with an array of alluring beauties, he found no interest in them. He sighed heavily, downing a generous amount of the exquisite wine to alleviate his inner turmoil. That evening, under the auspices of Junmei, the 5 Elements armored summoners were summoned to the Alliance's testing base, specifically constructed for them to monitor the concentration of their elemental bloodlines in real time. The significance of this bloodline concentration could not be overstated. Even a slight increase marked a substantial leap in their power. Shandong had initially believed that after enduring numerous battles, his bloodline concentration would surely have improved. However, the results revealed a mere 65. In stark contrast, the concentrations of other summoners were considerably higher. Zhao Shi's gold bloodline at 75, Zhang Kuan's earth bloodline at 70, and Nan Xian's fire bloodline at a staggering 91. Had everyone been equally lacking, such a disparity would have been acceptable, but the difference was painfully pronounced. The testing results left Shandong dumbfounded, feeling utterly humiliated. He had never anticipated being the weakest in the alliance. Initially, he thought Zhang Kuan was the least competent, only to realize the jester was, in fact, himself. Shandong recalled joining the alliance, his wood bloodline concentration already at 62. 3 years later, he had only increased it by 3, while the other summoners had improved by at least 5. Although Junmei promptly offered him consolation, Shandong felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The most terrifying thought loomed over him. If he continued to stagnate, the alliance might entrust the Wind Eagle armored summoner position to Wen Dong of the second team. He scratched his head vigorously, the feeling of impending crisis intensifying. If he were truly replaced, it would be akin to plummeting from paradise to the depths of despair, a fate he could not bear. Once one has tasted power, who would willingly forsake it? Presently, rumors within the alliance already branded Shandong as a waste, with some staff even bestowing upon him the derisive moniker Empty Hero. At times, the gossip grew even more insidious, suggesting that during the next armored fusion, it should be renamed the Empty Hero Fusion instead of the Wind Eagle Fusion. Lost in his thoughts, a pair of large hands suddenly clapped on his shoulder, startling him and nearly causing him to spill his wine. Who? Shandong swiftly turned around, and upon recognizing the person before him, his brow furrowed. Miao Bei, what brings you here? He scrutinized Miao Bei, noticing his charming smile and extraordinary demeanor, resembling a refined young gentleman. He had expected Miao Bei to wallow in self-pity after being expelled from the alliance, drowning his sorrows in drink. Living a life neither human nor ghost. Am I not allowed to visit an old comrade? Miao Bei responded gently. Comrade? Are you jesting? Weren't you the one who called me a rotten orange back in the day? You even said I could eat the rotten peel if I managed to summon the Wind Eagle armor. Shandong replied bluntly, showing no kindness towards Miao Bei. He set his wine down on the counter, intending to leave the bar and not associate with this ill-fated individual any longer. Seeing Shandong's retreating figure, Miao Bei languidly remarked, I had planned to tell you how to swiftly enhance your wood bloodline concentration, but it seems you are not interested. Miao Bei turned as if to leave, but Shandong, with eyes ablaze, seized his hand. What method? Though he tried to maintain composure, his erratic heartbeat and rapid breathing betrayed him. Miao Bei subtly revealed a knowing smile. The bait had been taken. Let's go somewhere else to talk. Miao Bei pulled Shandong out of the bar, and Shandong paid little heed, confident as a Wind Eagle armored summoner, unafraid of Miao Bei's tricks. In the underground parking garage, Shandong demanded, Speak. What method can elevate my wood bloodline concentration? He clutched his summoning device, resolved that if Miao Bei dared to deceive him today, he'd not hesitate to unleash the Wind Eagle armor upon him. Miao Bei wasted no time, producing a shimmering dark crystal and tossing it into Shandong's arms. As soon as Shandong made contact with the dark crystal, a surge of potent wood energy radiated from it, resonating with the wood bloodline within him. In that moment, a fierce greed flickered in Shandong's eyes. If the Wind Eagle armor absorbed this, his bloodline concentration would surely increase by at least 1%. He caressed the dark crystal, but suddenly noticed something amiss. Wait, why does this crystal contain dark energy? Shandong's expression shifted dramatically. He recognized this dark energy all too well. It was identical to that emanating from the anomalous beasts. The explanation was simple. This dark crystal was one of the treasures of the Shadow Realm, capable of enhancing the concentration of the 5 elemental bloodlines. Miao Bei waved his hand dismissively. Shan Dong instinctively took a step back, his gaze fixed on Miao Bei. What do you mean by Shadow Realm? Miao Bei shrugged, and in the next instant, a bizarre black aura enveloped him, revealing a grotesque, anomalous beast. Shan Dong was momentarily taken aback, instinctively retreating several paces. But he quickly regained his composure. After all, he was an armored warrior. How could he fear an anomalous beast? How dare you, Miao Bei? You have joined the Shadow Realm. I shall eradicate you today, Shan Dong declared, wiping his nose defiantly. He promptly concealed the dark crystal within his clothing, intending to summon the Wind Eagle armor for combat. But before he could react, the anomalous beast appeared directly before him. The proximity was too close, leaving Shan Dong no opportunity to summon his armor. A terrifying pressure bore down upon him, nearly forcing his knees to buckle, and he almost dropped the summoning device. Hee. Wind Eagle armored summoner, do not be so agitated. The anomalous beast rasped, its multitude of small eyes glowing with a sinister crimson light. I am not agitated. You are mistaken, Shan Dong stammered, trembling with fear. He could acutely feel that in the presence of this beast, he was but a leaf in the wind, liable to be torn apart at any moment. This anomalous beast was beyond his capacity to confront. Once the beast sensed Shan Dong's fear, it transformed back into Miao Bei. Shan Dong gasped for breath, noticing his back was drenched. So, why have you lured me here? Quite simply, to invite you to join our Shadow Realm. Miao Bei leaned in closer, teasingly. Me? Shan Dong pointed incredulously at himself. Indeed, you would join us, returning to the Armored Alliance as an undercover agent. In return, we shall provide you with an endless supply of crystals to enhance your wood bloodline. Shan Dong found it impossible not to be swayed by such a grand offer. Who could resist such temptation? However, as an armored warrior, he held a fundamental moral code: never surrender to evil. Yet, the more pressing concern was that if he declined today, he might not leave at all. His mind raced, and he resolved to feign submission, intending to boost his strength first. He took a deep breath, his gaze resolute, and nodded firmly. Very well, I accept your offer. Miao Bei nodded with satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips as he deftly produced 10 dark crystals, which instantaneously appeared in Shan Dong's hands. As expected of Shan Dong, one who recognizes the tides of fortune, the 10 dark crystal stones are sufficient for you to absorb over the course of a month. Enough to elevate your wood bloodline by 8 levels. We shall meet here again next month. Miao Bei laughed heartily as a thick, dark mist enveloped him, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Shan Dong gazed at the 10 dark crystal stones in his hand, a wild smile spreading across his face, his eyes brimming with madness. Evil gene, just you wait. When I elevate my wood bloodline concentration to 90, you shall be the first to perish. Chapter 61. Another defeat. Inside the clinic, a fervent atmosphere prevailed, with various alluring scenes continuously flashing before the eyes. The large bed in the bedroom had nearly deformed, with all 4 legs having collapsed. The floor was strewn with intimate garments of women, each torn to shreds, exuding an enticing fragrance. The cramped space of less than 30 square meters was filled with a burning, amorous aura, and the 2 figures on the bed had gradually calmed down. What a close call. I almost lost. Gu Tian leaned against the bed, supporting his waist, his complexion beginning to pale, hinting at his impending exhaustion. From 6 o'clock the previous evening until 3 o'clock the next afternoon, their encounters had not ceased for a moment, especially his wife, who was incredibly fervent, eagerly pulling Gu Tian into various exhilarating activities. Not only did it effectively allow Gu Tian to reminisce about their previous passionate encounters, but it also introduced him to many positions he had never experienced before. Were it not for the substantial enhancement his physique had undergone over the past few days, he would have surely succumbed, defeated by his wife. Indeed, when a woman becomes passionate, a man's role is rendered insignificant. Darling, how do you feel? Your wife's skills in bed are quite commendable, wouldn't you agree? And Changru teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she stretched elegantly, showcasing her alluring figure. She lunged toward Gu Tian, pressing her perfectly rounded body against his chest, beginning to gently rub against him. Not bad. My husband is truly remarkable. Able to withstand my first round. You've improved considerably. And Shangru's cheeks flushed with excitement. She recalled that when they had first left the clinic, Gu Tian had barely managed to endure her initial advance. She delicately licked her lips, her eyes filled with charm and passion, clearly still yearning for more. This was merely the first round. There were still the second, third, and fourth rounds to come. Endless possibilities. Darling, I've read many romance novels where the male and female leads love role-playing. Shall we try it out? And Chandru playfully stuck out her delicate tongue, her eyes brimming with curiosity and desire. She then hopped off the bed, pushing a suitcase over and retrieving a lacy maid outfit, holding it against her ample bosom. What do you think, dear? Can we? No, I can't do this. Gu Tian hastily waved his hands in refusal, quickly pulling the nearby blanket tightly over himself. It wasn't that he didn't want to. It was that he genuinely feared continuing. If they were to engage in a second round, it might take more than 10 hours to conclude. The saying absence makes the heart grow fonder truly held merit. It was indeed based on theory. Upon hearing Gu Tian's refusal, and Chandru pouted, displaying her displeasure, she gazed at her husband with a hint of reproach, hands on her hips, and huffed. Let me make this clear. This is merely a notification, not a request for your opinion. Whether you wish to participate today or not, you shall, without hesitation. And Chandru lifted the blanket covering Gu Tian and dove underneath. Wait, no? Gu Tian exclaimed in shock, attempting to intervene, but it was too late. Congratulations to all readers on the successful completion of the college entrance examination. I foresee that you will all be admitted to your dream universities. Chapter 62. A stalemate with my wife as Chandru burrowed into the blankets. She began her playful invasion. Hey, dear, stop. Don't do that. Gu Tian protested, but to no avail. Unfazed, Chandru continued her antics. To prevent her husband from moving about, she pinned his hands above his head, forcing him into a vulnerable position. After 10 hours, Chandru finally emerged from beneath the covers, wiping her lips and savoring the indescribable scent filling the room, nodding in satisfaction. She slowly donned the black and white maid outfit, the contrasting colors accentuating her fair skin and heightening temptation. The perfect black stockings hugged her long legs, while the loose maid outfit could not conceal her impressive curves. Coupled with her enchanting visage, she was undeniably a siren capable of leading any man astray, without needing to look closely. It was evident that the woman before him was thoroughly seasoned and quite adept as well. Darling, it's time for round 3. Your wife is back. Let us continue to enjoy ourselves. And Chandru giggled shyly, her long lashes fluttering, her previously innocent gaze now brimming with allure. She gently caressed her beautiful legs, each smile and frown enticing Gu Tian's sensitive nerves. Gu Tian lay pale upon the bed, his eyes vacant, his left hand pressed against his chest, appearing utterly spent. After enduring 2 fervent assaults from his wife, he was severely wounded, his spirit waning. Indeed, sometimes, a woman's rapid progression into intimacy could be less than advantageous. It seemed imperative for him to enhance his physical condition promptly. Only with a robust physique could he endure such trials. Darling, are you on the verge of collapse? Are you feeling weak? And Chandru inquired, her legs delicately crossing, one hand resting on her abdomen while the other caressed her rosy lips, her large, watery eyes radiating an irresistible charm. She appeared delicate and fragile, enough to melt any man's heart and compel them to embrace her. Witnessing this scene, Gu Tian's eyes widened in astonishment, internally exclaiming in admiration. Was she just exuding a mature aura? How had she transformed into such a youthful, innocent figure in an instant? Her ability to shift personas was remarkable, sweet, salty, and romantic all at once. This was indeed the ultimate interpretation of women change as they mature. Where had his wife learned all these skills? Before their marriage, Chandru had portrayed an innocent demeanor, akin to a naive little rabbit. Even the slightest jest would leave her blushing for ages, hurriedly covering her face in shyness. Yet, since their marriage, everything had changed. The little white rabbit had metamorphosed into a mischievous creature. Taking a deep breath, Gu Tian resolved to uphold his dignity as a man of principle. He would never admit to weakness. He needed to reclaim his vigor and restore his honor. Let the grand performance commence. Gu Tian's spirit roared within him as he stealthily retrieved an experience card from the system space, shattering it without hesitation. Once the experience card was used, the system might reward him. Losing his dignity as a man could not be remedied. In an instant, the card's potent energy surged through Gu Tian's body, revitalizing him to his peak state. He sat upright on the bed, flexing his biceps, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength, ready to engage in countless rounds more. Startled by Gu Tian's sudden resurgence of vigor, Chandru instinctively shifted back slightly. Seizing this opportunity, Gu Tian pounced like a fierce tiger, pinning Chandru beneath him. Looking down at his wife, who resembled a delicate flower, he proclaimed grandiosely, "Darling, Today, I have 2 words for you that you must remember. The first is 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. The second sentence reads, I can go wherever you go, Gu Tian declared. And without hesitation, he pressed his lips forcefully against Shangru's full and supple mouth. His hands, as if guided by instinct, sought their target and locked into place. And Shangru, taken aback by her husband's sudden assertiveness, paused for a moment but quickly regained her composure, initiating a battle for dominance. This time, they cast aside their playful banter and plunged directly into the peak of passion. Time became irrelevant as this tempest of fervor finally subsided. Both exceptional armor summoners lay exhausted, breathing heavily, sprawled on the bed as they gradually regained their strength. Gu Tian slowly opened his heavy-lidded eyes, surveying the disheveled room, and involuntarily murmured, Incredible, truly incredible. As the encounter unfolded, they had grown dissatisfied with merely the confines of the bed, frequently shifting their battleground. Just recalling the third round sent shivers down Gu Tian's spine. Indeed, only a fatigued ox can tire a field. Initially, Gu Tian had thought that with the experience card in his possession, he could teach Chandru a lesson, reminding her that there are always those greater than oneself. To his surprise, his wife's prowess proved to be formidable, matching his own capabilities despite his advantage, and at times, she even seemed to gain the upper hand. For the sake of his pride as a man, Gu Tian gritted his teeth and persevered, unwilling to concede, ultimately leading to a draw. No, I must ascertain just how robust my wife's constitution truly is. With a determined thought, Gu Tian summoned the system to unveil Shangru's data panel. Name, Chandru age, 25 armor. Feiying armor ability, 84, max level 100, combat skills, Feiying swift arrow. Phantom blade technique, whirlwind demon leg, wind forest fire mountains ultimate Feiying technique, Feiying lightning leg, sky peaking strike, swift shadow slash, lightning cut wind leg, Feiying leg. Physique, 98, max level 100, bloodline, ordinary comprehensive evaluation, remarkably powerful, a rarity among millions. Gu Tian stared at the data in disbelief. His wife had progressed too rapidly. He recalled Shangru's return to the Armor Alliance, where her ability was only 78 and her physique 90. Astonishingly, within just a few weeks, she had ascended to such heights. With her ability now at 84, a slight improvement to 85 would allow the Feiying armor to upgrade to the Jijin Feiying. However, this was understandable. Had she not advanced swiftly, how could his wife have become the commander of the Armor Alliance? And Chandru, rubbing her sleepy eyes, gently yawned. Her delicate nose twitching as soft, charming sounds escaped her lips. Not bad. My husband is indeed formidable, able to withstand my full strength. Truly impressive, she mused, resting her lovely leg upon Gu Tian's abdomen, propping up her rosy cheeks as she gazed at him. Dear, there shouldn't be a 4th round, right? Gu Tian ventured cautiously, hastily pulling on his pants with dexterous urgency. If Chandru desired another round, he would have no choice but to flee without a backward glance. After 3 encounters, he had entered a state peculiar to men, a sage mode, leaving him with little desire in that regard for the immediate future. Furthermore, Gu Tian was reluctant to use his remaining experience card, as he had only 1 left. No more. I shall go brew some medicine. You should rest well, dear. And Chandru smiled coyly, planting a gentle kiss on Gu Tian's face before gracefully descending from the bed. It was prudent to refrain from further play. After all, her husband was not particularly robust, and she did not wish to exhaust him. Chapter 63. The discovery of Kufis on the bustling highway. Throngs of people moved about. And amidst this lively scene, 2 figures stood out conspicuously. Clad in black robes, their heads slightly bowed, they navigated the crowd with an air of nonchalance. These 2 men in black were none other than Kulesk and Shagula, 2 subordinates of Lufa. They had transformed into human form for ease of movement within society. Shagula. Are you certain Captain Kufis is in Haiching? Kulesk inquired, his brow furrowed with uncertainty. Indeed, my investigative prowess is formidable. Moreover, I have discovered that Captain Kufis has taken a terrestrial insect as his girlfriend, and they are quite in love. Shagula replied confidently. Upon hearing this, Kulesk's face contorted with disdain, and he mockingly retorted, who would have thought that the esteemed captain of the Underworld Legion's Crimson Subdivision would fall for a mere earthling? What a disgrace to us Arisians. Not just disgraceful, it is a profound degradation, a flagrant humiliation, Shagula echoed, his eyes brimming with contempt for Kufis's actions. We Arisians possess noble bloodlines. How can we lower ourselves to consort with such rabble? In Shagula's view, Kufis, upon his resurrection, not only failed to assist General Lufa with strategy, but also secretly ventured out to indulge in romance, which he found utterly incomprehensible. Has a millennium of slumber dulled his mind, making him forsake the honor and duty of a warrior? Enough, let us return to the matter at hand. How shall we compel Captain Kufis to obediently return to the general's side? Kulesk lowered his voice, contemplating. Originally, the search for Kufis was solely Kulesk's task, but he felt a profound sense of uncertainty. Although he had regained his peak power, he was cautious not to underestimate any captain. The valor displayed by the 3 captains during the raid for energy crystals in the galaxy remained vividly etched in his memory, instilling a sense of reverence within him. After much deliberation, Kulesk resolved to enlist the help of Shagula and Shabin, intending to search for Kufis together, followed by Qiao Shifei, and finally in Mushio. Though this approach might be time-consuming, the chances of success were highest. Shagula readily agreed, praising Kulesk's plan, while Shabin stubbornly insisted on seeking Qiao Shifei alone. With no other options, Kulesk and Shagula proceeded as a duo, leaving Shabin to act independently. Shagula lifted his gaze slightly, his eyes glinting with a sinister light, a treacherous smile gracing his features. I believe we can easily coax Captain Kufis back to the general. He has developed a weakness. His weakness is that earthling. If we can control her, I cannot fathom why Kufis would not comply. Then let us act swiftly. But be cautious not to attract the attention of those detestable armored warriors. Kulesk urged. And what if we do? They are merely earthlings. Do they truly believe their summoning devices grant them the right to flaunt their power before us? When we summoned our armor, they were still single-celled organisms. Shagula scoffed dismissively. Let us proceed with caution. We still need to find Captain and Mushio. Premature exposure could lead to unnecessary complications. That is a valid point. They both concurred, promptly employing their earth-burrowing technique, vanishing from sight in an instant. Darling, is it to your liking? In the clinic, Enchangru donned a delicate sheer garment. Resting her hands upon the table as she supported her pristine chin, her gentle gaze fixed upon Gu Tian's face. Gu Tian pursed his lips, savoring the medicinal concoction fully. He gazed at his enchanting wife and languidly said, Then, my dear, do come and have a taste. All right, I shall indeed partake. And Shangru's eyes sparkled with joy and anticipation as she sprang into Gu Tian's embrace, her alluring form settling gracefully upon his lap. Immediately, she swiftly picked up the bowl and took a generous sip of the medicinal concoction. Before the liquid could linger in her mouth for even a moment, she eagerly pressed her lips against Gu Tian's. The medicinal essence flowed gently between their joined lips, imbued with a warm tenderness. The air in the clinic suddenly transformed, becoming sweet and filled with a romantic atmosphere. Half an hour later, Enchangru affectionately intertwined her arm with Gu Tian's, and the two exited the clinic with smiles adorning their faces. They gazed up at the breathtakingly beautiful evening glow on the horizon, deciding to seize this splendid moment to take a leisurely stroll and savor the warmth of their shared experience. Not long after, they brushed past a young man. Gu Tian instinctively furrowed his brow, casting a casual glance at the man. He was delicately cradling a bouquet of vibrant, dew-kissed roses, dressed in a meticulously tailored suit, his hair impeccably styled, and a smile of unparalleled happiness gracing his face. This attire clearly suggested a proposal was in the offing. However, Gu Tian sensed a faint but undeniable ripple of dark energy emanating from the man. And Enchangru also tilted her head slightly, perceiving the peculiar aura surrounding him. The direction he was headed was towards the park. A proposal in the park, how intriguing. Gu Tian mused, realizing that this specter was unlike any he had encountered before. Previous specters, even when taking human form, exuded an overwhelming aura of negativity, their emotions steeped in greed, anger, and ignorance. Yet this one, while still carrying a hint of anger, emitted an unexpectedly positive vibe. Gu Tian quickly recalled the plot concerning the second captain of the armored warriors from the original narrative. Despite the significant differences between this world and the original story, certain elements remained relevant. Could it be him? One of the 3 captains of the Phantom Legion, Kyufin? Gu Tian murmured softly, recognizing that only he could fit this peculiar description. In the original tale, Kyufin had a beloved girlfriend, tragically meeting a gruesome fate, which ultimately led to his descent into darkness. Darling, let us take a stroll in the park and relish the scenery. Of course, I'll happily follow your lead. Enchangru nodded, smiling in agreement. She was equally curious about what this specter was truly up to. Could it really be a proposal? How delightful and novel. The notion of a bloodthirsty specter falling in love with a human woman was indeed a juicy piece of gossip. On a bench in the park, three figures sat side by side, admiring the park's picturesque views while enjoying the gentle breeze wafting through the trees. A middle-aged man glanced at his watch and then at his daughter, whose face radiated joy, teasingly remarking, "Your boyfriend sure is taking his sweet time, isn't he? Is he trying to impress me, your future father-in-law?" Lily, hearing her father's playful jab at her boyfriend, turned anxious, nudging him gently. "Oh, Dad. Please don't say that. He is just running a bit late. We arrived too early. When he gets here, please don't say anything like that. I'm afraid he might take it the wrong way." Seated next to Lily, her mother noticed her daughter's heightened reaction and couldn't help but tease. "We haven't even seen him yet, and you're already defending him. What will happen to us old folks?" Lily twirled a strand of hair falling across her cheek. Pouting playfully, "Mom, why are you picking on me like Dad? Aku is truly wonderful. You'll surely like him when you meet him." Lily's father gently tapped the armrest, expressing his concern. "I trust your judgment, but I must admit I worry. I hear he doesn't have a steady job or much money. I fear you might face hardships." "It's nothing serious, Dad. I'm willing to endure hardships with him." Seeing the determination in his daughter's eyes, Lily's father patted her shoulder, conceding, "All right. As long as that boy has good character, I'll accept him as my son-in-law." "Thank you, Dad." Joy illuminated Lily's face. And just as she prepared to rise and fetch some water from her bag, a grotesque face suddenly loomed before her. Sakura emerged from the ground, striking a fearsome pose, revealing its jagged, fang-filled maw. "Oh, run. There's a monster. Call the armored warriors." The park erupted in chaos, screams filling the air as people scrambled to escape, desperate to flee as if their very lives depended on it. Lily and her companions were equally terrified, their faces pale and bodies trembling uncontrollably. "Lily, you must go? I'll hold it off." Her father snapped back to reality, hastily picking up a stick from the ground, gritting his teeth as he swung it at Sakura's shoulder. A loud crack echoed as the stick shattered into pieces before his terrified eyes. "Impressive. It's been years since I've encountered someone so brave. But alas, you are but a mere insect, unable to stand against the storm." Sakura cackled maniacally, its massive hand clamping around Lily's father's throat, lifting him effortlessly. "Hang on. I'm coming to save you." Lily's mother shouted, her eyes wide with panic. Ignoring all caution, she charged forward, delivering a fierce punch to the specter's chest. Unfortunately, her bravery lasted mere moments before Sakura seized her neck with its other hand, lifting her into the air, her eyes rolling back as her legs flailed helplessly. "Mom, Dad, hold on, I'll rescue you." Lily cried out in despair, but as she took a step forward, Kulesk suddenly appeared, delivering a punch to the back of her head, causing her to crumple to the ground. Hyufin, holding the roses, entered the park and brushed off the dust from his suit, a garment handpicked by Lily, holding significant meaning for him. As he contemplated meeting Lily's parents, a wave of nervousness washed over him. With a deep breath, Hyufin steadied himself, relishing the thrill of anticipation and anxiety, feeling more human with each passing moment, as though it would help him integrate more fully into this world. He continued onward. But suddenly, the once comfortable atmosphere shifted to one of tension as people began to flee in panic. A sense of dread gripped Hyufin's heart. He instinctively grabbed a fleeing individual, urgently inquiring, "What is happening? A monster is killing people behind you. Why are you grabbing me? If you want to die, do it alone." The passerby cursed, breaking free and sprinting towards the exit without a backward glance. "Oh no," Hyufin thought, alarm spreading through him as his expression turned serious. He tossed the roses aside and dashed deeper into the park at lightning speed. "Lily, you mustn't be hurt. This is what humans are like. So fragile." A slight exertion, and their necks snapped like twigs. Sakura mused, casually discarding Lily's unconscious parents into the bushes. Indeed, it is nothing but the lowly life forms of the galaxy that bear an uncanny resemblance to us, which feels like an affront to our dignity. Kulesk disdainfully lifted the unconscious Lily from the ground, treating her as if she were a mere rag doll, and remarked with a sneer, "I cannot fathom how Captain Kufis could possibly find such an unattractive woman appealing. Perhaps after a millennium of slumber, he is simply starved for companionship." Segura added with malicious glee, "There's some truth to that." The two erupted into a fit of boisterous laughter, their raucous mirth echoing painfully through the chaotic park. Just as they reveled in their derision, the frantic Captain Kufis finally arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing his beloved being manhandled by Gu like a discarded puppet, his heart sank into despair. A colossal rage, akin to a volcanic eruption, surged forth from the depths of his being. Gu, Segura, what are you doing here? Gu thundered, pointing a finger at them in fury. Ha ha ha, my dear captain, are you blind? Was that even a question? Segura retorted, bending slightly and tilting his head in a brazen manner. How dare you speak to me with such insolence? Segura, Gu, I hereby command you in the name of the captain to release them at once, or you shall bear the consequences. Unfazed by Gu furious roar, Segura threw his head back and laughed wickedly, declaring, Captain, do you even deserve the title? You are utterly unworthy. You are a traitor to the Spectral Legion, and all shall seek your demise. Gu chimed in, we once respected you for your bravery, your arrogance, your invincibility. Look at you now, reduced to a mere worm. You are mistaken. Gu trembled with rage, his teeth grinding audibly. You do not comprehend. I have grown weary of endless conflict. Now, I yearn to live a life akin to that of an ordinary man. Ordinary man. Gu and Segura exchanged glances, erupting into even more arrogant laughter. Gu, with a mocking grin, reached out to caress Lily's cheek, tauntingly looking at Gu as he remarked, Captain, your girlfriend is quite delectable. You seek death. How dare you not only mistreat my woman, but also insult her? Gu took a step forward, his hands lowering to his chest, where a violent dark red flame flickered to life. Transforming into a spectral demon, he was enveloped in dark armor, sharp and menacing, with grotesque horns sprouting from his head. His eyes aflame with fury, fangs bared. Gu unleashed a powerful shockwave into the air, proclaiming with fierce determination, it appears that I must teach you a lesson today. Segura, observing Gu transformation, did not immediately resort to using the hostages as leverage. Gu, keep a close watch on these hostages. I intend to see just how much strength the captain of the Crimson Legion possesses. With a fearsome roar, Segura pounded his chest, creating an explosive sound. Kill, he bellowed, and with a forceful leap, charged toward Gu. Come, let us see who fears whom. Gu rage surged, and he charged at Segura, each step echoing like thunder. As the captain of the Crimson Legion, renowned for his ferocity and strength, he would never cower before someone who was not even a vice-captain. He dashed toward Segura with remarkable speed, his right fist clenched tightly, the force of his blow tearing through the air as it aimed directly for Segura's face. Segura, unperturbed, smirked slightly, gracefully sidestepping to evade the powerful punch. Seizing the opportunity while Gu was off balance, Segura swiftly raised his leg, driving his knee toward Gu abdomen. Gu reacted quickly, tightening his core and turning to the side, yet Segura's knee grazed his body, leaving a sting in its wake. Captain, you have regressed far too much. You are simply too weak. Segura sneered, leaping into the air and executing a 180-degree spin, landing a kick on Gu chest. Gu was sent flying, crashing into several trees in the park before finally coming to a halt. Damn it, he roared in defiance, pushing aside the fallen trees and struggling to his feet, only to find Segura had mysteriously appeared before him. Segura charged at Gu, using his own body as a weapon to slam into his side. Gu had no time to dodge, and the brutal impact sent shockwaves of pain through him. With a resounding thud, Gu felt his bones creak and crack. His body uncontrollably propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground and rolling several times. This can't be right. You just revived? How can you be so powerful? Gu gasped, clutching his chest as he stood up with great difficulty. Ha ha ha. Did you not expect this, Captain? General Rufus has restored my strength to its peak. As it stands, both Gu and I rank among the strongest in the entire Spectral Legion. Segura boasted, hands on his hips, laughing maniacally. However, Captain, you are truly pathetic. I initially believed you were formidable. After all, you have been revived for quite some time. Yet, your strength has only returned to a mere 50% of its peak. Segura continued. Moreover, your moves are sluggish, your reactions too slow. How can you possibly protect your beloved woman with such feeble power? Gu chest heaved with rage, his expression dark as he scoffed. What does 50% matter? It is sufficient to vanquish you. In the past, I single-handedly carved a path through half of the Shadow Star while plundering energy crystals. Segura, hearing Gu boast of his past achievements, scoffed in disdain. Everyone has their moments of glory. Do not mistake a fleeting moment for eternity. The brilliance of your past only serves to highlight your current disgrace. Segura, do not celebrate too soon. I have yet to unleash my true power. Kufus's eyes burned crimson as he concentrated, and in an instant, a rough yet sharp and resilient axe materialized in his grasp. The dragon's fury axe, Kufus's exclusive weapon, forged from the scales of a wicked dragon, possessed devastating power. Capable of shattering stone and severing steel. Seeing Kufus summon his weapon, Segura did not hesitate. He called forth his own weapon, a blade of lethal brilliance. The crimson toad blade materialized in his hand, crafted from the venomous toad iron of the black toad star, steeped in toxic essence for centuries, imbued with powerful dark poison. Segura, I shall dismantle you. Kufus roared, hefting the dragon's fury axe as he charged at Segura. He poured all his strength into the strike, and the axe glowed intensely, as if ready to rend the very air around them. Segura's expression sharpened, his hands gripping the crimson toad blade, bracing for impact. With a mighty shout, Kufus brought the dragon's fury axe crashing down. Segura swiftly sidestepped while raising the crimson toad blade to block. The clash resonated like a thunderous bell, sending sparks flying as the force of the impact radiated outward, cracking the earth beneath them and leaving terrifying fissures in its wake. Kufus felt a tremendous recoil from the axe, numbing his arms and nearly causing him to drop the dragon's fury axe. Meanwhile, Segura also staggered slightly from the force, stepping back a few paces. After a brief moment, both combatants simultaneously lifted their legs and kicked toward each other's chests. Amidst a shower of sparks and a thunderous collision, they were both sent staggering backward several dozen steps. Again, as two individuals simultaneously shouted, they raised their weapons and charged at each other once more. The intensity of their battle escalated, causing the surrounding trees and stones to shatter under the force of their might. On a platform within the park, which boasted an excellent vantage point, Enchanru and Gu Tian stood together, observing the fierce confrontation between the nether demons below. Enchanru felt a twinge of disappointment. She had come to witness a nether demon confessing to a human girl, only to find herself witnessing an internal conflict among the nether demons instead. It was intriguing to learn that they could engage in civil strife, as she had assumed they were a monolithic entity. However, at present, she was merely an ordinary person. Dear, there are monsters fighting here. We must leave. They are utterly terrifying. And Shangru's face turned pale with fear as she tightly grasped Gu Tian's hand and pulled him close to her ample bosom. Despite the expulsion of Miao Bei, the death of Li Tianyu, and the stabilization of the Armor Alliance, and Shangru was determined to keep her identity concealed. On one hand, she feared that the old man might create trouble for Gu Tian, and on the other, she was concerned about frightening her husband. After all, after so many years of companionship, revealing that she was a summoner of the flying shadow armor and brandishing her summoning device would undoubtedly be a shocking revelation. Let's wait a bit longer. All right, my love, let us depart. Gu Tian took Shangru's hand and began to run towards the park's entrance. If they did not leave soon, how could she transform? What if someone hidden in the park saw them? Just as they exited the park, they encountered Duanmu Yin and Zhang Kuan. Duanmu Yin, perceptive as she was, initially paused upon seeing Gu Tian but quickly grasped the situation, pretending not to recognize Enchanru as she walked past her nonchalantly. Only Zhang Kuan displayed a foolish expression. Captain, what's going on here? Upon arriving at the park's entrance and noticing an unfamiliar man holding Shangru's hand, what was more alarming was her apparent enjoyment of the situation. Zhang Kuan's eyes widened in shock, rendering him speechless. The Ice Queen of the Armor Alliance, who was also the commander, was in a romantic relationship? When had this occurred? How had he not been informed? Wasn't it clearly stipulated in the Armor Alliance handbook that any summoner in a relationship must report to the organization for approval? Isn't this internal corruption? And Shangru, noticing Zhang Kuan's bewildered expression, replied with a blank face. Who are you? Do we know each other? Don't make baseless claims. With that, she quickened her pace, pulling Gu Tian along rapidly. Zhang Kuan, somewhat dazed, rubbed his head in confusion. What was happening? How could Captain claim not to know him? She was undoubtedly in Shangru. He could not be mistaken. Duan brother, is the captain in a relationship? Should we report this? Duanmu Yin retrieved the flame Nawa summoning device from her pocket, casting a disapproving glance at Zhang Kuan. If you want to report it, go ahead. But don't drag me into it. My focus is solely on various orcs, nether demons, and other supernatural beasts. Reporting? I'd rather engage with more monsters. Besides, I haven't even reported my relationship with Ma Lingling yet. Reflecting on this, Duanmu Yin massaged her temples. That morning, Ma Lingling's brother, Ma Qishan, had called, insisting on a meeting at a CAF in half a month's time. I hope nothing serious is amiss. However, she quickly dismissed such thoughts. No time for that. There's no one around. Let's transform and deal with the nether demons in the park without wasting energy on trivial matters. She placed the summoning device at her waist, inserted the energy key, and turned it vigorously. Flame Nawa, engulfing the fierce flames, merge. Zhong Kuan sighed and donned the Earth Tiger summoning device on his hand. Shouting to the sky, Earth Tiger armor, merge. In the depths of the park, the battle reached a fever pitch. After a fierce exchange of attacks and defenses, Kyufin found himself gradually succumbing to fatigue. His strength was not at its peak, and having not participated in combat for many years, he found himself in a precarious situation. Ha ha ha, my dear captain, can't you hold on any longer? Sagula taunted, quickening his assault with the Zhuli Chandao in hand, his movements as swift as lightning, and his blade techniques unpredictable. Seizing an opportunity during Kyufin's attack, Sagula appeared suddenly behind him, leaping high. The Zhuli Chandao glimmered ominously as it aimed for Kyufin's back. Sensing the imminent danger, Kyufin attempted to turn and defend himself. But his body was reluctant to obey, forcing him to awkwardly shift to the side. Sagula's blade sliced through Kyufin, leaving a long gash on his back. In pain, Kyufin let out a roar and turned to strike Sagula wildly with the angry dragon axe. Sagula deftly evaded Kyufin's uncoordinated attack, locking his blade against the angry dragon axe and forcefully disarming him before swiftly closing the distance to deliver a powerful kick to Kyufin's chest. The impact shattered 13 of Kyufin's bones, causing him to collapse in agony, yet his formidable willpower allowed him to rise once more. I never expected the esteemed captain of the Crimson Abyss squad to be so weak. If only you could recover to 70% of your strength, I would still be no match for you, Sagula remarked, pointing his blade at Kyufin with a tone of lament. Indeed, we initially intended to use hostages to threaten you, but it turns out the hostages were of little use. Kulesk added languidly. Cough, cough. Kyufin weakly gazed at the two adversaries, suppressing his pain. What do you want? Why are you disrupting my happy life? I have severed ties with the Nether Legion. Isn't it better to let our waters remain separate? Kulesk swung his dragon-like head and replied gravely. This is General Lufa's command. Do not blame us. As a qualified soldier, obeying the general's orders is our duty. Sagula rested the blade on his shoulder and said, Captain Kyufin, surrender peacefully and return with us to avoid further suffering. Kyufin, summoning the strength within him, his gaze resolute, declared, You can give up on that notion. I will never return. He glanced at Lily and her parents, who lay in the grass, and with a flick of his wrist, the angry dragon axe returned to his grasp. Kyufin was determined. Today, he would take Lily and her family with him, even if it cost him his life. His only regret was that he could not marry such a kind-hearted woman as Lily. She was the only love he had cherished for countless years. Then we have no choice but to revert the captain to his human form. Do not blame me for being ruthless. Sagula sighed, advancing toward Kyufin with the Zhuli Chandao in hand. Meanwhile, Duanmu Yin and Zhong Kuan had also arrived at the battlefield. Zhong Kuan scratched his head, finding the scene before him hard to believe. Nether demons could engage in infighting? This shattered his previous understanding. In all his encounters with nether demons, each had regarded their comrades as their support, akin to brothers. After a moment of contemplation, Zhong Kuan continued, Duan brother, should we not wait and watch as they weaken each other before stepping in to clean up the aftermath? Duanmu Yin smirked coldly, her hands ablaze with intense flames, forming a powerful heat wave. Too much trouble. I am too lazy to wait. If you want to wait, go ahead. I will eradicate all the nether demons. 3 specters of the abyss are nothing to me. I am certain to prevail in a 1-on-1, can triumph in a 2-on-1, and possess the upper hand in a 3-on-1. Upon hearing Duanmu Yan's words, Zhong Kuan felt a chill run down his spine and cautioned, Vice Captain. The specters of the abyss are not to be compared with the likes of Oshie. They are formidable life forms. A touch of humility is always prudent. Duanmu Yin turned to Zhong Kuan, patted his shoulder, and agreed. Indeed, confronting the specters of the abyss requires caution. I shall take the lead. You should seize the opportunity to rescue those 3 unconscious civilians amidst the chaos. After that, you need not return, for your presence may only complicate matters and necessitate my rescue. Without further ado, Duanmu Yin leapt into the air, unleashing a devastating attack upon the 3 abyssal specters, the lava spiral fist. The flames enveloping his fist swelled dramatically, coalescing into a massive spiral fireball high above. With an overwhelming force akin to a meteor crashing down, the fireball hurtled towards the 3 specters below. Kulesk raised his head, momentarily dazed by the incoming fireball. What an ambush! He attempted to flee, but the fireball was swifter, striking his draconic head and illuminating the entire park with a blinding glare. Kulesk's had emitted a charred odor under the intense heat, and he erupted in horrendous screams. He flailed his claws in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames, yet was toppled by the scorching shockwave, his tough scales cracking like spider webs. Sakura swiftly turned, his blade, the vermilion-toed knife, radiating an eerie blue light as he attempted to create a defensive barrier. However, the overwhelming power of the lava fist shredded the barrier like mere parchment, sending Sakura crashing violently against the artificial mountain, groaning in agony. Kufus, already in a severely weakened state, was further devastated by Duanmu Yan's might, reverting him to his human form, unable to rise from the ground. Zhong Kuan observed that the specter's attention was captivated by Duanmu Yan, and with a sudden leap, he emerged from the earth, hoisting Lily and her parents, sprinting away with remarkable agility thanks to the Earth Tiger armor, vanishing from the park in the blink of an eye, leaving only a gust of wind behind. Damn it, Sakura, the hostages have been rescued. Kulesk's expression soured. Infuriated by such audacity to rescue individuals right under their noses, which was a profound insult to their pride. This cannot be tolerated. No matter, Kulesk. It is of little consequence as long as Kufus remains in our grasp. I have memorized that boy's features. Next time we encounter him, we shall obliterate him. Sakura asserted grimly. Humph, you think you can destroy the Earth Tiger armor? Perhaps you should be more concerned about whether you can survive to leave this place. A resonant voice echoed, as Duanmu Yan descended steadily from the heavens, creating waves of heat with each step. Sakura stared at the unfamiliar armor before him, hesitating momentarily, but swiftly deduced its origins through his rapid analysis of its power. The memory of being pushed back repeatedly by such armor caused his expression to shift uncomfortably. Huh. What arrogance! You wear but a suit of armor crafted by Earthlings. What right have you to boast here? In my eyes, your armor pales in comparison to the 3 sets produced by Ares. A sardonic smile curled on Duanmu Yan's lips as flames danced in his palm, sharpening his gaze. I initially intended to resolve this swiftly, but now I have changed my mind. I shall let you witness the true power of Earth's lava. Duanmu Yan spread his arms wide, the fiery patterns on his lava armor animated like living creatures, causing the surrounding air to distort violently. With a decisive stomp, he charged towards Sakura. Lava fist. Brilliant flames coalesced in Duanmu Yan's hand as he aimed to punch at Sakura. Vermilion-toed knife. Sakura roared, channeling his strength into the blade, slicing towards Duanmu Yan's fist. The two forces collided, igniting a dazzling display of sparks. As Sakura blocked the lava fist, Duanmu Yan shifted his body slightly, channeling power into his elbow, and unleashed a fiery strike directly into Sakura's chest. The searing heat surged through Sakura, reddening his skin and nearly igniting him. Sakura, I shall assist you, Kulesk shouted, his left foot stomping the ground as a uniquely crafted long knife materialized in his grip. The speedy abyss knife, forged from the remnants of a comet, was designed for silent, rapid strikes that left no trace. Kulesk gripped the knife with both hands, harnessing his strength, and aimed for Duanmu Yan's weapon summoning point at his waist. Lava defense. Duanmu Yan reacted swiftly, conjuring a translucent red shield that enveloped him instantly. Kulesk's powerful strike met the shield, creating only ripples in its surface. Flame Fury. Duanmu Yan seized the opportunity, observing Kulesk's momentary lapse from overexertion. His right fist ignited with intense flames, striking Kulesk's abdomen. Kulesk was launched into the air, spinning thrice before crashing heavily to the ground. Duanmu Yan then executed a graceful turn, delivering a blazing molten fist towards Sakura. Sakura could not withstand the onslaught, his body rolling backward as the vermilion-toed knife melted away in an instant, vaporizing completely. This cannot be. How can armor crafted by Earthlings possess such strength? It surpasses even the armors I summoned in my time. Kulesk gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain as he and Sakura regrouped, suffering under the overwhelming flame's power. Indeed, could it be that they have harnessed some form of advanced technology beyond Ares' comprehension? Sakura knelt, the terrifying flames still ravaging his body. The two continued to whisper fervently, analyzing the unexpected strength of Earth's armor, never considering that the summoner himself was the true force behind it. Sakura, you lead Kufus back to the general. I shall hold off the armor and buy you some time. Very well, Kulesk. If the opportunity arises, I will certainly request General Lufa to resurrect you. Sakura patted Kulesk's chest, then turned, hoisting the now humanoid Kufus, crouching down to execute his earth-escaping technique. You believe you can escape before me? You underestimate my prowess. Duan Yin gathered the power of lava in his hands, summoning the Inferno Blade, capable of incinerating all wickedness. With a flourish, he swung the Inferno Blade, unleashing a fire-red arc that cut through the air like a rainbow, aimed directly at the fleeing Sakura. Armor, your adversary is me. Kulesk charged forward with the speedy abyss knife, colliding with the fiery arc. A thunderous sound wave erupted as the blade was cleaved in two. The unstoppable force crashing down upon Kulesk. Accompanied by a violent explosion, Kulesk was left gasping, his body collapsing to the ground in utter fatigue. Moments later, his form disintegrated, reverting to a stream of glowing genetic code. As for Sakura, he seized the moment Kulesk engaged Duan Yin to burrow back into the earth, desperately fleeing into the distance. Huh? You think you can escape? Do you dare to challenge my speed? Duan Yin retracted the Ronglin blade and took out the green energy key, transforming directly into Tuanamo, preparing to pursue. At that moment, however, a glimmering silver blade suddenly descended from the heavens, embedding itself into the ground. An overwhelming force was unleashed, propelling the frantic Shagula out of the earth, causing his weapon, the Kufans, to clatter aside. Mother Earth. Shagula rose. His mind flooded with a torrent of frustration. He had been fleeing so well, only to be forcibly jolted out by an unknown entity. Clutching his chest and focusing his gaze, his face turned a ghastly pale, fear gripping him as he stumbled backward. Oh no, that's the swift shadow blade. And another set of armor has arrived. Just as he feared, a resounding voice echoed from above. Well, quite impressive, you almost got away. And Changru descended majestically, standing one-footed on the hilt of the swift shadow blade, exuding an air of authority. Chapter 69. I am human. Why should I understand you? Shagula, caught between the two assailants, felt a profound sense of despair. It was utterly infuriating. He was so close to completing the task assigned by General Lufa. Yet two sets of armor had appeared out of nowhere to obstruct him. Speak. Why is there infighting among the underworld demons? Perhaps if I'm in a good mood, I might spare you. And Changru executed a graceful 360-degree spin and pulled the swift shadow blade from the earth. Not a chance. Even if I perish, I shall never betray the general. Shagula roared, pounding his chest as he charged toward the flying shadow armor, gathering his strength to form a black claw. Well then, let me grant your desire. And Chandra wielded the swift shadow blade, slicing through the air and creating countless afterimages. Each strike rained sparks upon Shagula's form. He dodged desperately, yet the speed of the flying shadow armor was unmatched. In mere seconds, Shagula was forced to endure over 30 strikes, each blow landing with devastating force, leaving deep gashes upon his body. Enough. And Changru positioned the swift shadow blade horizontally, delivering a decisive blow to Shagula's abdomen, the blade glinting ominously in the sunlight. With a powerful thrust, the swift shadow blade cleaved through Shagula, severing him completely in two. This scene can be likened to the Flame Emperor summoning the Shura armor to vanquish Mzayo. Staggering, Shagula instinctively touched the grievous wound that pierced his body, soon losing consciousness and collapsing to the ground, accompanied by an explosive sound, reverting to his genetic code. Only one underworld demon remains. Duan Yin approached the fallen Kufans, summoning the Gale Shadow Dart, and coldly stated, "Reveal your true form, so I may obliterate you. If you comply, I can grant you a swift end with a single move." With great effort, Kufans lifted his head, retorting, "On what grounds? Though I am an underworld demon, I have never harmed anyone. I have always conducted myself honestly." Kufans had no desire to die so soon. He had yet to see Lily, and his heart was unsettled. Duan Yin remained unmoved, coolly replying, "Even if your words hold truth, you may not have harmed anyone thus far. But I have no intention of babysitting you until you decide to kill. And don't bother begging. Your pleas will not save you." Kufans continued to struggle, insisting, "You misunderstand the underworld demons. We are warriors with flesh and blood, we possess emotions, and we understand human affairs. We are no different from humans." A dismissive smile crept across Duan Yin's face, laced with sarcasm. "Why should I bother to understand underworld demons? I am human. Do you think I have nothing better to do? Have I eaten too much? You claim to be the same as humans. How can you utter such nonsense? Is there any comparison? Do you even grasp how many lives you've taken? Remember this. You were an underworld demon before, and you remain one now. Once an underworld demon, always an underworld demon." Kufans was rendered speechless, his chest seizing with pain, gritting his teeth as he awaited his fate in frustration. "You refuse to reveal your true form, then I shall take matters into my own hands." Duan Yin retrieved the energy key for the Gale Tuanamo, reverting to human form, ready to strike down the one before him. In terms of physical prowess, Duan Yin was formidable as well. Just as he prepared to act, and Changru intervened. Duan Yin, wait. And Changru approached, contemplating Kyufin's for a moment before suggesting, let him go. He bears no murderous intent and likely has not taken a life. Numerous thoughts flickered through Duan Yin's mind. Knowing in Changru as he did, it was impossible for him to spare Kyufin's merely based on the absence of bloodshed. There must be other considerations at play. However, Duan Yin was disinclined to inquire further. Nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall heed Captain in judgment. Duan Yin summoned the flame Nawa and departed the park. As he had promised to accompany Ma Lingling for a shopping trip and could not afford to waste any more time, Kyufin's watched Duan Yin's retreating figure, feeling a sense of relief wash over him, silently noting the man's overwhelming aura of danger. Go on. And Changru stated expressionlessly before also turning to leave the park. Her decision to spare this underworld demon stemmed from a desire to observe whether he and the girl could reach a happy conclusion. Minutes later, Kyufin stood, his injuries having healed considerably during this time. Thank you. While uncertain why the flying shadow armor had spared him, Kyufin felt immense gratitude. For it meant he could see Lily once more. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his hand against his shoulder, preparing to leave when suddenly, a figure clad in black armor, resembling a rhinoceros, blocked his path. Who are you? A sense of foreboding surged within Kyufin's as an acute awareness of danger enveloped him. This armor was incredibly powerful. Merely standing there, it felt as though it could support the weight of the heavens. Although it did not exude pressure, it was enough to leave him breathless. As Kyufin's contemplated transforming into an underworld demon to flee, he was abruptly seized by Gu Tian, vanishing from the scene in an instant. Tomorrow, everyone should be taking their midterm exams. Good luck. I have faith that you will all achieve stellar results, as I have a keen eye for talent. Chapter 70. Recruiting Kyufin's as a subordinate. Gu Tian moved with lightning speed, vanishing and reappearing within a dilapidated, abandoned building. Dust filled the air, and an eerie silence prevailed, with cobwebs indicating prolonged neglect. He tossed Kyufin's onto the ground, sighing, you are far too weak now. You cannot even defeat an ordinary underworld demon minion. Gu Tian assessed that Kyufin's strength had diminished to the same level as Zhong Kuan and Zhao Shi, even at full capacity. He could barely contend with the Wind Eagle armor. This was a far cry from Gu Tian's expectations. He had envisioned Kyufin's as a being capable of instilling awe across the universe. Who are you? Why have you brought me here? Kyufin's brushed off the dust and agilely sprang to his feet. He regarded the imposing armor but chose not to transform into an underworld demon. As his subconscious warned him that the outcome would be the same, he wouldn't withstand a single blow from his opponent. Before this armor, Kyufin's felt a familiar sense of oppressive pressure reminiscent of facing the general. He couldn't be mistaken. He had once stood atop the peak and held unwavering trust in his instincts. Call me the Black Rhinoceros Armor. I brought you here because I wish to recruit you as my subordinate. Gu Tian placed one hand behind his back and succinctly responded. To have a figure of the rank of a third captain as a subordinate not only brings immense honor, but also provides a solution for any inconvenient matters in the future, which could be entrusted to Kyufis. Although Kyufis is currently inexperienced, with diligent training, he could soon regain his peak combat prowess. At that time, his strength would rival that of the Flame Dragon armor and the Flame of Nawa. Of course, this is predicated on the assumption that Nan Xin and Duan Yin make no progress during this period. However, that seems unlikely. These two prodigies improve at an astonishing rate. One is the master of the fire armor, with limitless potential, and the other is restricted by the armor's limitations on the summoner's abilities. Never mind, for now. Recruiting him as a subordinate is entirely beneficial for Gu Tian. Your audacity is astounding, daring to ask me to be your subordinate. I barely escaped from the Underworld Legion and wish to avoid retracing my steps. I despise slaughter. I desire to live freely, unbound. Kyufis gazed at his hands, his tone resolute. He did not wish to depend on anyone. Upon hearing Kyufis' response, Gu Tian remained unfazed, his demeanor calm yet piercing as he replied, What? Even at this juncture, you cannot discern the gravity of your situation? To aspire for freedom is rather naive, don't you think? With both of Lufa as trusted aides deceased, he will undoubtedly place some blame upon you, whether you were involved or not. Besides, you've been with him long enough to know he won't cease until he achieves his goals. Then Gu Tian paused, locking his gaze onto Kyufis' eyes, emphasizing his words. He will certainly send someone after you again. You may be able to withstand it, but what of your girlfriend? Kyufis maintained his composure at Gu Tian's initial remarks. but the mention of his girlfriend caused a flicker of undeniable anguish in his eyes. Indeed, his greatest vulnerability was Lily. He truly wished to shield her from any harm. The memory of Lily being felled by Kulesk was like an invisible hand gripping his heart, nearly causing him to crumble. Fortunately, Lily had survived. Had she perished, he could scarcely fathom the depths of his own despair. Seeing a shift in Kufus's demeanor, Gu Tian felt a surge of triumph and seized the moment. Even if you remain by her side for eternity, your identity as an underworld demon persists. Should you unwittingly reveal your true nature, what do you believe her parents would think? What would she think? As a rational being, would she not be terrified? Gu Tian's words struck Kufus like sharp blades, darkening his expression as his lips trembled. He remained silent for a long while, Lily's smile haunting his thoughts. After what seemed an eternity, Kufus steadied his trembling body, exhaled deeply, and hoarsely asked, "So, if I agree to be your subordinate, do you truly have a means to resolve all these challenges? My strength is far from its zenith. Recovery requires time. What if Lufa sends someone again during this period? You can't possibly remain by our side forever. Rest assured, I have a plan." Gu Tian replied meaningfully, snapping his fingers, accompanied by a brilliant golden light. A summoning device materialized in Kufus's hands. Is this the diamond armor summoning device? Kufus stared at the familiar yet foreign artifact, momentarily lost in thought. A whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. He recalled the distant Ares planet, where he once stood with great ambition, commanding with fervor, and was the summoner of the diamond armor. Gu Tian crossed his arms, his expression contemplative. You hail from Ares and possess the innate genetic compatibility to summon the diamond armor directly. Once successfully summoned, its power will far exceed your capabilities as an underworld demon. Thus, your combat prowess will be significantly enhanced, enabling you to fend off any future provocations from Lufa. If you find yourself in dire straits, you can use the summoning device to send me a distress signal, as long as it's not Lufa's true form. I am confident of victory. Even if circumstances force you to transform before your beloved, what they witness will merely be your summoning of armor. In this society, who would disdain a summoner? Ultimately, it is your duty to protect your beloved. Gu Tian spoke fervently, driven by the desire to rescue Kufus from a tragic fate. In the original narrative, his outcome was indeed grim, merely a pawn in Lufa's game. On another note, Gu Tian sought a worthy summoner for the diamond armor. As long as Kufus was willing, he could summon 4 sets of armor at any time. Keeping the diamond armor with him felt rather superfluous. Very well, I agree to be your subordinate. Kufus grasped the summoning device tightly, his gaze resolute. A satisfied smile graced Gu Tian's lips, a wise choice. He moved beside Kufus, patting his shoulder. There's no need for further elaboration. You understand the stakes involved. Kufus nodded firmly without hesitation. Kneeling on one knee and solemnly performing the unique gesture of loyalty from Ares, raising his arm high and proclaiming, "General Black Rhinoceros, I, Kufus, pledge my undying loyalty to you in the name of a soldier, with unwavering resolve." Watching Kufus kneel while calling him General Black Rhinoceros felt oddly peculiar to Gu Tian. With a gentle wave of his hand, an invisible force lifted Kufus from the ground, allowing him to stand. "May you remember your words today. Should you dare betray me, you know the consequences," Gu Tian stated before vanishing into a swirl of darkness. Chapter 71. The Shadow Guardian Scheme. Gu Tian swiftly returned to the clinic. Shedding his shoes and diving into the covers, feigning deep slumber, he recalled an hour prior when Enchandru had brought him back, hastily brewing a cup of tea laced with sleeping pills, coaxing him into drinking it. Only after Gu Tian had succumbed to sleep did Enchandru transform into the flying shadow armor to assist Duanmu Yin. In truth, this was a rather favorable outcome. At least he wouldn't be facing any beatings. Gu Tian rubbed the back of his head, reminiscing about the time he faced Belu when his wife knocked him out without hesitation. Sleeping pills worked wonders, now that his physique had been enhanced by the system. A mere packet of sleeping pills posed no threat. He could even swallow handfuls without consequence. As a fragrant breeze wafted through, Gu Tian quickly sensed his wife's return. Enchandru tiptoed to the bedside, gazing at the handsome figure beneath the covers, her cheeks flushed with shyness. "Darling, it's getting late. Your wife should also be getting to bed," Enchandru said sweetly, pulling off her chi-pao and swiftly burrowing into the blankets, pressing closely against Gu Tian's back. The warmth of her touch sent a jolt through Gu Tian, nearly making him cry out in surprise. "No, dear, why are you back again? Has it only been 5 hours since the last time?" He quickly adjusted his pants, ensuring they did not slip. This was truly terrifying. Gu Tian would rather seek out Oak Sir, the underworld demon, or the otherworldly beast to discuss life than lie in bed. He needed to find his monstrous brothers. Darling, you woke up so soon. Was my movement too vigorous? And Changru noticed Gu Tian's subtle movements and tilted her little head, curiously inquiring, "My dear wife, please show mercy." Gu Tian's expression was strained, his eyes filled with an overwhelming desire to survive. Fortunately, on the day of their wedding, he had become the armored warrior. Otherwise, he would have already been reduced to a lifeless corpse. "Oh, dear brother, do not be afraid. I shall be gentle. My wife, I, in the shadow realm." Within a cave, the 4 dark shadow guardians stood atop the steps, silently awaiting the arrival of evil water, prepared to initiate a significant meeting. Outside the cave, the king of the realm stood with indignation, clenching his mechanical fist, his eyes flashing with a furious red light. He could not fathom why. Despite holding over 10 magical tokens and being influential in the shadow realm, he had been relegated to guarding the entrance. Deprived even of the chance to participate in the meeting, it was utterly unjust. Moments later, a bizarre interplay of eerie green and dark light abruptly illuminated the cave. Evil water emerged from the abyss, carrying an unconscious man. "Big brother. This is the individual we nearly mobilized the entire shadow realm to locate, the bearer of the 5 elements bloodline." As he spoke, evil water gently raised his right hand, transferring the man into Evil Jin's grasp. Evil Jin nodded slightly, placing his hand atop the man's head, closing his eyes to deeply sense the energy within. Moments later, a look of delight spread across his face. Indeed, the concentration of the 5 elements bloodline within him has reached 85. We can proceed with our next plan. Evil Jin felt elated, yet compared to him, Evil Earth was far less pleased. "Big brother, I truly do not understand why we must go to such lengths to find individuals with a bloodline concentration between 80 and 90. They cannot summon the Emperor's armor." Evil Earth could not help but voice his grievances, as the recent search for such individuals had delayed many affairs in the Shadow Realm, leaving him thoroughly dissatisfied. Evil Jin raised his gaze to the cave's ceiling and explained, "I do this so that the Shadow Emperor may transfer a portion of his power to the Bright Realm, specifically Earth." The Shadow Emperor? Evil Earth, Evil Water, Evil Fire, and Evil Wood immediately became intrigued, their eyes gleaming with unparalleled fervor. Though the 5 Dark Shadow Guardians were the first to follow the Shadow Emperor, Evil Jin, being the eldest and most trusted, was not without reason to lead them. Evil Jin lifted his chin slightly, pondering for a moment before speaking. This is one of the Shadow Realm's most confidential secrets, but given the unique circumstances of this era, amidst the fierce struggle between light and darkness, it is permissible to share with you. Once the concentration of the 5 elements bloodline reaches 90, it can automatically summon the most powerful armor of the Bright Realm, the Emperor's armor. In other words, it can invoke the will of the heavenly path. I do not wish to draw him out prematurely, so I only ordered you to seek those with a concentration below 90. Such individuals require a summoning tool as a medium to call forth the Emperor's armor. The reason for seeking individuals with a concentration above 80 is that if the bloodline concentration is too low, the energy of the Shadow Emperor could easily overwhelm them. To clarify, the Shadow Emperor can utilize this man as a vessel, crossing time and space to arrive on Earth. Evil Water's spirit was profoundly shaken, prompting him to ask, "If the Shadow Emperor is so formidable, why does he need a vessel? Why not descend to Earth in his true form?" Evil Jin patiently responded, "Once the Shadow Emperor descends, the Emperor's armor will undoubtedly manifest, and a cataclysmic battle will ensue, likely leading to the complete destruction of the world, a conclusion neither side wishes to witness." Evil Water suddenly comprehended, tapping his forehead and muttering, "So, the Shadow Emperor can only descend to Earth through certain covert means." "Precisely, that is indeed the case," Evil Jin affirmed. "In that case, we shall soon meet the Shadow Emperor. How exhilarating!" Evil Wood exclaimed, waving his weapon, unable to conceal his excitement. At that moment, a jubilant atmosphere permeated the cave, accompanied by waves of arrogant laughter. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 72. The Shadow Emperor descends to Earth. Half a month passed quietly. "Mother Mud, release me. Do not think I fear you simply because you are extraordinary beasts." Inside the Shadow Realm's cave, a man possessing the 5 elements bloodline was bound to a chair, unable to move except for his mouth and eyes. He was utterly bewildered. He had been at home, eagerly watching short videos on his browser, preparing to indulge in a wave of intangible cultural heritage, when suddenly, extraordinary beasts appeared and knocked him unconscious with a single slap. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in this desolate place. What infuriated him further was the fact that if they had to capture him, could they at least allow him to delete his browser history first? If the contents were leaked, where would he hide his face? What are you yelling about? Evil Water approached the man, shouting angrily and raising his left hand to slap him, only to be stopped in time by Evil Gene. Evil Water, temper your emotions. This is the vessel for the Shadow Emperor. Do not harm him. With an unwilling huff, Evil Water reluctantly withdrew his arm. Big brother, it has been half a month. Are all preparations complete? Evil Gene confidently nodded. Everything is ready. We can begin. Upon hearing this, the other Dark Shadow Guardians exchanged knowing smiles, their blood surging with excitement. The Shadow Emperor was finally coming. This was the belief of the 5 Guardians of the Shadows throughout their lives. Then, everyone stepped back, leaving ample space for the man. What do you intend to do? The man's words were cut short as the entire cave trembled violently. A torrent of furious purple electricity surged from the ground into his body, erupting from his mouth. Ah! The man cried out in agony, his body thrashing violently as the ropes binding him were instantly reduced to ashes. He was forced into the air, the purity of his 85 level 5 elements bloodline ignited, unleashing an unfathomable and terrifying aura that left the king of the realm, who had been attempting to eavesdrop at the cave's entrance, dazed and blown away. At the same moment, in the darkest and most mysterious depths of the universe, an armored unknown entity opened its eyes. Its gaze was frigid, exuding an air of dominance and disdain. It raised its hand and casually snapped its fingers, seemingly announcing its awakening to the entire universe. This simple action carried an arrogance that suggested mastery over all things. It turned its head, sensing the summoning power emanating from the direction of Earth. Well done. It murmured softly, yet the sound reverberated throughout the star domain. It transformed its consciousness into a beam of purple light, separating from its body, crossing the cosmic expanse with a terrifying speed that surpassed light itself. The light surged forth, tearing apart the fabric of space. Meteors and planets in its path were obliterated by its world-destroying force. Before long, a pillar of purple light descended from the heavens, piercing through the entire cave, enveloping the floating man, beginning the process of fusion. Welcome, Shadow Emperor. The 5 Dark Shadow Guardians sensed the arrival of an unparalleled darkness and instantly understood that the Shadow Emperor had descended from the distant cosmos. They prostrated themselves on the ground, bowing continuously, their mouths chanting various praises to the Shadow Emperor, their words dripping with reverence. The Shadow Emperor was a legendary, immortal figure, commanding the vast Shadow Realm, creating the 5 Shadow Guardians, and bestowing upon them the power to control extraordinary beasts. Within the purple light, the man's body trembled violently, the incomprehensible and terrifying energy nearly overwhelming him. His facial features contorted in agony, consciousness rapidly dissipating, replaced by an unprecedented surge of dark energy rising from within him. As the beam of light gradually faded, the man's appearance underwent a dramatic transformation, embodying a blend of calmness and an untamed aura. The Shadow Emperor loomed in the air, his gaze sharp and proud. He emanated a dense aura of darkness, his eyes flickering with an enigmatic purple light, resonating with the very heavens with each breath he took. Arise, the Shadow Emperor's ethereal voice echoed, infused with an irresistible power. Yes, the 5 Shadow Guardians rose, standing respectfully to the side, not daring to breathe. Great Emperor, what is your plan moving forward? Ekin stepped forward cautiously, arms crossed. The Shadow Emperor descended to the ground, closing his eyes to unleash a formidable force to probe the earth, instantly grasping the situation. He opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise passing through his profound gaze. Indeed, this era of fierce conflict between light and darkness reveals the revival of the ancient 5 elements armor, the emergence of advanced armors from outer space, and the new generation of armors crafted by humanity. There were also numerous dark forces at play, aside from us, including cosmic insects and notorious intergalactic fugitives guilty of greed, anger, and ignorance. Ekin listened intently to the Shadow Emperor's analysis, turmoil stirring within him. This is astonishing. With a mere sweep of his power, the Shadow Emperor perceives the distribution of all forces on Earth. Furthermore, this is not even his peak strength. Ekin thought, feeling a pang of humility. The Shadow Emperor truly was a being capable of rivaling the Imperial armor. His perceptive abilities were terrifying. Ember, gathering courage, stepped forward, contemplating the Shadow Emperor's words, and tentatively inquired, "So, Does your majesty mean we should avoid confrontation for now? Humph, how dare you suggest I evade his brilliance? The Shadow Emperor snorted coldly, suddenly turning his head, his voice booming like a bell, sending shivers down Ember's spine. I have said too much. Ember's heart raced as he met the Shadow Emperor's soul-piercing gaze. His legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. My subordinate is foolish. I humbly request your punishment. Ember bent at a 90-degree angle, cold sweat pouring from his forehead, his heart nearly ceasing in fear. The Shadow Emperor, hands clasped behind his back, approached the cave entrance and, without looking back, said lightly, "You have contributed much to the Shadow Realm. Your merits and faults balance each other. I shall overlook this time, but do not let it happen again." "Thank you, your majesty." Ember sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he retreated to the side. Truly, it was no easy task to appease a leader. The Shadow Emperor gazed at the horizon, speaking contemplatively. "Currently, I can only utilize 15% of my power. Therefore, the next step is to seize the 5 light and shadow stones. I can employ these stones as a bridge to summon my true form from the cosmos without alarming the Radiant Emperor armor. Once successful, it will signify the complete victory of the Shadow Realm in the Light and Shadow War." With a casual motion, the Shadow Emperor conjured a luminous screen before him, detailing the precise locations of the 5 light and shadow stones. "Ember, Ekin, Ash, and Aqua. You 5 shall venture to the Ocean City to retrieve the Water Shadow Stone. As for me, I will infiltrate the Armor Alliance to reclaim the remaining 4 stones and perhaps meet with the armors of this era. I hope they do not disappoint." Ekin's face displayed concern. "Great Emperor, your strength is limited. Will it not be too perilous for you to go alone? I worry for your safety." The Shadow Emperor casually toyed with his fingers, scoffing dismissively, "Until the Radiant Emperor emerges, who dares to contend with me? Ah, and a reward for you." The Shadow Emperor extended his hand, infusing 5 streams of energy into the bodies of the Shadow Guardians. "This energy will conceal your presence, allowing you to remain undetected by the Armor Alliance and the summoning devices. Proceed." They echoed in unison. Once the 5 Shadow Guardians departed the cave, the Shadow Emperor began to channel the 5 elements bloodline within him, dark elemental radiance surging forth from his feet. The phantom of the Dark Emperor materialized behind him, 12 luminous dragon patterns weaving and swirling around him, their roars reverberating through time and space. The black and purple radiance cascaded along the golden veins of his armor, outlining a majestic imperial totem. His crimson gaze blazed fiercely in the darkness. Turning slightly, he emanated an overwhelming, oppressive aura. The Shadow Emperor listened to the roars emanating from his armor, his fists clenched tightly, producing a series of resonant sonic booms. "Radiant Emperor armor. We have battled through endless epochs. This time, you shall inevitably lose. I shall prove that my convictions are correct. Today, the author was delayed due to unforeseen circumstances and could only write 1 chapter. Please forgive me." Chapter 73. "Darling, I will see you off." Hiss, hiss, hiss. "Oh no." Gu Tian, looking haggard, stood on the weighing scale, lamenting his loss of 6 pounds over the past half-month. He clutched the table, forcing himself to sit on the sofa, his eyes fixated on the pale ceiling. Could this be the suffering of a married man? He pounded his trembling thigh in despair. Feeling utterly devoid of hope, Gu Tian pouted, making an effort to stifle his sniffles. "Do you know how I have spent the last half-month?" "No. You have no idea. For 14 days, at least 10 of them were spent in bed, forced to labor daily." Gu Tian could distinctly feel that this body was no longer his own. Fortunately, Enchangru had gone out this morning to buy black silk, granting him a brief moment of respite. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Gu Tian picked up the bowl of nourishing soup on the table, drinking it as if it were water. In the past, he would have sipped the soup delicately, but now he merely wished to devour the goji berries within as if they were a meal. On a high mountain less than a kilometer from the clinic, the dark domain suddenly appeared, and the 5 Shadow Guardians emerged. "Big brother, we have arrived. How do we summon the Black Rhino armor?" Aqua asked urgently, eager to resolve the Black Rhino armor issue and return to the Shadow Emperor's side for a counterattack. "Do not rush. I have learned from Yao Bei's memories that the summoner of the Black Rhino armor possesses 2 sets of armor, particularly the Xingtian armor, which is incredibly swift. We must devise a meticulous plan. Otherwise, even if we defeat him, we cannot prevent his escape. Follow my lead. I will infiltrate the Ocean City alone. The rest of you return to the Dark Domain and wait for me to lure out the Black Rhino armor. Then you can launch a surprise attack to cut off his escape route." Having reached an agreement, the other Shadow Guardians turned back to the Dark Domain. Ekin leaped into the heart of Ocean City, raising his left hand to gather dark energy and smashing it against the surrounding buildings. Boom, boom, boom. Buildings exploded in succession, flames raging wildly, and debris raining down like a torrential downpour. The crowd, terrified, fled in a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, the already crowded street descended into chaos, cries and gasps merging into a cacophony. Ekin gazed at the panicked humans, tilting his head back to laugh uproariously. Black Rhino armor. If you do not show yourself soon, I shall annihilate everyone here. Ha 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 ha, keek keek. Cough, cough, cough. What on earth is happening? Gu Tian exclaimed, hastily wiping the nourishing soup from his face. Moments ago, as he was drinking the soup, the clinic trembled violently, splattering the soup all over him. Gu Tian rushed to the window to assess the situation, only to see thick smoke billowing from the buildings, flames reaching the sky. His heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. What on earth is happening? Just as he intended to go downstairs to investigate, a fireball suddenly hurtled towards his clinic. And under its terrifying force, the clinic was instantly reduced to ruins. Gu Tian was caught off guard, tumbling to the ground, muttering a curse. Gu Tian shook his head and stood up from the rubble, spotting the menacing Ajin not far away. Ajin continued to unleash fireballs as if they were free, incessantly taunting for the black rhinoceros armor to emerge. Huh? What is going on? Ajin is clearly nearby, so why isn't the summoner responding? Never mind. It doesn't matter. How dare you take advantage of my moment of distraction to blow up the clinic? You're finished. Go and apologize to my clinic. Gu Tian intended to transform into the Xingtian armor to confront him, as dealing with Ajin did not require the power of the black rhinoceros armor just yet. Just as Gu Tian prepared to pull out the summoner, a pair of strong arms enveloped him tightly, holding him firmly. Darling, are you all right? Did you hurt yourself when you fell? Don't be afraid, my dear. Your wife will protect you. And Chandru anxiously checked Gu Tian's body, her small hands frantically searching for any injuries. Having just returned home, she witnessed the clinic being destroyed by a supernatural beast and saw her husband tumble from the second floor. And Chandru was horrified, her complexion pale, as she dropped the black silk she was holding and dashed to Gu Tian's side at breakneck speed. Darling, you absolutely mustn't be hurt. If anything happens to you, I'll never have a happy life again. Rest assured, my love, your husband is quite strong. Gu Tian reassured her. I'm really fine. Hey, don't touch down there. Ajin noticed the commotion beside him and turned around to see Chandru and an unfamiliar man. Chandru, you're here too. Ajin slowly approached, his killing intent palpable, causing the ground to crack beneath him. Ajin's host was Miaobei, and after such prolonged merging, Miaobei's consciousness had completely fused with Ajin's. The inner sense of justice had vanished, and the darker side had escalated to its peak. You, a supernatural beast, can actually speak and even know my name? And Chandru sensed the abnormality of this supernatural beast and instinctively shielded Gu Tian behind her. Haha. I am one of the Shadow 5 Guardians, so naturally I can speak. As for who I am, you shall see. Ajin condensed his power, reverting to his human form, revealing Miaobei's defiant and imposing visage before Gu Tian and Chandru. The corner of Miaobei's mouth curled into an undeniable smirk. Ha ha, and Chandru, are you stunned by my formidable presence? Gu Tian looked at Miaobei in shock, memories of the past flooding his mind, and he instantly recalled everything. He remembered that this person was the original summoner of the black rhinoceros armor, once arrogantly looking down on others, yet when it came to a fight, he couldn't even withstand 10 moves. How did he turn into Ajin? Gu Tian thought, smacking his head. If only he had dealt with him back then. Leaving him alive only brought calamity. And Chandru was horrified, her face twisting in disgust as she gritted her teeth and said, Miaobei, do you have any shame? Are you even human anymore? You were once the summoner of the black rhinoceros armor. How could you fall so low? She never imagined Miaobei would join the Shadow Realm. Having worked in the Armor Alliance for several years, Miaobei not only knew its exact location, but was also privy to many secrets. If Chandru was correct, all those secrets had been exposed. Miaobei casually placed one hand in his pocket, his thumb lazily hooked on the edge, strolling with an air of self-importance. Humph. What do you know, you bunch of rotten oranges? A rotten orange is just a rotten orange. If you understood, you'd be able to eat the peel. After being expelled from the Armor Alliance, I learned from my shame and regained unparalleled power, creating a vast chasm between us. Now, I can command the wind and rain and live a happier life than before. The more Miaobei spoke, the more animated he became, throwing his head back and howling to the heavens, raising his arms in triumph. And Chandru, I will show you just how powerful I am. My strength exceeds your imagination. I could take on 10 of you." Miao Bei puffed out his chest, a world-shaking black aura materializing around him, and with a wicked laugh, he morphed back into a gene. "First, I'll deal with you, and then I'll seek the black rhinoceros armor." And Shangru realized that combat today was unavoidable. She retrieved the Feying armor summoner from her hoodie pocket and fastened it at her waist. Feying armor, merge. A blue and white phantom flashed, completing her transformation. And a powerful aura radiated outward. "Darling, you've transformed," Gu Tian exclaimed with excitement. It was truly remarkable after so long. His wife finally acknowledged her identity as the summoner of the Feying armor. Gu Tian had eagerly awaited in Changru to tell him herself. And Changru turned to her husband, thinking he still held resentment toward her, and apologetically said, "Darling, I'm so sorry for keeping this from you for so long. I'm sending you away now. And when we meet next, I promise to explain everything to you. Don't feel pressured. Your wife loves you dearly." And Changru spread her palm, channeling her energy to its fullest, gently placing it on Gu Tian's chest. The power of the Feying armor surged forth, tearing through space-time. And before Gu Tian could respond, he was instantaneously transported dozens of kilometers away. This was in Changru's self-created technique, capable of sending those with weaker energy than herself to distant locations. As her energy grew stronger, the distance would increase as well. Chapter 74. A vicious assault on a gene on the hillside. A striking figure appeared 3 meters above the ground. Gu Tian remained composed, bracing himself with one hand as he landed, then exerted force to rotate twice and a half in midair, successfully touching down. "Goodness, my dear wife. Couldn't you wait for me to finish speaking? Now I have to run back again." Gu Tian retrieved the Xingtian armor summoner and completed his transformation, executing a powerful move to swiftly advance toward Haiqing. In Haiqing, the Feying armor and Ajin had already begun their fierce confrontation. "Ha! Take this," Ajin howled, a pitch-black axe appearing in his hands. "Die!" Ajin vanished, appearing before the Feying armor, gripping the shadow axe tightly, infusing all his strength into his arms, and swung down towards Changru's chest. This strike carried the might of a battering ram, as if it would cleave through the very air. And Changru swiftly dodged, effortlessly evading the attack, which only resulted in a deafening explosion with no further effect. Again, Ajin roared, swinging the shadow axe with a thunderous fury, aiming at various parts of the Feying armor. And Changru nimbly evaded, moving with graceful steps and perfectly dodging each of Ajin's assaults. Despite Ajin's relentless efforts, he could barely strike the phantom of the Feying armor. "Too slow. With such speed, you'll never defeat me," and Chandra mocked, having expected Miao Bei's strength to significantly increase after becoming a Shadow Guardian. But it didn't appear to be much stronger at all. With a light and agile turn, and Changru lifted her left foot, accurately kicking the shadow axe. The power of the Feying armor surged through the axe and into Ajin's arm, causing him to feel a numbing sensation, stumbling backward uncontrollably. A massive opening emerged, and Changru would not let the opportunity pass. Seizing the moment while Ajin was still reeling, she executed a side kick, delivering a powerful blow to Ajin's back that caused him to stagger several steps back. "Damn it. Is the commander of the Armor Alliance merely a coward who can only dodge?" Ajin gritted his teeth against the pain in his back, quickly recovering and attempting to provoke Changru, hoping to incite her into a counterattack. "All right then, just as you wish." The shadow armor's toes lightly tapped the ground, leveraging the force to soar into the air as purple radiance coalesced around its legs. Lightning slash, and Chandra descended from the heavens, her legs flickering with ferocious purple lightning, striking relentlessly at the shoulders and chest of the malevolent Jin. Bang, bang. The clashing sounds of metal against flesh reverberated as purple lightning surged wildly into Jin's body. He convulsed and was hurled backward, carving a grotesque trench into the earth upon landing. And Chandra offered no respite, charging forward with powerful strides towards Jin. Phantom leg. The shadow armor moved with the swiftness of lightning, delivering a series of 7 afterimages in rapid succession, each kick accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air. Jin, barely managing to rise from the ground, had no time to catch his breath before being subjected to a relentless barrage. Continuous bursts of white sparks erupted, leaving him utterly defenseless, only able to emit impotent cries as he was kicked around like a mere plaything. The first wave of assault quickly concluded. Jin's shadow axe was sent flying, and he found himself forced to kneel on one knee, subdued. Alas, uttering the harshest words at the onset. only to receive the most brutal beating in the end. And Chandru reflected, raising her right foot to deliver a powerful kick, sending Jean spinning through the air for 2.5 rotations before crashing into several concrete pillars, finally coming to a halt. Cough, cough. Why is this happening? Jean grunted, using one hand to support himself on the ground as he summoned the shadow axe back, barely managing to stand with all his strength. If your strength is limited to this, then you shall have no choice but to listen to your lullaby. And Chandru approached Jean, retrieving a card from her box and inserting it into the summoner, causing the sharp shadow blade to materialize. Jean, propping himself up with the shadow axe, gasped. This move was originally meant for the black rhinoceros armor, but now I must use it on you. No sooner had Jin's words fallen than the black domain silently appeared behind Chandru. As the black domain released a ghostly glow, the remaining 4 shadow guardians emerged, armed and ready. Altogether, roared evil fire, brandishing his curved blade and grinning wickedly at the back of the shadow armor. Aren't you quite arrogant? Let's see how you evade this. Evil fire sliced through the void, aiming his strike at Shangru's back. Chapter 75. Ruthless assault on the shadow guardians and enemy attack. And Shangru's heightened senses were triggered, and she spun around with the remnants of her shadow, utilizing the full velocity of the shadow armor. She raised her left arm, expertly blocking the curved blade, while her left leg rapidly gathered strength and delivered a horizontal kick to Evil Fire's abdomen. Evil Fire had not anticipated such a swift reaction from the shadow armor, and he was struck squarely. His body bent into a bow shape, propelled like a cannonball. With a resounding crash, Evil Fire slammed into a wall, leaving a human-shaped indentation, surrounded by cracks. Evil Earth, I come for revenge. Evil Earth swung the blazing shadow blade from the left, the arc of the blade leaving a trail of searing air. And Chandru exhaled sharply, raising her shadow blade to clash with the shadow blade. The sharp, ear-piercing clang of metal echoed throughout the space, sparks flying in all directions from the collision. At that moment, Evil Wood and Evil Water's attacks followed swiftly. Evil Wood wielded a shadow sword, while Evil Water held a shadow spear, striking at Chandru from either side. In this critical moment, a flash of red and white streaked across the previously empty road like lightning. Gu Tian leaped high into the air, legs together, kicking Evil Earth away from Chandru. Ah! Evil Earth cried out in agony, his back colliding intimately with the ground, generating a shower of sparks as he skidded, toppling several domestic vans before finally stopping. Shadow Shield. Gu Tian's palms glowed with a peculiar red light, striking at the chests of Evil Water and Evil Wood at the opportune moment. This seemingly inconspicuous move concealed a strength as vast as the ocean, causing both Evil Water and Evil Wood to feel an overwhelming force surging towards them, their bones creaking under the pressure. Their weapons were also affected, narrowly grazing past the armor of the shadow armor, creating a perilous situation. Immediately after, Gu Tian executed a stylish flying kick that landed squarely on both of their heads. The force was tremendous. Evil Water and Evil Wood felt their heads buzzing, on the verge of exploding, as they staggered backward uncontrollably for dozens of steps. How are you? Are you injured? Gu Tian turned with concern, for this was his beloved wife, and he could not allow any harm to befall her. If anything were to happen, he would undoubtedly reduce these 5 shadow guardians to a pulp with his fists. Thank you, I'm all right. And Chandru extinguished the sparks on her armor, surveying the 5 shadow guardians with a frigid gaze. Humph, 4 of you ambushing me alone? What audacity! Gu Tian sighed in relief, thankful he had arrived in time. His wife had nearly been harmed. He shook his arm, addressing Chandru. There are 5 of them. I'll take 3, you take 2. And Chandru raised an eyebrow, replying, No, I'll take 3, and you take 2. What does that mean? Do you treat us like soft persimmons? Jean roared in dissatisfaction, feeling this was utterly intolerable. They were shadow guardians, once significant figures in the previous Light and Shadow War. Now, being treated like livestock, chosen at will, was infuriating. A humiliation that can only be washed away with blood. Jean waved his hand, summoning the other 4 guardians back to his side. You, the summoner of the black rhinoceros armor, have finally appeared. I advise you not to be too arrogant. There are always greater forces beyond. With our 5 together, I doubt we cannot defeat you too. The advantage lies with us. Gu Tian felt intrigued. He had a penchant for such confident individuals. Every time they claimed an advantage, they would later shout that it was impossible when they couldn't win. Gu Tian licked his lips, excitement gleaming in his eyes, eagerly anticipating the brawl. I'll go first. Gu Tian charged forward, the bloodline of water within him awakening, causing the Gu Tian armor to disintegrate as the black rhinoceros armor instantly connected, completing the fusion with astonishing speed. Gu Tian leaped, drawing evil earth, evil water, and evil fire into the unique water domain of the black rhinoceros armor. The ethereal blue waves surged like a tangible force, isolating all sound and sight. They could not see the outside world, nor could those outside discern the happenings within. What is this? Why have I never seen it before? Evil Earth exclaimed in panic, attempting to escape only to find the entire space thoroughly sealed. Even the Earth itself was barred. What troubled him further was that this domain was draining their strength. It seems I must shatter you to escape. Evil Earth gritted his teeth, stamping his foot on the ground, swinging the shadow blade in a sweeping arc, generating a fierce wind. Unfortunately, this chilling strike was deftly evaded by Gu Tian, the blade merely stirring a few water ripples. Gu Tian's body spun rapidly, the obsidian protrusions of the black rhinoceros armor's elbow crashing into his opponent's shoulder. Evil Earth leaned back, the overwhelming force nearly shattering his shoulder blade. Water shield. Gu Tian bellowed, pure water energy swiftly enveloping his left hand, coalescing into a solid form. Crash. Evil Earth, caught off guard, was pierced through the chest by the water shield, his breath immediately faltering as he was hurled backward, violently colliding with the barrier of the domain. Unbeknownst to him, Evil Fire had positioned himself behind the black rhinoceros armor, his curved blade, infused with searing flames, aimed at Gu Tian. The black rhinoceros armor reacted swiftly, and the meteor spear materialized in midair, sweeping horizontally with intent. The spear's tip clashed violently against the blade, producing blinding sparks, while the sharp sound of metal grinding resonated throughout the arena. The Evil Fire, continuously suppressed, retreated under the pressure. Gu Tian leveraged the force to soar into the air. His legs coiled like a spring before descending like a colossal hammer. The Evil Fire attempted to raise his blade to block, but was compelled to kneel as the overwhelming force bore down on him, causing the ground to crack under the immense weight. It was time for me to make my entrance. Seizing the opportunity presented by the black rhinoceros armor's momentary lapse, the evil water thrust the shadow spear, piercing through the void towards Gu Tian's chest. The spear pressed firmly against the armor, and the tremendous impact forced Gu Tian to stagger back a step. Once more, the evil water bellowed, launching a series of dazzling thrusts that sent sparks cascading from the black rhinoceros armor. Indeed, your strength ranks at least second among the Shadow 5 Guardians and is formidable within the Armor Alliance. However, it pales in comparison to my prowess. Gu Tian clasped the spear's tip with one hand, yanking the evil water forward with a fierce pull. He then unleashed a mighty iron fist, sending the evil water soaring into the air. Gu Tian pursued relentlessly, spinning twice and a half before delivering a powerful strike to the evil water's abdomen with his thigh. The evil water plummeted like a meteor, crashing into the earth and creating a massive crater, sending dust swirling into the air. Gu Tian landed gracefully, gazing down at the 3 fallen Shadow Guardians and proclaimed, "Is this all the strength you possess? At least you can endure blows better than that neighboring ox's." The Evil Fire pushed himself up from the ground, fury flashing in his eyes. "Silence. I am a Shadow Guardian, a favored one of the Shadow Emperor. The pinnacle of combat strength in the Shadow Realm, far beyond those insects. Evil Water, Evil Earth, let us attack together. Charge." The 3 of them encircled the black rhinoceros armor and charged once more at Gu Tian. The battle within the arena was fierce, and outside, it was equally intense. Bang! The flying shadow armor unleashed its full speed, weaving through the air as the swift shadow blade transformed into a relentless cascade of slashes, forcing the evil gold to retreat repeatedly. Each strike left a white mark upon his body. "Boss, I'm here to assist." The evil wood shadow sword, shrouded in dark energy, slashed towards Nshengru's waist. Nshengru twisted and flipped, the swift shadow blade striking with the precision of a viper, deftly parrying the shadow sword, while simultaneously slicing through the evil wood's wrist guard. The evil wood winced in pain, shaking his arm, and Nshengru capitalized on the recoil to surge forward, her knee crashing into his chest. Boom! The evil wood was pinned to the ground, clutching his chest as he rolled several times. "You are all too weak. Your strength is merely mediocre. Shadow Guardians are nothing special." Nshengru lightly caressed the swift shadow blade, repelling the advancing evil gold with a decisive stroke. Chapter 76. The Flame Dragon Armor and the Emperor Armor in the Imperial Capital. the Shadow Emperor walked with purpose. Each step seemingly light, yet covering vast distances of over 100 meters. The radiant sunlight illuminated the Dark Emperor armor, making its imperial patterns shimmer with life. Exuding an aura of dominance steeped in darkness, the Shadow Emperor lifted his head slightly and snapped his fingers, causing the previously clear sky over the imperial capital to darken ominously, with fierce winds rising. Occasionally, a few rays of sunlight penetrated through the layers of obstruction, only to be swiftly consumed by the Dark Emperor armor. The Armor Alliance's satellite, orbiting the Earth's surface, detected this occurrence and immediately relayed the information back to headquarters. The alarms in the Armor Alliance blared furiously, painting the entire office in a scarlet hue. In the next moment, the alarm lights could not withstand the surging dark energy. Exploding one by one, the 4 light and shadow stones stored within the Armor Alliance became agitated, their brilliance flickering erratically. What is happening? Junmei frantically examined the images relayed by the satellite, which appeared exceedingly blurry, revealing only a vague outline of a dark armor. Where did this armor come from? How can it exude such overwhelming dark energy? Junmei's fingers flew across the keyboard, realizing it was advancing towards the Armor Alliance at an astonishing speed, with the distance between them now less than 5 kilometers. Without hesitation, Junmei initiated contact with Nan Xian using the Armor Alliance's unique wave frequency. On a wide highway, Nan Xian sped along on his motorcycle, the engine roaring thunderously. Hey Junmei, what's going on? Why are you contacting me at this moment? Nan Xian tapped his helmet, successfully connecting with Junmei. Her voice was laced with urgency. Nan Xian, this is bad. A dark armor is heading towards the Armor Alliance. You must intercept it immediately. I will arrange for support to assist you. Understood, I'm on it. Nan Xian cut off the communication, straightened his posture, and activated the fire bloodline within him, causing a surge of fiery power to swell. With a resounding dragon's roar echoing through the heavens, the flame dragon armor enveloped Nan Xian entirely. The motorcycle beneath him transformed into the flame dragon's exclusive war chariot, the flame dragon steed, gripping the handlebars tightly. The rear of the flame dragon steed erupted with 3 dazzling flames. The flame dragon armor leaned forward slightly, leaping over the bridge and racing toward the place where the crimson sun rose in the sky. The Shadow Emperor halted, sensing a powerful wave of fire energy approaching. As expected, the next moment, the flame dragon armor leaped from the flame dragon steed, appearing behind the Shadow Emperor. Who are you, and why are you here? Nan Xian inquired, sensing an aura emanating from the armor capable of upholding the heavens. To his astonishment, this armor bore over 90% resemblance to the imperial armor recorded in ancient texts. The Shadow Emperor slowly turned to face the flame dragon armor, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ah, the master of the fire armor in this era, we finally meet. Let me see what your strength entails. Do not disappoint me. Noticing the armor's hesitation to engage in dialogue, Nan Xian adopted an offensive stance. He extended his right hand, shaking it vigorously in a gesture reminiscent of the famous Parkinson's move. I care not who you are, but I will not allow you to approach the Armor Alliance even a step closer. Prepare to face me. With a swift motion, Nan Xian leaped into the air, channeling the fire energy into his fist, and with the momentum of his body, he struck the chest plate of the Dark Emperor armor with tremendous force. The Shadow Emperor stood unfazed, allowing the flame dragon armor to collide against him. Bang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated through the air. The Shadow Emperor, momentarily shaken, was surprisingly forced back a step by the impact. Not bad. Your strength is commendable, and your speed is decent. Come at me again. The Shadow Emperor's interest in combat was piqued. He clenched his fists and began to exchange blows with the flame dragon armor. Nan Xian, surprised that his punch only caused the Dark Emperor armor to retreat a single step, remained undaunted. As the summoner of the flame dragon armor, the conviction of protection burned fiercely within him. Then let it be as you wish. Nan Xian unleashed his prideful southern fist, colliding with the Dark Emperor armor. Bang, bang, bang. Nan Xian delivered 3 consecutive punches, yet all were effortlessly neutralized by the Dark Emperor armor. Now it's my turn. The Dark Emperor armor seized upon a gap in the flame dragon armor's defense, blocking with great force that instantly repelled Nan Xian's fist. Following this, it unleashed a punch imbued with dark energy, hurtling towards Nan Xian's chest. Nan Xian was forced to leave a long streak on the ground, barely halting when he collided with a wall. Chapter 77. The Devastating Flame Dragon Armor. Cough, cough, cough. Nan Xian coughed violently, his head spinning. Shaking it off, He braced himself with his hands and stood up once more. Leaning against the wall, the excruciating pain in his chest furrowed his brow. Was this the end? The Dark Emperor armor approached the Flame Dragon armor with a leisurely confidence, firmly establishing its dominance in the battle's momentum. Nan Xian remained silent, reassuming his combat stance. Though his adversary was formidable, his unwavering belief in protection forbade any notion of retreat. The Shadow Emperor initiated the assault, his right fist glowing with dark energy. Unleashing the Southern Fist. This was the true Southern Fist. The Dark Emperor armor pivoted slightly to the left, utilizing the rotational force to channel power through its waist and deliver an uppercut. Nan Xian attempted to block with both arms but was forced back several steps. The fire patterns on his armor, once flowing harmoniously, now disrupted by the shockwave. The Shadow Emperor pressed the attack, his hands gripping the shoulders of the Flame Dragon armor tightly, forcefully driving it downward. Subsequently, the Dark Emperor armor's left knee slammed into the Flame Dragon armor's abdomen. A metallic taste surged in Nan Xian's throat as his insides quaked violently, sending him rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. No. How could you possess the Southern Fist? This is a unique skill taught to me by the Elder of the Sacred Mountain. Trembling, Nan Xian rose unsteadily, his chest heaving. The Shadow Emperor scoffed dismissively. Is the Southern Fist truly so impressive? It is merely a relic from my exploits thousands of years ago. Yet you revere it as a treasure. As the current master of the fire armor, your execution of the Southern Fist is merely superficial. You have yet to grasp its true essence. It may suffice against ordinary monsters, but it falls far short against me. The Flame Dragon armor's red visor fixed intently on the Shadow Emperor, declaring, "Very well, allow me to demonstrate this technique. Your martial arts are formidable. But I am not to be underestimated." Nan Xian summoned the power of fire from the Flame Dragon armor into his hands, and with a burst of intense light, a fiery red whip materialized. With a mighty shout, he hurled the flame whip over 10 meters, igniting toward the Shadow Emperor's neck. The Shadow Emperor did not flinch. The dark pattern swirling on the Dark Emperor armor instantly transformed into a shield. When the flame whip struck, it was shattered into 2 pieces by the recoil. Seizing the moment as Nan Xian gathered his strength, the Shadow Emperor leapt forward, vanishing from sight, only to reappear directly in front of the Flame Dragon armor. He delivered a punch to Nan Xian's chest, launching him into the air, crashing heavily against the glass facade of a nearby building, shards raining down. Flame Blade. Nan Xian, shaking off the glass fragments, roared as he summoned the Flame Blade. Gripping the hilt with both hands, the Flame Dragon armor spun rapidly, resembling a blazing fire wheel. As he danced, he unleashed 12 fierce strikes of blade light. The onslaught was relentless, crashing against the Dark Emperor armor. Boom. 12 explosions reverberated. Yet the Dark Emperor armor remained unmoved, not even a spark igniting. Demon Seal Slash. Nan Xian uttered, utilizing this interval to elevate his state to its pinnacle, preparing to unleash the ultimate technique of the Flame Dragon armor. The power of fire surged violently, and a majestic dragon fire apparition materialized behind the Flame Dragon armor. Roaring, the dragon fire melded with the flames, forming a blade of fire that surged towards the Shadow Emperor with an overwhelming ferocity. The Shadow Emperor's expression sharpened, finally adopting a serious demeanor. He clasped his hands together, dark energy coalescing into a black barrier. The fiery blade collided with the barrier, unleashing a powerful wave of energy, toppling nearby structures into dust, smoke enveloping the area. As the haze dissipated, the Shadow Emperor stood unscathed, the Dark Emperor armor shining brilliantly, pristine as ever. In stark contrast, the energy of Nan Xian's Flame Dragon armor rapidly waned, its brilliance dimming. Why? Why was this happening? Nan Xian felt despair welling within him. His most powerful strike had failed to leave even a scratch on his foe. What was wrong with this world to pair him against such a formidable opponent? Is your strength exhausted here? The Shadow Emperor spoke slowly. If your inner fire bloodline concentration were elevated to above 95, I would not have found victory so effortless. With that, the Dark Emperor armor raised its arms, spinning in the air, as a massive dark Taiji diagram emerged. The diagram pulsed with the power of the 5 elements, radiating a disquieting aura. Go. The Shadow Emperor gestured forward, the Taiji diagram, entwined with elemental power, sped towards the Flame Dragon armor. Nan Xian, witnessing the approaching Taiji diagram, let out a piercing howl, gripping the flame blade, and charged forward with unwavering determination. Break for me. The Flame Dragon armor raised the flame blade and swung it from left to right at the Taiji diagram, aiming to cleave it in two. Boom. A towering black pillar shot into the sky, illuminating the entire imperial capital. At the center of the battle, the flame dragon armor lay in a massive crater, its chest flickering with light, while the flame blade had bent and warped, its blade riddled with chips. Struggling, Nan Xian lifted his head to gaze at the distant figure of the Shadow Emperor, a being reminiscent of both divinity and demon. He managed to utter, "Why are you so powerful?" "Powerful? I am but a mere avatar now, possessing only 15 of my true strength. Is this what you deem powerful? In our confrontation, I have hardly exerted half of that." Upon hearing this, despair flickered in Nan Xian's eyes. How could this be? Such overwhelming strength was merely a fraction of his opponent's capabilities. What terror must his true form possess? It was over. The enemy was far too powerful. And Nan Xian had barely lasted a minute. Jinmei watched the satellite feed, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Though the image was unclear, it did not obscure the sight of the flame dragon armor being mercilessly battered by the enemy. Aside from the initial moment when the flame dragon armor managed to push the enemy back, the rest of the time was spent being thoroughly overwhelmed. Jinmei's complexion turned pale, her heart racing to her throat. She issued a mandatory command to all the armors outside, demanding they rush to the imperial capital with utmost urgency. Chapter 78. Too Cruel. In Ocean City, within the realm of water. Ding. Detection of the host being besieged by multiple attackers. Initiating mission. Eliminate one Shadow Guardian with energy level 6 and constitution level 4. Gu Tian's face lit up with exhilaration upon hearing the system announce the new mission. After more than half a month, the system had finally sprung into action. 3 Shadow Guardians. If he could eliminate them all, the rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. Gu Tian silently gave the system a thumbs up. He watched as the Shadow Guardians charged toward him, finding them oddly charming, their features strikingly handsome. Indeed, they were delightful, living bundles of experience. Gu Tian hoisted his meteor gun onto his shoulder, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Hee. The evil soil felt deeply insulted by the laughter emanating from the black rhino armor. How dare you mock us? The evil soil launched a frontal assault. Leaping into the air, hands gripping the hilt of his blade as he aimed for Gu Tian's chest. Meanwhile, the evil water sought out the vulnerability of the black rhino armor, positioning himself to strike at Gu Tian's side. The black flames ignited by the wicked fire swiftly encircled Gu Tian from behind, as the bow-shaped machete in his hand aimed directly at Gu Tian's back. While being besieged from 3 sides might have posed a challenge for others, for Gu Tian, it was child's play. Just as the trio was about to strike the black rhinoceros armor, Gu Tian silently intoned a phrase within his heart, transform into the essence. With a mere thought, the black rhinoceros armor instantly liquefied into a puddle of water, vanishing without a trace. The 3 assailants' weapons met empty air, while the wicked earth's great knife struck the ground, sending dust flying. The wicked water spear grazed Gu Tian's original position, nearly piercing through the waist of the wicked fire. Damn it, watch where you're swinging. You almost ruined me. The wicked fire couldn't help but curse, standing back to back with the wicked earth and wicked water, weapons at the ready in a state of heightened vigilance. Where did he go? The wicked earth glanced around, swallowing hard, a wave of trepidation washing over him. The sudden disappearance of such a large piece of armor was utterly terrifying. The summoner of the black rhinoceros armor in this era was truly a monster, with an endless array of techniques. He fondly recalled the last time during the Shadow War, when any one of their Shadow Guardians could effortlessly defeat the black rhinoceros armor. Stop looking, I'm right above you. Gu Tian suddenly appeared in midair, provocatively declaring. Gripping the meteor spear in both hands, he hurled it downwards with great force. The meteor spear soared like a silver streak of light, piercing directly towards the wicked earth. The wicked earth's expression changed drastically as he hastily raised his great knife to shield his chest. With a resounding crash, the water-infused power of the meteor spear obliterated the shadow great knife into countless shards, which scattered in all directions. Gu Tian extended his left hand, swiftly grasping the wicked gold by the neck and lifting him effortlessly, regardless of his futile struggles. Wicked earth, I have come to rescue you. Black rhinoceros armor. Release my brother at once. The wicked fire roared, pummeling his chest in fury as he charged forward with the bow-shaped machete. A fierce glint flashed in Gu Tian's eyes as he clenched his right hand into a fist. In the next moment, the wicked fire was met with an unprecedented, terrifying assault, receiving 36 punches from Gu Tian in quick succession. The wicked fire felt stars exploding in his vision. His ribs shattered as he collapsed to the side, barely clinging to life. After beating the wicked fire to the brink of death, Gu Tian shifted his gaze back to the wicked earth. Wicked Earth, bid farewell to this world. Do not return to Earth in your next life. A cruel smile spread across Gu Tian's face as the water armor shield on his left arm radiated with brilliance. No, please don't. If you kill me, the Shadow Emperor will surely flay your skin. The Wicked Earth cried out in agony, but Gu Tian remained unfazed, violently thrusting his left arm's water armor shield towards the Wicked Earth. With a sickening sound, the water armor shield pierced through the Wicked Earth, his body instantly shattered by the overwhelming force. An explosion echoed, and the Wicked Earth's magic seal materialized, shimmering with an eerie glow. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the Wicked Earth, gaining 6 essence and 4 physique. The system notification chimed at the perfect moment. Delightful. Gu Tian howled towards the heavens, releasing the exhilaration within. The Wicked Water, witnessing the demise of the Wicked Earth at the hands of the Black Rhinoceros armor, nearly dropped his weapon, his fear reaching its zenith. Right, we have the Black Domain. The Black Domain was created by the Shadow Emperor. It can surely take me away. Black Domain. The Wicked Water shouted with hope, and in the next moment, a black diamond-shaped crystal appeared within the realm of water. The Black Domain emitted a radiant glow, attempting to transport the Wicked Water away. Still trying to escape without my permission? Gu Tian bellowed, hurling the meteor spear at the Wicked Water with one hand. In a moment of desperation, the Wicked Water kicked the unconscious Wicked Fire away. The Wicked Fire collided with the meteor spear, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that reduced the Wicked Fire to mere fragments, reverting him back to a magic seal. Fortunately, the Wicked Fire had already fainted, otherwise, he would have undoubtedly cursed. Seizing the opportunity, the Wicked Water had already returned to the Black Domain, which flickered with light, evading the Black Rhinoceros armor's control. Damn it! He escaped so quickly. But next time, luck won't be on his side. Gu Tian mused with a hint of regret. As the Wicked Water maneuvered the Black Domain outside, he witnessed the Wicked Gold and Wicked Wood being thoroughly trounced by the Flying Shadow armor. The Flying Shadow armor moved with agility, weaving between the Wicked Gold and Wicked Wood, rendering them utterly defenseless. The Black Domain drifted beside them, and the Wicked Water's anxious voice emerged from within. Big brother. Wickedwood, we must flee. The Black Rhinoceros armor has gone berserk. Both the Wicked Earth and Wicked Fire have been sealed. What? The Black Rhinoceros armor is that powerful? The Wicked Gold gasped, clutching his chest wound, panting heavily. He glared at the Flying Shadow armor, vowing, and Changru. Just you wait. Next time we meet, I will make you pay. Let's go? The Wicked Gold declared, not daring to linger for even a second longer, hastily pulling the Wicked Wood back into the Black Domain. And Changru, witnessing this scene, immediately sprang into action to intercept them. Sky Piercer. The Flying Shadow armor leaped into the air, channeling all its essence into its legs, unleashing a series of blue ripples that enveloped the Wicked Wood and Wicked Gold. Big brother, you go. I will hold them off. The Wicked Wood pushed the Wicked Gold into the Black Domain, turning to charge forward with the Shadow Sword. The legs of the Flying Shadow armor descended with a forceful gust, crashing heavily into the Wicked Wood's chest, knocking him to the ground. The clash between the armor and the Shadow Guardian produced a muffled sound as pale blue energy surged violently into the Wicked Wood's body. Boom! The explosion echoed, and the Wicked Wood's body was torn apart, dead beyond recovery. Witnessing the death of the Wicked Wood, the Wicked Gold gritted his teeth in fury, a murderous glare in his eyes. Let's seek the Shadow Emperor. His immense power can surely revive them. The Wicked Gold commanded, controlling the Black Domain to spin rapidly, disappearing into the void. Meanwhile, Gu Tian dispelled the realm of water, noticing that his wife had slain the Wicked Wood, feeling a twinge of regret. Oh well. 2 Shadow Guardians escaped. Next time we meet, I shall eradicate them all and gain 12 essence. Just as Gu Tian prepared to depart, a towering black beam of light shot up from the distance, its powerful radiance causing Gu Tian to squint his eyes. Goodness, such a dense aura of darkness. That direction is the Imperial capital. And Chandru also spotted the colossal beam rising from the direction of the Imperial capital, an ominous premonition swelling within her. As she pondered in confusion, a message from Jinmei infiltrated her mind. This is bad. And Shangru's expression changed dramatically, and without a moment's thought, she hastened towards the Imperial capital. Gu Tian, seeing Chandru leave Haiqing, promptly followed in pursuit. Chapter 79. Gu Tian takes action in the Imperial capital. The Shadow Emperor stood beside Nan Exine, his left foot pressing down on the chest of the Flame Dragon armor, relentlessly grinding it down, sparks flying from the armor's seams. He leaned slightly forward, saying, "Your talent is at least passable. Why not join the Shadow Realm?" In the bright realm, you must endure rigorous training to enhance your strength. But in the shadow realm, you need not suffer so. Sometimes, the path of darkness proves more effective than the righteous one. Come, join me in the embrace of darkness. The Shadow Emperor seduced Nan Xian, his motive straightforward, to irritate the Radiant Emperor armor. The Shadow Emperor aimed to showcase just how cowardly and weak the master of the fire armor truly was. Nan Xian, immobilized by the Dark Emperor's armor, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, still proclaimed with pride, "Fire is searing hot, my blood is boiling, even if I am shattered to pieces. I shall never ally myself with darkness." The Shadow Emperor nodded lightly, mockingly retorting, "My blood once boiled as well, even hotter than yours, but now it has grown cold." The Shadow Emperor's left foot abruptly hooked up, forcefully hurling Nan Xian against the wall, shattering the flame dragon armor into scattered sparks that dissipated into the air. His summoner was sent tumbling to the ground, the shell marred by shocking cracks. "You chose this path. Do not lament your decision," the Shadow Emperor uttered coldly, lifting his foot to stomp on the flame dragon armor summoner, grinding it into the earth. With the metallic clanging of destruction, the summoner was utterly obliterated, reduced to dust. Just as the Shadow Emperor prepared to eliminate Nan Xian, a piercing cry echoed through the skies. Song Yuan's demon burst. Wind elements swirled around Duan Muyin, a fierce gale spiraling around him, condensing into an emerald arrow on the fierce eagle bow. His gaze was sharp as he looked disdainfully at the Dark Emperor's armor below. Today was an exceptionally significant day. Duan Muyin intended to meet his girlfriend's parents to discuss his future with Ma Lingling. He had even taken a couple of minutes to prepare himself before stepping out, only to receive an urgent support command from Jinmei. With no other choice, Duan Muyin rushed to the scene, for what could be more important than his girlfriend? "Go," he shouted, releasing a dazzling wind arrow that shot forth, unleashing a thunderous sonic boom, accompanied by a howling wind that tore through the air. As it passed, the space itself rippled and distorted, annihilating everything in its wake. The Shadow Emperor glanced up at the green light in the sky, already anticipating the impending threat. In the instant the arrow was but an inch from the neck of the Dark Emperor's armor, his left hand shot out like lightning, fingers deftly pinching the arrowhead with precision. "This is for you," the Shadow Emperor declared, tightening his grip, dark energy surging into the arrow, transforming its emerald hue into a deep obsidian. With a sudden flick of his wrist, he hurled the arrow skyward. The arrow changed direction, now imbued with an incomprehensible force, shooting towards Duan Muyin like a black comet. Sensing the impending danger, the fierce eagle evaded in midair, but the arrow pursued relentlessly. "Defend!" Duan Muyin urgently summoned his power, erecting a wall of wind before him. However, the penetrative might of the Shadow Emperor's arrow proved insurmountable, easily breaching the wind barrier. Duan Muyin's pupils constricted as he hastily raised his fierce eagle bow in defense. Boom! The colossal explosion sent him spiraling away, his body spinning as it carved a deep trench into the ground. Who is he? Why is he stronger than both the god of Oxar and Lufa? Duan Muyin groaned, struggling to rise, his shoulder aching. The fierce eagle bow shattered in his grasp, dissipating into the air. The spirit of the fierce eagle also sustained heavy damage, letting out a mournful cry before succumbing to slumber. Steadying his disordered thoughts, Duan Muyin gazed at the dark armor before him, sensing its origin from another dimension, its vitality starkly superior to theirs. Indeed, the new generation of armor crafted by Earthlings possesses some merit, even integrating Earth elements. Alas, its limitations are ultimately too great. The Shadow Emperor waved his hand, and the ground cracked open, countless dark chains erupting from the earth to ensnare Duan Muyin tightly. As the Dark Emperor clapped his hands, the chains began to constrict, forcing the fierce eagle to endure immense pressure. The chains writhed, grinding against the armor, emitting showers of sparks amid the cacophony of compressive sounds. The Shadow Emperor looked down upon Duan Muyin with disdain, poised to reduce the armor to mere fragments when a surge of pure water energy suddenly flooded the dark energy-laden space. The water's essence flowed ceaselessly, subtly beginning to purify the dark energy. From the 1,000-meter-high clouds, Gu Tian leaped from the black rhino steed, channeling the full power of his armor into his left foot. Enveloped in indigo flames as he descended rapidly, the clouds tore apart, and Gu Tian seized the moment to deliver a horizontal kick, the patterns on the black rhino armor gleaming brilliantly. Black rhino flying kick. Gu Tian roared, simultaneously harnessing the energy of the light and shadow stone within him. The indigo flames around his left leg surged thrice in size, carrying the destructive force of nature itself towards the Shadow Emperor. Sensing the threat, the Shadow Emperor abandoned his assault on Duanmu, looking up at the approaching fireball overhead. Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram. The Dark Emperor leaned forward, his left hand swiftly manifesting the power of the five elements, colliding with Gu Tian's formidable strike. Upon contact, the ground within a 100-mile radius trembled violently, the clash generating powerful shockwaves. The explosive energy tore through the sky, creating countless rifts in time and space. As clouds of dust and debris were swept into a towering wall that reached heights of 100 meters. Duanmu, I am here to save you. A blue silhouette dashed onto the battlefield, and Changru wielding the swift shadow blade, the faint blue glow of her blade slicing accurately at the chains binding Duanmu. After a flurry of over 10 strikes, the chains shattered, reduced to mere fragments. Before Changru could catch her breath, she was confronted by the oncoming yellow wall. A wave of suffocating dread overwhelming her. Instantly, she plunged the swift shadow blade into the ground, unleashing her power to encircle the battlefield. Duanmu, we must act swiftly to block the shockwave, or the entire imperial city will be obliterated. Understood. I'm on it. Duanmu grasped the urgency of the situation, swiftly inserting the red energy key into the summoner, calling forth the flame naga. Magma domain, activate. A blue energy wave rapidly enveloped the giant wall, firmly locking the shockwave in place. The ground trembled violently, fissures of molten rock spreading forth. Fiery lava surged from the depths, its scorching heat distorting time, creating towering columns of flame that shattered the giant wall. And Changru and Duanmu joined forces, completely isolating the battlefield from the outside world, constructing a relatively independent space. Though this space remained inadequate against the Dark Emperor's might, unable to withstand even a single blow, it at least managed to mitigate some of the overwhelming force generated by the battle. In the heart of the battlefield, tension reached its zenith. Gu Tian and the Shadow Emperor remained locked in a fierce clash. Gu Tian's left foot pressed firmly against the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram of the Dark Emperor, sparks flying at their point of contact like twinkling stars. The Dark Emperor staggered back several meters from Gu Tian's powerful strike, the ground beneath him erupting in cracks. The Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram in his grasp began to fracture, its radiance flickering. A flicker of disbelief crossed the Shadow Emperor's eyes. Despite having utilized a portion of his power, he had not anticipated this Earthling's incredible strength. It was known that the power he had just wielded had rendered the master of the flame armor nearly incapacitated. Truly, you surpassed the master of the fire armor by leaps and bounds. You are exceptional, the Shadow Emperor generously praised, his left hand forming a fist as dark energy surged into the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram. Its brilliance surged forth, overwhelming the black rhino armor with a torrential force. Gu Tian's expression shifted as he sensed the oncoming absolute power, swiftly adjusting his left foot, skillfully dissipating the force. He then pivoted, landing gracefully on the ground. Impressive. I unleashed a formidable strike, harnessing the advantage of time, place, and circumstance, yet it only managed to push him back a mere 10 meters. Gu Tian felt a sense of foreboding. With a flicker of thought, he donned the meteor spear and the water armor shield, instantly elevating his spirit and vitality to their zenith. The Dark Emperor's armor retracted the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram, his eyes radiating a crimson glow as he perceived Gu Tian's secret with remarkable clarity. What? How can this be? You possess two distinct bloodlines within you, and astonishingly, the concentrations of both the water and wood bloodlines are at a full 100%. The Shadow Emperor was taken aback by this revelation, exclaiming in surprise. And a profound curiosity about Gu Tian's identity surged within him. As the Shadow Emperor, the absolute sovereign of darkness, his elemental bloodline concentration barely reached 9,999. He yearned to elevate his own elemental bloodline to full potency, yet due to the principle of righteousness overcoming evil, the Shadow Emperor's bloodline concentration would always remain slightly inferior to that of the Radiant Emperor's armor. According to the laws governing the universe, a summoner with 100% bloodline concentration should not exist, not even for a singular bloodline. Could he be a nascent incarnation of the heavenly Tao, merely in a phase of growth? Or perhaps he is a descendant birthed by the heavenly Tao? Could it be that he's the reincarnation of the heavenly Tao, yet to regain his peak? Or is his emergence simply a phenomenon of the world? Countless conjectures flashed through the Shadow Emperor's mind as he took a deep breath, spread his fingers, and summoned the power of darkness, attempting to reverse time and space to uncover Gu Tian's past lives. However, no matter how he wielded his powers, Gu Tian's past remained shrouded in obscurity, devoid of any trace in ancient history, as if he had never existed in this world. Humph! The Shadow Emperor scoffed. This feeling of being out of control left him exceedingly displeased. Who are you, and how can you discern the bloodlines within me? Gu Tian inquired warily, gazing at the Dark Emperor's armor, clueless about its origins. I am the Shadow Emperor, a force that eclipses both ancient and modern eras. I recognize your strength. Join the Shadow Realm, and I shall make you my foremost subordinate. The Shadow Emperor proclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fervor. His true intention was to bring Gu Tian back to the Shadow Realm for thorough study, perhaps discovering a method to elevate the elemental bloodline to a full 100%. What? You are the Shadow Emperor? Gu Tian was stunned, taken aback by the unexpected encounter with a true cosmic-level entity. Among villains, the Shadow Emperor was the true mastermind orchestrating everything. The gods Oxar and Lufa paled in comparison before him. Nevertheless, despite his astonishment, Gu Tian felt no fear towards the figure before him. He keenly sensed that the current Shadow Emperor was merely a projection. What of a cosmic-level being? The strength projected was ultimately limited, especially since Gu Tian possessed his own ultimate trump card. Gripping the meteor spear tightly, its blade gleaming with a chilling light, and the surface of the water armor shield rippling with fine water patterns, Gu Tian coldly remarked. To think you would wish for me to join the Shadow Realm is sheer folly. I fear I would betray the armor I wear. Gu Tian had never trusted the words of enemies. Refusing my invitation is tantamount to courting punishment. The Shadow Emperor's murderous intent surged. Since you refuse to return willingly, I shall be left with no choice but to seize you. As his words fell, the Shadow Emperor propelled himself forward, exuding the unique oppressive aura of the Dark Emperor's armor, appearing before Gu Tian in an instant. Furious Torrent Strike. Gu Tian swung the meteor spear, unleashing the ultimate move of the Black Rhino armor, aiming directly at the Shadow Emperor's face. A mayfly shaking a tree, truly overestimating yourself. The Shadow Emperor derided, raising his hand as the Taiji yin-yang diagram transformed into a beam of black light, colliding violently with the meteor spear. A tremendous explosion of energy erupted in the space around them, illuminating the entire battlefield. Not only did the Shadow Emperor evade all harm by leveraging the defensive capabilities of the Dark Emperor's armor, but he also effortlessly sent the meteor spear soaring into the air. Following this, he spun fiercely and unleashed an immensely powerful southern fist. Gu Tian, suppressing the discomfort coursing through his body, raised his left hand, shielded by the water armor, to meet the southern fist launched by the Dark Emperor's armor. With a thunderous crash, the two formidable forces clashed. Gu Tian was violently thrown backward, crashing to the ground. The water armor shield erupted with a myriad of cracks, and with a series of sharp sounds, it shattered into countless fragments, cascading from his grasp. What does it matter if the water bloodline is at 100%? To challenge me in strength is truly Navi. A mere tattered black rhino armor? Do you truly believe that donning it grants you the power to rival me? If my true form were here, a mere glance would suffice to annihilate you thousands of times over. The Shadow Emperor's words dripped with contempt for Gu Tian and disdain for the black rhino armor. Gu Tian swiftly regained his footing, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth. Since you so underestimate the black rhino armor, allow me to demonstrate its true might. Gu Tian spread his arms wide, as boundless water energy surged through his boiling blood, coursing through his veins and exuding an unmatched, formidable aura. An ancient and pure power surged forth from the water shadow stone, illuminating the surface of the black rhino armor with dazzling radiance. Akin to the stars in the vast cosmos, resplendent and brilliant. Black rhino armor. Upgrade. Furious Torrent Rhino. Chapter 81. Furious Torrent Rhino Dark Emperor's Armor. With Gu Tian's furious roar, the black rhino armor floated autonomously in the air. Thunder rumbled across the heavens, shattering the firmament, as dozens of lightning bolts unleashed their ultimate energy, instantly creating countless fissures stretching for miles in the sky. Simultaneously, torrential rain poured down, cleansing and purifying the dark energy in the space around them. The power of water surged outward from Gu Tian, rippling dramatically, and under the baptism of this immense force, the black rhino armor underwent a remarkable transformation. The helmet sharpened in its contours, a rhinoceros head relief materialized on the chest, a brand new armor adorned the back, and a striking black cape billowed behind him, dancing in the wind. His eyes turned a vibrant red, and the metal shoulder plates became broader and sturdier, glimmering with a bright metallic sheen under the rain's cleansing. The furious torrent rhino stood majestically in the air, its imposing presence fully displayed. This breathtaking scene was witnessed by Duanmu Yin and Ichanru, who had come to provide support. Their hearts raced as they gazed up at the furious torrent rhino soaring above. What armor is this? I've never seen anything like it. Duanmu Yin struggled to swallow, his voice trembling, wiping his eyes in disbelief at the sight before him. And Chandru was equally astonished, her face reflecting an unprecedented expression of shock. I have never encountered such a powerful and unique armor form. Could it be that the Black Rhino armor summoner, through the strength of their bloodline, has facilitated its upgrade? The two stood transfixed, overwhelmed by the magnificent sight of the furious torrent rhino, scarcely daring to breathe. Previously, they had never entertained the notion that elemental armors could upgrade. Yet now, this astonishing reality unfolded before their eyes. The Black Rhino armor, even before its upgrade, was already formidable. Now that it had evolved, its newfound strength was unfathomable. Gu Tian closed his eyes, savoring the myriad wonders brought forth by the Black Rhino armor's upgrade. He felt an intrinsic connection to the furious torrent rhino. As if they had become one, he was the furious torrent rhino, and the furious torrent rhino was him. The water shadow stone within him had transformed from a solid mass into countless tiny particles, merging with his cells, continuously providing him with an immense source of water energy. In other words, he had become the water shadow stone. With a gentle exhale, Gu Tian swung his arms, unleashing the water energy that compressed the very fabric of space itself. A shadow flickered in the eyes of the Shadow Emperor, his mood marred by this abrupt turn of events. Initially, he believed that Gu Tian, despite possessing some ability, was no more than a feeble attempt to halt an unstoppable force, easily subdued within a mere dozen moves. Yet, the astonishing transformation of the Black Rhinoceros armor had genuinely exceeded his expectations. The Shadow Emperor was aware that the Black Rhinoceros armor was capable of upgrading. And not just that, the other 4 sets of armor were also eligible for enhancement. However, he had never witnessed such an occurrence. As Gu Tian was the first in history to upgrade the Black Rhinoceros armor, thereby forging a new path and creating a legend. What does it matter if it has upgraded? It is merely a superficial change. In the face of the Dark Emperor armor, everything pales in comparison. The Shadow Emperor scoffed, a deeper aura of darkness enveloping him. Gu Tian, with a piercing gaze, fixed his eyes upon the Dark Emperor armor and calmly declared, Shadow Emperor, our previous encounter led you to underestimate me. Now, you shall pay for your contempt. Gu Tian clenched his hands tightly, producing a sharp crackling sound. His crimson eyes suddenly alight as he surged towards the Shadow Emperor. Following the upgrade to the furious sea rhinoceros, not only had his strength significantly increased, but his speed had also multiplied exponentially. The former Black Rhinoceros armor was a defensive type. Now, the furious sea rhinoceros could be deemed a comprehensive armor. With terrifying velocity, the furious sea rhinoceros transformed into a series of afterimages, appearing before the Shadow Emperor in the blink of an eye. Gu Tian raised his right arm high, channeling explosive power into a strike aimed at the Dark Emperor armor. The Shadow Emperor's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that the speed following the upgrade would be so formidable. With no time to ponder, he swiftly conjured a black energy shield from the surrounding dark energy to defend himself. The impact resonated with a thunderous roar as Gu Tian's fist collided with the shield, shattering it into countless fragments that dissipated into the air. Shadow Emperor, underestimating your opponent is a perilous habit. If you wish to contend with me now, you must give it your all. Gu Tian proclaimed, leaping into the air, rotating rapidly like a colossal water gyroscope. The armor on his legs glowed brilliantly as the power of water surged forth. With a fierce kick, Gu Tian drew his legs close to his abdomen and executed a powerful side kick imbued with the essence of water against the chest of the Dark Emperor armor. The impact was thunderous, shattering the Dark Emperor armor's proud defenses and igniting a cascade of sparks amidst a cacophony of sound. The Dark Emperor armor was sent flying, demolishing a vast expanse of structures and skidding to a halt after hundreds of meters. Clutching his chest, the Shadow Emperor's face darkened, a surge of astonishment and fury welling within him. He had never anticipated that the upgraded furious sea rhinoceros would prove to be such a formidable adversary. Even half of his clone's power had been insufficient to withstand it. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Tian remained undeterred, suspended in the air, the black cloak behind the furious sea rhinoceros billowing dramatically. 2 unparalleled masters stood at a distance of several hundred meters, locked in a tense standoff. Chapter 82. Is the Shadow Emperor merely a paper tiger? Such a powerful wave of combat energy, where does it originate? On the top floor of the Ba Wang group. Lu Fa stirred from a deep slumber, having been in the process of recovering the energy expended in the previous battle, only to be unexpectedly awakened. He cast a sidelong glance at the dozing Ba Do beside him, his thoughts igniting with activity. Were it not for his current expressionless demeanor, a cruel smile would undoubtedly have crossed his face. As a veil of black mist enveloped him, Lu Fa once again attempted to forcibly seize control of Ba Do's body. Ba Do sensed an insidious power intruding, instinctively struggling fiercely, but soon succumbed to stillness. Lu Fa exhaled a heavy breath, stretching his arms. After such a prolonged slumber, he distinctly felt his mind had dulled considerably. Closing his eyes, Lu Fa quickly attuned himself to the recent events unfolding around him. Suddenly, Lu Fa's eyes shot open as he bellowed, a shimmering light curtain appearing before him. The curtain flickered erratically, influenced by the immense power at the battlefield's epicenter, displaying fragmented images that barely revealed two sets of armor in confrontation. One stood aloft, exuding an imposing presence, while the other remained grounded, shrouded in an unfathomable depth. Lu Fa disregarded the latter and focused intently on the furious sea rhinoceros hovering in the air. Is that not the black rhinoceros armor? Do not presume that I cannot recognize you simply because you have donned a tattered cloak. Even if you were reduced to ashes, I would still track you down by scent. The memory of being utterly dominated by the black rhinoceros armor ignited a pang of anger within Lu Fa's chest. Leaning against the chair, he slammed his left hand on the table, the sound echoing with his rising fury, veins throbbing on his forehead. Lu Fa hesitated to recall that humiliating encounter in Haiqing, feeling a wave of shame wash over him. Struggling to contain his wrath, he redirected his gaze to the dark armor below. Raising an eyebrow, he noted its unfamiliarity, yet felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had sensed its presence somewhere before. Could it be related to that shadow star? Lu Fa murmured softly, dormant memories blossoming within his mind. It was thousands of years ago when he personally led the Underworld Legion in a fierce attempt to seize the energy crystal of the Milky Way, storming a dark planet. He recalled that the mightiest beings on that planet were 5 individuals who called themselves the Shadow Guardians. They were brash and arrogant, their proclamations echoing, utterly dismissing the Underworld Legion. Initially, their imposing aura intimidated Lu Fa, leading him to believe they were formidable figures of great strength. However, during the confrontation, he realized they were mere jesters, each more inept than the last. He had not even needed to intervene, as his 3 captains had dispatched them with ease, forcing them to flee in disgrace. In the final moments of battle, had it not been for Mixin's momentary compassion in allowing them to escape, they would have been reduced to cosmic debris long ago. Logically, such a feeble group would hardly warrant Lu Fa's memory. Yet, as they fled, they boasted that the Shadow Emperor would avenge them, instructing the Underworld Legion to prepare for retribution. Could this figure in the dark armor be the so-called Shadow Emperor? I had expected a formidable adversary, but he appears far from impressive, perhaps merely a paper tiger. Lu Fa's tone dripped with disdain. What does it matter if he is the Shadow Emperor? Faced with a general of my caliber from Ares, he will retreat in fear and dare not act recklessly. After all, my battle experience is extensive, and my accolades are numerous. How could a self-proclaimed emperor compare? In Lu Fa's eyes, if the Shadow Emperor truly possessed strength, how could he have produced such incompetent subordinates? Furthermore, if he were genuinely powerful, why would he be locked in a standoff with the black rhinoceros armor, hesitating to strike? When Lu Fa had battled the black rhinoceros armor, he had only employed 60% of his power to gain the upper hand. Had the black rhinoceros armor not resorted to underhanded tactics with the time-freezing Zen seal, he would never have faced defeat. Gently stroking his chin, Lu Fa's eyes gleamed with fervent interest. He was greatly intrigued by the dark armor worn by the Shadow Emperor, yearning to claim it for himself. On one hand, it was undeniably stylish, perfectly matching his imposing demeanor. On the other hand, it was possible that this armor could provide immunity against the power of the Zen seal. Lu Fa nodded gently, feeling quite pleased with his thoughts. If he were to struggle for a long time without finding the Shura armor and the Ganglua Vidra, perhaps this armor could serve as a substitute for the time being. As he muttered to himself, he waved his index finger in the air, conjuring a pen to begin sketching runes. Baobi, come forth. A flash of eerie blue-black light manifested an ugly, sinister-looking ghostly demon, its fangs protruding menacingly. Greetings, General Lu Fa. Baobi of the Purple Underworld Squad is at your service. Lu Fa cleared his throat, rising from the ground with a hand clasped behind his back. His demeanor authoritative as he proclaimed, "Baobi, are you willing to offer your life for me?" Lu Fa intended to employ the same tactic once more, to possess the ghostly warrior, just as he had done with Benalas before. After all, such a significant endeavor as seizing the summoning device required his personal involvement for assurance. Upon hearing this, Baobi quickly knelt, his arms pressed tightly to his chest, resolutely stating, "Obeying orders is the duty of a soldier. It is my honor to sacrifice my life for General Lu Fa." A faint smile crept upon Lu Fa's lips, revealing his satisfaction. He gently patted Baobi's shoulder, assuring him, "Rest assured. I shall forever remember your name. Upon my return to Ares, I shall erect a temple of merit in your honor for the world to pay homage." Baobi nodded excitedly, exclaiming, "Thank you, General." Without further ado, dark mist emerged from Baobi's body, surging into him. In the next moment, Lu Fa merged with Baobi's form. Alas, the cost was undeniably steep. Each utilization of this method not only left him in a state of weakness but also cost him a valuable general, black rhino armor. "Just you wait. I shall settle this score with you." Meanwhile, at the Oaksar research base, Li Xiaoqiu was wholly engrossed in his experiments, his face radiating uncontainable excitement. His eyes fixated on the swirling, ominously glowing zombie virus within the apparatus, his expression brimming with triumph. "Excellent. The ultimate zombie virus is nearly complete. If I can collect the evolved virus one more time, success may be within reach." Li Xiaoqiu rubbed his hands together, performing an eerie dance. As visions of standing atop the world and realizing his grand plan for global unification danced in his mind. Moreover, he joyfully sensed another stroke of good fortune. The explosive insect emperor within him was growing further, now reaching a remarkable level of ripeness. At this rate, in just a few months, he would be able to emerge at his peak. When that time comes, he would be unstoppable, slaying gods and demons alike, ready to vanquish any armor that dared to challenge him. "Black rhino armor, brace yourself. You better not be frightened when you see me." The more Li Xiaoqiu contemplated, the more terrifying his expression became, erupting into a chilling laughter. "Ha ha." In high spirits, he shed his lab coat, intending to seek out a few women to discuss the mysteries of life when the explosive insect emperor suddenly became restless, writhing violently within him, displaying signs of agitation. "What is happening? Why is my beloved little insect so agitated?" Li Xiaoqiu exclaimed in surprise, quickly calming himself to sense the energies around him. Soon, he detected an unfamiliar energy fluctuation emanating from the direction of the imperial capital. Lowering his head in contemplation, he felt an unsettling premonition. "Never mind. The matter at hand is urgent. I must investigate what has transpired. In these extraordinary times, every action must be executed with utmost precision." With a fierce shout, Li Xiaoqiu raised his hands high, accompanied by a resounding roar that echoed throughout the room, transforming into the fearsome Oaksar god in the blink of an eye. In the imperial capital, the atmosphere was thick with tension as two powerful heartbeats resonated in the silence. The Shadow Emperor and Gu Tian stood motionless, their eyes gleaming with vigilance and combat intent. The entire space was suffused with an overwhelming essence of water and dark energy, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The Shadow Emperor was the first to strike. His dark aura coalesced, concentrating the energy of his armor in his eyes. In the next instant, a jet-black beam erupted from the eyes of the Dark Emperor armor. Gu Tian reacted with lightning speed, almost simultaneously launching a counterattack as a deep green beam, formed from pure water essence, shot forth from the furious eyes of the raging tide rhinoceros. The two beams collided with a resounding crash, intertwining dark and water energies in a chaotic clash. Within a mere second, a massive energy vortex formed, creating a black void with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters. Both Gu Tian and the Shadow Emperor felt their bodies tremble under the force of the impact. Having tested the waters, the Shadow Emperor prepared for a full-scale assault. With a mere thought, the distance that had once separated him from Gu Tian was compressed to mere inches. The formidable Dark Emperor armor materialized before the raging tide rhinoceros in all its glory. This was a spatial technique, compressing boundless distance into an inch. The Shadow Emperor made a swift motion with his left hand, conjuring a dark or spear that he thrust toward Gu Tian's chest. Unfazed, Gu Tian raised the right arm of the raging tide rhinoceros to block the dark spear. The clash of water energy and dark power resonated with sizzling sounds as they vied for dominance. In the face of the overwhelming assault from the Dark Emperor armor, Gu Tian retaliated swiftly. He lifted his left leg, delivering a powerful kick aimed at the Shadow Emperor's chest. The Shadow Emperor deftly sidestepped, easily avoiding the blow. In an instant, he circled behind Gu Tian, swinging the Dark War Spear. Gu Tian did not dare to underestimate the threat, and a heavy water shield rapidly materialized behind the raging tide rhinoceros. Despite the armor's upgrade, which provided additional protection, it might still prove insufficient against a foe of the Shadow Emperor's caliber. The dark spear collided with the shield, sending visible shockwaves radiating outward. Though Gu Tian had fortified his defenses, the spear pierced through the shield, leaving a white mark on the back of the raging tide rhinoceros armor and propelling him backward, crashing through several walls. This won't do. I cannot remain on the defensive. Gu Tian swiftly regained his balance, forming seals with his hands as the water energy surged forth from the surface of his armor, manifesting countless sharp water blades before him. Go, Gu Tian commanded, and the water blades surged forth like a torrential downpour toward the Shadow Emperor. Humph, such trifling skills dare to challenge me? The Shadow Emperor scoffed, brandishing his Dark War Spear with rapid movements, shattering all the water blades in an instant. This was precisely the moment Gu Tian had been waiting for. With a determined step, he closed the distance to the Shadow Emperor, channeling the water energy into a sharp point above his head, crashing toward the Shadow Emperor's chest. Raging Tide Charge. Feeling the immense pressure on his chest, the Taiji yin-yang diagram automatically manifested to absorb the assault. Boom. The tip of the Raging Tide Rhinoceros collided heavily with the Taiji diagram, erupting in a thunderous roar. The diagram was torn asunder, sending the Shadow Emperor reeling backward. Without a moment to spare, he plunged his Dark War Spear into the ground, stabilizing himself with its force. Raging Tide Piercer, Gu Tian shouted, summoning an upgraded version of the Meteor Spear into his hands. Compared to before, the Raging Tide Piercer's tip was sharper, adorned with crescent blades on either side, and its body embellished with exquisite water dragon carvings, amplifying its destructive power. Gu Tian leapt high into the air, the tip of his spear radiating an enchanting emerald light as it plunged towards the head of the Dark Emperor's armor. The Shadow Aurora Sword. The Shadow Emperor extended his left hand, summoning a black longsword exuding boundless imperial energy. With a fierce roar, he swung the Shadow Aurora Sword, unleashing a jet of black sword energy that surged into the sky. Chapter 84. The Upgraded Flying Shadow Armor. Break. Gu Tian bellowed, the power of water surging within him, continuously flowing into the raging tide splitting heaven's spear in his grasp. His arms tensed as he swung the weapon to meet the radiant onslaught of the Shadow Aurora Sword. Upon contact, the black sword energy shattered into countless fragments, dissipating into nothingness. The raging tide splitting heaven's spear descended with unstoppable momentum. The Shadow Emperor's expression hardened. His proud spirit would not allow him to retreat a single step. He brushed his left hand across the blade of the Shadow Aurora Sword, igniting it in fierce black flames. With a powerful push of his legs, the Dark Emperor's armor charged forward, gripping the sword tightly as it collided with the raging tide splitting heaven's spear. The clash erupted in a cataclysmic roar. Neither combatant was thrown back. They remained locked in confrontation, sparks flying from the point of contact. Suddenly, the black flames on the Shadow Aurora Sword blazed even brighter, and a surge of potent dark energy erupted from the Shadow Emperor, flowing towards Gu Tian's spear and sending it flying. Gu Tian, unsteady in midair, rolled several times before landing on the ground. He quickly glanced at the raging tide splitting heaven's spear, his heart sinking. A shocking crack had appeared in the once indomitable spear. It appeared the Shadow Emperor was about to unleash his true power. Gu Tian crouched slightly, his fingers gliding over the spear. In an instant, the weapon restored itself to its original form. Humph, I had no idea that after upgrading, the Black Rhinoceros armor's combat prowess would have increased so dramatically, rivaling that of my clone at level 23. I initially intended to capture you alive, but now I have changed my mind. I shall utterly obliterate you and turn you to dust. Those I wish to kill cannot be stopped even by the Radiant Emperor's armor. The Shadow Emperor spread his arms wide, letting out a thunderous roar as he unleashed all the power of his clone, sending layers of black ripples racing across the earth at light speed. The terrifying force threw the planet's magnetic field into chaos, causing towering waves in the oceans and awakening dormant volcanoes to spew forth scalding lava. Shadow Aurora Shield. The armor on the Dark Emperor's chest vanished, and a shield adorned with black patterns emerged on his left arm. He spun around, positioning himself before the raging tide splitting heaven's spear, raising the Shadow Aurora Sword to strike at Gu Tian's left side. Gu Tian quickly raised the spear to defend, but the Dark Emperor's shield collided forcefully with the chest of the raging tide Berserk Rhino. Gu Tian felt a sharp pain in his chest from the impact. Staggering back several steps, blood surging within him. Quickly regaining his balance, he focused intently on the Shadow Emperor, seeking any opening in his next move. The Shadow Emperor, perceiving Gu Tian's intent, smirked derisively. He swiftly darted forward again, brandishing the Shadow Aurora sword in a fierce slash. Gu Tian thrust the raging tide-splitting heaven spear into the ground, leveraging its force to leap behind the Shadow Emperor, narrowly evading the sharp blade of the Dark Emperor's armor. Water Emperor's shield. Gu Tian summoned the evolved Water Armor shield, channeling all his strength into it, and struck the back of the Dark Emperor's armor with its two sharp points. The sound of thunder resonated in their ears as Gu Tian felt a tremendous backlash coursing through his arms, leaving him momentarily numb. The Shadow Emperor stumbled, a deep mark appearing on the back of his armor, his aura becoming disordered. So what if you injure me? You are still no match for me. The Shadow Emperor quickly pivoted, first striking the left chest of the Raging Tide Berserk Rhino with the Shadow Aurora sword, then delivering a swift kick to Gu Tian's shoulder. This flurry of rapid attacks left a deep crack in the left chest of the Raging Tide Berserk Rhino and dented his shoulder. Gu Tian was sent hurtling several thousand meters, crashing down onto a mountain and sending debris flying in all directions. Kill. The Shadow Emperor intended to continue his onslaught, determined to eliminate Gu Tian and extract the Water Shadow Stone from his lifeless body. Do you think you can kill the Black Rhinoceros armor without my consent? Duanmu Yin roared, appearing in midair, her hands gathering the searing power of lava. Lava Spiral Fist. Duanmu Yin unleashed 36 spiral fireballs in quick succession, igniting the sky in a fiery crimson hue. Flame-splitting wave. Duanmu Yin summoned the Molten Scale Blade, cleaving through the air to create a scorching wave of fire. With a furious roar of the Qilin, she raised the gigantic Qilin Molten Axe and swung it downwards. Hurricane Tornado. Clenching her teeth, Duanmu Yin summoned the Tornado armor, disregarding whether the Hurricane Songqiu had recovered, and unleashed her ultimate move. Songqiu Piercing Demon Blast. The wild Songqiu bow was drawn to its limit, and just as it seemed on the verge of breaking, a green arrow of wind shot towards the Shadow Emperor. Having completed these maneuvers, Duanmu Yin once again summoned the Flame Nawa and charged towards the Shadow Emperor with the Molten Scale Blade. The Shadow Emperor regarded the four forces descending from above with an unflinching expression. He merely extended his fingers, and an invisible wave of dark energy surged forth, effortlessly crushing all four energies from hundreds of meters away. At this moment, Duanmu Yin had arrived before the Shadow Emperor. The Molten Scale Blade enveloped in searing flames, aimed fiercely at his left waist. The Shadow Emperor sensed the imminent threat, but remained unfazed, scarcely lifting an eyelid. With a gentle sweep of his left arm, he deflected the Flame Nawa far away, shattering the Molten Scale Blade into countless shards. Extreme Shadow Flying Shuttle Slash. Taking advantage of Duanmu Yan's distraction of the Shadow Emperor, and Chandru also approached the Dark Emperor's armor. She infused energy into her swift Shadow Blade, dashing forward and unleashing a massive blue energy blade. The Shadow Emperor remained motionless, easily withstanding the attack with the armor's defense. Your strength surpasses that of the fire armor's master by a margin, but that is where it ends. The Shadow Emperor stomped the ground, sending the flying shadow armor tumbling backward. Then, the Shadow Aurora shield detached from his left arm and spiraled towards Enchangru at high speed. As the shield hurtled towards her, Enchangra's heart raced, a chilling sensation coursing through her body. The immense power contained within the shield was something she had never encountered before. If I were to be struck by that blow, the consequences would be unimaginable, perhaps even fatal. The thought of her husband grieving for her, possibly succumbing to despair, ignited an overwhelming desire to survive within her mind. I cannot give up. I cannot die here. The fervent conviction resonated with the flying shadow armor, and in that instant, Enchangru stepped into the forbidden realm of the armor. Swift as the wind, gentle as the forest, fierce as fire, elusive as shadows. Enchangru exclaimed, and the surface of the flying shadow armor radiated a brilliant blue light. Dazzling and captivating, her spirit soared to new realms, reaching unprecedented heights. As the brilliance faded, a summoning card materialized in her right hand. Without a moment's hesitation, she instinctively inserted the card into the summoning device of the flying shadow armor. Upgrade the flying shadow armor. A surge of formidable energy emanated from within, and she keenly sensed a tremendous enhancement in her strength. The armor's surface underwent a rapid transformation, adorned with numerous silver-white accents interwoven with deep electric blue patterns. Sharp, wing-like protrusions extended from either side of the helmet, and her eyes glimmered with an eerie blue light. Lightning-like metallic embellishments covered her shoulders and chest, while electric wings floated behind her. And Changru swiftly activated the lightning shadow speed, evading the shadow aurora shield with a hair's breadth of danger. Her speed multiplied several times over. The Shadow Emperor, witnessing her successful escape, felt a glimmer of light in his gaze before retracting the shield. What fortune have I stumbled upon today? 2 sets of armor upgrades in a row. The advanced armor from outer space is truly something. Darting aside, and Chandru retrieved an unprecedented card from the deck and inserted it into the summoning device. A weapon, entirely silver blue with sharp tips at both ends, appeared in her grasp, the Shadow Gale Blade. Holding the weapon, she felt an overwhelming power coursing through it, igniting a fierce determination in her eyes. She infused all her strength into the Shadow Gale Blade, leaping high into the air and spinning as she lunged toward the Shadow Emperor. Chapter 85, 20-fold Battle Power. The Shadow Gale Blade sliced through space, its sharp edge carving a semicircle in the air. The blade struck the Shadow Emperor's body, slashing from shoulder to abdomen, unleashing a shower of sparks along the path of the blade. The Shadow Emperor's body trembled slightly as he swiftly delivered a powerful sweeping kick toward the Shadow Gale Blade. The force was astounding, propelling Changru backward several meters. Again, with determination, Changru retrieved a summoning card emblazoned with the flying shadow armor emblem and swiftly inserted it into the Shadow Gale Blade. Lightning Break Slash. Gripping the Shadow Gale Blade tightly, she channeled the immense energy from the upgraded flying shadow armor into the blade. A brilliant silver blue light surged forth, the blade encircled by crackling electricity, emitting powerful waves of energy. Changru charged once more toward the Shadow Emperor, leaving behind a flurry of indistinct afterimages in the air. The Shadow Emperor advanced as well, raising the Shadow Aurora sword in one hand to clash with the Shadow Gale Blade. The collision of sword and blade filled the space, accompanied by a cacophony of shrieks. The force of the lightning break slash reverberated through the Shadow Emperor's arm, causing him to stagger back several steps. Through this exchange, the Shadow Emperor could distinctly sense that the power of the flying shadow armor had increased by several dozen times. Previously, even at full strength, the flying shadow armor could only muster 20% of the Fury Beast's power. Now, it had escalated to around 60 or 70%. Feeling the impending threat, the Shadow Emperor's expression grew grave. He could easily overpower either the Lightning Shadow Speed or the Fury Beast individually, but if these two combined their strengths, victory would elude him. Lightning Shadow Kick. Changru realized that the Lightning Break Slash could not inflict damage on the Shadow Emperor, so she resorted to one of the most powerful techniques of the flying shadow armor. With their proximity, the impact of the Lightning Shadow Kick would be magnified. Chandru swiftly inserted the card into the summoning device, and her legs shimmered with light as the electric-infused Lightning Shadow Kick was instantly equipped. Taste this. She propelled herself forward, her legs glowing fiercely with blue light, delivering a powerful kick to the Shadow Emperor's chest. The Shadow Emperor, observing the approaching Lightning Shadow Speed, calmly raised the Shadow Aurora shield to defend against the assault. Boom. The formidable defense of the Aurora shield absorbed the impact of the Lightning Shadow Kick. Humph. You've attacked for long enough. Now it's my turn. Flames flickered in the Shadow Emperor's eyes as he countered, using the Aurora shield to send the Lightning Shadow Speed flying. 5 Emperors fire Fatal Strike. After battling for so long, the Shadow Emperor unleashed his ultimate move, intending to obliterate the Lightning Shadow Speed and render her incapable of further combat. The Shadow Aurora sword in his hand emitted a resonant hum as the black flames surged explosively. The Dark Emperor armor moved with blinding speed, swiftly closing the distance to the Lightning Shadow Speed. Changru, fully aware that evasion was impossible, steeled herself and channeled the remaining energy of the Lightning Shadow Speed into the Shadow Gale Blade. Even with the slightest glimmer of hope, she refused to surrender. Just then, a thunderous explosion erupted from a distant mountain. Gu Tian let out a mighty roar that resonated throughout the land, swiftly retrieving an experience card from the system space and shattering it forcefully. In an instant, a mysterious power surged uncontrollably from the shattered card, flooding into Gu Tian's body. He pounded his chest with one hand, spinning around before hurling the Fury Beast sky-splitting gun with all his might. The gun soared like a meteor across the heavens, hurtling toward the Shadow Emperor with a thunderous sonic boom. Initially unconcerned by Gu Tian's attack, the Shadow Emperor intended to withstand it with the armor's defense. However, upon sensing the immense power contained within the spear, His expression shifted dramatically. He abandoned his assault on the lightning shadow speed and raised the shadow Aurora's shield, colliding it with the spear's tip. Bang! The moment the Fury Beast's sky-splitting gun struck the shadow Aurora's shield, it was akin to a cosmic explosion, blinding light filling the entire space. The black shield trembled violently under the brilliance, the runes dimming as they struggled to hold. The Shadow Emperor felt an overwhelming force strike him, propelling him backward, crashing into the ground and carving a deep trench in the earth. Cough, cough, cough. This is troubling. The Shadow Emperor shakily rose from the ground, horror dawning as he gazed upon the utterly shattered Shadow Aurora's shield that had once been affixed to his left arm. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? How did my power suddenly increase so dramatically? I could even break through the highest level of defense of the Dark Emperor armor. Incredulously, the Shadow Emperor muttered to himself, steadying his mind and narrowing his eyes as he regarded the approaching Fury Beast. In his view, Gu Tian radiated an aura of light, a force that quelled all evil and extinguished darkness. It seemed as though all the righteousness of the world converged upon him. Ah, I see now. The Radiant Emperor armor has indeed intervened. I underestimated you. You link your heavenly powers to the Fury Beast, granting him 20-fold power to confront me. What a clever scheme. The Shadow Emperor clenched his teeth, articulating each word with a heavy emphasis, his fury nearly consuming his rationality as though he might shatter his own teeth in anger. Gu Tian beckoned, summoning the Fury Beast's sky-splitting gun back into his grasp. Upon hearing the Shadow Emperor attribute his newfound 20-fold power to heavenly principles, countless questions flashed through his mind. This power evidently stemmed from the system's reward experience card, yet the Shadow Emperor claimed it originated from the heavens. Could it be that the system was connected to the heavenly principles? He is yet another time traveler, bound to a system. Could it be that his journey is also intertwined with the will of the heavens? Gu Tian felt a sense of unease. The muddled events left him restless. Regardless, it was best to set aside such thoughts and first address the immediate situation. The time on his experience card was limited to 1 hour. Gu Tian surveyed the ravaged landscape, raising an eyebrow. It seemed a change of battlefield was in order if he were to unleash his full power. He might shatter the very earth itself. Black Rhinoceros. With a commanding shout, a dark steed appeared at his side. Shadow Emperor, you coward. You fool. If you have the guts, come chase me. Gu Tian hurled insults at the Shadow Emperor, accompanied by a defiant gesture. He then mounted the Black Rhinoceros with flair, soaring into the vastness of outer space. Curse you. You truly deserve to die. You dare insult me and attempt to flee? Do not think that the will of the heavens instills fear in me. The Shadow Emperor felt his composure fraying. With a leap, he pursued Gu Tian, riding the Shadow Emperor's steed. And Changru watched as the two departed Earth, gently stroking the summoning device for the flying shadow armor. The Zhuying steed, which had been stationed on the moon, sensed the call and reactivated its power system, appearing above the flying shadow armor moments later. And Changru swiftly entered the Zhuying steed, setting off in pursuit of the two. Such formidable foes, as long as they lived, would remain a source of anxiety. Once Gu Tian and his companion left the battlefield for space, the remaining armors of the Armor Alliance cautiously emerged from the periphery of the battlefield. Alas, the disparity between armors is indeed vast. Shandong sighed, hands on his hips. He had arrived early, intending to assist the captain, but was nearly incapacitated by residual force upon nearing the battlefield. Although he had recently absorbed numerous shadow stones, significantly enhancing his wood bloodline concentration, it was still insufficient amidst such fierce combat. I hope the captain and the Black Rhinoceros can prevail. If they fail, we shall find ourselves utterly helpless. Zhong Kuan plopped down on the ground, despondent. Cough, cough, cough. What are you all discussing here? Duanmu Yin, limping and carrying the broken hilt of the flame blade, approached the battlefield's edge. Heavens! Captain Duanmu, you're still alive. Wang Gang exclaimed, slapping the cool thunder armor in excitement. He had witnessed Duanmu Yin being thrown from the center of the battlefield, plummeting far away with such speed that the surrounding armors could not intercept her. Everyone thought she was done for, yet here she was. Truly, the captain had a remarkable tenacity for life. Duanmu Yin suppressed her urge to strike him and replied, You little brat, are you wishing for my demise? Captain Duanmu, don't be so agitated. Am I agitated? Duanmu Yin took a deep breath, calming her frustration. Let us return to the Armor Alliance together. In space, we have satellites that can observe their battle. If they fail, we will seek another way. Yes. Wang Gang glanced at Duanmu Yin's left leg and scratched his head. Captain, your leg is broken. Do you need me to help you? Get lost. Alright. Chapter 86. An alliance. Gu Tian rode the black rhinoceros, exceeding the speed of light as he departed Earth, hurtling through the cosmos and obliterating any cosmic debris that stood in his path. Before long, he arrived in a desolate starfield. Occasionally glancing back at the relentless pursuit of the Dark Emperor armor, his eyes sparkled with provocation. Come on, if you dare, chase me. If not, scurry away. The Shadow Emperor was infuriated, quickly activating the attack capabilities of the Shadow Emperor steed. Shadow Emperor Cannon. A mass of dark energy swiftly coalesced at the cannon's mouth, forming a colossal black projectile. With a thunderous roar, it was launched towards Gu Tian at unimaginable speed. Sensing the imminent threat from behind, Gu Tian attempted to evade, only to discover that the Shadow Emperor cannon had a built-in tracking mechanism. Boom! The Shadow Emperor cannon struck the black rhinoceros, engulfing it in flames and resulting in a series of explosions as it crashed onto an unknown planet. The Shadow Emperor, believing the black rhinoceros had been injured, prepared to investigate when Gu Tian suddenly appeared before the Dark Emperor armor. Damn it! You destroyed my black rhinoceros. Today, you shall pay with your life. Gu Tian gripped the rage-tide splitting gun tightly, spinning twice and using the momentum to strike the chest of the Dark Emperor armor. The Shadow Emperor was knocked off the Shadow Emperor steed, hurtling through space for countless kilometers, shattering several cosmic meteors in his wake. The Shadow Emperor steed attempted a sneak attack, but Gu Tian kicked it far away. Now that he had left Earth, Gu Tian unleashed his full power without restraint. On Earth, he was always compelled to temper his strength to mitigate collateral damage. The Dark Emperor armor faced a similar dilemma. Earth was a battlefield of light and shadow, and if the Shadow Emperor truly shattered it, the Light Emperor armor would undoubtedly disregard all rules to confront the Shadow Emperor in a discussion about existence. The Dark Emperor armor roared in fury, its overwhelming sound waves sweeping the surrounding cosmic dust away. It traversed the universe, crossing endless time and space to confront Gu Tian, raising the Shadow Aurora sword to strike. Almost simultaneously, the rage tide surged forward. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of clashing resonated throughout the universe. Each impact of the rage tide splitting gun and the Shadow Aurora sword generating powerful metallic explosions. The previously tranquil cosmic environment was instantly thrown into chaos, with smaller planets being shattered by the shockwaves of their battle. Emperor Shadow Annihilation Slash. The Shadow Emperor pushed Gu Tian back, a summoning device on his belt glowing with a black aura as he prepared to unleash the ultimate technique of the Dark Emperor armor. Alright, let us settle this with one final strike. Just as Gu Tian was about to unleash his own trump card to compete with the Shadow Emperor, and Shangru's voice reached his ears. Understanding her cue, Gu Tian halted his summoning. In the next moment, Shangru, piloting the Juying steed, appeared behind the Shadow Emperor, launching a surprise attack when the Dark Emperor armor's defenses were at their weakest. She maximized the horsepower, transforming the vessel into a brilliant beam of light that collided with the Dark Emperor armor. The Shadow Emperor was forcibly interrupted, his body spiraling out of control, tracing a long arc through the cosmos. Damn it, this is intolerable, he howled, his voice echoing throughout the starfield. Boom! The Shadow Emperor crashed onto a planet. Despite the protection of his armor, he coughed up a mouthful of blackened blood, cracks appearing on the Dark Emperor armor, its radiance dimming. The Shadow Emperor struggled to rise, feeling as though he had been crushed by thousands of heavy weights. What an opportunity! Prepare to receive my ultimate move. Gu Tian bellowed. The rage tide's runes erupted with blinding light. Torrents of azure energy surged from the armor. All the energy converged into the rage tide splitting gun, forming a swirling vortex of water blue energy comparable to that of a planet. Go! The energy vortex detached from the gun's tip, charging toward the Dark Emperor armor, annihilating everything in its path. Chapter 87. An alliance. The ultimate move of the rage tide was to obliterate all, akin to a cataclysmic storm from the cosmos, completely subverting the order of heaven and earth in that singular moment. The Shadow Emperor was unable to evade in time, left to watch helplessly as a colossal vortex of energy surged towards him. Boom! The collision between the rampant Falls Emperor and the Dark Emperor's armor erupted in a dazzling display of light, tearing apart the sturdy barrier of space and unveiling gaping rifts in the cosmos. Wherever the aftermath reached, all matter suffered devastating blows. Vibrant nebulae were shattered, reduced to nothingness, and vanished completely. The destructive shockwave continued to expand outward, penetrating deep into the universe. Not far from the battlefield, Lu Fa cautiously peeked out to observe the situation. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. What once was the dark and silent void of the universe was now filled with an overwhelming green shockwave. "Oh no!" Lu Fa shouted as he turned to flee, but it was too late. Boom! The green shockwave struck him violently, propelling him through space like a bouncing ball. Lu Fa was cast far away by the shockwave, crashing onto a massive planet, his body battered and disoriented, smashing through dozens of mountains, nearly spitting out blood. As he pushed himself up from the ground, he felt the immense power of water embedded within the shockwave, and his heart shattered, leaving him despairing. How could this be? Just a month ago, the power of the black rhinoceros armor was only half of his peak strength. It was impossible, utterly inconceivable. Lu Fa's mind raged. He had spent countless years cultivating his formidable powers, only to be effortlessly surpassed by a mere 20-something earthling. Was he living in a dog's body? This was a complete violation of natural order. Was it that he had grown old, or were earthlings truly that formidable? Lu Fa lamented with a sorrowful face. The residual force from the black rhinoceros armor had knocked him far away, and there was no way to evaluate the situation any further. Lu Fa wished more than anything that he was still in slumber, that this was merely a dream. A month prior, the black rhinoceros armor had exerted its full force, barely reaching 50% of his peak strength. Yet now, even if he resurrected at his zenith, if he confronted the black rhinoceros armor, he could only exchange a blow or two before fleeing for his life. Lu Fa scratched his head in frustration. Ever since he arrived on Earth, nothing had gone smoothly. First, he was sealed away by Ares Patrol Squad for a millennium, and upon revival, he thought he could showcase his might, only to face one obstacle after another. Was it possible that during his battles across Ares, he was merely fighting low-tier foes? Was the blue and white star actually a battleground of high caliber? Just as Lu Fa was lost in thought, a figure suddenly plummeted from the cosmos, crashing heavily onto the planet. What the hell? The god of Oxar cursed as he lay on the ground for a while before regaining his composure, spitting out a mouthful of mud and tremblingly rising to his feet. I, the mighty god of Oxar, the emperor of the cosmic insect legion, who has traversed countless planets, was actually driven to flee by a mere shockwave. Black rhinoceros armor. I shall not let you escape. Standing nearby, Lu Fa heard the god of Oxar cursing the black rhinoceros armor, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. As the leader of the Underworld Legion, he was well aware of the god of Oxar's existence. Once, Lu Fa had looked down upon these insects. After all, during his prime, they were no different from stray dogs, easily dealt with. However, times had changed, and he needed to revise his strategy. Clearing his throat, Lu Fa swiftly approached the god of Oxar, extending his left hand in a gesture of politeness, saying, "Greetings, insect. I am Lu Fa of the Underworld Legion. Let us form an alliance to combat the armored warriors together." The god of Oxar. At the center of the battlefield, the turbulent energy began to dissipate, and the starfield started to regain its calm. The Shadow Emperor knelt in the cosmic expanse. His once mighty Dark Emperor armor now a mere shadow of its former glory, riddled with wounds, veins straining, and the Shadow Aurora sword completely shattered. "Excellent. While you are weak, I shall strike." And Chandru swiftly drew her finger, summoning 2 cards into her hands, which she promptly inserted into the summoner. Shadow Whirlwind Lock. A brilliant glow illuminated the space as a deep blue claw-like weapon appeared in the hands of the flying shadow armor. Despite being gravely injured, the Shadow Emperor sensed the movement of the flying shadow armor. He struggled to rise, waving his arms, releasing several dark energy spheres from the Dark Emperor armor toward the flying shadow armor at high speed. The flying shadow armor nimbly dodged all the dark energy spheres shot by the Shadow Emperor, weaving effortlessly through the cosmos. Break. And Chandru approached the Shadow Emperor, thrusting her right hand forward as the 2 sharp blades of the Shadow Whirlwind Lock aimed at the Shadow Emperor's abdomen. Blinding sparks erupted as the Shadow Emperor gritted his teeth, rolling backward and using the momentum to create distance from the flying shadow armor. Damn it. I am being bullied like a tiger fallen to the plains. If it weren't for the surprise attack from the raging rhinoceros, which diminished my strength, how could this lowly insect ever force me back? The Shadow Emperor roared through clenched teeth, his gaze filled with a desire to consume the flying shadow armor. What? You still dare to insult my wife? She is so adorable. How could you speak ill of her? Gu Tian appeared before the Shadow Emperor like a ghost, her expression cold as she spoke in an icy tone only they could hear. Die. Gu Tian summoned the strength of her arms, condensing the water power in her fists. Raging Tide's Quake Fist. With a thunderous shout, her arms transformed into countless afterimages as they rained down upon the Shadow Emperor, each punch resonating with the vibrations of the cosmos. Boom! Countless explosions reverberated through the universe, and in a mere fraction of a second, Gu Tian unleashed thousands of punches aimed at the chest of the Dark Emperor armor. Each strike landed with ferocity, delivering devastating blows. Under Gu Tian's relentless and concentrated assault, the Dark Emperor armor was rendered defenseless, subjected to a barrage of blows. Raging Rhinoceros Charge. After unleashing thousands of punches, Gu Tian still felt unsatisfied. The Water Emperor shield on her left hand glowed brightly as it descended upon the Shadow Emperor's head with overwhelming force. The Shadow Emperor gritted his teeth, raising his arm to defend, but the power behind this strike was too formidable. With a crack, his arm twisted grotesquely, and his body was sent flying backward. Fragments of the Dark Emperor armor scattering everywhere. Clutching his injured arm, the Shadow Emperor realized that the Dark Emperor armor was on the brink of collapse. With the dark energy within dwindling, "This is bad. I must leave immediately. If this avatar is destroyed, finding another vessel on Earth will be exceedingly difficult." He glanced at the raging rhinoceros and the flying shadow standing not far from him, a venomous glint in his eyes. "This time, you were merely fortunate. Next time we meet, I will not show mercy. Wait for me." As soon as the Shadow Emperor's words fell, dark energy from the cosmos converged towards him, forming a massive black cocoon that enveloped him entirely. The black cocoon accelerated beyond the speed of light, vanishing like a dark comet before Gu Tian's eyes. Trying to flee? Gu Tian's heart raced. Allowing a being of the Shadow Emperor's caliber to escape would spell endless trouble. He poured all his energy into the raging tide-splitting gun, its barrel glowing with a brilliant azure light. "Go!" Gu Tian swiftly pinpointed the location of the ominous black cocoon, and with a mighty roar, he hurled the rage tide-splitting heaven spear with all his might. The spearhead glimmered with a chilling light, piercing through layers of dark energy and striking directly at the black cocoon. And Changru also took action, wielding the shadowless whirlwind blade with great vigor, unleashing a blade of light that stretched for dozens of meters. Boom! Boom! Two thunderous sounds reverberated as their attacks struck the black cocoon sequentially, releasing cataclysmic energy. The black cocoon was shattered by half, the forces of rage tide and swift lightning coursing through the Dark Emperor's armor, causing blood to flow profusely from his body. Yet, the Shadow Emperor did not emerge. Instead, he hastened his departure from this star domain, vanishing without a trace. In a hidden space, Liu Fa contemplated the direction in which the Shadow Emperor had disappeared. Although his combat prowess was far inferior to Gu Tian's, his insight surpassed that of Gu Tian, enabling him to make effective predictions based on his years of experience fighting his way out from the dead. He could roughly estimate the Shadow Emperor's next appearance. Now, with the Shadow Emperor gravely wounded, his strength was undoubtedly diminished, making it an opportune moment to seize his armor summoner. Liu Fa firmly believed that if he could obtain the summoner, the Dark Emperor's armor he summoned would far surpass that of the Shadow Emperor. Turning to the God of Oxes, he smiled and said, "Insect, let us embark on a grand venture. I shall take you to seize the summoner." Without waiting for the God of Ox's consent, Liu Fa grasped his hand, and they vanished from the spot. Gu Tian gazed at the vast, dark expanse of the universe and shook his head with a sigh. He could pursue them, but whether he could locate the Dark Emperor's armor was uncertain. And the time spent would undoubtedly be extensive, rendering it ultimately unworthy. He might even miss the task assigned by the system. Never mind. It was best not to dwell on it too much. Gu Tian estimated that his last strike had undoubtedly landed squarely on the Dark Emperor's armor, especially with the sharp blade light from the flying shadow armor. If all went according to plan, he had likely inflicted severe injuries, and it would take at least a year or two for recovery. By the time he regained his strength, much time would have passed, and Gu Tian would likely possess an ultimate armor, no longer fearing any adversary. With these thoughts, Gu Tian glanced at his wife, contemplated briefly, and then hastily descended towards Earth. Until he secured an ultimate armor, he had no intention of revealing his identity to avoid unnecessary complications. Once the experience card expired, he would no longer be able to access 20 times his combat power. Moreover, keeping his identity concealed had its advantages. Previously, and Changru had transformed before him, and the enemies would undoubtedly be aware of this. Those individuals would certainly take action, possibly attempting to capture him, a mere mortal, to threaten the Armor Alliance. Should such an event occur, Gu Tian would choose to turn the tables and obliterate the enemy stronghold. And Chanru, observing the retreating figure of Rage Tide, felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Shaking off her thoughts, she touched the summoner and rode the shadowless steed back to Earth. Shortly after their departure, a massive vortex suddenly appeared in the star domain where Gu Tian had fought. In the next moment, 3 shuttles, red, yellow, and blue, emerged from the vortex. The 3 shuttles circled the star domain several times before landing on a dilapidated asteroid. Moments later, 3 armored Arisians disembarked from the shuttles, removing their helmets as they walked. They were Mei, the summoner of the diamond armor, Yunju, the summoner of the flying shadow armor, and San, the summoner of the Xingtian armor. Huh? Did we not just detect battle fluctuations here? How can it vanish as soon as we arrive? Yunju's beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings, adopting a defensive stance. Heavens, what a terrifying battle. The destructive aura permeates the entire star domain. I have scarcely witnessed such a thing even in Ares. Third young master, we should leave quickly. This place is perilous. Mei's melodious voice sounded, her expression grave as she cautiously shielded San behind her. Upon witnessing his 2 attendants' anxious demeanor, Pearson's face darkened. Humph. You foolish women, what are you so afraid of? They are merely a bunch of cowardly wretches who fled in panic upon sensing my approach. After all, in the entire galaxy, who does not know who I, San, am? Who does not recognize my famously handsome visage? Pearson declared arrogantly, his chest puffed out, eyes filled with disdain. He was the 3rd son of the king of Ares, having been cherished since childhood. No leader of any planet dared to raise their head in his presence, much less utter a word. Not to mention, this time he was to tour the galaxy. And the king had arranged for 2 formidable attendants to ensure his safety. He had been leisurely riding his fire punisher steed in the cosmos. And only upon sensing an unprecedented battle energy did he come here. Pearson surveyed the desolate star domain, finding nothing amiss, and after a while, he decided to leave the area aboard his fire punisher steed. Soon, his shuttle appeared above a planet interwoven with shades of blue and white. Pearson raised an eyebrow, astonished by the data displayed on the shuttle regarding the planet. What? The lower life forms on this planet look just like our noble Arisians. How can such a marvelous planet exist in the galaxy? Pearson licked his lips, excitement gleaming in his eyes, as this planet captured his attention. Let us go explore, he exclaimed, leading the charge into Earth's atmosphere, closely followed by the shadowless steed and the thunder steed. Chapter 89. Black eats black in the cosmos. A black light streaked across the dark starry sky, crashing onto an unknown meteorite. Boom. The black cocoon violently collided with the surface of the meteorite, creating a crater a kilometer wide and sending up clouds of dust and debris. The cocoon trembled slightly, the remaining half of its surface shattering completely as the Shadow Emperor tumbled out in disarray. At this moment, he was weak, his body marred with countless wounds. Blood flowing uncontrollably, staining the surrounding meteorite surface black. At last, he had escaped the onslaught of Rage Tide and swift lightning. Struggling to rise, the Shadow Emperor dragged his tattered Dark Emperor armor forward, seeking a suitable location to recuperate fully and return to Earth in peak condition, where he would exact revenge on those who had harmed him. However, he was oblivious to the fact that his every move was being observed by 2 individuals. Lu Fa, witnessing the injured Shadow Emperor, smiled cruelly. This is what they call the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It seems he is indeed gravely injured. His aura weak, and he limps as he walks. He glanced at the god of oxes beside him and said condescendingly, Insect, I shall strike first. You need only watch. The god of oxes, hearing Lu Fa address him as Insect once more, felt a surge of anger. I warn you for the last time, do not call me Insect. I am the god of oxes, a deity, the destroyer of the cosmos. The god of oxes grew increasingly agitated, even beginning to flail his arms. Understood, Insect. I shall be more mindful next time. Lu Fa casually uttered a dismissive remark, unwilling to elaborate further. He was, after all, merely an insect. Yet he resented being called one. How ridiculous. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fa launched an offensive against the Shadow Emperor. With swift hand seals, he conjured a colossal black sword stretching thousands of feet, aimed directly at the Shadow Emperor. As the sword sliced through the air, everything in its path disintegrated into nothingness. The Shadow Emperor, already mentally fatigued and with diminished perception, did not notice until the sword was a mere 100 meters away. Boldly, he roared, who dares to ambush me? Summoning all his strength, he released dark energy, manifesting a black shield before him. The sword collided with the shield, erupting in a barrage of black sparks. The shield trembling violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. "Break!" Lu Fa shouted, exerting force with both hands, and the sword shattered the shield, crashing into the Shadow Emperor's armor. Bang! 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 The Shadow Emperor was sent careening backward, his body crashing against the ground, flattening the uneven terrain of the meteorite beneath him. Coughing violently, he staggered to his feet, glaring at the grotesque figure of Lu Fa, his teeth clenched. "You carry the weight of greed, hatred, and ignorance. You are the leader of the nether demons, Lu Fa." Surprised that the Shadow Emperor could discern his identity so quickly, Lu Fa felt a flicker of astonishment. After all, he was using the body of Baobi, not his own. "Humph, what does it matter if you know? A dying man need not know so much, you wretched fool." Lu Fa flipped over, charging at the Shadow Emperor with a clenched fist. "How dare you call me a fool? I will kill you." The Shadow Emperor, in his imposing armor, roared defiantly, his eyes ablaze with fury. Once a mighty emperor capable of obliterating stars, he could hardly bear being belittled. As Lu Fa approached, the Shadow Emperor employed an oddly sinister technique, instantly neutralizing Lu Fa's force, and then seized his arm, executing a fierce throw. Lu Fa slammed into the hard surface, his internal organs rattling, multiple bones fracturing, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. How can you still possess such strength even while injured? Just as he attempted to rise, he saw the Shadow Emperor's massive foot descending towards his chest. At that critical moment, the voice of the god of Oksar echoed. Violent tail. An enormous tail materialized, crashing into the Shadow Emperor's chest with terrifying speed. The Shadow Emperor was struck, sparks flying as he staggered backward, his injuries worsening. The armor ominously showing signs of disintegration. "Ha ha ha, Lu Fa, who would have thought you two were but an insect, so fragile? If not for my timely intervention, you would have been gravely wounded." The god of Oksar crossed his arms, laughing triumphantly, his earlier frustrations dissipated. Lu Fa, standing aside with a grim expression, had not anticipated the Shadow Emperor's formidable strength even in a near-death state. He shuddered to think of the Emperor at full power. He had been careless, failing to evade. He had thought it would be an easy victory and nearly fell victim to a counterattack, a profound lesson learned. Resolute, Lu Fa summoned the resolute axe, its dark aura radiating as he leaned back, the weapon forged from millennia-old iron meteorite, capable of cleaving through steel and infused with destructive power. Kill. In a flash, Lu Fa appeared before the Shadow Emperor and swung the whirlwind axe upward. The Shadow Emperor met the attack with the resolute whirlwind slash. The axe, sharp beyond measure, compressed the very fabric of the universe, generating a small tempest of air. The Shadow Emperor, now gravely injured, realized he could only muster a fraction of his true power with this weakened avatar. The prolonged battle had left his armor in tatters, its once formidable defense nearly obliterated. Should this strike land, the consequences would be dire. With a glare filled with malice towards the god of Oksar, the Shadow Emperor clenched his fists, knowing that if not for this meddling insect, he would have already incapacitated Lu Fa. Earth defense. He stomped the ground, summoning the power of the earth element. Black spikes erupted from the meteor's surface, coalescing into a massive wall of black earth that stood between him and Lu Fa. Such petty tricks dare to challenge me? Watch as I shatter it with a single blow. A thunderous crash ensued as Lu Fa's axe struck the wall, cleaving it in two, and the residual force disintegrated it into dust. Yet, the wall had served its purpose, slightly slowing Lu Fa's momentum. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, the Shadow Emperor quickly conjured a pair of mechanical wings from his armor's back, aiming to escape the meteorite. However, the god of Oksar intercepted him mid-air. Humph. Trying to flee? Witness my technique. With a shake of his head and a flourish of his arms, a green longsword appeared in his grasp. Toxic explosion. Corrosive venom surged over the sword, coalescing into a massive green poison ball. Go. The god of Oksar swung the sword, sending the poison ball hurtling towards the Shadow Emperor. As it flew, the poison ball absorbed energy from the universe, rapidly expanding until it resembled a small asteroid. Realizing he could not evade, the Shadow Emperor formed a sword from earth elements, striking the poison ball. Upon impact, a soft explosion resonated, the ball's surface rupturing and releasing a cloud of green mist that enveloped the Shadow Emperor. Within the toxic haze, the Shadow Emperor cried out in agony, his armor sizzling under the corrosive assault, fragments of it falling away. Windblade slash. Sensing the armor's vulnerability, the god of Oksar seized the moment. With a fierce roar, he ignited green flames along the blade, diving downward and slashing forward. Caught in the poison mist and blinded, the Shadow Emperor was struck by the blow. He let out a piercing scream as his chest armor was pierced, his body uncontrollably crashing back to the meteor's surface with a resounding thud. "You despicable wretch!" Half kneeling, the Shadow Emperor trembled, teetering on the brink of death. Observing his state, Lu Fa knew the Emperor's time was nearly up. "Insect, let us strike together and finish him once and for all," Lu Fa shouted, appearing behind the Shadow Emperor, his axe aimed at the Emperor's neck. "All right, I'm coming. Dark Emperor, you shall die." With the green longsword raised, the god of Oksar lunged for the Shadow Emperor's heart. The Shadow Emperor, witnessing their impending attack, understood he was destined to perish here. His eyes gleamed with a fierce light, fixating on Lu Fa and the god of Oksar, etching their forms deep into his soul for future reckoning. "Even in death, I shall not grant you an easy victory." The Shadow Emperor spoke with a voice laden with fury, inhaling sharply as he ignited the 5 elements bloodline of this avatar, level 85. The dark aura that had previously enveloped him surged violently, unleashing waves of dark energy that erupted from within. His eyes gleamed with a frenzied light, unleashing a final, desperate assault of life. Both Lu Fa and the god of Oksar felt their hearts race, terror gripping them as they witnessed the Shadow Emperor's last stand. "We must flee, quickly," they shouted in unison, desperately attempting to escape, their legs sparking with effort, yet ultimately they were a moment too late. Boom, boom, boom. The black flames spread rapidly, the force of the explosion releasing a towering mushroom cloud that soared thousands of meters high. Lu Fa and the god of Oksar found themselves beneath this ominous cloud. Subjected to its terrifying power, their flesh and blood scattered, their bodies hurled into the void of space. Half an hour later, Lu Fa and the god of Oksar, supporting each other, returned to the meteorite, their bodies on the verge of collapse, bearing severe injuries. Lu Fa's body, battered by the explosion, was covered in wounds, nearly reduced to genetic code, racked with pain as he gritted his teeth, astonished that the Shadow Emperor could unleash such ferocious power even at the brink of death. The god of Oksar fared no better. His long blade was utterly destroyed, his body scorched by the black flames, his skin disintegrating in places, emitting a foul odor. "Damn it, I almost got roasted," he cursed angrily, recalling how the final strike of the Dark Emperor's armor had nearly cooked him to perfection. Lu Fa glanced around at the smoky surroundings and urged, "We must hurry to the site of the explosion and retrieve the summoning device. If we possess the summoning device, all our suffering will be worthwhile." They swiftly made their way to the heart of the battleground, which lay in ruins, remnants of dark energy still swirling chaotically. On the ground lay a corpse exuding an aura of death, the very vessel through which the Shadow Emperor had descended upon Earth. But the Dark Emperor's armor had long since disintegrated. The god of Oksar leaped in front of the corpse, his eyes fixated on the waist and wrists. Yet he found no sign of the summoning device. "Where is it? How could it be missing?" he exclaimed in alarm, hastily searching the body. Without the summoning device, their confrontation had been a tremendous loss. Not only had they been severely injured by the Dark Emperor's armor, but they had also gained nothing in return. Hearing the god of Oksar's words, Lu Fa's eyes widened in disbelief as he examined the corpse. He stumbled back several steps, incredulous. What is happening? How could he not have the summoning device? This is unacceptable. How could a summoner of armor transform into an armored warrior without it? Even the reckless Flame Emperor needed the Shura summoning device to call forth the Shura armor. He was perplexed, unable to comprehend how such a situation had arisen. The god of Oksar, equally unwilling to accept this reality, pondered for a moment before his expression darkened. Perhaps he possessed some unique ability to transform without the summoning device. As this hypothesis was voiced, an eerie silence enveloped the air. After a lengthy pause, Lu Fa coughed lightly, attempting to console himself. "Well, this situation does have its silver lining. With the Shadow Emperor's demise, we have eliminated a competitor. Once we vanquish the armored warriors, the earth will belong to us, and we shall divide it equally." The god of Oksar maintained a calm facade, though inwardly he cursed Lu Fa countless times. Had he not been forced into this alliance, he would not have suffered such grievous injuries. Doubts about the wisdom of cooperating with Lu Fa began to gnaw at him, as he sensed that one day he might find himself in grave peril due to this partnership. Chapter 91, The Cycle of Yin and Yang in the Black Domain. Evil Gold and Evil Water stood silently on the stone platform, eyes closed, diligently mending their wounds amidst the oppressive darkness that enveloped them. Time passed, and eventually, Evil Water sensed his injuries were nearly healed. He opened his eyes, worry etched on his face. "I wonder how the battle is faring? Can the Emperor handle them? Those armored warriors are quite cunning." Evil Gold, hearing Evil Water express doubt about the Emperor's prowess, scoffed dismissively, straightening his posture to retort, Such narrow-mindedness. You have yet to grasp the sheer terror of the Shadow Emperor's might. He stands at the pinnacle of dominion, capable of overturning the cosmos and commanding respect throughout the universe, even at a mere 15 power. He is not to be trifled with by a few clad in inferior armor. If he so desires, he could effortlessly dispatch them with a mere gesture. And all we need do is remain here, filled with reverence, awaiting the Emperor's triumphant return. As he spoke, Evil Gold couldn't help but frown slightly, a tinge of regret washing over him that he would not witness the Emperor's glorious and invincible battle prowess firsthand. After escaping from Gu Tian and Achanbru, the two had intended to seek out the Shadow Emperor. However, upon their arrival at the battlefield, they discovered that he had already set off in the Imperial Steed to confront the rampaging Thunder Rhino in space. The speed was too great, even with all their might. They could not catch up. Thus, they found a corner to hide quietly. At that moment, within the black domain, a flicker of green light ignited, morphing into a peculiar flame, weak yet seemingly on the verge of extinguishing. Seeing this, Evil Gold stepped forward, pointing at the flame with anger. "You wretched thing! How dare you intrude upon the black domain? Do you wish to perish? I'll cleave you in two." The black domain was a sanctuary crafted with immense effort by the Shadow Emperor, and Evil Gold would not permit any outsider to defile this hallowed ground. Shadow Axe. Evil Gold leaped into the air, raising his axe to strike the flame. However, upon impact, rather than dissipating, the flame erupted with a thunderous roar, sending Evil Gold flying against the walls of the black domain. "What? How could the opponent be so formidable?" Evil Water exclaimed, hastily channeling his energy to summon the Shadow Spear, ready to retaliate. Anyone who dared to invade the black domain would meet their end. Suddenly, the flame expanded at an astonishing rate, transforming in an instant into a towering figure clad in the Dark Emperor's armor. The Shadow Emperor reappeared, his ethereal form radiating a chilling and commanding aura. Both Evil Gold and Evil Water were momentarily stunned before their faces turned to shock, and they instinctively sheathed their weapons. Kneeling before him, Evil Gold, in disbelief, shouted, "Emperor, how could it be you? What has happened? Why have you transformed into a mere shadow? And why do you seem so insubstantial?" The Shadow Emperor offered no reply, fixing a menacing gaze upon Evil Gold. This insolent creature had dared to insult him, nearly cleaving his ethereal form in two, and now had the audacity to remark upon his insubstantiality. How bold could one become? Evil Gene felt the malevolent gaze of the Shadow Emperor upon him, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead as he hastily bowed his head, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I am but a fool, unaware of your presence. My earlier outburst was but a fleeting moment of agitation. Please, gracious Emperor, overlook this transgression and spare me this time." Despite his pleas, Evil Jin's heart cried out in protest, for it was the Emperor who had intruded without warning, leaving even a specter unable to react in time. Evil Shui began to chime in, "Your Majesty, Evil Jin has endured a great deal of turmoil lately, and his mind is unsettled. I beseech you to show mercy." Hearing Evil Shui's defense, Evil Jin bowed even more fervently, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. The Shadow Emperor sighed imperceptibly and waved his hand, saying, "Rise." He did not wish to punish Evil Jin, but the situation was dire. His vessel had been shattered, and his shadow could not remain on Earth for long. He had to swiftly arrange certain tasks during this brief window. Evil Jin and Evil Shui, as if granted a reprieve, stood up, still casting wary glances at the Shadow Emperor. A lingering question occupied their minds. Where was the Emperor's vessel? The Shadow Emperor, perceiving their unspoken thoughts, feigned a deep contemplation and cleared his throat, stating, "I was on the verge of victory, having thoroughly vanquished several sets of armor, when the Radiant Emperor's armor, disregarding all rules, struck unexpectedly and destroyed my vessel." Upon hearing this, Evil Jin erupted in anger, cursing vehemently. "The Radiant Emperor's armor is the epitome of treachery. Fear not, my Emperor, we shall rend him to pieces and avenge your honor." Evil Shui echoed, "Indeed, the Radiant Emperor's armor must pay dearly for its misdeeds." The Shadow Emperor, with a hand behind his back, nodded slightly, shifting the conversation. "Now is not the time for idle banter. I have tasks for you that must be remembered." Instantly, Evil Jin and Evil Shui straightened, their full attention on the Emperor. The Shadow Emperor pondered for a moment before speaking. "This era is particularly unique. The prolonged battle between light and shadow may reach its culmination. Through my immense powers, I have foreseen that in 1 year's time, the day of yin and yang will arrive, when the power of shadow will temporarily overshadow that of light. The strength of the Radiant Emperor's armor will wane, while that of the Dark Emperor's armor will surge, altering the balance of our confrontation. At that time, I shall disregard the rules and descend upon Earth for the final battle. Your task is to swiftly gather dark energy, achieving a state of saturation in the shortest time possible, to summon the mightiest dark beasts and join forces with me to besiege the Radiant Emperor's armor, maximizing our gains at minimal cost. Evil Gene, feeling a shiver of resolve, promptly declared, "Rest assured, my Emperor. I shall exert every effort to absorb every fragment of dark energy and reach saturation swiftly." Evil Shui followed suit, "Your Majesty, I will employ all means necessary to efficiently collect dark energy, though previously, Evil Earth, Evil Fire, and Evil Wood were resealed by the enemy during their confrontation, which may hinder our energy absorption." The Shadow Emperor nodded lightly, a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes as he summoned the demon sealing box to his hand. Although the ability beasts and the Shadow 5 Guardians were both his creations, the disparity between them was vast. The ability beasts, once slain by the armor, were sealed both in body and soul, trapped within the summoning device. Conversely, the Shadow 5 Guardians could only have their bodies sealed, their souls remaining free. After being defeated by the Black Rhino armor and the Flying Shadow armor, the souls of Evil Earth, Evil Fire, and Evil Wood had automatically returned to the demon sealing box, now contained within. As the demon sealing box opened, 3 luminous orbs floated forth, hovering in the air. The Shadow Emperor commanded. In an instant, the 3 orbs swiftly transformed into 3 radiant magic seals. The Shadow Emperor gazed at the hovering seals with a fierce glint in his eyes. "Evil Gene, take them to the breeding chamber and restore their bodies." Evil Gene nodded and, with steady hands, caught the 3 magic seals, his eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty excitement. "Fear not, my Emperor. I shall see this task through and ensure they regain their bodies swiftly." With all tasks assigned, the Shadow Emperor's figure began to fade, his light gradually dissipating until he vanished completely, his thoughts departing Earth and returning to his true form at the edge of the universe. Chapter 92. Bringing my husband back to the Armor Alliance in High City, under the extraordinary abilities of Enchangru. The small clinic that Evil Gene had destroyed was restored to its former glory within half a day. Enchangru eagerly welcomed Gu Tian back. Hey, wife. What are you doing? Stop right there. You mustn't bully a fine young man." On the second floor of the clinic, Gu Tian was retreating, pants in hand. His handsome face filled with disapproval as Enchangru, clad in a revealing outfit, blushed and gracefully approached him, her perfect long legs gliding toward him. In a soft, mellifluous voice, she urged, "Husband, come closer. Don't retreat any further." Gu Tian, ignoring her, swallowed hard and moments later, found his back pressed against the wall, with nowhere left to escape. Enchangru had reached him, resting her left hand against the wall while gently lifting his chin with her right, her voice dripping with allure. "Husband, now that you know I am the summoner of the Flying Shadow armor, do you feel a lack of emotional security?" Gu Tian protested. "No, my wife, absolutely not." Enchangru, brushing her hair back with one hand, continued, "Husband, now that I am the summoner of the armor, do you not feel an immense sense of disparity?" Gu Tian covered his face with one hand, shaking his head vigorously, bewildered by his wife's thought process. "Wife, you are overthinking things. I am delighted that you are the summoner of the Flying Shadow armor. I couldn't be happier." Enchangru exhaled a fragrant sigh, her expression resolute. "Husband, stop being stubborn. I know everything. I understand men very well. Today, I shall show you just how much I love you." With a swift motion, Enchangru easily tossed Gu Tian onto the bed. Gu Tian landed with a look of shock, and before he could process what was happening, Enchangru was upon him, her gaze filled with deep affection and fervor. "Husband, let's stick to our usual routine." "Wife, please, I admit it. I admit I can't take it anymore." "Husband, be obedient. A man must never claim he cannot." 3 days later. Bang, bang, bang. The crisp sound of a spoon clinking against a porcelain bowl echoed through the air as Enchangru, dressed in a pristine white dress, sat by the bed, radiating beauty like a fresh blossom. She scooped a spoonful of nourishing soup and gently offered it to Gu Tian's lips. Gu, it's time for your medicine." Gu Tian blinked his tired eyes, struggling to emerge from the covers, leaning against the headboard with all his might, wishing for nothing more than silence at that moment. For silence spoke volumes. He watched as Enchangru held the nourishing soup, extending his trembling hands to seize it, gulping it down eagerly. "System, open Enchangru's data panel. Quickly now. Name, Enchangru age, 25 armor. Flying shadow armor. Can upgrade to lightning flying shadow at any time. Willpower. 87. Max 100. Combat skills. Flying shadow rapid arrow. Phantom blade technique. Whirlwind demon leg. Flying shadow ultimate techniques of wind, forest, fire, and mountain. Flying shadow lightning leg. Sky piercing peak. Too many to list. Only a small portion displayed. Physique. 100. Max 100. Bloodline. Ordinary overall evaluation. Peak mastery. What the? Gu Tian stared incredulously at the attribute panel displaying Shangru's physique, utterly astonished. Did the upgraded flying shadow armor truly confer such remarkable benefits upon its summoner? Her physique had reached the maximum of 100, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. And Shangru rested her flushed cheek on her hand and, after a lengthy pause, said, "Darling, I wish to take you back to the Armor Alliance. What do you think?" Bringing Gu Tian back to the Armor Alliance was a well-considered decision on Shangru's part. With her identity now exposed, keeping her husband in hiding was far too perilous. The enemy would undoubtedly launch a series of terrifying attacks. Ensuring his safety within the Armor Alliance was a reliable safeguard, as no adversary had yet demonstrated the capability to infiltrate it. Gu Tian set down his bowl and nodded. "All right, my dear wife, I shall follow your lead." Having never visited the Armor Alliance before, Gu Tian seized this opportunity to explore, hopeful of unexpected discoveries. He recalled a unique device from the original narrative, referred to as the virtual combat chamber. The 5 elements armor summoned its wielder into this space, allowing for subconscious communication with the Elder of the Divine Mountain, where one could receive guidance and learn martial arts and combat techniques. As an upgraded version, the Armor Alliance would surely possess something similar. Chapter 93. The astonished Jinmei in the Imperial Capital. A sleek supercar sped along the thoroughfares, executing a stylish drift before coming to a halt outside a hamburger restaurant. Inside the vehicle sat a man and a woman. The woman exuded a striking elegance, embodying the spirit of a heroine, while the man, with his chiseled features and commanding presence, appeared flawless save for the faint weariness on his visage. Gu Tian inhaled sharply, instinctively touching his waist, biting his lip in determination as he leapt from the car. His wife was indeed far too authoritative, despite having rested for 10 hours the previous night. He had yet to fully recover. Glancing at the 84 points displayed on his attribute panel, he silently encouraged himself, vowing that one day he would demonstrate to Shangru what true masculinity entailed, and when that day came, he would ensure she was thoroughly punished for her overbearing nature. Regaining his focus, Gu Tian began to curiously survey his surroundings. As his gaze ascended, he was momentarily taken aback by the architecture before him. This was indeed a hamburger restaurant. His eyes fixated on the Happy Hamburgers sign. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. It was identical to the one depicted in the original narrative. He recalled yearning to savor a hamburger here during his childhood. Perhaps, at long last, that dream would come to fruition. "Darling, stop standing there like a fool. Let us go inside." And Shangru smiled gently, stepping ahead to push open the door to Happy Hamburger. Following that, she executed a graceful turn, extending her fair hand to take Gu Tian's. As he snapped back to reality, a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips as he allowed her to lead him inside. "Hello, welcome to Happy Hamburger. What would you like to order?" Jinmei, upon hearing the doorbell chime, hastily approached the counter, her voice bright and courteous. Since the Armor Alliance had utilized satellite observation to witness the collaboration between the lightning flying shadow and the furious wave rhinoceros in defeating the Dark Emperor armor, alleviating a significant threat to Earth, Jinmei had felt a wave of relief and joy. Consequently, she had replaced the closed sign with one indicating they were open for business. Her joy intensified upon recognizing Shangru, but it quickly waned into a stiff smile upon noticing the man accompanying her. An unsettling premonition surged within her. Wait. What was going on? Who was this man? Why was he brazenly holding Shangru's hand? Wasn't she known for being rather aloof and having an aversion to male contact since childhood? Jinmei's mind raced. She had known Shangru for quite some time, and had no recollection of this man. Where had he come from? Sensing Jinmei's unease, Shangru said, "Jinmei, please prepare a hamburger for me first. I'll explain everything later." Jinmei nodded, forcing a smile as she replied, "All right, please wait a moment." She turned to prepare the food, her eyes occasionally darting towards Gu Tian. Today, Gu Tian wore a simple white t-shirt and a beige jacket that perfectly accentuated his unique physique, complemented by an extraordinary aura that undeniably rendered him quite handsome. However, Jinmei couldn't shake the feeling that he seemed like an ordinary person. rubbing her temples. She wasn't prejudiced against ordinary individuals. It was just that Shangru's status was so exceptional that it posed a dilemma. With a sigh, Jinmei swiftly prepared the hamburger and cola at an astonishing speed, placing them on the counter before hastily pulling Shangru into the restroom. Bang! Jinmei kicked the restroom door shut, forcefully pinning Shangru against the wall. Her hands firmly pressing on her shoulders, her expression one of indignation. Speak. What exactly is your relationship with him? Look me in the eyes and answer. Startled by Jinmei's sudden aggression, Shangru pushed her away, smoothing her slightly wrinkled clothing as she replied, Jinmei, please don't be so agitated. Am I agitated? Jinmei ran her fingers through her long hair, pressing on, don't try to change the subject. What is your relationship with him? Shangru touched her face. A blissful smile illuminating her features as she declared, do I even need to ask? Gu Tian is my husband. We registered our marriage last month. Jinmei's eyes widened in disbelief. Registered? You and that man named Gu Tian are married? Your pace is incredibly swift. Isn't there a clear regulation in the Armor Alliance? Any summoner wanting to date must file a report for organizational review first. Yet you two went ahead and got married without a word. Honestly, you all are so duplicitous. Treating me as if I'm invisible when you don't need me, yet calling me Sister Jinmei when you do. Woe is me if the organization investigates. I'll be held accountable too, and my wages will be docked. Shangru patted Jinmei's shoulder reassuringly, asserting, don't worry, if any issues arise. I will take full responsibility, and I won't let it affect you. If worst comes to worst, I'll just share my salary with you. I'm not short on money. Jinmei sniffed, asking one final question. Does he know you are the summoner of the Flying Shadow Armor? Does he know you are the captain of the Armor Alliance? Shangru nodded, he is aware. Which is precisely why I brought him back to the Armor Alliance for his safety. Jinmei felt as if the sky were collapsing around her. Pacing in the restroom as she lamented, what do you see in him? He is just an ordinary person. Apart from being somewhat handsome, he possesses no noteworthy qualities. You should seek someone whose status matches yours. Only then will you have common ground for conversation, ensuring a happier future and expedited progress. Shangru exhaled softly, her gaze resolute as she replied, I understand your reasoning, but we have been together long enough to have no significant ideological divide. She tilted her head slightly, as if pondering something, then said, by the way, could you arrange a pass for my husband, allowing him free access to the Armor Alliance? Additionally, please assign him a position that is relatively easy, so he can experience the joys of work. Sigh, I'm exhausted. Let it all be over. Jinmei sighed and continued. I cannot assist you with this matter. The implications are too significant. You must speak with the director of the Armor Alliance, your father, Tian. As long as he consents, everything will be manageable. He holds the greatest authority within the alliance. If he disagrees, I must say, your husband won't even be able to enter the gates of the alliance. Do not entertain thoughts of competing with him. You will surely fall short. He is a venerable figure within the Armor Alliance. Upon hearing her mention her father, Shangru's expression darkened. What could he possibly disagree with? I married my husband. What concern is it of his? He is not the one married to my husband. I will personally explain this matter to that old man at an opportune time. After saying this, Shangru exited the restroom and made her way to the hall. In the hall, Gu Tian had already finished his hamburger, curiously surveying the establishment. Its decor was identical to scenes from the animated series he recalled. As for Shangru being called away, Gu Tian paid it little mind. My husband. Shangru approached with a gentle laugh, taking Gu Tian's hand and leading him towards the restroom. I shall take you inside the Armor Alliance. You are bound to be dazzled. Chapter 94. The heartbreak of the devotees. Shangru led Gu Tian beside the restroom, where a red light flashed on the door's sign. Recognizing her iris. Ding. Recognition successful. Identity confirmed. In the next moment, the restroom underwent a rapid transformation, swiftly vanishing to reveal a corridor glowing with blue light. Gu Tian stared at this spectacle, bewildered. While he was aware that the entrance to the Armor Alliance was within the restroom, he was still curious about who could have conceived such a fantastical design. Was it to mask any unpleasant odors upon entry? Shangru, discerning Gu Tian's inner questions, reassured him, my dear, do not be alarmed. I too was astonished when I first arrived. The entrance is concealed here for confidentiality and security. Restrooms are relatively private spaces, unlikely to attract outsiders' attention. The dark forces would never suspect that our base entrance lies here. As she spoke, Shangru guided Gu Tian inside. And after a moment's thought, Jinmei decided to follow suit, feeling uneasy. Within seconds, the trio arrived at the corridor's end, where a technologically advanced door stood majestically. And Chandru gently placed her right index finger on it, and with a chime, the door swung open entirely. A vast expanse unfolded before Gu Tian's eyes, brimming with cutting-edge technology, as personnel moved about in an orderly fashion. Those fortunate enough to work here were true geniuses, exceptional talents who would stand out in any crowd. They noticed the commotion from the door and turned their curious gazes toward Gu Tian. Who is that man? I've never seen him before. Goodness. How dare he stand between Jinmei and the esteemed in? It's infuriating. He should just step aside. Seriously, how can we be so distracted? Did you not notice in and that man are wearing matching outfits? I envy that. Wait, what? And has a boyfriend? Why is this happening? Woe is me. In that moment, a melancholic atmosphere enveloped the Armor Alliance, as countless infatuated souls wallowed in despair. If one listened closely, the sound of shattered hearts could almost be heard. To them, and Chandru was not only an unparalleled beauty but also a person of significant standing, the summoner of the flying shadow armor. If even one among them could successfully win her heart, they would spare themselves decades of struggle. Even if no one succeeded, they wished for Chandru to remain single for eternity, preserving the image of their perfect goddess in their hearts. And Chandru maintained a calm demeanor, hearing the cacophony of murmurs, but she dismissed them. These individuals were merely caught up in a fleeting whim. My love, come. I will take you to the main conference room. Very well, my dear. Gu Tian smiled gently, resolute not to depart so easily. As a man, he must defend his claim. He stood tall, unafraid, meeting the gaze of the envious admirers, extending his left hand to firmly grasp Chandru's delicate, fair hand. How dare he? This is madness. This gesture ignited a flurry of indignation among Chandru's suitors, who gritted their teeth, clutching their chests in despair. Their goddess had been claimed. Unperturbed, Gu Tian scoffed, swaggering away with Chandru, swiftly disappearing from the area. Why? He looks like a poor kid from the slums. What gives him the right to capture the affection of goddess? Indeed, I am exceptional, top of my province in the entrance exams, a prodigy at Qinbei University. Why can't I win her heart? Am I living in a fairy tale where the goddess is only destined to love a poor boy? Enough. Why do you concern yourselves with others? Are they eating your rice or drinking your water? Back to work, all of you. A young supervisor clad in a black uniform commanded, arms crossed, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd. As Gu Tian and the others entered the main conference room, the surrounding noise finally subsided. Today was a holiday, and only the three of them occupied the spacious room. And Chandru gracefully pulled out a chair, gesturing for Gu Tian to sit. My love, please wait here. I will return shortly. She intended to seek out Tian at the pinnacle of the Armor Alliance, requesting a document to facilitate Gu Tian's entry into the alliance. Just as Chandru prepared to turn and leave, an abrupt phone ring shattered the tranquility. Jinmei instinctively reached for her pocket, pulling out her phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, her expression turned grave. 3 minutes later, after hanging up, Jinmei anxiously informed Chandru. Chandru, trouble is brewing. The director has learned you brought a man back and has just issued an order for Gu Tian to meet with him alone. Chapter 95. The father-in-law is unhinged upon hearing this news, and Chandru's eyelids lifted, emanating an aura of formidable pressure. On what grounds? What authority does he possess to make my husband meet him alone? Who does he think he is? It's already enough that he doesn't allow me to see my husband. Her voice was icy, her anger unmistakable. Jinmei, startled by Chandru's sudden intensity, instinctively took a step back, stammering, Chandru, the director is, after all, the highest authority in the alliance. If he has issued an order, it may be challenging for us to defy it. And Chandru's expression hardened, her voice frigid. What if he is the director? He has ignored me for years. Now that I am married, he seeks to dictate terms? His audacity is astounding. She turned to Gu Tian, her tone resolute. My love, do not worry. You need not meet him. I will handle this myself. I intend to confront him directly. With that, Chandru spun on her heel, poised to seek Tian for a discussion. Gu Tian quickly grasped her hand, gently pulling her back. At this critical juncture, Gu Tian must step forward. From the snippets of conversation between Chandru and Jinmei, he could surmise that the relationship between Chandru and her father was undoubtedly fraught with tension. If he did not take action, the conflict between the father and daughter would likely escalate. Darling, please don't act impulsively. Since the director wishes to meet me, I shall go. I am a man, and I cannot hide behind you forever. Moreover, every son-in-law must eventually meet his father-in-law. It is unavoidable. Rather than dawdling, It is better to cut through the chaos decisively. And Changru gazed anxiously at Gu Tian, her eyes filled with concern. Honey, and Tian's character is peculiar. If you meet him alone, there is a high chance he will make things difficult for you. As your wife, it is my duty to protect you, and I cannot allow anyone to bully you. Gu Tian gently shook his head, exuding calmness, not overly concerned about the matter. After all, he was an exceptional summoner equipped with 3 sets of armor. How could he fear this situation, even if he were a mere novice? As long as he brandished the black rhino armor summoning device, and Tian would have no choice but to sit down obediently, perhaps even calling him son-in-law repeatedly. Rest assured, my dear, I am well aware of what I am doing. Trust in your husband. Perhaps after this meeting, his view of me will change. This was Gu Tian's plan. Should the conversation falter, he would not hesitate to employ some special authority. Zhenmei hesitated for a moment before advising. Changru, Gu Tian has a point. Although the director is indeed strict, perhaps his communication with Gu Tian will yield a different outcome. If you confront him head-on with your temper, it will surely lead to an argument. And Chandra bit her lip, her expression conflicted. After struggling for a while, she finally said, "All right, dear. Since you are so resolute, I will respect your decision. But you must promise me to be cautious. If he gives you a hard time, just give me a call, and I will rush in to find you." Gu Tian nodded vigorously, affectionately pinching in Shangru's delicate face, saying, "Don't worry, my love. I believe the director will not act excessively. You need not fret unnecessarily." With that, Gu Tian followed Zhen Mei out of the main conference room, heading towards Tian's office. Gu Tian, the director places great importance on strength and contributions to the alliance. Be mindful of your words and try to align with his perspective. Do not provoke him. Zhen Mei cautioned as they walked. Gu Tian cast a grateful glance at her. "Thank you, Zhen Mei. I will be careful." "Gu Tian, we've arrived," Zhen Mei announced as she stopped before a door, pointing at it. Gu Tian looked up to see a sign emblazoned with 5 golden characters, Director's Office. Indeed, this exudes a certain prestige. Knock, knock, knock. Zhen Mei raised her left hand and gently tapped on the door, saying, "Director in, Gu Tian has arrived. I have brought him. Let him in." A deep and authoritative voice resonated from within. "Understood, Director." After receiving a response, Zhen Mei turned and left, signaling Gu Tian to enter. Understanding, Gu Tian pushed open the grand door and stepped inside. As he entered, the door slammed shut behind him with a loud thud. Unperturbed, he continued forward, his footsteps echoing crisply against the polished marble floor. It's quite dark." Gu Tian frowned slightly. The office was unlit, and the windows were tightly shut, allowing no light to seep in. The air was thick with the scent of smoke, so potent it was nearly dizzying. Is this fellow using cigarettes as fuel? Is he really that resilient? With such a smoking habit, doesn't he fear nicotine poisoning? Gu Tian squinted in the darkness, relying on his keen senses to navigate. He felt his way to the light switch and pressed it. The lights flickered on, revealing a robust man seated in a chair. He bore a stubbled face, exuding a rugged and weathered demeanor. The man gazed up at the pristine ceiling, as if deep in thought. With a mountain of discarded cigarette butts piled high on the desk before him, he must be Shangru's father, and Tian, the director of the Armor Alliance. Gu Tian shook his head, realizing this was his first encounter with his father-in-law, and he needed to be courteous. Yes, indeed, courtesy should precede conflict. He approached Tian and initiated the conversation. "Greetings, Directorin. I am Shangru's husband, a medical student, working 7 days a week, earning a modest salary of 4,000 a month." "Shut your mouth." And Tian slammed his hand down on the table, barking furiously. His piercing gaze shifted from the ceiling to Gu Tian, unleashing an intimidating glare. Gu Tian was taken aback. He had not anticipated Tian's immediate wrath upon entering. Suddenly, Tian extinguished the cigarette in his hand, grabbed a small knife from the table, and with a powerful leap, charged towards Gu Tian. The blade glinted menacingly as it aimed for Gu Tian's neck. What the hell is going on? Gu Tian's pupils dilated in shock. A wave of alarm coursing through his body. Drawing from his experience battling numerous monsters, he instinctively dodged to the side. The sharp knife grazed his neck, stirring a breeze that sent a chill down his spine. Gu Tian quickly retreated, attempting to widen the gap between himself and Tian. What is happening? I mean, come on, is this necessary just because I married his daughter? Directorin, what madness is this? Gu Tian pressed his back against the wall, holding back the urge to curse, knowing that Tian was Shangru's father. Tian offered no reply, his eyes flickering with intensity. Seeing Gu Tian evade the lethal strike, He wasted no time launching another attack. He pivoted, eyeing the incandescent bulb above, and hurled the knife with precision, shattering it to pieces, plunging the room into darkness once more. Chapter 96. A violent encounter with the father-in-law. Darkness enveloped the room, and Gu Tian's heart raced, tension gripping him. A madman, a lunatic. This person was undoubtedly insane. Gu Tian now comprehended why Changru described in Tian as peculiar. No sane individual would attack their daughter's husband upon first meeting. Gu Tian had no desire to engage in a fight with Tian, relying on his memory. He swiftly moved towards the door, only to find it locked tight, immovable. He quickly reached for his phone to alert Changru, only to discover there was no signal. It was evident that this office was equipped with a signal jammer. In the darkness, Tian seemed unaffected, leaping towards Gu Tian with bare fists. Gu Tian, unable to see, relied solely on his instincts to sense the approaching threat. His mind raced, and he quickly crouched to evade Tian's right fist, realizing he had missed. Tian swiftly altered his approach, focusing intently on the subtle changes in airflow caused by Gu Tian's movements, then unleashed a sweeping kick. Boom! Gu Tian's left shoulder absorbed the blow, and he staggered backward with a dull thud. Rubbing his numbed shoulder, Gu Tian's expression hardened. What if he couldn't see? That did not mean he couldn't fight. Very well, since you wish to engage, I shall indulge you. Let us see whose prowess reigns supreme. Gu Tian's voice reverberated within the confines of the office. He unleashed a flurry of punches, elevating his spirit and energy to their zenith, prepared to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Do not presume that he is formidable solely when donning his armor. Even without it, he remains a force to be reckoned with. With a willpower of 72 and a physique of 84, he is no trifling matter. Willpower, an enigmatic concept, encapsulates intelligence, agility, thought, imagination, perseverance, and perception. And each increment signifies a continual unlocking of the mind's potential. Meanwhile, physique reflects physical resilience. The higher the score, the greater the capacity to withstand blows and endure fatigue. Moreover, having been a warrior for quite some time, he has encountered various adversaries and engaged in countless battles, thus possessing a profound understanding of combat techniques. Tian was aware of Gu Tian's preparedness but remained unfazed, channeling his energy and intensifying his assault. His fingers coalesced into a claw-like formation. Lunging toward Gu Tian with a fierce shriek, Gu Tian, unhurried, deftly maneuvered through the darkness, artfully evading Tian's relentless strikes, leaving Tian momentarily thwarted. Undeterred, Tian pressed forward in his offensive. Within the office, the sounds of Gu Tian's evasions intertwined with Tian's attacks. Gradually, Gu Tian discerned the rhythm and frequency of Tian's onslaught. Seizing the moment, Gu Tian thrust his elbow backward, striking Tian squarely in the chest. Humph! Tian grunted, clearly affected by the blow, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he harnessed the momentum to pivot, driving his knee into Gu Tian's abdomen. Tian's strike was swift and ferocious. Gu Tian could not defend against it and took the hit directly. Boom! A powerful gust of air erupted, sending both men staggering back several paces. Gu Tian and Tian stood facing one another in the darkness, even their breaths seemingly suspended. Tian retrieved a small knife that had fallen to the ground, brandishing it as he charged at Gu Tian. In response, Gu Tian drew a steel pen from his pocket. The pen and knife clashed, producing a series of sharp metallic sounds, though Tian's moves were fierce. Gu Tian was no novice, managing to parry effectively and occasionally counterattacking. As time elapsed, half an hour swiftly passed, and beads of sweat began to form on Tian's brow. His movements grew increasingly rigid. After all, he was around 50 years old, while his combat experience had heightened. His physical capabilities were gradually declining. Gu Tian seized upon Tian's brief moment of sluggishness, piercing his chin with the pin's tip. Tian stumbled back. And Gu Tian would not squander this prime opportunity, as Tian was momentarily disoriented. He executed a precise kick to Tian's wrist. Clang! Tian winced as the knife was sent flying, landing out of sight. Gu Tian's assault did not cease. He lunged forward, grasping Tian's arm and, with a swift twist of his body, hurled Tian away. Boom! Tian's body crashed against the office bookshelf, which buckled under the strain, collapsing and scattering countless books like snowflakes. Tian was pinned beneath the fallen shelves. After several moments, Tian summoned his strength, pushing aside the debris, and shakily rose, gasping for breath. Is that all you can muster? Gu Tian's voice echoed teasingly in the darkness. And Tian gritted his teeth and swung a punch in the direction of Gu Tian's voice. But alas, he struck nothing but air. You've grown old. Your reflexes are too slow. Gu Tian darted forward, ramming his shoulder into Tian's chest. And Tian staggered back, colliding with a table, which erupted in a cacophony of noise. Feeling his chest, Tian refused to yield. He utilized the rebound from the table to launch himself into a flying kick aimed at Gu Tian. Gu Tian, witnessing the incoming kick, sprang into action, propelling himself 2 meters high, executing a flawless mid-air spin, and delivering a powerful downward split. Boom! And Tian was once again sent flying, crashing onto the desk and falling heavily to the ground, emitting a pained groan. Oh dear, my poor back. And Tian lay on the ground, struggling to rise, clutching his back as he gasped in discomfort. Upon seeing that Gu Tian was about to strike again, his expression changed dramatically, and he hastily waved his hands. No more. No more. You've won. You've won. Is that not enough? Chapter 97. The joy of battling the father-in-law. Gu Tian heard Tian concede, yet he did not relent. Instead, he intensified his onslaught. Gradually, he realized that this was likely a test from Tian. But so what? He welcomed the challenge, though he found the manner of testing quite displeasing. What? You still wish to fight? Very well, I'm coming. Gu Tian feigned deafness, deliberately misinterpreting the intent. He was no pushover and possessed a temper, holding a grudge against those who wronged him. He understood clearly that had he been an ordinary individual, devoid of exceptional willpower, robust physique, and numerous combat skills, he would undoubtedly have been thoroughly subdued by this old man today. Perhaps after the bout, he would have faced ridicule, such as being told that this impoverished youth had no right to court his daughter. What is this? Now that it seems you can't win, you begin to plead for mercy? There is no such luck in this world. Even if you are my father-in-law, you have provoked me, and I shall strike without hesitation. Moreover, during their exchanges, Gu Tian noted that Tian possessed commendable resilience. In simpler terms, he could endure a considerable amount of punishment, as ordinary attacks barely fazed him. Gu Tian swiftly advanced, akin to a ferocious tiger lunging at Tian. Prepare yourself. Gu Tian delivers a flying kick. He spread his limbs, adopting an elegant stance reminiscent of a great bird taking flight, executing a seamless aerial twist. With gravity and his formidable strength on his side, he struck Tian's chest with unerring precision. A resounding thud echoed, and Tian was forced to absorb the blow, sent careening several meters back, rolling across the floor until he collided with the wall, ultimately coming to a halt. Cough, cough, you insufferable wretch. Are you deaf? I said no more fighting. If you're unwell, go see a doctor. Why are you still attacking? And Tian could no longer contain himself, unleashing a torrent of curses, his voice rife with frustration. He rose unsteadily, forcing himself into a defensive posture. Rubbing the spot where Gu Tian had struck, pain shot through him, causing him to grimace. Though his physique was commendable, it did not grant him immunity to discomfort. What are you saying? I didn't catch that. You want me to keep attacking? Is that it? Alas, though I would rather not, as my father-in-law, I must heed your commands. Gu Tian initiated another offensive, launching a fierce straight punch towards Tian's face. Goodness gracious! Tian, incensed by Gu Tian's apparent deafness, nearly spat blood. He hastily raised his left hand, forming a tight fist, gritting his teeth as he clashed fists with Gu Tian. Boom! The impact resonated. Gu Tian's physique vastly surpassed Tian's, and being younger, he remained unscathed. In contrast, the force of the collision left Tian's arm tingling, rendering it momentarily immobile. Alarmed, he contemplated retreat. But Gu Tian's voice echoed in his mind. Escape? Think you can flee? Where will you go? Lightning whirlwind kick. At the opportune moment, Gu Tian executed a swift turn and unleashed a powerful whip kick aimed squarely at Tian's waist. The strike was both fierce and precise, causing Tian's body to twist violently, nearly toppling him to the ground, as an indescribable pang of discomfort surged through his lower back. Father-in-law, shall we continue this bout? He coughed, exasperated. What? You want more? Very well, I shall oblige. Gu Tian replied with barely contained glee. In the dimly lit office, the two figures engaged in a frenzied chase. Tian fled desperately, evading Gu Tian's relentless assault, his face a canvas of unspoken anguish. Behind him, Gu Tian's eyes sparkled as if he had just won a monumental lottery, displaying a radiant grin that betrayed his excitement and satisfaction, albeit tempered by the effort to suppress laughter. I must admit, there is a certain thrill in battling one's father-in-law. Ultimately, Gu Tian's speed prevailed. A whirlwind kick landed with impressive force upon Tian's rear. The impact was substantial, cushioned by flesh, ensuring that his father-in-law would emerge unscathed. Ah, no. Tian cried out, propelled forward, his mouth agape in a cacophony of frantic yelps, limbs flailing wildly. Moments later, he crashed to the floor, face down. Enough. Tian bellowed, his voice reverberating through the office as he suspected Gu Tian feigned ignorance, intent on tormenting him. Frantically, he retrieved a remote control from his pocket and pressed it with force. Instantly, the emergency lights flickered on, illuminating the once pitch-black office. Tian struggled to his feet, limping over to the sofa where he collapsed with a sigh of relief. The ordeal had finally ceased. Now, Tian's appearance had transformed drastically. Contrasting sharply with his previous composed demeanor, he resembled a disheveled escapee from a mental institution, his hair unkempt and clothing in tatters. Observing the newfound brightness in the office, Gu Tian sighed, feeling a mix of satisfaction and reluctance to cease his antics. Yet, he promptly halted his offensive, replacing his exuberant expression with one of innocent neutrality. Tian glared at Gu Tian, trembling with rage, his fingers shaking in accusation. "You little rascal, are you pretending once more? Must you be so convincing? Have you no shame?" Gu Tian feigned innocence, tilting his head. "But father-in-law, you did ask me to continue, did you not? I am merely obeying your wishes. A son-in-law as obedient as I am is a rare find. You should take joy in that. Besides, you initiated this conflict, and I, as your son-in-law, chose not to retaliate. Be grateful. You insolent wretch, you are driving me to madness." Tian gasped, his chest heaving with fury, nearly spitting blood from his exasperation. The absurdity of the situation struck him. He had never envisioned being reduced to such a state. It felt like a futile endeavor. As he had initially been enraged by the news of Shangru's marriage, furious that such momentous news had not been discussed with him, his own father. Yet he found himself powerless to intervene, ultimately allowing Gu Tian to confront him alone. His intention had been to intimidate Gu Tian, to instill fear and ensure he would not take liberties simply because he had married his daughter. He had planned to make Gu Tian submit, believing that once defeated, he would not dare to complain to Shangru. However, he never anticipated the outcome would be so dire. Sighing repeatedly, Tian forced down his mounting frustration. What other recourse did he have? Should he imprison this young man? Clearly, that was out of the question. He could not afford such humiliation. News of the illustrious director of the Armored Alliance being bested by his own son-in-law would be a scandal he could not bear. Moreover, with a true deity lurking beneath, even if he were to take drastic measures against Gu Tian, Shangru would undoubtedly dismantle the Armored Alliance in retaliation. As these thoughts swirled, Tian suddenly had an epiphany, realizing the gravity of the situation. How could Gu Tian possess such strength to inflict such a defeat upon him? He scrutinized Gu Tian carefully for the first time, noting the lack of muscle and his seemingly refined demeanor, resembling a delicate flower. How could someone who appeared so unassuming wield such power? It was utterly unfathomable. Despite his age, Tian was among the top 3 combatants within the Armored Alliance. After a prolonged silence, he finally voiced his burning question. "Who taught you these skills?" Gu Tian, quick on his feet, replied without hesitation, "I learned it from Douyin." The air fell silent. "You must be joking. Do you take me for a fool?" "No, even a fool won't tea by such nonsense. Those trivial skills from Douyin could not possibly empower you to defeat me so thoroughly. If they were that effective, I would gorge myself until I could eat no more." Tian seethed. Gu Tian shrugged nonchalantly. "Believe what you will. I've shared the truth with you." Seeing Gu Tian's dismissive attitude ignited Tian's fury once more, his teeth grinding in irritation. Was this truly how a son-in-law should address his father-in-law? He was nothing short of a disgrace, a contemptible excuse for his son-in-law.